Sigh. It had already been half a month since he came to this world and he had inexplicably become a 9-year-old child. The only thing that pleased Tang Shan was that this body's strength and speed were far far greater than before. As for how he had come to this world, he still had not figured it out. Who would have thought he could be so unlucky? He had fallen asleep and somehow ended up here turned into this little brat. Apart from his freakish strength he had nothing to show for it, even that part of him had shrunk. What a miserable fate. Fortunately his strength was freakish enough that he could rob the petty thugs in the alleys and survive on their money. Otherwise Tang Shan might have starved to death soon after arriving. What a tragic transmigrator he was. It was only 5 days ago when he saw the poster for the 19th World Martial Arts Tournament that Tang Shan realized he had crossed into the Dragon Ball world. Other transmigrators either got systems old masters or scion identities. Tang Shan thought it was bad enough that he had transmigrated as an earthling, but he had also come over in his physical body and turned into a 9-year-old brat with not a single good relative around. Some transmigrators ended up in Bulma's house with a powerful backer. Tang Shan though was completely alone. Half a month had passed and no system or old master had appeared. Whenever he thought about how absurd the power scaling in Dragon Ball would get he felt like giving up and lying flat. An earthling. Tang Shan could not help sighing. Sigh, I won't accept this. But since I'm already here I absolutely will not give up. At least this world has hope for becoming stronger. Come on. My name is Tang Shan. Don't read too much into it, the name always makes people think of Tang Shan from Dolua Dalu. That's only because my father adored that novel and his surname was Tang, so I got this name. The only thing he shared with Tang Shan was being a transmigrator, though one had been a soul transmigration and the other a physical body transmigration. Before transmigrating he had even mocked Krillin, the so-called strongest earthling who had eventually given up and settled for being a minor policeman. Only after crossing over did he realize how hard training was, especially training to the absolute limit even with Tang Shan's freakish body. For half a month he did 1,000 push-ups every day and kept running until he collapsed from exhaustion. After half a month he found that he had not become much stronger, which meant his training was still far from his true limit. But pushing to that limit would cause damage to his body. Without an extraordinarily resilient body or a proper training method he would not dare do it. If he did he would be burning up his own potential and he might not even get a bit part with the main crew in the future. He needed to find the right training method as soon as possible. Today he decided to set out for the World Martial Arts Tournament, not to compete but to see if there was any opportunity and whether Master Roshi was there. As for Mount Paozu, after more than half a month he had basically pinpointed its location. If he could find Master Roshi he might have a chance to become his disciple and learn a systematic training method. If not he would go to Mount Paozu and ask Grandpa Gohan to take him in. He believed that with this 9-year-old body his current battle power was at least stronger than Krillin's, so his chances of being accepted were quite good. It was decided, he had no luggage here anyway. Following the address on the poster and the map he had bought he decided to walk. He comforted himself by saying he could train along the way, though the truth was simply that he was too poor to afford transport. There was no denying that the Dragon Ball world was full of danger. He encountered robbers 3 times along the road, not to mention dinosaurs, saber-toothed tigers and wolf packs. The trip felt like the Red Army crossing snowy mountains and grasslands. After surviving 81 tribulations he finally arrived at Papaya Island, the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Then he used the money he had taken back from the robbers to find an inn and settle in. Although the World Martial Arts Tournament would not officially begin for another 10 days, Papaya Island was already crowded with all kinds of martial artists. With so many people finding that perverted old man should be easy, after all wherever there were beautiful women he would definitely be there. Of course that was assuming he had actually come to Papaya Island. According to the Dragon Ball story this perverted old man should know the place well and probably came to the tournament often, so the chances of finding him were still fairly high. Whatever. He would sleep first. In the next few days he would stroll around the island to see the sights. It did not look big. Hopefully he would find the old man smoothly. If he could successfully become a disciple, at least the early Dragon Ball period would be easy to get through. Sigh, how can I think like that? Since I've been lucky enough to come to Dragon Ball I should give it a real fight. Time to sleep. Sleep. Today is the 25th day since I arrived in Dragon Ball. I can't skip training even for 1 day. Even though it hasn't had much effect I have to keep going. Since I'm already in this world. Then the title of strongest earthling would be mine. As for Krillin, sorry about that. Daily training 1000 push-ups, 5000 sit-ups and then a run outside. He had always run around the park before. Today he would run around the entire island. When training was over it was almost noon. He went to eat and then wandered around looking at the beauties. Of course, as a pure and model young man he was not there to watch women but to find that perverted old man, the martial arts god known as Master Roshi. For several days right up until the World Martial Arts Tournament began he still had not seen that perverted old man. If he could not find him after the tournament ended he would have no choice but to set off for Mount Paozu. At this tournament he spotted a familiar face, King Chappa. With his explosive afro and dark-skinned Tang Shan almost thought he was Mr. Satan. After thinking it over he recalled this eight-hand fist King Chappa. He remembered him mainly because King Chappa was tragically unlucky. Ever since the main character started entering the World Martial Arts Tournament he had never advanced to the top 8 every time someone from the main group stopped him before the quarterfinals. Besides King Chappa he noticed other quite strong fighters. In Tang Shan's feeling they were at least not weaker than him. Today was the official registration day for the World Martial Arts Tournament, so everyone coming to compete or watch should be there. He hoped to meet the legendary god of martial arts Master Roshi. Watching martial artists registering one after another, Tang Shan could barely resist the urge to sign up himself. After all, in the Dragon Ball world who would not want to test their strength in the World Martial Arts Tournament? But looking at his current strength, even making the top 8 would be difficult. He was strong by ordinary standards, yet in front of these martial artists, without proper training and without knowing any real moves, he was probably full of weaknesses. Next tournament I'll definitely win the championship. If I wait until Goku and those monsters participate it will be almost impossible. If I become a disciple of Master Roshi or Grandpa Gohan now I still have a chance to win the 20th or 21st tournament. Sigh, where had that perverted Master Roshi disappeared to? Had he not come after all? He had searched for so long and found nothing, and the island was only this big. This was probably hopeless. He had better get ready to head for Mount Paozu. He was so upset he wanted to cry. As the tournament registration came to an end the crowd dispersed to wait for the next day's matches. Tang Shan returned to his lodgings. After searching for so many days he no longer held much hope. The final day of the World Martial Arts Tournament would be tomorrow. From preliminaries to the top 8 to the championship everything would be decided in a single day. If I still can't find him tomorrow. Sigh, I hope I can. Tang Shan felt deeply wronged. Master Roshi lived on the sea with no fixed position, so all Tang Shan could do was wait by the tree stump for a rabbit. Thinking about it now, why could those protagonists of transmigration stories find him so easily? Why did he have to be so miserable? Sigh, sigh, sigh. If only he were a Saiyan. With a Senzu bean and a gravity room training would be effortless. Super Saiyan would not be a dream. Then he could gather 6 kind-hearted Saiyans and become a Super Saiyan god with the same ease. Fine, I'm just daydreaming. That would be boring. Since I've been lucky enough to transmigrate, I believe that even as an earthling with my knowledge of the Dragon Ball story I won't lose to the Saiyans. After all, I didn't read all those fanfics for nothing. Of course I still need to cling to Bulma. I'll rely on her amazing technology to grow stronger later. While Tang Shan was lost in these fantasies, a bald old man in a floral shirt and floral shorts with a huge turtle shell on his back sat on an ancient turtle that was swimming toward Papaya Island at an unbelievable speed. Today the World Martial Arts Tournament officially began. Tang Shan watched the martial artists competing on the arena stage, his face filled with envy. He longed to become stronger soon, to learn the sky dance technique and one day soar through the sky. Flying was a hot-blooded youth's dream. Watching fists collide on the stage and hearing the roaring cheers from the audience below, he felt that excitement, that fighting desire burning from within. Tang Shan wondered if he was a Saiyan. He slightly regretted not signing up for the tournament. He saw Xiaoba Wang on the stage knocking down opponents one after another with the 8 hands fist, along with monks from Duolin Temple and martial artists from various dojos. The fierce fighting made Tang Shan's heart leap and tremble. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Tang Shan clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling with excitement. He couldn't help imagining a future version of himself being just as powerful, and he cheered loudly like the audience around him, shouting, "Go!" At this moment Tang Shan had already forgotten Master Roshi and Gohan. Deep in his heart there was only the desire to grow stronger and the excitement of wanting to step onto the stage and fight them. The World Martial Arts Tournament came to an end with Xiaoba Wang winning the championship. Only after it ended did Tang Shan remember something. He had come here to find Master Roshi. He hurriedly scanned the crowd that had not yet dispersed, especially the places where beauties gathered. But he still hadn't spotted that old man Master Roshi. Just as the crowd was slowly dispersing and Tang Shan was about to give up and head to the inn, he noticed a bald old man in a floral shirt and shorts squatting beside several young women in short skirts, curiously peeking at them. No wonder I couldn't find him, Tang Shan thought. He's actually been squatting over there all along. Seeing Master Roshi like this, Tang Shan felt both excited and speechless. He had been searching for so long, but the old man had been right there. What a blunder. Tang Shan hurried over. Because he walked with clear purpose, Master Roshi noticed him. The old man quickly stood up and put on a serious expression, but his eyes couldn't help glancing toward the young women. Tang Shan walked over and greeted, "Hello, sir. Are you Master Wutian?" "Kid, how do you know me?" Master Roshi asked in surprise. "My father once had the honor of meeting you. Since I was little, my father told me that Master Roshi is truly great, his martial arts are superb, and he is known as the god of martial arts. I've admired you my whole life and always wanted to become your disciple. Unfortunately, my parents left me when I was very young. In this world I've survived all alone. Because when I was little, my father said he met you on Papaya Island, so I came here. I've been waiting here for half a month and finally met you." As he spoke, Tang Shan burst into tears, knelt on the ground and hugged Master Roshi's leg, crying so bitterly that even the heavens would be moved. "The only reason I'm still alive is to find you and become your disciple. Please, you must accept me." Master Roshi had originally wanted to say that he already had a disciple, but seeing how sad Tang Shan looked, if he refused the child might not survive, he said, "Child, get up. I accept you. But martial arts training is very hard. You must endure hardships that ordinary people cannot. Can you persevere?" Wiping his tears, Tang Shan said, "Don't worry, master. I've been able to endure hardships since I was little. After my parents passed away, I still survived strongly. Besides, I've had great strength since I was a child, much greater than ordinary people. When my parents were alive, they often praised me, saying I'm a natural for martial arts." Tang Shan quickly let go of Master Roshi's leg, knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Your disciple Tang Shan greets master." He kowtowed 3 times. Master Roshi felt helpless, but he helped Tang Shan up and said, "From today on you are my disciple." "Yes, master. Let's go. From now on call me teacher. Whether you can become my official disciple depends on your own training. Come, Tang Shan, follow me back." Teacher, don't worry. I won't embarrass you. At the next tournament I'll bring you back a championship. As long as you train under me, it would be a disgrace not to win. The next tournament will be a test of your training here. There are still 5 years until the next tournament. You must work hard, Tang Shan." Teacher, I will." And so the figures of an old man and a young boy disappeared over the horizon. Thanks to Tang Shan's pitiful act, he successfully became Master Roshi's disciple and returned with him to the small island. After chatting with Master Roshi for an entire evening and with Tang Shan's carefully crafted story, Master Roshi felt great pity for this 9-year-old child. At night, afraid that Tang Shan might be too scared to sleep, Master Roshi told him stories until Tang Shan fell asleep. Actually, Tang Shan was only pretending to sleep. After all, having just become Master Roshi's disciple, he was too excited to fall asleep so early. In front of Master Roshi he had been acting pitiful and suppressing his excitement. Now that Master Roshi had left, Tang Shan was so excited he almost wanted to shout. Finally he would receive proper training. His excitement made him toss and turn, unable to sleep until deep in the night he finally dozed off. In his dream, Tang Shan knocked out Vegeta with a left punch, then Frieza with a right punch, and even the god of destruction knelt before him trembling. Just as he was enjoying his dream, Vegeta, who had been knocked down, suddenly fired a super energy wave at him. Tang Shan felt he was about to die. Tang Shan suddenly opened his eyes and the dream covered in cold sweat. That scared me. It was just a dream. In the future, when Vegeta comes to Earth, I'll have to teach him some manners. Jumping up like that can frighten people to death. Seeing the sun outside and the blue ocean, Tang Shan realized it was already late. He quickly got out of bed. When he came out, he saw Master Roshi doing aerobics in front of the TV, following the fitness instructor on the screen. When Master Roshi saw him come out, he said, "There's food on the table. Eat first. After I finish my exercises I'll test your physical ability." "Okay, teacher," Tang Shan replied. He walked over and wolfed down his meal, then went outside. Looking at the vast ocean, he felt a sense of unreality. Although he had been in the Dragon Ball world for almost a month and had become Master Roshi's disciple, he still felt a sense of unreality. Well, this is probably the side effect of transmigration, Tang Shan thought silently. Looking at the blue ocean and the classic old turtle from the anime, he couldn't help sighing. Indeed, living in the present matters most. I don't know what the future will bring. Look at me, I've transmigrated too. I must become a martial artist, at least I won't bring shame to us transmigrators. While Tang Shan was lost in thought, Master Roshi finally finished his aerobics. Coming out of the room, Master Roshi said to Tang Shan, "I'll take you to a bigger island. This small island is not suitable for training. Then he turned the house into a capsule and took out another capsule to produce a speedboat. Come on, get on. Let's go. Okay, teacher. So Tang Shan and Master Roshi arrived at the place where Master Roshi had trained Krillin and Goku. He released a capsule and placed the house to one side, then said to Tang Shan, come with me. I'll test your speed. See that big tree? Run from this spot to that tree. Okay, teacher. Master Roshi walked to the big tree. Ready, Tang Shan? 1, 2, 3, go. As he said, go, he pressed the stopwatch. As soon as Master Roshi finished speaking, Tang Shan burst into action. His run kicked up a whirlwind that swept past and he instantly flew past Master Roshi's position. Not bad. 7 seconds. That's very fast. It shows your body's speed is about 6 times that of an ordinary person. Your body should now be ready for weighted training. Put on this 20-gene turtle shell. Remember, don't take it off no matter what, except when you sleep. Now put it on. Tomorrow I'll start your real training. After that you can't sleep in like today, Tang Shan. I know. Master. Tang Shan, now walk around the island and familiarize yourself with its terrain. Remember the whole island. Your training for the next 5 years will be on this island. Yes, master. I'll go now. From then on there was a child carrying a turtle shell and an old man carrying a turtle shell on the island. Tang Shan, you have been training with me for 4 years. Take off your weights. Put on these 40-gene ones. My usual training will no longer do much to improve your overall abilities. From today on I will teach you another form of cultivation for the human body, Qi. What is Qi? It is a kind of bodily energy possessed by all things. The flowers, grass and trees we see with our eyes all have Qi. My ultimate art can unlock the Qi hidden inside our bodies. First I will teach you to sense Qi. Master, then how can we sense the existence of Qi? This is something I learned from the immortal on Karen Tower. Tang Shan, remember it well, sense Qi, control it and make it our ultimate art. First we must quiet ourselves and carefully feel the fluctuations of energy in our bodies while casting aside all unnecessary thoughts in our minds. Let the energy flow naturally through our bodies, then slowly guide it and gather it into our hands. The amount of Qi we draw from our bodies determines the power of our ultimate art. This is the ultimate art I created, the Kamehameha. Watch closely. Instantly thin wisps of white light flowed around the Turtle Hermit's body and slowly gathered between his hands. He shouted, Kamehameha. A pure white beam of energy shot toward a distant boulder, and in an instant the boulder exploded into powder. Then the Turtle Hermit looked at Tang Shan smugly and said, did you see that? This is the strongest secret technique of the Turtle School. Well. Has it given you some insight? It took me 50 years to create this move after I returned from my training on Karen Tower. Don't rush. Take your time. As your master I believe that with your talent you should master it in at most 10 or 20 years, and that would already be quite fast. Tang Shan silently thought, in 10 or 20 years the cucumber dish would have gone cold. Imitating the Turtle Hermit, Tang Shan felt the flow of Qi in his body and waited quietly. Gradually a warmth welled up inside him and he kept trying to channel the energy within him toward his palms. More than 10 minutes passed and the Turtle Hermit waited patiently beside him. In the Turtle Hermit's perception the Qi inside Tang Shan's body was steadily gathering in his palms, faint and slow but undeniably converging. This meant that before long Tang Shan would be able to learn the Kamehameha. The Turtle Hermit marveled inwardly, this kid's talent is a match for my own. Just then they heard Tang Shan shout, Kamehameha. A very thin beam of light flew from Tang Shan's hand, traveled only a few hundred meters and slowly faded away. Not bad, boy. If you train hard over this coming year you should be able to master it quite smoothly. You are worthy of being my disciple, good. It is because my master teaches well. Oh master, how do we sense other people's Qi? I can sense my own, but if I could sense others they would never be able to ambush us. Boy, you have only just learned to control your own Qi. Do not aim too high. Sensing another's Qi requires a higher level of martial arts. This kind of ability requires not only talent but also the accumulation of time. It is far harder than the Kamehameha. Yes master, I understand. The Turtle Hermit thought to himself, good thing I fooled this kid. After the martial arts tournament ends next year I'll send him out to make his way in the world. Tang Shan, besides maintaining your daily training you must also sit quietly in meditation by the sea for 2 hours each day, sensing and controlling the Qi in your body. All right master. I will definitely take the championship next year. And so it went every morning. Tang Shan trained alone on the island. Every afternoon he sparred with the Turtle Hermit to practice real combat, and every evening he meditated, training to sense and control his chi. Time flew and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 5 more days the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament was about to begin. Every day Tang Shan trained hard and the Turtle Hermit prepared well-balanced meals for him. Tang Shan had grown from 1.2 meters to 1.7 meters. Of course it was not only his height that had changed, his overall strength had also undergone a world-shaking transformation. Tang Shan, put down the weights on your body. Tomorrow we fly to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yes, master. Don't worry, I will win the championship and live up to all your years of teaching. Tang Shan. Don't be too proud. You must know that beyond every expert there is another, and beyond every mountain there is another mountain. At this tournament just give full play to your abilities and that will be enough. As for the championship, don't force it. Master, I understand. Ah, child, your martial arts talent is outstanding but your mind is not calm. During practice you use too many unnecessary movements. You must understand that true martial arts masters move as their minds direct. Most of the time we must follow the body's instincts and not let our eyes, ears or sense of touch disturb our judgment. Alright, rest well today. No training today. Tomorrow we set off. Early the next morning Tang Shan and the Turtle Hermit boarded a plane for Papaya Island. After arriving on Papaya Island, the Turtle Hermit took Tang Shan to register for the World Martial Arts Tournament, then found an inn and settled down quietly waiting for the tournament to begin. 3 days later the announcer declared, the preliminaries of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament now begin. All contestants please prepare to enter the arena. Tang Shan, go. Good luck. Yes, master, rest assured. The championship will definitely be mine. The Turtle Hermit watched Tang Shan's back with great satisfaction. Over those 5 years he had treated Tang Shan like his own grandson. Seeing Tang Shan so full of fighting spirit and youthful vigor, he could not help thinking of his younger self, the way he too had practiced martial arts under Master Wu Taida long ago. Tang Shan walked into the arena. Martial artists of all kinds filled the venue and the hall buzzed with voices. 4 fighting rings were scattered around the arena. Tang Shan found a corner at random, leaned against the wall and waited for the preliminaries to begin. Soon a gong sounded. The preliminaries announcer shouted that the preliminaries were officially beginning and that contestants should prepare to draw lots. Tang Shan drew No. 33 and was placed in the second ring. Luck was with him. Every opponent he met was knocked off the ring in one move and he successfully advanced to the final 8. The other final 8 contestants were the previous champion Xiao Bawang, the black fighter named Baek who had competed in the same prelim ring as Xiao Bawang, and Lan Fong, a female contestant who advanced from the same ring as Tang Shan. From the third ring the dinosaur man Telisai and the white fighter Feisi advanced. From the fourth ring the monk Shi of Duolin Temple and the martial artist Kater advanced, completing the final 8. Congratulations to the 8 of you for advancing to the final 8. Please go to the waiting room for now. In 10 minutes we will begin the quarterfinal round, the announcer said. The 8 finalists including Tang Shan went to the rest area behind the ring and sat down. 10 minutes later the announcer walked to the main ring and declared loudly, ladies and gentlemen, the quarterfinals of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament now officially begin. The first match will be between the defending champion Xiao Bawang and the martial arts newcomer Baek. Let us welcome Xiao Bawang and Baek to the ring. Fighters ready, 3, 2, 1, begin. On the ring at the instant the match began, Xiao Bawang's hands suddenly multiplied into 6 and he charged at Baek. Baek could not even put up a fight and was struck down in an instant. Then Xiao Bawang kicked him out of the ring with one kick. The spectators below the ring erupted at once. Xiao Bawang! Xiao Bawang! Xiao Bawang! The entire audience shouted excitedly. The announcer also stepped onto the ring and declared, Xiao Bawang wins. When the cheers died down the announcer continued, all right, let Xiao Bawang go down and rest properly. We will now continue with the second quarterfinal. Let us welcome Tang Shan and one of last tournament's final 4, Lan Fong, to the ring. Before the match I have a major piece of good news. This Tang Shan is the disciple of Master Wu Tian, the god of martial arts. Let us all look forward to this match with eager anticipation. As for why the announcer knew Tang Shan was the Turtle Hermit's disciple, it was because Tang Shan had said so in an earlier interview. After all, doing so would let the Turtle Hermit feel honored once more and show the world that it had not forgotten him, the god of martial arts. He also hoped that the Turtle Hermit's title as the god of martial arts would be passed down for a long time. He believed that after this tournament and then the next one featuring Sun Wukong it would endure for a very long time. Speaking of Sun Wukong, he should emerge from the mountains in a little over a year. But Sun Wukong no longer needed to emerge. Tang Shan kept turning his plan over in his mind and could not help bursting into loud laughter. Fighters, get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the announcer made the call, Tang Shan roared, "Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha." Just as the words left his mouth, a pure white pillar of energy struck Lan Fong and blasted her out of the ring. Although Lan Fong was weak, Tang Shan still wanted to project the overwhelming spirit of the Turtle Hermit school. That was why he opened with the Kamehameha. It created dominating momentum and made his martial lineage unmistakable. Besides, he knew that if he fought Lan Fong at a slow pace, she might do what she had done at the 21st tournament and take off her clothes. How awkward would that have been? After all, our Tang Shan was still a pure-hearted youth, in this world of course. The announcer hurried back onto the stage and asked, "Is this the god of martial arts signature technique, the Kamehameha?" "Yes. My master's Kamehameha is 10 times more powerful than mine. I've only learned a fraction of it." "No wonder you're the disciple of the god of martial arts. Impressive. Very well, let Tang Shan go to the back and rest for a while." Next is the third quarterfinal match, the martial arts master Feisei against the powerful dinosaur man Terrace. Fighters, get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The instant the announcer declared the start, Terrace spat a sticky ring from his mouth and bound Feisei tightly. Terrace said, "Boy, if you don't want to be beaten, surrender. This isn't something you can break in your current state." Feisei's eyes were resolute. He struggled with all his strength trying to snap the ring apart. Yet no matter how hard he strained, he could not shatter the sticky ring, and his whole body remained bound. Terrace sneered as he walked up to Feisei and drove a fist into him. Feisei instantly spat blood, his face turning ghastly pale. Then Terrace threw another punch. This time Feisei fell unconscious on the spot and collapsed straight to the ground. The announcer hurried over and counted down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "I now declare Terrace the winner. Terrace, please step back and rest for a while." We now continue with the final quarterfinal match featuring the eminent Monk 11 of Duo Lin Temple against Carter of the Martial Arts Clan. Would both fighters please come up? Now then, fighters, get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Monk 11 and Carter stared at each other, neither making the first move. In the tense standoff, Carter was the first to lose patience. He charged forward, and the moment he closed in on Monk 11, he leaped and unleashed a rapid chain of kicks. Monk 11 shifted his body to the side, turned both hands into palm strikes and slashed them at Carter's neck. Carter was instantly dizzied and nearly lost consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Monk 11 followed up with a kick to Carter's abdomen, and Carter collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. The battle ended under the announcer's countdown with Monk 11 declared the victor. After the intense quarterfinals, we will now proceed to the semifinals. In the first semifinal, our very own King Chappa will face the disciple of the god of martial arts Tang Shan. Let's welcome both competitors. Now fighters, get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The instant the announcer called the start, King Chappa blurred into high-speed motion, constantly changing direction as he charged at Tang Shan, while Tang Shan remained rooted in place. Chi gathered ceaselessly in Tang Shan's right hand. Just as King Chappa drew close, Tang Shan slammed that hand into King Chappa's abdomen. With a single strike, King Chappa was sent flying and dropped out of the arena. The spectators were dumbfounded, and the announcer stood frozen as well. None of them had expected the mighty King Chappa to be defeated in one move. Tang Shan said coolly, "Announcer, aren't you going to announce the result?" The announcer snapped back to his senses, stepped onto the stage and said, as expected of the god of martial arts disciple, "One move was enough to beat the previous champion King Chappa. It's hard to imagine how powerful the god of martial arts himself must be. Let us congratulate Tang Shan on advancing to the finals. Now let Tang Shan go to the back and rest." Then we welcome the final semi-final match, the Dinosaur Man Terrace against the eminent Monk 11 of Duo Lin Temple. Please take the stage. Now fighters, get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The instant the match began, Terrace spat another sticky ring from his mouth, hoping to capture Monk 11 just as he had done in the previous battle. But having seen his earlier fight, Monk 11 was already prepared. He pushed off with his left foot, dodged the sticky ring in a flash, and closed in on Terrace. As he neared, he gave a light leap, raised his right foot and drove a full power kick into Terrace's abdomen. Terrace was instantly kicked out of the arena. It turned out that Terrace relied entirely on that sticky ring. Once it missed, he was nothing but a man of intimidating appearance but little real strength. The announcer was astonished and quietly thought to himself, is one move knockout now the trend in the martial arts world? He stood frozen for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and hurried onto the stage to announce the result. Congratulations Monk 11 on reaching the finals. Let us rest for 10 minutes before the final battle. Who will take home the championship? We'll see the result in 10 minutes. The final of the World Martial Arts Tournament now begins. We invite the disciple of the god of martial arts Tang Shan to the stage. All the spectators erupted in excitement and chanted Tang Shan. Tang Shan. Tang Shan. Now let us invite the eminent Monk 11 of Duolin Temple. Fighters get ready. 3, 2, 1 begin. The moment the announcer called the start, Tang Shan's right hand began gathering chi while Monk 11 assumed his fighting stance and watched Tang Shan with the utmost vigilance. The two remained locked in a standoff for 5 minutes. Then Tang Shan made a sudden dash closing in on Monk 11. Monk 11 burst into motion at once, pushing off with his left foot. He dodged in a flash and circled around behind Tang Shan. Tang Shan spun around, leaped to the right and swung his left foot at Monk 11 just as the monk moved to evade. A white beam of light shot from Tang Shan's right hand at terrifying speed and struck the monk square in the chest. Monk 11 was hurled away and fell beyond the arena without the slightest resistance. The Turtle Hermit watched Tang Shan on the stage and nodded with satisfaction. This boy is already stronger than I am. By then the spectators had also snapped out of their shock. They raised their hands and cheered. The announcer also jumped onto the stage, took Tang Shan's hand, lifted it and cried passionately, "The champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, Tang Shan. Thank you all for coming. The 20th World Martial Arts Tournament has come to a perfect close." The moment the match ended, Tang Shan walked over to the Turtle Hermit. "Well fought Tang Shan," said the Turtle Hermit. "It was all thanks to your teachings, master. No arrogance, no impatience. Very good." Tang Shan thought to himself, what is there to be proud of? If I couldn't even win the championship here, how could I possibly make my way forward in the future? From now on his opponents would all be beings capable of destroying planets. "Come Tang Shan. Let's go eat." "Yes master." "Tang Shan, from now on there is nothing left for me to teach you. Once you finish this meal you will set out alone into the world. You can go and search for the Kirin Tower. There you can become even stronger and become a true Grand Master. Back then it was because I went to the Kirin Tower that I became the god of martial arts I am today." "Yes master." Tang Shan was deeply moved. This was his first family in this world, the first person who had ever cared for him this much. After the meal Tang Shan bade farewell to the Turtle Hermit and set out alone on his journey to find the Kirin Tower. Tang Shan had asked the Turtle Hermit where the Kirin Tower was, but the Turtle Hermit said that searching for the Kirin Tower was itself a form of training. There was no helping it. And so, relying on nothing but his own 2 feet, Tang Shan could only roam the world slowly searching for the legendary Kirin Tower. A month later, in a certain forest, a young man covered in animal hides with a scruffy beard walked slowly forward, unable to stop complaining. "Honestly master, why couldn't he just tell me directly? He insisted I find it myself. I've already been searching for a month and haven't seen even a shadow of the Kirin Tower. Infuriating. Still, I've made some progress in training my chi. Give me a little more time and I should be able to develop a flying technique. You have to cover your whole body in chi so you can turn and fly freely through the air. It's really hard. Like the sky dance technique from anime. I've basically already mastered that though. For now I can only hover in place. I still can't fly freely forward, backward, left or right." And so the young man roamed through the forest, chattering and grumbling the entire way. Another month passed. "Finally I can see the Kirin Tower. Sigh, it wasn't easy. I'll finally get to meet Bora, the tower's guardian from Dragon Ball, and his son Upa. Just thinking about it has me a little excited." Tang Shan hurried forward and suddenly a burly man jumped down from a tree beside him. "Stop. Ahead is the sacred ground of Kirin. No entry." The burly man bellowed. "I am a martial artist who has come to challenge the Kirin Tower. My name is Tang Shan." "Oh. So you're here to challenge the Kirin Tower. Hello Tang Shan. I'm Bora. Since you want to challenge the tower you'll have to fight me first. Countless martial artists in the past have challenged the Kirin Tower and fallen to their deaths. If you can't even beat me, then I advise you to turn back." "Then let's begin," Tang Shan replied. Just as Bora took his stance and said begin, a blur flashed before Bora's eyes and in an instant he was knocked to the ground. Tang Shan looked down at Bora and asked, "Do I now qualify to challenge the tower?" Of course. Follow me, I'll take you there." Tang Shan followed Bora to the foot of the Kirin Tower. Gazing up at the tower that soared into the clouds, Tang Shan leaped upward and vanished from Bora's sight in an instant. Of course Tang Shan had not leaped directly onto the tower. He had merely jumped into the clouds, which was why Bora could no longer see him. In the days when the martial way flourished, countless martial artists came to challenge Krillin Tower, but most of them perished at its foot. Today a single figure climbed steadily upward. The higher he went, the thinner the air grew, and the most dreadful thing of all was the wind above. It hit his body like razor blades, cutting through flesh and sinking into his bones. The wind felt like Guangdong scraping poison from his bones, a pain that pierced the heart, yet it did not slow him down even a fraction. Tang Shan kept climbing at the same steady pace, knowing this was all part of Krillin Tower's trial, a test of mental fortitude and perseverance. A summit that seemed impossible to reach could drive countless people to despair. Add the blade-like wind and it was all too easy for countless martial artists to be defeated and die. Without a spirit that faced death head-on, without an inner self unafraid of death and challenge, one could never reach the top. Inside the tower, the cat immortal licked his paw, sensing the aura of the young man below. Not bad, it's been a long time since anyone climbed up here, and at a good speed too. Who would have thought the lower world had produced such a cultivation prodigy once more? Throughout the ages only a person of pure heart could reach the highest realm of martial arts. Even the Turtle Hermit from centuries past was not truly perfect. The cat immortal carefully sensed the young man's aura. Not bad, righteous, persistent, tenacious, but his mind is too complicated and there is still some confusion. For centuries only the pure of heart could reach the supreme realm of martial arts. Even the Turtle Hermit, known as the god of martial arts, had a lecherous weakness that could not be changed. Meow, whatever. This cat will take a nap first before worrying about that. The cat immortal yawned and fell into a sweet sleep. Early the next morning, when the cat immortal opened his eyes, he found a young man lying right in front of him. The young man's face was full of exhaustion and he lay there in a deep sleep. The cat immortal took a bean from the jar and put it into the young man's mouth. At once the young man slowly regained consciousness and all the exhaustion in his body vanished without a trace. You must be the legendary cat immortal. Hello, I'm Tang Shan, a disciple of Master Wujin. Oh, so you're little Wu's disciple. No wonder, no wonder. Then you should know the rules here, right? No, my master only told me to come train at Krillin Tower so that I could go even further. I see. Then this cat immortal will tell you, I have a type of ultra-sacred water here. Of course I won't give it to you for free. If you can snatch it from my hands and drink it, you will have proven your cultivation to me. In fact, climbing the tower has already made you much stronger. Come on, let's begin. Okay, cat immortal. Tang Shan left an afterimage where he stood. When he reappeared, his hand was already about to touch the kettle. With a sharp tap, the cat immortal turned and struck Tang Shan's head with his wooden staff, then instantly appeared behind him. Your mind is too cluttered and your movements are far too excessive. Tang Shan gritted his teeth, left another afterimage and reappeared behind the cat immortal. Just as he reached for the kettle, the cat immortal sidestepped and dodged again. The cat immortal said again, your movements are too excessive. Every time you attack, your mind keeps thinking about how I will dodge. Your thoughts are too scattered. If you don't calm your mind, you will never seize the kettle. Got it. Tang Shan sat down cross-legged on the spot and gradually calmed both his heart and body. 2 hours later he stood up and tried to seize the kettle again, but every time he still fell just short. Your movements are still excessive. Even though you truly quieted yourself during meditation, every time you try to seize the kettle, your heart, your thoughts and your body all produce many needless movements. You must learn to close your eyes, seal off your hearing and sense of touch, and then rely on your body's instincts to sense the flow of chi slowly expanding outward from yourself. That's enough for today. Go meditate and cultivate by yourself. No need to hurry. When your master came here, it took him 3 years to seize the kettle. All right, cat immortal. And so day after day. 10 days later, Tang Shan finally mastered the flying technique. He could cover his entire body with chi and soar freely through the sky. The cat immortal marveled, not bad. To think you can control chi to this extent. All right, come continue. Tang Shan burst into motion and lunged at him, then continued chasing the cat immortal. But this fellow was anything but a cat. He was a loach, slippery as could be. Tang Shan never once touched the kettle. Every time he barely grazed it, the cat immortal slipped away. It was the same for 10 straight days. Not bad, you've made considerable progress. But your body's movements are still too excessive. You always try to predict my movements in advance. You must understand that the body's most primitive instinctive judgment is the correct one. You are already very skilled at sensing air and chi. If your body and your chi can truly merge, reaching the state where the body moves with chi, then you will find it very easy to seize the kettle. Tang Shan suddenly understood. So that was it. First he had to sense both the cat immortal's chi and his own, then let his body move with the chi. Then the cat immortal would never be able to escape. But this only allowed him to follow him, he still had no way to seize the kettle. Forget it, I'll just try it first. And so Tang Shan remained right at the cat immortal's heels just as before, every time falling just short of seizing the kettle. No, this still won't work. Sensing his chi alone is not enough. I also need to sense the flow of his chi so I can know which way he will move. And so through constant training Tang Shan finally seized the kettle after a month. He drank the water straight down, then put on a show of asking, "Isn't this just ordinary water?" "It is ordinary water. Haven't you noticed that you have already changed? Your perception of the outside world and your control over your own chi are now almost perfect. Your training here is over. Go back. This place is no longer of any use to you, you don't need to remain on the tower. Cat immortal, could you give me some immortal beans?" "Sure, take these 10 immortal beans." Could you give me a few more? Next time I promise to bring all kinds of fish for you to sample." "Meow, really?" "Ahem. It's not that I'm after the fish. The immortal beans are in that jar, help yourself." Thanks, cat immortal." Then Tang Shan wrapped a huge pile of immortal beans in his clothes, flew out of Krillin Tower with his flying technique and shouted, "Cat immortal, thank you. Goodbye. Don't worry, next time I'll definitely bring a huge pile of fish." This kid. Seeing that the jar had suddenly lost more than half its immortal beans, the cat immortal's face turned green. Sigh, forget it. At least the kid had the heart to show filial respect to me. Anyway, I rarely eat them. I just hope he really brings a big pile of fish next time. Just thinking about it, so delicious, so blissful. Meow. 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 Tang Shan had done this because he was afraid that Yajirobe would come to Krillin Tower and gorge himself, leaving almost no immortal beans for the later stages. That Yajirobe was just a bottomless pit. After completing the training at Krillin Tower, Tang Shan immediately returned to Grandpa Gohan's house, then took an empty capsule and stored all the senzu beans inside. With the senzu beans now I won't have to worry about future training. But how do I connect with Bulma? It should be about 2 or 3 months before the original storyline begins, though I'm not entirely sure of the exact timeline. In the original story, Goku trained with Grandpa Gohan for 3 years and then participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Now the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament has only just concluded, so there should still be over a year left, right? Forget it, I shouldn't overthink this. Let's just head to Paozu Mountain. After spending several days at Grandpa Gohan's house, Tang Shan bid farewell to the old master and departed for Paozu Mountain. I wonder what little Goku is up to right now. By the way, how old was Goku when his father's son Gohan passed away? Was that mentioned in the original story? I forgot about that. It's been nearly 6 years in this world now. Sigh. I've pretty much forgotten my original parents and that mischievous, worrisome younger brother of mine. It's become difficult to even recall their faces. I wonder if they're doing alright. What would they think if I suddenly disappeared like this? Sigh. Why am I feeling so melancholic all of a sudden? Tang Shan gently slapped his own face and said, "Stop overthinking things." He continued flying toward Paozu Mountain. After about half an hour he finally arrived within range of the mountain and spotted a small hut on the summit, likely where Gohan and Son Goku resided. The surrounding area was remote with no other people around for hundreds of miles, only wild birds and beasts roaming freely. Among them were creatures long extinct in his original world, flying dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus rexes striding across the land, swift-running saber-toothed tigers and leopards with lightning-like patterns on their fur. If these creatures were brought to his world, they would certainly be classified as first-class protected animals worthy of national treasure status. Yet in this Dragon Clan world they were simply prepared as dinner. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Although he had already eaten quite a bit while training with Grandpa Gohan, the mere thought was enough to make him hungry again. So Tang Shan flew directly toward the small hut on the hilltop. Upon arriving at the door he paused but found no one inside, only a 4-star ball sitting quietly on a cabinet. As he drew closer he noticed that from any angle the 4 stars within the ball remained visible. The craftsmanship was truly extraordinary, almost defying the natural laws of artistry. Currently Goku should be the only person on all of Paozu Mountain. This became evident because in Tang Shan's perception there was only one person's energy detected across the entire mountain. That energy must belong to Goku. As for Son Gohan, he had likely already passed away by this point in the story. Tang Shan flew toward Goku's location and discovered he was still in the river, presumably catching fish, just as in the original story. Wait, I remember in the original story he used his tail to fish. What would he be doing by the riverside now? He probably doesn't even understand the concept of bathing yet. Tang Shan landed on the riverbank and called out from above, Goku. Son Goku turned around then swam ashore. Who are you? I'm a friend of your grandfather. Didn't he ever mention me? By the way, how has he been lately? Oh, so you're grandpa's friend. My grandfather passed away 2 years ago. Since you're his friend, come, I'll take you home and treat you to a big meal. Very well, thank you, Goku. By the way, could I stay with you for a while? We can train together and grow stronger. Great. But are you actually strong? Tang Shan replied with confidence, of course. I was the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. There aren't many people in this world stronger than me now. With me here you'll become stronger too. By the way, my name is Tang Shan. You can just call me third brother. Goku looked at him with skepticism, then pointed toward the mountain peak. Alright, third brother, let's go. Since you're grandpa's friend, you're my friend too. I'll make sure to take good care of you. Watching Goku's innocent expression, Tang Shan couldn't help but see his younger brother's face from another world overlaid with the boy's. Tang Shan thought to himself. Goku, don't worry. I'll take good care of you. You won't be the only one protecting Earth. And so Tang Shan settled in Paozu Mountain, subjecting Goku to grueling training sessions every day. By now Goku was far stronger than he had been during the original storyline. Whenever Tang Shan pushed him to the brink of collapse, he would produce a senzu bean to instantly restore him. It was undeniable that the Saiyan physique was truly enviable. After roughly a year of training, Goku's combat power was now nearly matching Tang Shan's, with the exception of his control over ki. Goku, would you like to become even stronger? I'll take you somewhere, how about that? Goku scratched his head curiously and asked, where are we going? Korin Tower. There's a sage up there who can provide you with special training to make you stronger. Master Roshi, the god of martial arts, trained there once. Really? Third brother, let's go right now. Come, hold my hand and I'll fly you there. Wait a moment, third brother. I need to bring my grandfather with me. How many times do I have to tell you? This isn't your grandfather. These are the Dragon Balls. There are 7 in total, and when gathered they can grant any wish. Goku pondered for a moment, then said. But this is the only keepsake my grandfather left me. I'd rather keep it on me. Alright, how about this? You leave it with me for now. Once you finish your training at Korin Tower and come back, I'll give it to you. Alright, third brother. Come on, Goku. I'll take you to Korin Tower. Half an hour later, Tang Shan arrived at the base of Korin Tower with Goku. Pointing upward, he said. Goku, look, that's Korin Tower. As he spoke, a towering figure suddenly emerged from nearby. This wasn't anyone else, it was Bora the Guardian, who had first crossed paths with Tang Shan in combat. Oh, Tang Shan, did you make it to the top? Have you met the legendary sage? Goku, this is Bora. He's the guardian of Korin Tower. When you reach the top, you'll meet the legendary Korin. The one beside me is Goku, my younger brother. Today he's also coming to challenge Korin Tower. Don't worry, he absolutely has the strength for it. Bora studied Goku for a moment. Though skeptical that a child could tackle Korin Tower, his trust in Tang Shan outweighed his doubts. Alright, Tang Shan, I believe you. Goku, just start climbing. Tang Shan quickly added. Goku, go ahead and climb up. Once you reach the top, train with Master Korin. I'll head back to Paozu Mountain first. When you're done training, just come find me. Goku responded with excitement. Yes, third brother. Barely finishing the words, he leapt onto the tower and began climbing straight upward without looking back. Tang Shan watched until Goku disappeared from view, then turned to Bora. Bora, I'm heading back now. Farewell. Take care, Tang Shan. Come back sometime. Tang Shan took flight without hesitation. Bora remarked in admiration. No wonder he trained under Korin, the ability to fly is truly impressive. Rather than departing, Tang Shan flew straight toward the tower's peak. He still remembered his promise to Master Korin from their last encounter, and this time he had prepared a large supply of fish, all stored in capsules. Upon reaching the summit, Tang Shan handed over the capsules to Master Korin. He also gathered several senzu beans before returning to Paozu Mountain, where he resumed solitary training while awaiting Bulma's arrival. After all, many resources in the future would depend on Bulma, such as the gravity chamber spaceships and various training equipment. Bulma, wealthy and equipped with advanced technology, was someone Tang Shan intended to take advantage of while she was still young. Half a month later, a youthful girl arrived at Paozu Mountain driving a car. As Tang Shan was meditating near the cabin on the mountaintop, Bulma arrived driving her car and he rose to walk toward her. This was Tang Shan's first encounter with the female lead of Dragon Ball, and deep down he felt a trace of excitement. Of course he did not let it show. Instead he stood tall and composed, gazing at Bulma with an air of serene detachment, striving to maintain the demeanor of a transcendent master. As soon as Bulma stepped out of the car and caught sight of Tang Shan, her entire countenance transformed into one of utter infatuation. Wow, he's so handsome. I've never seen anyone this handsome before. Bulma hurried over to Tang Shan's side, linking her arm through his. Handsome sir, may I ask your name? Tang Shan found it rather overwhelming, thinking to himself, you are at least the female lead of Dragon Ball. I know you tend to be flighty, but isn't this going a bit too far? Tang Shan stepped back slightly, withdrew his arm and looked at Bulma, asking. Who are you? Handsome, my name is Bulma. I'm 17 this year. Nice to meet you, and I'm single, by the way. Bulma replied with an infatuated expression, yet her eyes carried a hint of cunning. Hello Bulma. My name is Tang Shan. I'm 18 this year, exactly 1 year older than you. You can just call me Brother Shan. Of course Tang Shan had only just turned 15, but when chatting with a girl one had to appear somewhat older and more mature to make things easier. Brother Shan, have you seen a bead like this? Speaking of which, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball. Tang Shan looked at it with puzzlement and said. You also have such a bead. I have one here as well, but this one was entrusted to me by a friend. It is a keepsake left by his grandfather. Bulma stepped forward 2 paces, drawing her face close in a most enchanting manner, and asked. Brother Shan, could you lend it to me? Don't worry, I'll definitely return it after I'm done. Don't you already have one? Why do you need to borrow this one from me? Is there some other function to these beads? Tang Shan asked, feigning confusion. Bulma pointed to the Dragon Ball in her hand and said. Look at the stars inside this bead. There are 7 such beads in total, each containing a different number of stars. Legend has it that if you gather all 7 you can summon the Dragon God and grant any wish. I heard that long ago someone became a king by making a wish to the Dragon God. Of course I only read about it in ancient texts. Is that so? But I cannot simply lend it to you. After all, it belongs to my friend, not me. He is currently cultivating at King Kai's planet. Without his permission I cannot lend it to you. Tang Shan pretended to ponder deeply, and a look of extreme difficulty appeared on his face. After a few minutes watching Bulma grow increasingly anxious, Tang Shan finally said. How about this? I will go with you to collect these beads. I'll lend it to you whenever you need it, and you can return it to me after use. How does that sound? Bulma looked at Tang Shan and thought to herself, this person is so handsome, he is surely not a bad sort. Moreover, the fact that he could survive in such a forest suggested he was a formidable fighter, and traveling with him would provide protection as well. She then said to Tang Shan. All right. Then it is a deal. Come, get in the car. I will take you and we will go find the Dragon Balls. But Tang Shan did not get in. Instead he asked. These Dragon Balls are so small. How are we supposed to find them? How can we determine their location? Bulma said proudly. With a genius like me around, rest assured. Bulma then took out a dragon radar from her pocket. Look, this is the dragon radar. I crafted it based on the energy emitted by the Dragon Balls. It is a device specifically designed to locate them. With this we can find the Dragon Balls with ease. Bulma, it seems you relied on this to find me. Let us get in the car and go. Yes, I am indeed a genius, beautiful girl. After getting in the car, Bulma stepped on the gas and shouted with excitement. Go, let's go. And so, because Tang Shan was by their side, the journey to collect the Dragon Balls proceeded with remarkable smoothness. They recruited Oolong and acquired 1 Dragon Ball. Then they rescued the turtle and went to Master Matato's cottage, where they smoothly obtained another Dragon Ball. Because Tang Shan, an overwhelmingly powerful presence, accompanied them, they successfully traversed the desert and arrived at Fire Mountain. Tang Shan smoothly established a brotherhood of martial arts with the Ox King, though not in the romantic sense one might have imagined. He then introduced Goku to the Ox King and arranged a marriage between him and Chi-Chi. Upon learning that Sun Wukong was the grandson of Sun Gohan, the Ox King immediately agreed. Tang Shan then helped the Ox King extinguish the flames on Fire Mountain, successfully acquiring another Dragon Ball. Bulma originally had 2, and with the 1 Tang Shan possessed they had conveniently gathered 6 Dragon Balls. On the way to find the final Dragon Ball while passing through a town, Tang Shan casually dealt with the Usajiyama rabbits. Bulma led Tang Shan to the location of the last Dragon Ball, which was guarded by the longest-serving villain in Dragon Ball history, King Pilaf and his two subordinates. Tang Shan simply unleashed a Kamehameha, demolishing the castle, and using the Dragon Radar located the final Dragon Ball. As for Pilaf and his cronies, they slunk out from the castle ruins and fled. Of course, in Pilaf and his men's own perception, this was a strategic retreat. Tang Shan handed the final Dragon Ball to Bulma and asked, "Bulma, what wish do you intend to make?" Bulma looked at Tang Shan, her cheeks flushing pink as she said, "I have no wishes now. Do you have any wishes? You go ahead and make yours." Tang Shan looked at Bulma in confusion, secretly thinking, could this girl be developing feelings for me? Then he reflected on the plot of Dragon Ball and sighed. It was only natural. Tang Shan placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted, "Come forth, Shenron." The golden radiance emanating from within the 7 Dragon Balls instantly pierced the heavens, darkening the entire world. An incomprehensibly enormous dragon appeared before their eyes. Gazing down at the 2 insignificant humans before it, Shenron spoke. "I shall grant you one wish. Come, speak your desire." Tang Shan looked up at the great dragon and declared loudly, "Shenron, I wish for a gravity bracelet. It need only encompass my entire body, adjustable up to 200 times Earth's gravity." Shenron glanced down at the human below and said, "Very simple." A flash of golden light enveloped Shenron's body, and suddenly a bracelet appeared on Tang Shan's left wrist. The bracelet was entirely blue, bearing the numeral 1 upon it with only 2 buttons, an upward arrow and a downward arrow. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." The dragon in the sky vanished directly, and the dark clouds overhead dissipated as well. The 7 Dragon Balls shot upward, but just as they were about to scatter, Tang Shan leaped upward and seized 2 of them. The rest instantly flew away and disappeared from sight. Watching the Dragon Ball fly away, Tang Shan sighed. "I never imagined a Dragon Ball would fly off like that." Staring at the 2 stones in his hand, each as large as a Dragon Ball, he muttered, "I wonder if either of these 2 is the 4-star ball." Turning to Bulma, Tang Shan asked, "Bulma, where do you plan to go next? Could you lend me the Dragon Radar for a while?" Seeing that Tang Shan wanted to borrow the Dragon Radar, Bulma quickly said, "Brother Shan, why don't you put off going back to the mountains for now and come with me to West City? Once the Dragon Balls recover, we can search for them together again." Tang Shan thought it over, looked at Bulma and replied, "All right. Once we're in West City, I'll be counting on you to take care of me, Bulma." Bulma answered excitedly, No problem. My house is huge and my parents are easy to get along with. Once you're there, make yourself at home." She then looked at Oolong beside her. "You should come too." Oolong nodded quickly in agreement. Bulma took out a capsule containing a helicopter, popped it open and flew toward West City with Tang Shan and Oolong. A year had passed since he moved into Bulma's house after making his wish. The Dragon Balls had recovered their power, and luckily the 2 stones in his hand turned out to be the 4-star ball and the 7-star ball, so there was no need to search for the rest anymore. During that year, Bulma and Tang Shan became a couple. After all, when a girl latches onto you every single day, no ordinary man can hold out. There was nothing he could do about it, so Tang Shan accepted Bulma. After all, who wouldn't love a girlfriend who was wealthy, beautiful and full of cutting-edge tech? As for Vegeta, Tang Shan didn't really care. By the time Vegeta came to Earth, he could take him out with one move. Thanks to Senzu Beans and his diligent training every day, Tang Shan could now maintain 20 times gravity. Don't underestimate 20 times gravity. He kept it on all the time, even in everyday life, no matter where he was. According to Tang Shan's estimate, his current combat power was around 100,000, more than enough to handle the early crises threatening Earth. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to say he could defeat Vegeta in a single blow. As for Goku, Tang Shan had sensed his energy during that year and found that Goku was training under Kami. He guessed that Kami had taken a liking to Goku and wanted him to be his successor, so he didn't bother to interfere. Once Goku finished his training, he would return the 4-star ball to him. And so at Bulma's house every day was spent either training at set times or going out with Bulma on dates, enjoying life to the fullest. To be honest, if it weren't for the crisis in the future, Tang Shan would have just lain back and coasted through life like that, spending the rest of his days with Bulma. That would be a truly comfortable life. But just as Tang Shan was enjoying life, a letter arrived from Master Roshi inviting him to take part in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. In the letter, Master Roshi also mentioned that he had accepted 2 new apprentices. When Tang Shan read that, he perked up at once. After all, Goku had already gone to train under Kami. So why would Master Roshi still have 2 disciples? Whatever, he couldn't figure it out, and he would know when he got to the tournament. Tang Shan thought to himself that if there was another Transmigrator, it would be amusing. Unable to stop himself, a sly grin spread across his face. Seeing that Bulma couldn't help tapping him on the head and asking, "Brother Shan, what naughty things are you plotting now?" Tang Shan looked at Bulma with a deliberately coy expression. All right, her mind had gone to the gutter again. So Tang Shan said, "Oh, it's because my old master has taken on 2 new disciples and asked me to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament. Let me tell you, I was the champion of the last one." "Oh, is that the Master Roshi we met when we were looking for the Dragon Balls last time? The one known as the God of Martial Arts?" Because Tang Shan had been with her on their last search for the Dragon Balls, Master Roshi hadn't shown his perverted side that time. To this day Bulma still didn't know that the martial arts master was an old lecher. "That's right, it's him. Brother Shan, then is he asking you to enter so you can win the championship again?" "Probably not. More likely he wants me to knock those 2 junior disciples down a peg, teach them that there is always someone stronger, and have me train them a bit too." I patted Bulma's head as I said this. Then my hand slid down from her head and Bulma said shyly, "Oh Brother Shan, you're so naughty." With that she threw her arms around me. And so day after day passed with Bulma's affectionate care and Tang Shan's diligent training. At last the time of the World Martial Arts Tournament was drawing near. "Let's go, Bulma. We're setting out for Papaya Island." Before leaving, Tang Shan also checked Goku's training with his energy sense and found that Goku had already left the lookout. Tang Shan turned to Bulma and said, "I'll go pick up a friend on the way, the one who left the 4-star ball with me. His name is Goku. I'll introduce you to him later. He's very innocent, you know." Tang Shan then flew off. After about an hour, as he approached Goku, he shouted, "Goku, over here." Goku saw Tang Shan, rushed over and gave him a huge hug. "Long time no see, Brother Shan." "Not bad, Goku. You've become so much stronger. Brother Shan, you're really strong now too. I feel like you're many times stronger than when we last parted. Let's have a match later." "All right, no problem. Your brother Shan hasn't been slacking off in training these past few years. Come on, I'll take you to West City and introduce you to some friends." "Oh right, here's your 4-star ball." Tang Shan then took Goku to Fire Mountain first and introduced him to the Ox King. While Goku was still dazed, the marriage between him and Chi-Chi was settled. Because they were going to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament, Tang Shan asked Goku to come along and brought him to West City. He introduced Bulma and Oolong to Goku and then they all headed to the tournament together. Along the way Bulma and Goku chatted happily like friends who had known each other for years. Tang Shan thought to himself, they really are childhood sweethearts. Even though they hadn't gotten to know each other because of his interference, they still acted like long-lost friends. And so they flew all the way to Papaya Island, found an inn and checked in. Tang Shan and Bulma took one room while Oolong and Goku took another. The next day Master Roshi and his group arrived. When Tang Shan saw Master Roshi's 2 disciples, one of them was Krillin and the other was unexpectedly Yamcha. It turned out that after Yamcha had been defeated by Tang Shan in the desert last time, he had gone through a period of hard ascetic training. Later on that training journey he happened to hear someone mention the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. After making inquiries he found Master Roshi and finally succeeded in becoming his disciple. Then, nurtured by Master Roshi and Krillin and with the beautiful Launch living by his side for a long time, Yamcha had gotten over his fear of pretty women. And so they all registered for the martial arts tournament and waited quietly on Papaya Island for the World Martial Arts Tournament to begin. The preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament now officially begin. All registered contestants, please enter the arena and draw lots to determine your matches. Please enter the arena in an orderly fashion and do not push. Once inside, proceed to Master Guanghui to draw your lots. After drawing, please go to your assigned ring and await your match. Tang Shan no. 33. Sun Wukong no. 1. Lu Ping no. 87. Kulin no. 138. Tang Shan glanced at the numbers in everyone's hands and said, "Good thing our lots are far apart, we shouldn't be matched against each other. Kulin, Luping, Wukong, do your best, don't get eliminated before the quarterfinals." Wukong said with a confident look, "Brother Shan, you too, do your best. See you in the finals." Kulin retorted with a look of defiance, Hey. Wukong, are you really taking me and Luping so lightly? We're pretty strong too." Wukong looked at Kulin in puzzlement. Although he felt that Kulin and the others were weak, he still stared at Kulin with a serious expression and said, "Sorry, I overlooked you just now. Let's meet in the finals. Good luck." Just then the announcer at ring no. 3 called out, "Contestant no. 87, please get ready for the ring." Lu Ping said to Tang Shan and the others, "I'm heading to my match now. He turned and dashed onto the ring. Tang Shan also said to Sun Wukong and Krillin, let's head to our own rings and wait. See you in the quarterfinals, good luck. And so Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, Loping and Krillin all advanced smoothly through the preliminaries into the quarterfinals. Monk Wanghui stood in the center of the arena and addressed the contestants. The preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament have concluded and the 8 strongest competitors have been chosen. Allow me to announce the pairings: Ring 1 Sun Wukong vs. Nan Wu, Ring 2 Tang Shan vs. Lan Fong, Ring 3 Loping vs. Yeren, Ring 4 Krillin vs. Ji La. All of you please rest well today. The quarterfinals will begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying this, Monk Guanghui left the arena. The contestants also departed one by one. Although many had not been selected, they all eagerly anticipated tomorrow's matches. Tang Shan, Krillin, Sun Wukong and Loping also left the arena. They met up with Bulma the Turtle Hermit and the others, had dinner together, and each returned to their inn to rest in preparation for tomorrow's matches. Tang Shan lay on the bed holding Bulma in his arms, thinking about tomorrow's matches and the future beyond. Of course, for Tang Shan these matches posed no challenge at all. He could basically defeat anyone in a single strike, as the disparity in power was far too great. If not for his master the Turtle Hermit urging him, Tang Shan would never have come. After all, in the future Earth would face many crises, and all of them had to be eradicated in advance. Sigh. After this World Martial Arts Tournament he would deal with Android 17 and 18, as well as Cell, once and for all. However, doing so would be a bit unfair to Krillin, since in the original story Android 18 was Krillin's wife. Oh well, he could always introduce Krillin to someone else later. I'm not like those other protagonists who have time travel plots, cheat systems, old grandpas, or are born as scions. They can afford to take risks, but I cannot. After all, on this Earth there are people I need to protect. Even though the Dragon Balls exist, I still don't want them to die. After all, I am capable of achieving all this, and many crises can be prevented ahead of time. Lost in thought, Tang Shan fell into a deep slumber, still holding Bulma in his arms. The next day an announcer dressed in a suit with golden hair and sunglasses, known as the longest surviving host in Dragon Ball, stood in the center of the ring and declared, the quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament now officially begin. Now our contestants shall come up to draw lots. Tang Shan wondered, why do we need to draw lots now? Last time we didn't draw lots, we just fought according to ring numbers. What a hassle. While Tang Shan was muttering to himself, Sun Wukong, Loping and the other contestants had already gone up to draw lots. Tang Shan hurried up to draw his as well. After everyone had drawn lots, the announcer proclaimed in a loud voice, now I shall announce the results of the draw. The first match, Loping vs. Lan Fong. The second match, Tang Shan vs. Nan Wu. The third match, Sun Wukong vs. Ji La. The final match, Krillin vs. Yeren. After saying this, the announcer paused for a moment, then continued, the quarterfinals will determine the semi-finalists and the competition will proceed onward until the champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament is crowned. Alright, the long-awaited quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament now officially begin. For the first match, contestants Loping and Lan Fong, please step onto the ring. Take your positions. 3, 2, 1, begin. At the very start, Loping dashed forward at high speed, unleashing the afterimage fist, intent on ending the battle quickly. Lan Fong was forced back step by step. Just as she was about to be knocked off the ring, she suddenly stripped off her clothes, leaving only her undergarments. Loping instantly halted his attacks. After all, he was still a virgin. Although he had overcome his phobia of women, he had never seen anything quite like this spectacle. The Turtle Hermit, however, was at ringside with hearts in his eyes, drooling profusely, wishing he could pull Loping off the ring and take his place. The audience below was also utterly astonished. All eyes were wide open, fixated on the ring. At the instant Loping closed his eyes, Lan Fong swiftly closed in. With a push from her left foot, she delivered a full-force kick with her right. Loping and Lan Fong had already fought to the edge of the ring, and this kick sent Loping flying, clean out of the ring. Just as everyone thought Loping was about to lose, a voice cried out, Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. A white light shot from Loping's hand and struck the ground, instantly propelling him back onto the ring. Stunned by this incredible sight, Lan Fong froze. In that instant, Loping charged forward and landed a punch to her abdomen, sending her collapsing unconscious. Right as the announcer was about to declare Loping the winner, an old man appeared on the ring without anyone noticing. He shamelessly groped Lan Fong's hip while calling out with feigned concern, "Wake up, Lan Fong. Wake up, Lan Fong. Are you all right?" At this moment the announcer looked at the old man speechlessly, then said sternly, "Grandpa, please don't lay your hands on our contestants. Return to the audience area." The Turtle Hermit shot the announcer a glance, let out an annoyed huff but silently walked back. Seeing him leave, the announcer promptly declared, "The first match goes to our contestant Luping. Congratulations to our contestant Luping for advancing to the semi-finals." In the waiting area, Tang Shan watched Luping reach the semi-finals and remarked with a touch of emotion, "This guy truly deserves congratulations." In the original story, Luping never once made it to the semi-finals. He was always eliminated in the quarterfinals by tough opponents. What terrible luck. Now for the second match of the quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Please welcome last year's champion Tang Shan and contestant Nan Wu to the stage. Will the champion continue riding his legend, or will Nan Wu's dark horse charge succeed? Let us eagerly await it. Contestants, please get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the announcer shouted begin, Nan Wu flew straight out and landed outside the ring unconscious. The entire venue fell into utter silence. Not a sound could be heard. A full minute passed before the announcer snapped back to his senses. He walked up onto the ring and asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Tang Shan, what on earth happened?" After all, the announcer had seen absolutely nothing just now. In a single instant Nan Wu had gone down. Tang Shan assumed the bearing of a supreme master, glanced at the announcer and said, "Exactly as you just saw. In that instant I kicked him out of the ring. I may have used a little too much force and knocked him unconscious." Only then did the announcer calm himself. As expected of the defending champion. Those who watched the previous tournament should all know that Tang Shan finished off almost every opponent in an instant back then too. Alright, I now declare Tang Shan the winner of the second quarterfinal. Let us congratulate Tang Shan on advancing to the semi-finals and look forward to him continuing his legend and winning this year's championship. The audience all around the ring had already erupted excitedly, shouting Tang Shan's name. Bulma too was shouting excitedly from below, "Honey, amazing. Honey, incredible." But her voice was completely drowned out by the roar of the venue, so Tang Shan naturally did not hear it. After all, in their long time together, Bulma had never once called him honey. If Tang Shan had known, wouldn't he have been overjoyed to death? It is worth mentioning that after Nan Wu's defeat, just as in the original story, the Turtle Immortal discovered that Nan Wu's hometown was short of water. He found Nan Wu and gave him 2 empty capsules, telling him to go to the well, fill them with water and take them back home. Nan Wu immediately knelt before the Turtle Immortal, moved to tears, and poured out a flood of grateful words. Then he bade the Turtle Immortal farewell and went home. Back at the tournament, the announcer waited a full 20 minutes for the crowd's cheering to die down a little before saying, "Alright, now we begin the third match of the martial arts tournament between our contestant Sun Wukong and contestant Jila. Would both contestants please come to the ring? Ready, 3, 2, 1, begin." The instant the announcer said begin, Sun Wukong's figure vanished and reappeared beside Jila. Jila was then sent flying out of the ring in an instant. It should be noted that the present Sun Wukong was not the Sun Wukong from the original story. This Sun Wukong had lived on Paozu Mountain with Tang Shan for a whole year. Throughout that year, Wukong had trained under Tang Shan. The core of the training was to defeat opponents instantly at the smallest possible cost and absolutely never give them an opening. These were the principles Tang Shan had deeply instilled into little Wukong's mind. Why did he do this? Because in the original story, Wukong's most criticized flaw was that he would go 50-50 with anyone. He would not stop until he had beaten his opponent into exhaustion. Even when he could have ended it in a single move, he insisted on playing around. To eliminate this flaw during that year or more apart from regular training, Tang Shan spent most of his time instilling this instant kill mentality into Wukong. Tang Shan watched this match and sighed with emotion. Thankfully, even after training under God for a few years, little Wukong still hasn't forgotten my teachings. He felt deeply gratified. At last, Wukong was no longer the one who went 50-50 with everyone. Just as Tang Shan was sincerely rejoicing, the fourth quarter-final, Krillin vs. the Wild Man, had already begun. And just as in the original story, the stench radiating from the Wild Man drove Krillin back step by step. Only when Sun Wukong told Krillin, "You don't have a nose," did Krillin remember that he had no nose. He then instantly struck down the Wild Man and successfully advanced to the semifinals. The announcer stood on the ring and said excitedly to the audience below, "I wonder if everyone has noticed that our 4 semi-finalists all wear very matching outfits, but the words on their chests are different. And contestant Tang Shan's old outfit used to be the same as contestant Leping's and contestant Kellen's." At this, the murmur below grew louder. The announcer paused at just the right moment and let the crowd discuss for a long while before saying, "Would everyone like to know why? Now let us invite the 4 strongest fighters in the country, Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, Leping and Krillin, onto the stage. Let's ask them together. Contestant Tang Shan, would you tell us why your outfits are all so uniform?" Tang Shan glanced at the Turtle Immortal. Seeing the turtle immortal nod, he faced the announcer and said, "The reason we are so uniform is that we are all disciples of Master Wu-Tian, the god of martial arts." The announcer then asked, "Then why are the words on your chests different?" "That is because different words carry different meanings. The word Tang on my chest means that I have already completed my training and established my own title. The word Turtle on Leping and Krillin means they are still cultivating under Master Wu-Tian. As for Sun Wukong, he counts as half a disciple of Master Wu-Tian." At this the announcer looked confused and asked, "Why is contestant Wukong only half a disciple?" "Because Wukong did not train directly under the Turtle Immortal. I taught Wukong. Later Wukong also completed his training. He is currently training under God, so the word on his chest is God." The announcer asked, stunned, "God? As in that God? The one who is omnipotent?" Tang Shan smiled faintly, shook his head and answered with a helpless expression, "Of course not. He is just a rather powerful human whose name happens to be God." The announcer smiled with relief. "Is that so? Then that man is quite arrogant. Alright, enough idle talk. Let's have contestants Sun Wukong and Krillin go down and rest first. Let us move on to the first semi-final. Our contestant Tang Shan will face contestant Leping. They are both disciples of Master Wu-Tian, the god of martial arts. One has completed his training, the other has not. So what kind of spectacular match will they bring us next? Let us wait and see. Contestants, get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. In the instant it began, it was another instant kill. Tang Shan seemed not to have moved at all while Leping flew straight out and crashed outside the ring. The announcer helplessly walked back to the ring, thinking to himself, another instant kill. Just how strong is Tang Shan? They were both taught by the same master. Why is the gap this huge? He had expected an evenly matched, breathtakingly brilliant contest. Sigh. Alright, let us congratulate contestant Tang Shan on reaching the final. The people below the ring, however, were not overly excited, as if they had grown used to it. After all, it was only too normal for Tang Shan to finish someone instantly. From the last tournament to the one before that to this one, it had always been the same. The announcer thought to himself, so far no one had lasted more than 3 seconds under Tang Shan. 1 second for taking off, 1 second for landing, and the last second, of course, was for this handsome dashing announcer to step up and declare Tang Shan's victory. Now we begin the second match of the semi-finals at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Contestant Sun Wukong will face contestant Krillin. These two are practically fellow disciples of the same school, so who will advance to the finals? Let us wait and see. Both contestants, please take the stage and prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. Sun Wukong and Krillin both assumed fighting stances, but neither made the first move. Each was waiting for the other to reveal an opening. As time slowly passed, Krillin finally could not hold back any longer. He broke into high-speed movement, leaving only a blur of afterimages behind, and in an instant appeared behind Wukong. He then kicked at Wukong, but the kick passed straight through Wukong's body. Because the kick had been thrown without any reservation, Krillin's body tilted slightly forward. How can he be this fast? Krillin shouted in shock. The moment he reacted, he instantly flashed away from his original position. The spot where Krillin had been standing collapsed, leaving a huge crater. It turned out that Sun Wukong had dodged at the instant Krillin attacked, then threw a punch at Krillin. Fortunately, Krillin reacted in time and dodged aside. After the exchange, both of them fell back and warily stared at each other. Tang Shan, watching from the rest area behind the arena, said with utter despair, "It seems that year of teaching Wukong was wasted. I actually thought Wukong had finally learned to be sensible. But he is still the same as ever. A fight that could be ended in one move has to be dragged out slowly. Maybe this is what scions are like, a warrior race. It is truly beyond my understanding. Earth's peace will still have to depend on me. If I have to rely on this guy, Earth will probably be blown up again and again, just like in the original story." While Tang Shan was muttering to himself, Wukong and Krillin on the stage had already exchanged several hundred moves with no clear winner. But Krillin's body was drenched in sweat and his stamina had reached its limit. Seeing this, Wukong no longer intended to drag things out, so he directly unleashed the Turtle School Qigong. Seeing Wukong use the Turtle School Qigong, Krillin chose to counter with a blast of his own. Unsurprisingly, Krillin was sent flying by the energy wave and crashed hard to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Tang Shan merely thought challenging a member of the Sun family to a beam clash is simply courting death. Even if one's combat power were dozens of times greater than a Sun family member's, one must never engage him in a beam clash. That is a matter of principle. With that, the announcer came on stage and declared Wukong had advanced to the finals, then asked Wukong if he needed rest. Without a second thought, Wukong answered, "No need. Brother Shan, come on up. I want to see how strong Brother Shan is now. Hearing Wukong's call, Tang Shan stepped directly onto the stage. Seeing Tang Shan come up, the announcer declared, at this World Martial Arts Tournament the strongest person on Earth will soon be decided. Both contestants please prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. The instant the referee said begin, Tang Shan set the weights on his wristbands to 1 and released all his mighty aura. A great gale swept across the entire arena, and ordinary people who were somewhat weaker were blown straight out of the spectator stands. At that moment Sun Wukong stood before Tang Shan, not daring to move. He was so suppressed by the pressure that sweat streamed from his entire body, even lifting a single finger was extremely difficult. After a while Tang Shan withdrew his chi. Tang Shan lowered the pressure of his chi and kept his combat power at the same level as Wukong's. Then he looked at Wukong and said, "Come Wukong. Let me see how much you have progressed on the martial path." Wukong answered excitedly, "Okay Brother Shan, be careful." No sooner had Wukong finished speaking than he vanished from where he stood. The instant Wukong disappeared, Tang Shan kicked backward with his right foot and Wukong crossed his arms to block the kick. Wukong asked in confusion, "Brother Shan, how did you know where I would appear?" "Wukong, haven't you learned the use of chi?" Wukong scratched his head and replied, "I have learned it, but I can only sense it at ordinary times. I am still not skilled at using it in battle." In that case, as soon as Tang Shan said this, he swiftly ran toward Wukong and engaged him directly. Amid high-speed movement he constantly changed positions and attacked Wukong. At the beginning Wukong could still barely cope. But as time passed, Tang Shan's punching speed and the speed with which he changed positions grew faster and faster. Gradually Wukong fell into a passive state and was beaten. Then Wukong was kicked by Tang Shan straight into the air. Tang Shan fired a Qigong wave from his right hand, piercing directly through Wukong's abdomen. Another Qigong wave snapped one of Wukong's arms. Just as Wukong's chi was about to fade, Tang Shan tossed a senzu bean directly into Wukong's mouth. In an instant all of Wukong's wounds healed and his severed arm grew back. Wukong looked at Tang Shan and said excitedly, "Brother Shan, you're amazing. Even with the same combat power I am no match for Brother Shan." Tang Shan said only 2 words to Wukong, "Continue." And so Tang Shan and Wukong fought for half an hour. In the end the battle was decided by a beam clash. The announcer simply looked at the badly shattered arena. With an excited expression he walked onto the stage and announced loudly, "Thank you contestant Tang Shan and contestant Sun Wukong for bringing us such a splendid final. At the same time, congratulations to our contestant Tang Shan for winning the World Martial Arts Tournament Championship once again." The crowd below burst into cheers and all the spectators erupted in excitement. Amid the cheers Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, Luping and Krillin walked down from the arena and went to celebrate with the Turtle Hermit Bulma and the others, feasting to their heart's content before returning to the hotel. In Bulma and Tang Shan's room, Tang Shan had just finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. Bulma looked at Tang Shan's perfect physique and threw herself into his arms. An hour later Tang Shan held Bulma, whose face was flushed. The two gazed at each other with deep affection. Suddenly Bulma asked, "Brother Shan, let's get married, okay?" "Yes baby. When we get back we'll get married." Bulma rubbed against Tang Shan, buried her head in his chest and whispered, "Husband." Looking at Bulma in his arms, Tang Shan became even more determined that after the wedding he absolutely had to resolve every crisis on Earth. "Baby, what did you just call me?" Tang Shan said teasingly with his fingers playing over Bulma's body. Bulma buried her head even deeper and called out several times, "Husband, husband." Feeling Tang Shan's fingers she could not help but let out a soft moan. Tang Shan could not help thinking to himself, having a good body truly is wonderful, you can last as long as you want. What a thrill. Early the next morning they parted with the Turtle Hermit and the others and returned directly to the southern capital, where they discussed the details and date of the wedding with Bulma's parents. Then they listed out all the arrangements and handed them over to the staff to manage. And so day after day Tang Shan and Bulma tried on different wedding attire, slowly awaiting the arrival of their wedding day. After an intense discussion, Tang Shan and Bulma unanimously decided to set their wedding date on September 9th. They decided to hold the ceremony at home, not to save money but because the wealthiest and most luxurious place in all of West City was none other than Bulma's house. 1/4 of West City belonged to the Bulma family. It might well be said that nowhere in the world was more luxurious or wealthier than Bulma's home. Once the wedding date and venue were settled, it was time to send out invitations. The invitations for Tang Shan and Bulma were carved entirely from gold and inlaid with diamonds. It could be said that a single invitation alone revealed the immense power and dominance of the Bulma family. Tang Shan personally delivered invitations to the Temple of the Heavenly God, giving one each to the god Bobo and Sun Wukong as well as to the cat immortal atop Karen Tower. Afterward Tang Shan went directly to the Turtle Hermit's house presenting invitations to his master the Turtle Hermit and to Krillin and Leping. After chatting with them for a while he left. There was still a mountain of wedding affairs to handle. Although most of the work was left to intelligent robots, some things still required his personal attention. Just as Tang Shan returned home, Bulma dragged him away to try on wedding attire. The fitting nearly wore him out, 5 solid hours of changing non-stop. In the end Bulma chose a sky blue wedding gown. When all the preparations were complete, even a tough man like Tang Shan couldn't help but collapse onto the bed from exhaustion. Bulma watched him from the side laughing heartily and said smugly, "Finally I get to see you this worn out. This is what you get for always bullying me, humph." Tang Shan shot her a glare. "What do you mean by bullying? It's called love, okay? Besides, it was someone who kept asking for it." Bulma gave him a sly look and slowly walked over. She bent down, pressing her entire chest against his legs, and gently began to stroke him upward with her hand. "All right, hubby. I know you've worked hard today. Let your wife properly reward you." The night passed without sleep. Soon the wedding day slowly drew near. The guests included the heavenly god's son Wukong, the Turtle Hermit, Krillin and Leping. Mr. Bobo and the cat immortal had their own duties and could not come, but they had asked the heavenly god to deliver their blessings. Apart from them, scientists from every field, the world's king, wealthy merchants and tycoons, various notable celebrities and famous news media all came to attend, broadcasting Tang Shan and Bulma's wedding live. The wedding ceremony was grand on an unprecedented scale. Only a family like Bulma's could wield such influence. After the wedding Tang Shan went to Paozu Mountain and brought back the spaceship that had carried Wukong to Earth. He handed it over to Bulma for research. Overjoyed at the sight of the spaceship, Bulma immediately devoted herself to scientific research along with her father. Although Earth's current technology could already build spaceships, their speed in the vast universe was no better than a tortoise's crawl. With this spaceship, however, their technology would make a qualitative leap and many of their most difficult problems would be solved at once. Seeing Bulma immersed in research, Tang Shan took his leave and went off to train alone, instructing them to contact him once they had finished investigating the spaceship. And so Tang Shan arrived at the temple. At the heavenly god's invitation he entered the hyperbolic time chamber with son Wukong to train. Looking at Wukong across from him, Tang Shan handed him the gravity wristband and taught him how to use it. Under Tang Shan's training, Wukong fought without any regard for life or death. Whenever he was on the verge of dying he would eat a senzu bean. His progress was astonishing. In just 1 month he adapted to 200 times gravity and his combat power instantly shot up to over 2 million. Then he returned the gravity wristband to Tang Shan. Tang Shan couldn't help but admire him in his heart. These scions truly were a race that broke the rules. He couldn't compare. After all, even by the most generous count, Tang Shan's combat power was only a little over 600,000. In other words, in just 1 month Wukong had surpassed the results of Tang Shan's years of training. Tang Shan understood that Wukong's power was now about to reach a critical point. All he had to do was concentrate his energy into his back, and then in a state of furious rage he could transform into Super Saiyan 1 and directly multiply his battle power by 50. For ordinary scions, a combat power of 3 million was the critical threshold. At the moment Wukong first transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he could already reach a battle power of 150 million. Would a full power Super Saiyan 1 be close to 300 million? And Super Saiyan 2 would be 3 billion, while Super Saiyan 3, a true qualitative leap, would reach 30 billion. Scions were indeed terrifying. "Wukong, do you want to become even stronger?" Wukong looked at Tang Shan with a puzzled expression. In fact, he had already reached his current power 5 days ago, yet no matter how he trained, he found that the growth of his combat power had become imperceptible. It felt as if some invisible force in his body was restricting his breakthrough. Wukong understood that that kind of bitter solitary training could no longer increase his power. According to the god's teachings, breaking through required a higher realm and a stroke of fate. "Brother Shan, of course I do. But what I need now isn't physical training, it's elevation of the mind. Brother Shan, do you have a way?" Tang Shan looked at him, smiled and replied, "Yes, I have a method. You don't need to elevate your mind, your current martial realm is already sufficient. To make a breakthrough you must accomplish 2 things. First, gather all your power into your back. Second, ignite yourself with extreme rage. For that you can imagine something like someone killing me in front of you, or the heavenly god being slain before your eyes. As long as you can accomplish these 2 things you will reach an entirely new realm." Son Wukong still asked dubiously, "Really? Brother Shan, but the god?" Tang Shan quickly said, "Don't worry. In fact, you come from an alien race, a race called the Scions. According to what I know, your race possesses a special cell called the S-cell. These cells exist within your spinal column. Haven't you noticed that every time you push yourself to the brink of death and recover, your combat power improves dramatically? It is these cells at work. Once you activate them, you can become the legendary Super Saiyan of your race. Wukong, from now on, in addition to your daily training, you must also try to activate them. Every time you attempt it, remember that you must be consumed by extreme rage. Son Wukong answered excitedly, "Okay, Brother Shan." Then he went off to train by himself. Over on his side, Tang Shan adjusted the gravity to 150 times and continued his grueling training. After staying inside the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 full years, a golden-haired Wukong and Tang Shan walked out side by side. By this time, under Tang Shan's guidance, Wukong had completely mastered the full power form of Super Saiyan 1. As for Super Saiyan 2, Tang Shan did not tell him. Tang Shan only told Wukong that the legendary Super Saiyan had hair that was long and golden. The two discussed it for a while, and under Tang Shan's guidance they agreed that Wukong's SLs simply hadn't been fully activated. Thus Son Wukong was currently at a lower stage of Super Saiyan, which Tang Shan directly named Super Saiyan 1. As for the remaining forms, Wukong would have to discover them on his own. Tang Shan and Son Wukong had trained for 2 years, yet to the outside world merely 2 days had passed. As Tang Shan and Son Wukong stepped out, they found the god already waiting at the doorway. His face contorted in astonishment as he stared at them. Excellent. Excellent. So overwhelmingly powerful. Such an immense aura, utterly unprecedented. Especially you, Wukong. What transpired inside that chamber? How could he possibly be this formidable? Tang Shan replied with calm composure. I undertook no extraordinary training. I merely awakened Wukong's latent potential. God, you should already know that Wukong is not of this earth, do you not? In truth, Wukong is a Saiyan, one of the most formidable warrior races in the entire cosmos. As for myself, it was nothing but brutal, relentless cultivation. I relied entirely upon life and death sparring with Wukong each day, enduring 200 times Earth's gravity. The senzu beans I procured from Karen Sage are nearly exhausted. This is how I attained my present combat prowess. Alas, I still fall short of Wukong. How feeble I am. Tang Shan thought with quiet resignation. In truth, once the gravity was raised to 150 times, he had noticed his combat power scarcely increasing. Though he had now adapted to 200 times gravity, it had only augmented his physical mass and defensive resilience, while his ki remained largely unchanged. In other words, Tang Shan had reached a personal bottleneck. As Wukong had once remarked, Tang Shan could now only advance through breakthroughs in realm comprehension. Unless he could awaken Ultra Instinct, his strength would remain where it stood. Earthlings possess no SLs and thus cannot achieve the qualitative leaps in combat power that Scions attain through transformative ascensions. God gazed upon the two overwhelmingly powerful beings before him, one of whom actually claimed to be weak. He could find no idiom adequate to describe such audacious humility. God was unaware that Tang Shan genuinely felt his own weakness. When he contemplated the adversaries yet to come, a profound sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him. Just then Mr. Popo spoke up. Tang Shan, Wukong, what are your plans henceforth? Should the god take them to that place for training? Should the god take them to that place for training? God pondered for a moment, then gazed sternly at Tang Shan and Wukong. Wukong, Tang Shan, within the afterlife resides an ancient deity so old that time itself seems to have forgotten him. We revere him as the king of the dead. I can introduce you to train under his guidance. Would you accept? Moreover, within the afterlife you may spar against the departed warriors of the cosmos. Wukong's eyes instantly blazed with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation he agreed. After all, at his current state, Son Wukong could scarcely find a worthy opponent on all of Earth, let alone across the entire universe. Consider this: when Vegeta possessed a combat power of merely 18,000, he rampaged across the cosmos at will, destroying whichever planet he pleased. And then there was the Ginyu Force. Their captain boasted a combat power of only 120,000, yet they proudly proclaimed themselves the strongest squad in the universe. But now Wukong commanded a combat power approaching 100 million. It was no exaggeration to say that even Frieza, the tyrant of the cosmos, might fall to Wukong's blade should he let his guard slip. God turned his gaze toward Tang Shan, who merely shook his head. My cultivation path diverges from Wukong's. I shall not go. God nodded and vanished instantly, with Wukong departing for King Yema's palace. Watching them disappear, Tang Shan exchanged greetings with Mr. Popo, then took flight from the sacred world, making a detour to visit the cat sage. The cat sage watched the retreating figure, gritting his teeth in fury. You wretched brat. Never come back. That brute, that villain, that little scoundrel. The cat sage gazed at the nearly empty jar of senzu beans, his face twisted with resentment. Depressed, he gnawed on the fish in his hand and murmured, "The boy who once came to me. Who would have thought he'd grow this powerful in but a few short years? What a monstrous creature." If Tang Shan had heard these words, he would surely have retorted, "Pray tell, who is the true monster here?" And so, carrying the senzu beans he had acquired from the cat sage, Tang Shan returned to West City. At Bulma's residence, Bulma, who was engrossed in studying the Scion spaceship, looked up at Tang Shan in astonishment. "Only a few days have passed. How have you already returned? Has your training concluded so swiftly?" Tang Shan, beholding Bulma's surprised expression, gently drew her into his embrace and spoke tenderly. "We trained within the hyperbolic time chamber at the sacred world. 1 year inside equates to a single day outside. Unfortunately, we could only train for 2 days, which is why we returned. After resting inside for so long, I missed you terribly, so I came back the moment I was able. There exists such a wondrous chamber. I must study it someday." Bulma then looked at Tang Shan and said, "Your training has been arduous, my husband. Come, give me a kiss." She tilted her head forward, pressing her lips toward him. Tang Shan had not seen Bulma for 2 years. That evening he swept her into his arms and carried her to their room. Looking down at Bulma beneath him, he whispered deeply, "Wife, I love you." Bulma gazed at Tang Shan with boundless happiness, then embraced him, rolling over to straddle his body. She leaned down, pressing her entire form against his, her cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured, "Husband, I love you too." She kissed Tang Shan's lips, then slowly traced downward her tender lips, lingering across his muscular frame. 2 hours later, Bulma lay limp against Tang Shan's chest, her face still flushed. Tang Shan gazed at her in his arms, gently lifted her and carried her to the bath. They cleansed themselves before sinking into a deep slumber. The following morning, "Bulma, this gravity bracelet holds no further use for me. You may take it and study it. If you can manufacture a few more. You could also construct a gravity training room." Bulma looked at Tang Shan with radiant happiness. "Very well, husband. The gravity room is straightforward, but the bracelet will require considerable time." After handing the gravity bracelet to Bulma, Tang Shan departed directly for Kame House. Outside Kame House, Yamcha and Krillin were engaged in sparring. Tang Shan descended from the sky and called out, "Yamcha, Krillin, greetings." Krillin's face lit up with delight. "Tang Shan, you've arrived. We're in the middle of sparring. Join us." Tang Shan replied with mild embarrassment. "Thank you, but I came specifically to see Master Roshi. I'll go inside and won't disturb your practice. Continue without me." Krillin scratched his bald head regretfully. "Ah, what a pity. I was eager to test my skills against you." Tang Shan entered Kame House and awkwardly witnessed Master Roshi leering at Launch's posterior as she prepared meals. Ahem. Tang Shan cleared his throat. Startled, Master Roshi toppled over, then whirled around with furious eyes, until he recognized Tang Shan, his expression instantly transforming into delight. "Xiao Shan. It's you. Is this nickname his retribution for interrupting his pleasures mere moments ago?" Tang Shan mused inwardly, yet responded with due politeness. "Yes, master." Master Roshi first invited Tang Shan to sit down and handed him a cup of tea before slowly saying, "Tang Shan, what brings you here this time?" Tang Shan took a gentle sip of tea, then looked at Master Roshi seriously and said, "I want to see the martial arts of the entire earth rise to greatness." Master Roshi looked at Tang Shan with shock on his face. To be honest, among all his disciples he favored Tang Shan the most. After a moment he composed himself and said to Tang Shan, "This is no simple matter. Your old master has lived for many years, fought in countless martial battles, and witnessed both the rise and fall of martial arts. Many martial artists have spoken these same words, but those who could actually achieve it are few and far between." Master Roshi gazed at Tang Shan with an expression full of world-weariness. "Tang Shan, as of now you can be said to be the most powerful martial artist on earth. Even your master is far beneath you now. Since you have such a wish, I will fully support you." Master Roshi let out a hearty laugh, seeming to grow years younger in an instant, and said to Tang Shan, "Tell me, what do you need me to do? Since you came to find me and spoke these words, there must be something you need my help with, right?" Tang Shan stood up and bowed deeply to Master Roshi. "Thank you, master, for your support." Master Roshi said dismissively, "As a master, if your disciple has such ambitions, it is only right to offer some assistance. Sit down and tell me your plan." Tang Shan sat back down and said to Master Roshi, "I plan to establish a sect. A sect is different from a martial arts hall. Anyone on Earth under the age of 10 who passes the examination can enter the sect, while those over 10 must be specially recruited, meaning they need to possess certain talent to be admitted. Regardless of who enters the sect, no fees will be required, and both food and lodging must be provided centrally within the sect. This is only part of my initial vision. For the specific execution I still need to prepare a detailed plan. Master Roshi remained deeply troubled, wanting to say something but holding back. After much deliberation he finally spoke up. Tang Shan, I know the Brief family is very wealthy and everything being free might not be the best approach. Tang Shan watched Master Roshi struggle with his concerns for a moment, initially thinking he was pondering something profound. It turned out it was about this matter. Rest assured, Master. I will use the Brief family channels to cooperate with the world government. With crime rates so high across the world, I plan to establish a quest hall within the sect. The government will officially post missions in the quest hall and the disciples will carry them out. Of course, this doesn't mean working for the government for free, we will charge fees. After all disciples enter the sect for 3 years, they must complete 3 missions each year. All earnings from these 5 missions belong to the sect. Any profits beyond those missions belong to the disciples themselves. Disciples who have been in the sect for 7 or more years may, after passing the assessment, become elders of the sect. They will no longer need to perform missions and may also take on disciples. Master Roshi stroked his beard and nodded. That works. Seeing that Master Roshi agreed, Tang Shan quickly said, after we finish eating, Master, along with Krillin, Yamcha and Launch, please come with me to South City. We can discuss the specifics once we arrive. As for Krillin and Yamcha's opinions, they hardly mattered since they had been training under Master Roshi all along and would naturally follow wherever Master Roshi went. After finishing the meal, Tang Shan led Master Roshi and the group to the Brief estate in South City. Tang Shan explained his ideas to Bulma, who nodded and said, since you want to do this, I will definitely fully support you. There is a large forest near the border between North City and South City, close to the coast. That would be an ideal location for the sect. Bulma then took out a tablet and said to Tang Shan, take a look at the terrain. Mark on the tablet what buildings you need and I will create a rough blueprint according to your design. Once you finish designing it, I will immediately get people started. The government will be informed. Tang Shan examined the terrain map and then marked several locations roughly on the tablet. Look at that large mountain near the sea. I will level the top of it. The sect headquarters will be built there, and we will also construct a staircase wide enough, approximately 20 meters, to lead directly to the summit. Then near the mountain we will build a quest hall large enough to hold 10,000 people. The hall must be fully modernized with its network connected to the government system, allowing all government agencies to post missions. Of course, every mission must indicate its danger level and reward. Near the quest hall we will also build a hotel capable of accommodating 1,000 people. Both the hotel and the quest hall will be fully mechanized, operated entirely by robots. Members will use cards to access services, and mission rewards will be directly converted into sect contribution points and credited to their cards. Staying at the hotel costs 100 contribution points per year. New disciples will stay free of charge during their first 3 years, and during this period they may accept missions without restriction. After 3 years they must complete at least 5 missions each year. After being in the sect for 5 full years one may apply to become an elder. Once promoted to elder they may move to the headquarters and will take on the duty of teaching disciples. Each elder must accept 10 disciples per year. After serving as an elder for 5 years and passing the assessment one may become a grand elder. Grand elders may freely choose to accept disciples without any interference from the sect. Both grand elders and the sect leader may issue missions to all disciples and directly award them mission rewards. Tang Shan glanced at the stunned crowd, cleared his throat and said, everyone, these are roughly the rules I have established. Does anyone have any additions? Bulma, you can have people start construction right away. Oh, and Bulma, please prepare several large gravity rooms, we will need them in the future. Bulma looked at Tang Shan. Alright. Let me make a call and arrange everything. Oh, there is no need for you to level the mountain yourself. Just let the workers handle it. With current technology, leveling a mountain top is quite straightforward. Tang Shan looked speechlessly at Bulma as she turned away to arrange things. He thought to himself, indeed, marrying a woman who is beautiful, wealthy and possesses advanced technology is truly fortunate. On today's Earth only she could casually mention leveling a mountain top with such ease. Master Roshi looked at Tang Shan and asked, so what should we do? Tang Shan smiled and replied, you are the grand elders of my sect. The first batch of disciples will depend on us for their training. Krillin looked at Tang Shan and asked, then how should we recruit disciples? And how do we ensure the quality of those we recruit? When the Turtle School recruits disciples we require at minimum good character and talent. Yamcha also spoke at this moment. Regarding how to select disciples, the approach is actually quite simple. First, we can run a promotional campaign through major media outlets. Promotional point 1. Our sect's Grand Elder is rumored to be the god of martial arts Master Wu Tian. Master Wu Tian will personally take on 10 direct disciples and teach them himself, and this will be the only time he ever does so. Once his teaching is complete, he will become our sect's supreme elder and will accept no further disciples. Therefore, people must be made to cherish this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Promotional point 2. Our sect's Master Tang Shan is Master Wu Tian's personal disciple and has twice won the World Martial Arts Tournament in succession, making him the undisputed champion of the world. Furthermore, this time the sect master will also accept only 10 disciples. After these 10 have completed their training, he will not readily take on new students. Only if he encounters someone of extraordinary talent might he consider accepting another. Promotional point 3. Our sect cooperates with the world government and Capsule Corporation founded by Dr. Briefs. We are committed to protecting innocent people, preventing evil forces from destroying our peace, and safeguarding the entire planet from alien warmongers who plot to conquer Earth. This way we will never worry about a shortage of disciples. Countless people will surely rush to send their children to study under us. Krillin gave a thumbs up and said, "That sounds really good, but we should still limit the number of applicants. Yet how do I determine these people's aptitude and moral character?" Tang Shan replied nonchalantly, "That's even simpler. We gather the Dragon Balls, make a wish for a crystal ball, and that crystal ball can detect a person's talent. As for talent, the grading system uses A, B, C, D as the main levels. Above A there is S rank, and beyond that SS rank and triple S rank. As for a person's character, it hardly matters. After all, they're only children. As long as we teachers guide them well, it won't be a significant problem." At this moment the Turtle Hermit spoke from the side. "Then what should our sect be called?" Tang Shan thought for a moment, then answered with firm conviction, "Our sect will be called the Kaoshan sect. We shall be the shield of kind-hearted people, the shield of Earth. Anyone who seeks to shatter Earth's peace or annihilate our world must step over our corpses. The people of Earth will be protected by us, and Earth itself will be protected by us." The Turtle Hermit looked at Tang Shan full of relief, thinking had such a powerful sect existed when the Demon King Piccolo ravaged the Earth, the tragedy would not have been so devastating, and Master Potato might not have had to sacrifice his life to seal away the Demon King. Tang Shan looked at the Turtle Hermit, Krillin and Yamcha and said firmly, "From now on Earth is ours to protect. This home is vast, feel free to wander and rest. Krillin, Yamcha, my training room is over there, you may go in and train. Later I'll ask Bulma to create a gravity room and install it inside." Speaking, Tang Shan took out a pouch and said to Krillin and Yamcha, "Inside are senzu beans. Eating one will keep you full for 10 days, but its greatest power is that as long as you are alive it can bring you back from the brink of death and restore all your injuries. You must use them sparingly, we don't have many left. There are 50 here, so take them. Remember, use them only when you have trained to the very limit, the limit of limits. For now stay at my house. Once the sect is built we'll move there. Leave the Dragon Balls to me. Rest well, I'm off." On October 1st, year 750 of the Age era, the Kaoshan sect was officially established. Legend says that the moment it was founded, a colossal divine dragon coiled above the sect, blessing it with celestial protection. Thus the sect became one of the world's most precious sacred grounds. Therefore October 1st is celebrated by the Kaoshan sect as the day of the divine dragon's appearance. On this day the entire sect rests. After countless years, October 1st eventually became a worldwide holiday. 3 years after the Kaoshan sect's founding, Tang Shan sat at the head of the main hall with the Turtle Hermit, Krillin and Yamcha seated beside him. Below stood 40 disciples, all dressed in matching training uniforms. 10 uniforms bore the character Tang, 10 bore Gui, 10 bore Ku and 10 bore Lu. Tang Shan looked down at the 40 disciples, his face beaming with gratification. "After 3 years of training you have all passed our tests. During these 3 years some of you cultivated while also undertaking missions, while others focused solely on cultivation and completed none. But starting today each of you must complete 5 missions every year. Understand?" The disciples answered in unison, "Yes, sect master." Tang Shan continued, "Your 3 years of free instruction are over. From now on the gravity room, healing chambers, mini auxiliary training equipment, trainer robots and all hotel services require you to present your card. These expenses will be drawn from the contribution points you earn through missions. Even the stores of Capsule Corporation are open to you for purchases with contribution points, offering all kinds of weapons, equipment and various machines used for war reconnaissance. Of course these items are quite costly, so work hard everyone. There is one more hope I want you to keep in mind: your own strength is the ultimate foundation. Finally, as your sect master I present you with these words: with great power comes great responsibility. In addition, I announce that the god of martial arts Master Wu Tian shall become our first supreme elder and Krillin and Yamcha shall become the grand elders of our sect. Tang Shan raised his head and addressed the disciples below. Chen Fan, Chen Shuer, Lin Tian, Zhang Tao and Zhou Jinyu, the 5 of you excelled in the assessments with combat power far surpassing everyone else. From this moment you are elders of the sect. All training costs are waived for you and you may change the characters on your fighting uniforms to your own titles. Congratulations. Of course, since you have become elders and enjoy the benefits of that rank, you must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. Our sect recruits disciples once every 3 years, this year's recruitment is yours to handle. By the way, the World Martial Arts Tournament has been changed to once every 3 years. The next tournament begins in a month. The champion will receive 100 contribution points, the runner-up 50. Those of you who wish to compete may go to the mission hall to claim the assignment. At once the disciples below broke into murmurs. Many looked at Chen Shuer and the others with anxious expressions. Tang Shan watched them and knew exactly what they were worrying about. Quiet down. Don't worry, anyone at elder rank or above is forbidden from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, so the competition among you will be fair. Alright, you may go and attend to your own matters now. Return in 3 years and we will hold an assessment. Those who pass will become elders, if those who do not will be recommended to work for the government or a technology company. After all the disciples had departed, Tang Shan said to the Turtle Hermit, Krillin and the others, Master Krillin, Yamcha, what plans do you have? The sect's affairs are almost settled. I intend to return home and rest for a while. Master Roshi glanced at Krillin and Yajirobe before turning to Tang Shan. I shall return to my island to continue living in seclusion. As for Krillin and Yajirobe, they may stay here for further training. The facilities are quite well equipped and neither of them has yet reached their limit. They can continue cultivating in the gravity chamber. Tang Shan nodded, then turned to Krillin and Yajirobe. Then I shall trouble you both to look after affairs at the sect. Krillin scratched his head and replied, no trouble at all. We don't even need to teach disciples anymore, most of the daily chores are handled by service robots. Training here is quite pleasant really. Yajirobe beside him nodded in agreement. Seeing that they had each made their own decision, Tang Shan turned to the 5 newly appointed elders. Technically speaking, you are the first batch of elders of our sect. You are our face to the world and I hope you will fulfill the responsibilities and duties of your positions. Tell me now, can you do it? The 5 responded in unison, yes. Watching their resolute faces, Tang Shan felt deeply gratified. You 5 are the most gifted and diligent among this cohort, there is no doubt about it. Despite that, I hope you will not grow arrogant. From my perspective, your current combat power is still far too low. The strongest among you, Chen Fan, has barely reached 5,000, a mere grunt in the vast cosmos. When our sect was founded, it was not merely to protect Earth, it was to stand against the forces of evil throughout the universe. According to our latest intelligence, a formidable evil force dominates the cosmos, the Frost Demon Clan, which has nearly conquered the entire universe. The one in charge of our sector is Frisia. But where there is evil there is justice. The Galactic Patrol stands as the beacon of righteousness, and because of them we live in peace. Our sect's first 3-year goal is to establish ties with the Galactic Patrol. Over the next 3 years, train your disciples diligently. Afterward, your 50 new disciples and our current 35 will undergo evaluation together. Any of the 85 who reach a combat power of 1,000 may join the Galactic Patrol. Of course, joining the Earth government, a technology corporation, or the Galactic Patrol will all be voluntary. Moreover, in 3 years I will establish a subsidiary branch of Kaoshan sect between the western capital and the northern capital. You 5 will each have opportunities for advancement and one among you will be chosen to lead the branch. Work hard. You can do this. Now go about your duties. After Master Roshi departed, Tang Shan bid farewell to Krillin and Yajirobe and left Kaoshan sect, flying straight toward the Divine Palace. Since Son Goku had gone to train under King Kai, Bull Demon King would occasionally stop by Kaoshan sect, repeatedly asking Tang Shan when Goku would finish his training. Tang Shan understood all too well that this was really about urging Goku to return and get married. Deciding to handle Goku's affairs first, Tang Shan put off his own return home. Tang Shan flew to the Divine Palace and contacted Kami, asking about Goku's progress and whether he was ready to return. After contacting King Kai, Kami brought Goku back shortly. Seeing Goku appear, Tang Shan immediately said, Goku, you've grown so much. How has your training under King Kai been? Have you broken through? Without a word, Goku erupted his aura. A golden light shot from his body toward the sky, and the sheer pressure of his ki caused the entire planet to shudder. Tang Shan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be the second form of Super Saiyan? Goku's face alight with excitement, he replied, that's right. I encountered an incredibly powerful fighter back in the afterlife, his name is Ribrian. Sparring with him regularly pushed me to break through to this form. By the way, how about you, brother Tang? Tang San's expression fell. Not much improvement. I'm still stuck at 10 million. My physical conditioning has increased but my ki simply will not break through, it hasn't risen at all. Never mind. Let's not dwell on that. I'll take you to Bull Demon King's house, to marry. Goku scratched his head in confusion. What's a wife? Can I eat it? Tang San sighed exasperated. Goku. Haven't I taught you this before? Forget it, a wife is not something to eat. She is someone you must cherish, care for and protect for life. Although Goku didn't quite understand, he nodded earnestly. I may not fully grasp it, but I'll listen to you, brother Shan. Alright, let's go. Tang San and Goku flew to Bull Demon King's residence where they found Chi-Chi now noticeably grown. It was true what they say, a girl transforms remarkably by 18. She had indeed become quite lovely. After chatting with Bull Demon King, they settled on the wedding date May 20th, age 753, right after the World Martial Arts Tournament. Once the date was confirmed, Tang San turned to Bull Demon King. Bunzi Mountain is too far from here. Let's hold the wedding at Flame Mountain, what do you think? After they're married I'll renovate Bunzi Mountain, including rebuilding the houses. Bull Demon King agreed magnanimously. It's settled. Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yajirobe and Kami, I'll notify them all. That's all for now. I'll head home first. Goku, you'll stay here until the wedding. With that, Tang San flew away from Flame Mountain and returned home, finding Bulma still deep in some unknown experiment in the laboratory. Tang San walked up behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist and gently kissed her ear. Wife, what are you working on? Bulma didn't even look up. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. By the way, are your sect affairs sorted out? Yes. The sect is now running smoothly. There shouldn't be any major issues for the next 3 years. Thank you for all your help with the sect matters. Bulma turned around, her face full of happiness. Of course I'll help my husband. As for connecting with the Galactic Patrol, you've already handled it, haven't you? I was told someone named Jakku will be our liaison. That's right. It'll be much easier for sect members to join the Galactic Patrol now. By the way, does the Galactic Patrol have any high-tech products? There are some, but most are restricted and I couldn't bring them over for research. However, I did examine the combat test device they brought, the communication function is particularly interesting. But nothing stumps a genius like me. Bulma reached over, grabbed a device from the table and held it up. This is a communicator. I've modified it to look like a standard mobile phone and it functions just like one for our everyday use. Tang Shan gazed at Bulma with pride. Wife, you are truly remarkable, calling you a genius would not be enough to describe you. Since our sect has partnered with the Universe Guardian team, let us put the smartphones and spaceships up for sale in the technology store. We shall wait 3 years and after that we will officially begin our cooperation with them. Thank you for all your hard work during this time. As Tang Shan spoke, he leaned down and kissed Bulma. He gently lifted Bulma into his arms and said softly, my darling, let us go rest. Bulma lightly punched his chest, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and said, you're so annoying, husband. Tang San gently placed her on the bed, his right hand tenderly caressing her enchanting face. Breathing slightly heavily, he whispered, darling, marrying you is the happiest thing in my life. I love you, my dear. He then leaned down to kiss the corner of Bulma's ear, gently massaging her earlobe with his fingers. It tickles, husband, Bulma said with a trembling voice. Her hands explored his muscular frame and she clung to him tightly as if wanting to merge completely with him and become one with Tang San. 2 hours later, Bulma lay limp beside Tang Shan, completely spent. Seeing her exhausted, Tang San said with aching tenderness, wife. Bulma slowly raised her hand, placing a single finger to his lips in a gesture to keep silent. She gazed at him with deep affection. Don't speak, husband. Just let me lie quietly here against your chest. Perhaps life could be like this forever. Tang Shan looked at Bulma's blissful face and thought to himself, don't worry, I will never let the events from the original story occur. I must eliminate all dangers beyond Earth. Just then Tang Shan suddenly thought, oh, it seems that Android 17 and 18 and the artificial humans have not been resolved yet. Also, King Piccolo seems about to appear soon. That Pilaf keeps causing trouble for me. But after thinking it over, his disciples, well, does King Piccolo even count as a threat? Tang Shan also thought about the Dragon Balls. I still need to handle those matters myself, otherwise if Earth loses the Dragon Balls it will cause trouble in the future. Oh right, there's also Goku's wedding. There are so many things piling up recently. While Tang Shan's mind wandered, Bulma had already fallen asleep peacefully in his arms. Looking at her blissful expression, Tang Shan felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. He had never imagined one day he would come to this world and marry such an amazing woman. Apart from not having the chance to say goodbye to his parents' older sister and younger brother from his past life, heaven had truly been kind to him. As for the Majin Buu that would come in the future and the god of destruction, although he had trained Son Goku quite well, that guy's reckless nature still hadn't been completely corrected. Only because he couldn't beat him now, otherwise he would definitely make him sit on the ground and spank him. Tang Shan thought with a worried expression, if Goku weren't so reckless would I really need to worry about all this? Sigh, it's all my fault. When I was educating Goku back then I should have been much more forceful in conveying my ideas. Bulma and Tang Shan were together in tender affection for a few days before she threw herself back into scientific research and development. Tang Shan also went to inform Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha and the others about Goku's upcoming wedding. In the past few years with professional training equipment, Krillin and Yamcha's combat power had reached the theoretical limit of ordinary humans, over 90000. Master Roshi on the other hand rarely trained, so he had not improved significantly. According to Master Roshi's words, he had already retired from the martial arts world. The world now belonged to the young people. Regarding the genetic makeup of Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Tang Shan, Son Goku and the other talented warriors from the sect, Bulma had studied them long ago. As for Krillin and Yamcha, they had seemingly reached the limits of humanity. That is to say, no matter how much they trained, unless they could break through their genetic limits, their physical strength would not see a qualitative leap. Nor could they hold any more ki. It was unavoidable. However, within Son Goku's genes there existed a super gene. This gene would continuously produce super cells as long as Goku maintained a peaceful state of mind. This was precisely the S-cell that Tang Shan had told Goku about. So if Son Goku wanted to grow stronger, he only needed to continuously activate these cells until the super gene reached its maximum limit. Tang Shan's own genes were even more extraordinary. They existed in a semi-visible, semi-hidden state, and this gene made Tang Shan's cellular strength far surpass that of ordinary humans. According to Bulma and her team's speculation, the reason Tang Shan could break through the limits of ordinary humans and reach nearly 10 million in combat power was precisely because of this gene, and this gene likely possessed other abilities as well. After all, judging from the current state of this gene, it seemed as though it belonged to another world, yet it was also somewhat connected to this world. To put it simply, parallel space or parallel dimensions. Tang Shan was thoroughly impressed by Bulma's research team. After all, they had no idea that Tang Shan had come from another world. In other words, if Tang Shan's gene could produce similar cells to Goku's super gene, and once Tang Shan activated such cells, he would also possess comparable abilities. When Tang Shan first heard this news, he was actually quite excited. If he possessed such an ability, it would be somewhat similar to Hit, the first-class assassin from Universe 6. Hit's time skip in its ultimate developmental direction was precisely this kind of space manipulation, allowing Hit to achieve an invincible state. Although this gene had been detected in Tang Shan, the cells it produced had not yet been found. Therefore Tang Shan felt quite helpless. He didn't even know how to activate it. No matter how the machines tested, they all showed that every cell in his body was in a perfectly normal state. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Krillin and Yamcha had arrived early at Fire Mountain to help Goku prepare for his wedding. As for Tang Shan, he had tracked down King Piccolo. Much like in the original story, King Piccolo was defeated and Piccolo successfully came into being. But just as Piccolo was born, Tang Shan forcibly took him to Mount Paozu and entrusted him to Chen Fan, allowing Piccolo to become Chen Fan's disciple. Under the education of Chen Fan's loving fists, Piccolo obediently submitted and became well-behaved. Meanwhile, each of Chen Fan's disciples also took on 10 apprentices, though Piccolo was a special case. These 51 apprentices began a 3-year cultivation period. After entrusting Piccolo to Chen Fan, Tang Shan went to the Red Ribbon Army and completely eradicated their stronghold, slaughtering every last person. Jero was among the casualties, but he left behind Android 8, since in the original story number 8 was a good android and a friend of Goku's. According to Android 8, Jero still had a laboratory hidden in the mountains. That was likely where he researched Android 17, Android 18 and the other artificial humans. Following Android 8, Tang Shan arrived at this laboratory. Looking at the androids lying in the laboratory boxes, besides the familiar Android 17 and 18, there were many other artificial humans. Looking at the familiar 17 and 18, Tang Shan hesitated for a moment before destroying all the other androids and the underground laboratory where Cell was being researched, leaving them completely annihilated. Then he kept staring at Android 17 and 18, but ultimately could not bring himself to harm them. Forget it. As a Dragon Ball fan, you too should count among the better ones. Stay here and lie as you are. Whether you can leave depends on yourselves. Turning to Android 8 beside him, he said, Number 8, from now on you are free. As for those two, don't release them just yet. Releasing them now would only harm them. Their bodies and energy cores have not yet fully merged. If you want them to be free as well based on their current level of integration, it would take about 12 years. Android 8 glanced at Android 17 and 18, pondered for a while and then turned to Tang Shan and said, All right. After giving his instructions, Tang Shan flew directly away, heading straight for Fire Mountain. On May 20th, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi held their wedding smoothly. On the third day, everyone followed Wukong and Chi-Chi to Paozu Mountain. At the mountaintop of Paozu Mountain stood a 3-story villa of about 500 square meters, its luxurious decoration delighting Chi-Chi greatly. When I told Bulma about Wukong's wedding, I arranged for the construction of the villa, including interior decoration, all completed uniformly. Seeing Chi-Chi so happy, Wukong felt the warmth of home. Amid the joyful atmosphere, after finishing lunch, everyone bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi and departed. Tang Shan and Bulma also returned home. Bulma snuggled in Tang Shan's arms and said, Honey, the gravity bracelet can only reach 50 at most due to material limitations, and I've integrated the communication function directly into the bracelet. The bracelet can also directly measure combat power. So far it can only measure up to 9.99 million. Anything higher will display a question mark. Having said that, Bulma looked at Tang Shan with a proud and coy expression as if saying, Praise me, praise me. Tang Shan, his face full of happiness, looked at Bulma with a smile, gently kissed her cheek and then said slowly, Wife, even the word genius is insufficient to describe you. In the realm of science you are simply a monstrous existence. Bulma deliberately pouted and said, I'll take genius, but monstrous beauty sounds terrible. Genius beauty suits me better. Tang Shan chuckled and said, Yes, yes, whatever you say is right, dear. Marrying you is the blessing of 8 lifetimes. My genius beauty wife, let your husband serve you to bed. Suddenly Bulma said, Honey, shouldn't we think about having a child? Tang Shan looked at Bulma, who was on top of him, and replied, Yes, my dear. 1 year later, Bulma came to Tang Shan's training room with a research report, her face full of excitement, and said, Honey, guess what I discovered? Tang Shan looked at Bulma's excited face and asked with a smile, Wife, could it be that you're pregnant? After all, despite a year of trying, they still hadn't conceived. Tang Shan and Bulma had both checked their bodies and the results showed everything was normal. So seeing Bulma so happy, his first reaction was, could she be pregnant? Bulma shook her head, still excited, and replied, Not pregnant, but it's related to that aspect and it has to do with your genes. Tang Shan said, full of surprise, What do you mean? Then he said urgently, Wife, stop teasing. Just tell me. Seeing Tang Shan so eager, Bulma said directly, In the past when we examined your genes and cells, we always tested cells from other parts of your body. We never thought about that area. The reason we can't conceive is that your spatial gene produces cells precisely in that location. According to my speculation, once you master this power, you should be able to solve the fertility problem, and at the same time you should be able to break through the current obstacles causing a qualitative change in your body. Based on the experimental simulation method. At this point Bulma gave Tang Shan a mischievous look and, suppressing a laugh, said, Honey, you need to practice abstinence. Then she leaned back on the sofa, covering her face with both hands, and burst into laughter. Tang Shan was dumbfounded, then said helplessly, If I abstain, won't you be doing the same? He spread his hands and said, Wife, stop laughing. Tell me how to solve this. Bulma took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then said, Actually, it's very simple. As long as you practice abstinence and consciously guide it according to my experimental simulation results, your cells should automatically transform into spatial cells within 6 years. I've named them K cells. But Tang Shan asked doubtfully, That's not right. Before I was with you, I wasn't consuming it either. It should have been converted long ago. Bulma thought for a moment and then analyzed, could it be like this? At the beginning your genes might not have been fully converted. From childhood to adulthood your original ordinary genes were gradually transforming into K genes, and only in the last few years did they completely convert. Now it's the turn of your cells, and it just happens to be in that place. You're often with me and unconsciously you waste it every time. After each waste the K genes produce new K cells. Tang Shan pondered for a moment and replied, That might be the case. Seeing Tang Shan a bit downcast, Bulma pretended to be angry and teased, What regret being with me? Tang Shan snapped out of it and said immediately, How could that be, dear? Marrying you is the happiest and most correct decision of my life. To be honest, if it weren't for having a child I wouldn't care about ability or anything. I'd definitely be with you every day making love. With that he pulled Bulma into his arms and gently kissed her. After kissing for a while Bulma gently pushed Tang Shan away, looked at him and said with a smile, "For the sake of our child you'll have to endure these 6 years, dear." Tang Shan nodded helplessly, then said to Bulma with a pitiful look, "Wife, a kiss." Seeing his pitiful expression Bulma couldn't help laughing, but she still stepped forward and kissed his cheek, then looked at him and said, "Take this bracelet. It's a special edition modified from the one used to wish on Shenron. The gravity function remains and it has the contact information of Wukong, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Krillin and me. Oh, and it also has the contact of Jocko from the Galactic Patrol. In the next 2 years focus on developing the sect and leading Earth into the cosmos. Then all Earthlings can travel through space." Looking at Bulma, Tang Shan suddenly chuckled and said, "All right, I understand, dear. The way you're giving all these instructions, it feels like a farewell, as if we'll never see each other again. We're just avoiding that activity, it's not like we won't see each other or be together normally. All right, don't make it so sad. Kiss." With that he kissed Bulma and then said, "I'm planning to build another branch sect between West City and North City. Do you have any suggestions or ideas?" Bulma thought for a moment and said, "I feel it's completely unnecessary. Given Earth's current development ever since the government, our tech company and the sect started cooperating, the entire planet's technology and martial arts have entered a period of rapid growth. From what I know, even in the universe Earth's current high-end combat power and advanced technology are among the top ranks. Actually, for the sect you can let go a bit. There's no need to restrict the number of disciples they recruit. The handover with the Galactic Patrol can also be entrusted to your disciples." Thus amid the torment of abstinence the 3-year term arrived as promised, and it was once again time for the annual assessment. In the main hall of the sect headquarters Tang Shan sat in the seat of honor with Krillin and Yamcha flanking him on either side. Below them sat Chen Fan, Chen Shuer, Zhang Tao, Lin Tian and Zhou Jinyu. Tang Shan looked at the disciples below him and said with a smile, "Before the assessment let me announce a few matters. First, I, Krillin and Yamcha have become supreme elders and our authority is higher than that of the sect master. Of course ordinarily we won't meddle in anything. As long as Earth or the sect is not in danger of being wiped out, don't disturb our cultivation. Second, Lin Tian becomes the sect master. His administrative ability and his talent for nurturing disciples are plain for all to see. The 10 disciples under them have basically reached a power level of 3000 and a few have even reached 6000. Among them one named Tien Shinhan has already reached a power level of 12000. Third, Zhou Jinyu becomes the supervisory elder. Zhou Jinyu may choose 20 disciples to serve as enforcement disciples. You will be responsible for monitoring whether anyone in the sect commits crimes, abuses sect authority or harms fellow disciples. For anyone below the rank of elder you may deal with them directly. For those at or above the rank of elder you may report to the sect master and the entire council of elders will decide what to do. If the matter concerns the sect master himself or if you are dissatisfied with the outcome you may report directly to the supreme elders and the 3 of us will investigate and handle it. Fourth, you should all have seen the communication gravity wristbands and communication phones sold at the tech company's store. Both the wristbands and the phones can communicate across the entire universe. Therefore we will officially cooperate with the Galaxy Guard. After the assessment anyone who wishes to join the Galaxy Guard may sign up. Chen Fan will be in charge of coordinating with the Galaxy Guard. Fifth, as for the sect's future recruitment, all recruitment must go through Chen Shuer. At the same time she is responsible for coordinating with the government and tech companies. Those who want to work for the government or tech companies should sign up with Chen Shuer. Tang Shan looked at the 5 elders and said, "Do any of you have other ideas, other things you'd like to do or are unwilling to accept these appointments? Say so now." The 5 rose together and saluted with clasped fists saying in unison, "Thank you Supreme Elders. We willingly accept." Tang Shan looked at them with satisfaction then said to Lin Tian, "From now on you are the sect master. All matters of the sect great and small are in your hands. This assessment is yours to conduct." With that Tang Shan stood up and had Lin Tian take the seat of honor. Lin Tian rose, bowed to Tang Shan and then sat in the main seat. Tang Shan watched Lin Tian handle the assessment, the promotion of new elders and the recruitment of disciples in perfect order. With a satisfied nod he quietly left the sect. After leaving the sect Tang Shan went to Mount Paozu to visit Goku and Chi-Chi as well as their precious son Gohan who had been born a year earlier. Looking at the well-behaved and sensible Gohan he thought about Gohan's astonishing potential. In the original story from his previous life Chi-Chi had always wanted Gohan to become a scholar and Gohan had indeed gone on to become a renowned scholar. Many Dragon Ball fans think Gohan was wasted, but in my view Dragon Ball is not solely about power levels. A civilization must also reach a certain level and scientific researchers and scholars are indispensable. Look at the end of Dragon Ball Super. If not for Android 17's final wish, all universes that had not reached a civilization level of 7 would have been destroyed. Therefore, if Gohan becomes a scholar while still possessing formidable power, he can travel across the universe to study and spread knowledge to the entire universe. A kind outstanding scholar with immense power would be second to none in contributing to the advancement of the universe's civilization level. After eating at Chi-Chi's home, Tang Shan found Goku and went out for a walk together. He exchanged views with Goku about Gohan's future and then sparred with him. Goku stared at Tang Shan in astonishment and said with some excitement, "Brother Shan, how did you do that? Why can I never hit you whenever I attack?" Tang Shan smiled slightly and said, "It's a special ability, I suppose you could call it an application of space. For now I can only keep part of my body in another space. Every time you attack me I shift the part of my body you're about to hit into that state in advance. If I perfectly master this state my body should undergo a qualitative change as well, though that is only my guess." Goku said to Tang Shan, "Brother Shan, once you've completely mastered this state let's spar again." Tang Shan replied, "Let's talk about it when the time comes. Goku, let's head back first. I'll discuss Gohan's matter with Chi-Chi." After returning home Tang Shan talked with Chi-Chi for a while. Out of respect for Tang Shan, Chi-Chi did not lose her temper but simply told him what was on her mind. Then she explained her reasons for wanting Gohan to become a scholar. After listening to Chi-Chi's thoughts, Tang Shan explained, "There are many diverse and colorful cultures throughout the universe and their appeal to scholars is immense. In the process of learning about and exploring these cultures one often encounters many dangers. Those dangers require formidable power to keep oneself safe. Of course one can also become a scholar on Earth, and through hard work one can become an excellent scholar as well. But to become a great scholar one must not limit oneself to Earth's knowledge alone, one must have the spirit of exploration. And Gohan has the foundation to become a great scholar. His potential in martial arts and his potential as a scholar are equally immense." At that point Tang Shan took out a purple gold card and handed it to Chi-Chi, then said, "Goku and I are as close as brothers and I was the matchmaker for you too. I regard Gohan as my own son. We all hope he will have great achievements in the future. Chi-Chi, it hasn't been easy since you married Goku. But in Gohan's education you have to trust me. My insight is surely more far-sighted than yours or Goku's. Besides studying every day, Gohan should also have Goku teach him martial arts. Trust me, this is the way to truly make Gohan a great scholar." Chi-Chi looked at Gohan studying hard in the next room, then at Goku standing outside the room in a daze. She collapsed onto the table and immediately burst into tears. Tang Shan walked over, held Chi-Chi in his arms and stroked her head as he said, "Chi-Chi, you've worked hard all these years." After a while Chi-Chi stopped crying and said to Tang Shan, "Brother Shan, I believe you." Seeing that Chi-Chi had calmed down, Tang Shan returned to his seat and sat down. "Don't worry, Chi-Chi. Gohan will definitely become a great scholar in the future. By the way, if you ever have any needs in daily life or need us to do something you can go to South City and find Bulma. We are all family, so don't be too formal." After saying this he called Goku and Gohan out to discuss their future studies and cultivation together. When the discussion was more or less settled, Tang Shan left Goku's house. After leaving Mount Paozu, Tang Shan bought a huge assortment of fish, packed them all into a capsule and gave them to Krillin. He also helped himself to some senzu beans before returning to his own training room to prepare for a 3-year semi-seclusion. Although Tang Shan was already very powerful, he still couldn't go without food for extended periods like an immortal cultivator, so he called it semi-seclusion. Tang Shan also often fantasized with his current battle power. Going to a cultivation world would be like slaying every god or Buddha who crossed his path. Seated cross-legged in the training room, Tang Shan couldn't help humming, how lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. On the peak the cold wind keeps blowing past. My loneliness, who can understand it? Then he thought of Golden Frieza, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue, the gods of destruction, the angels, and even Grand Zeno. His enthusiasm deflated and he said, "I wonder if this breakthrough can bring me any surprise." With that Tang Shan closed his eyes and silently continued to circulate the ki through the already transformed cells, causing the newly generated K cells to keep replacing the old cells. Tang Shan's body kept shriveling up, then instantly plumping back out, repeating endlessly. After more than 2 years most of the cells in his body had been successfully transformed, only his brain cells were left. Just as the first brain cell was about to begin transforming, Tang Shan suddenly fainted. Just before mealtime Bulma found Tang Shan unconscious. After examining him, she immediately had a robot place him into a nutrient pod, realizing that he had reached the most critical moment. At that moment Tang Shan appeared in a world of boundless gray haze floating within it. After who knows how long he slowly woke up. The moment he regained consciousness, a voice echoed in his mind, "You're awake. Listen to me. The place where you are now is your original universe. I am the heavenly Tao of that universe, and I am the one who sent you to that dimensional world. When the original universe was destroyed, all 7 of you awakened different ancient divine bloodlines. So I exhausted my heavenly Tao power to send you to 7 different dimensional worlds, and I preserved the dimensional worlds where you now reside. Dimensional worlds depend on the original universe for existence. With my remaining power I can sustain them for at most another 100 years, after which the dimensional worlds where you live will be completely destroyed. The only way to save everything is for the 7 of you to merge, restore the divine might of Pangu, and carve out the original universe anew. You have seen it yourself, the original universe is now in chaos. Within 100 years you must fully awaken the divine might in your bloodline and attain the position of the space god. When you descend upon the original universe again, that will be the moment you fulfill your mission. Remember, there are only 100 years. If you have not completed it within 100 years, the 7 dimensional worlds where you all reside will be utterly destroyed, the original universe will fall silent forever, and I will disappear completely. Now you must leave. Here is a portion of primal source power. I hope to see you descend upon the original universe once more. Farewell, child." Tang Shan slowly faded away from the original universe. In the Dragon Ball world, Tang Shan's body lay in the nutrient pod. His hair and eyebrows had all turned silver white, his body flickered in and out of visibility, and slivers of silver light seeped from between his eyelids. At the instant Tang Shan disappeared from the original universe, the Tang Shan inside the nutrient pod slowly opened his eyes. Both eyes were entirely shrouded in silver white light. Half an hour later Tang Shan's hair gradually returned to its normal black and his body solidified again, no longer flickering in and out of existence like before. The pod hatch slowly opened and Tang Shan stepped out, continuously sensing the ki radiating from his body. He exclaimed excitedly, as expected of the space god. With just an initial activation, without even entering the space god state, he already had a battle power of 100 million. If he once again transformed into that silver-haired state from earlier, his battle power would likely surge straight to 1 billion. Of course he understood that even the silver-haired state was not the space god state, it was merely a trace of the space god bloodline being stirred. Besides, it was because he couldn't control it that this physical transformation had occurred. If he could control it, his body would not have changed at all. How to properly activate the bloodline and fully unleash its power was something the Heavenly Tao had not explained. Yet since the Heavenly Tao had brought Tang Shan to this dimensional world, it meant that this world had conditions or items that could allow Tang Shan to become the space god. The other 6 people were the same in their respective worlds if there were conditions to help them take the final step, become gods and return to the original universe. After all, the Heavenly Tao would not harm itself. If the original universe sank into eternal silence, the Heavenly Tao would also fall with it. After thinking for a moment, Tang Shan walked to the side, put on his clothes and fully extended his perception. The instant he sensed Bulma's presence, he vanished from where he stood and appeared beside her. This was one benefit of his initially awakened bloodline: as long as someone was within his sensory range he could teleport at will. Bulma was sitting in the research lab writing a bunch of unknown formulas that looked incredibly impressive to anyone who saw them. She didn't notice the man who had suddenly appeared beside her. Looking at Bulma, who was deeply absorbed in her work, Tang Shan sighed inwardly. It wasn't only boys who looked handsome when they were focused, girls also looked beautiful when they were truly devoted to research. Tang Shan lowered his head and softly said into Bulma's ear, "Honey." Bulma was stunned for a moment, then turned around in delight, looked at him and hugged him tightly. They held each other tightly for a while. Feeling Bulma's deep concern and love for him, Tang Shan stroked her long hair and said tenderly, all right, honey. Don't worry. I won't make you worry like this again." When Bulma's emotions had calmed a little, Tang Shan slowly let go of the embrace. He smiled at Bulma, gently caressed her face with his hand and slowly began, "What's wrong? Who made my precious Bulma angry? I'll beat him up for you." Bulma pinched Tang Shan's arm and said, "Who else? It's that guy who inexplicably lay unconscious for half a year and made me worry for more than half a year. Honey, let me punish him for you." As he said this, Tang Shan deliberately raised his hand and struck himself. Seeing that he was really about to hit himself, Bulma quickly grabbed Tang Shan's hand and said, "Forget it. He's miserable enough, so I'll spare him this time. See? My wife still cares about me. Come on honey, let's go have a big meal. I haven't eaten in so long, I'm starving." Tang Shan said with a smile. After resolving the genetic issue, Bulma gave birth to a baby boy for Tang Shan, Tang Chinchin. Ever since Sun Wukong learned that Tang Shan had successfully broken through, he would invite Tang Shan out for training every few days. Under Tang Shan's near-savage torment, Sun Wukong finally got the breakthrough he had wished for, passing Super Saiyan 2 and entering the realm of Super Saiyan 3. After more than a decade of development, the sect had established branches on many planets and secured a core position in the Universal Guard. Almost the entire North Universe now bore the presence of the Kaoshan sect. The sect on Earth had also divided its disciples into core disciples, elite disciples, and ordinary disciples. Core disciples mostly possessed battle power from 10,000 to 30,000. Ordinary disciples ranged from 500 to 2,000. Elite disciples sat in between. Once one reached 10,000, they were immediately promoted to core. All branch chiefs of the Kaoshan sect throughout the universe were appointed from among the core disciples. At present the Kaoshan sect had 46 elders, most with battle power around 60,000, 3,600 core disciples, 20,000 elite disciples, and roughly 200,000 ordinary disciples. The Kaoshan sect had now become a thorn in Frisia's side. The reason Frisia had never taken down the Kaoshan sect was largely thanks to Sun Wukong. To become a great scholar, Wukong often traveled by spaceship to civilized planets across the universe visiting local scholars. During one such visit he happened to run into Frisia. One wanted to destroy the planet while the other wanted to protect it. The two then broke into a fierce battle. By that time Wukong could already transform into Super Saiyan 1, but because he was gentle by nature he merely drove Frisia away. From then on Frisia never set foot in the North Universe again. Because Wukong's tail had been cut off during training when he was a child, and the blame lay with Kami since Sun Wukong's tail had also been removed by Kami, Frisia did not recognize Wukong as a Saiyan. Age 761, East Universe planet Frisia. Frisia sat in the main seat gazing toward the north with eyes full of hatred and thought to himself, if only I hadn't destroyed the Saiyans back then the low-tier battle power wouldn't be so far behind. I Frisia am the Emperor of the Universe, yet those scum drove me out of the North Universe. Now my father and brother must be laughing at me to death. Actually Frisia's father and brother had repeatedly offered to come help, but Frisia refused them every time. After all, he understood their intention. Under the pretense of helping they actually wanted to take his territory for themselves. Frisia glanced at the subordinate beside him and ordered summon the Jinyu force. Oh, and bring Vegeta here as well. Yes, Lord Frisia, the subordinate said, then slowly withdrew and contacted the Jinyu force and Vegeta through the communicator, telling them to hurry back. Before long the Jinyu force members and Vegeta arrived awaiting Frisia's orders. Frisia's cold gaze swept over them, making every one of them tremble slightly. Only then did he speak with satisfaction. From today on you will bring every high-end combat force in the universe under my command. Kill anyone who refuses. 5 years, just 5 years. Once the time is up, he paused, glaring fiercely toward the north, then continued, we will wipe out the universe and leave it without a single blade of grass. Let them understand exactly what happens to those who dare resist me, Frisia. The Jinyu force and Vegeta quickly answered, yes, Lord Frisia. Frisia looked at the Jinyu force with satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to Vegeta and said, you may go. For these 2 years focus on increasing your strength and recruiting more subordinates. The Jinyu force and Vegeta acknowledged with a yes and withdrew from the hall, returning to their quarters. As soon as Vegeta returned he summoned Nappa and Raditz. When Nappa and Raditz arrived they listened as Vegeta relayed Frisia's orders. Raditz said, I have a younger brother named Kakarot in a very remote place. I can go fetch him. The place he's on is also in the North Universe, a planet called Earth. Even within the North Universe it's fairly remote. If I take a detour I should be able to bring him back. Vegeta nodded. Suddenly he remembered that he also had a younger brother, but no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he shook his head. That useless little brother of his couldn't possibly have any real battle power. Forget it. Vegeta turned to Nappa and said, just in case you'll go with Raditz. Leave right now. Nappa and Raditz nodded and departed. And so 2 spherical Saiyan pods flew toward Earth. Over the past few years Tang Shan had been like any ordinary child and displayed no extraordinary abilities, though in terms of technological inventiveness he had inherited his mother Bulma's genius genes. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange at all. After all the people of Earth originally carried within their bodies the bloodlines of various great deities, and many of those deities were incarnations of Pangu. So in the end everyone shared the same ancestor. Tang Shan's own power had also only awakened when the entire universe was destroyed, so it was perfectly normal that Tang Shan seemed rather ordinary right now. On Earth Tang Shan spent every day taking his son to school, shopping with Bulma, or taking the family out on trips. He had almost forgotten that this was the world of Dragon Ball, and that this world would soon be destroyed. Yet the arrival of two spherical spaceships instantly pulled Tang Shan back to reality, leaving him no room to run. Through Tang Shan's perception, the two spherical pods pierced the atmosphere and landed on the ground. Tang Shan sighed lazily, no more idling. I have to stay alert and stop running away. Tang Shan used instant transmission to appear beside Raditz and Nappa. Then he said, what are you two doing on Earth? Earth doesn't welcome you. Raditz opened his scouter and the battle power reading was only 5. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Raditz's mouth as he looked at Tang Shan in disbelief. A piece of trash with a battle power of 5 and you dare act cocky in front of me. Tang Shan felt exasperated inside. Damn it, why did that line have to be directed at me? He waved his hand and the scouters on Nappa's and Raditz's ears exploded instantly. Then smiling at Raditz, he used a body flicker and stomped Raditz under his foot. As he stomped, he said, I told you to run your mouth. I told you to run your mouth. You piece of trash. Raditz was stomped until he vomited blood. Of course Tang Shan hadn't used lethal force, otherwise one stomp would have killed Raditz. After Tang Shan felt a little better, he carried Raditz with one hand and grabbed Nappa with the other. He had initially thought of handing the two over to Sun Wukong, but then he thought these two weren't strong and Sun Wukong was kind-hearted after all. If he simply let them go and they ended up hurting other people on Earth, what then? Just settle it now. He tossed the two into the air and after a single energy wave the two vanished. Tang Shan brought the two pods back home and handed them over to Bulma. At the Galactic Defense Force headquarters in the Northern Universe, upon learning that Frisia was about to wage war, almost all major combatants had gathered there. King Galak watched as the leaders below were all in discussion, then turned to Silas and asked, Silas, among all the captains you have participated in the most battles. What are your thoughts on this upcoming operation? Silas looked at King Galak, then addressed all the captains. A single Frisia is not frightening, our current combat strength as the Galactic Defense Force is more than sufficient. However, I fear that once the war begins, Guldo from the Southern Universe and King Cold from the Western Universe may launch sudden attacks. The only ones here capable of confronting them are myself and Melees. Silas pondered for a moment and continued, if both of us dedicate our full strength to defending against them, then Frisia will have no opponent. At this point Gak spoke up, no, there is someone else. The former sect master of Mount Paozu on Earth is said to have reached a combat power of 10 million. I believe he would be sufficient to confront Frisia, whose current power is merely 530,000. Even with transformation I doubt he could exceed 10 million. Melees however shook his head and replied, Gak, you have only recently joined the Galactic Defense Force and do not yet understand the terror of the Frost Demon race. Let me be clear, once Frisia transforms into his perfect form he can reach a combat power of 100 million. If only we could find the strong warrior who defeated Frisia back then. Melees turned his gaze toward Tien and asked, Tien, it is said that the strong warrior came from Earth. Do you know him? Tien cast a glance at Melees and answered directly, naturally. He is a great scholar on Earth who frequently travels across the cosmos and does not participate in wars. Had he not encountered Frisia by chance, he likely would never have fought him. Mount Paozu has extended multiple invitations for him to join us, but all were declined. Therefore persuading him to take action would prove rather difficult. Tien hesitated for a moment before adding, however, his father is named Son Goku. This Goku is close friends with the former sect master of Mount Paozu. It is said that his strength surpasses that of the old sect master, and it was he who taught Son Gohan his martial arts. Hearing this, King Galak remarked, then might we invite Son Goku to join this war? If he joins us we can seize this opportunity to eliminate the Frost Demon race entirely and restore peace to the cosmos. Melees chimed in, indeed. Since Mount Paozu joined our ranks, our lower-tier combat forces have been more than sufficient to wage multiple wars simultaneously. It could be arranged for myself, Silas, and Son Goku to launch simultaneous attacks against all Frost Demon forces. Bu Gak, you two shall lead the troops following Silas, responsible for the Southern Universe Frost Demon Guldo's army. Hypno Doughboy, you two follow me to handle the Western Universe's King Cold forces. Tien, can you confirm whether Son Goku possesses the strength to defeat Frisia? If so, you may lead your forces to attack Frisia's troops directly. Frisia is the weakest among the Frost Demons. King Galak nodded and replied, if this operation succeeds, our universe shall once again know peace. Therefore this action shall commence in 2 years. Use this time to gather forces from all corners of the cosmos. Additionally, Melees accompany Tien to Earth to confirm whether Son Goku possesses the capability to confront Frisia. Melees bowed and answered, yes, King Galak. He then turned to Tien and said, Tien, let us depart at once. Having said this, Tien and Melees bid farewell to King Galak and boarded their spacecraft bound for Earth. Due to the establishment of Mount Paozu, no alien is permitted to freely enter Earth. The first stop must be the Mount Paozu headquarters for registration. Any unauthorized trespasser will be apprehended as a criminal and their fate shall be judged according to their reasons for entering and the destruction they cause. Furthermore, through Tang Shan's connection with Son Goku, the Mount Paozu sect leader has established contact with Kami. No one entering Earth can escape Kami's detection. After 15 days of flight, Tien and Melees finally arrived at the Mount Paozu headquarters on Earth. Sect leader Lin Tian, having received advance notice of their arrival, personally came out to welcome them. After all, Tien was an elder of Mount Paozu and Melees was a formidable warrior of the Galactic Defense Force. Either way, both deserved his personal hospitality. Following a round of warm pleasantries, Melees immediately stated his purpose. Tien then directly flew with Melees towards Son Goku's residence on Mount Paozu. As soon as Melees and Tien arrived at Mount Paozu, Goku sensed their energy and flew straight home to await them. Goku was not concerned about any potential destruction. If they were malicious, he would not wait at home but would intercept them outside. When Melees and Tien finally reached Goku's house, Goku immediately opened the door, looked at Melees and said, "You're strong. How about we settle this with a fight?" Melees looked at Goku and asked Tien, "Is this the Son Goku you mentioned?" "He is indeed stronger than your former sect master, though only marginally so. Although he has reined in his energy, I can still sense his combat power at approximately 30 to 40 million. Melees felt somewhat disappointed toward the current Goku. Greater expectations often lead to greater disappointment. Goku, however, turned to Melees and retorted, "You unreasonable fellow, why not settle it with a fight and find out?" Goku pointed toward a distant barren mountain and immediately flew in that direction. Melees shook his head but followed along. Gazing at the figure before him, Goku understood that in his current state he would be defeated in an instant. He therefore transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Melees felt Goku's energy surge exponentially with his physical transformation, a flicker of surprise flashing across his eyes. He then said, "That is sufficient. There is no need to continue fighting, your current state can certainly defeat Frieza." But how could Goku allow him to leave so easily? Having finally found an opponent other than Tang Shan, he declared to Melees, "What do you? Whatever you want me to do, we will settle it with a fight first." With those words, Goku struck without warning, raising his entire energy to its peak and delivering a single punch that sent the unprepared Melees flying. Melees instantly erupted his aura to halt his body midair. Looking at Goku, he said, "If you seek a beating, then come." Not far from Paozu Mountain, Sun Wukong and Meersi stood facing each other. Gazing into the distance, Meersi turned to Sun Wukong, who had already transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and suddenly a thought struck him. "You're not from Earth, are you? If I'm not mistaken, you must be the legendary Super Saiyan. It seems the legends are real. But it's rare to find a Saiyan as kind-hearted as you, especially when most of the Saiyans have already been destroyed." Sun Wukong looked at Meersi with confusion, yet he spoke firmly. "Third brother also said I was a Saiyan. But it doesn't matter. At least I live here and this is the place I want to protect. That's enough. Come on, let's stop with the idle talk and have a good fight." Meersi looked at Sun Wukong and shook his head. "You haven't shown your full power, have you? If you were to unleash all your strength, the Earth couldn't withstand it. Let's go to the Celestial Temple. There will be enough room for us to fight there. I'd also like to see just where the limits of you Super Saiyans really lie." Meanwhile, Meersi thought to himself, "At the Celestial Temple I can use my true power and I won't have to worry about anyone discovering my secret of being an apprentice angel. I can also see just how strong this guy is. Perhaps this universe will one day depend on him." Sun Wukong thought for a moment, then answered, "All right, fine." The two flew toward the Celestial Temple together. However, Tang Shan also sensed their ki and realized they were heading there. With an instant teleportation, he arrived at the temple first. When the two arrived at the Celestial Temple, Sun Wukong saw Tang Shan and said in pleasant surprise, "Third brother, you're here too. Perfect, we can have a fight later as well." Tang Shan looked at them, especially at Meersi beside him, with surprise flashing across his face. He then said to Wukong, "Wukong, defeat him first and then we'll talk. If you still have strength left after fighting him, then I'll fight you." On hearing Tang Shan say this, Sun Wukong immediately sensed that Meersi was no ordinary being. Of course, he only felt excitement, for the stronger the opponent, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. The Saiyan's title as a warrior race was not earned in vain. They then explained their purpose to the celestial god, who arranged for them to enter a training room. From the outside, the room was not large, but once they stepped inside it felt as if they had entered an endless space. The celestial god escorted them to the door and then left, choosing not to enter with them. After all, inside that room was someone whose power surpassed his own by an immeasurable degree. If Sun Wukong did not know that being's identity, how could the celestial god be ignorant of it? The moment they entered the inner chamber, Sun Wukong grew impatient. He immediately burst out with ki transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and flew to a distance. Looking at Maersi, he beckoned with a finger and said, "Come." No sooner had he spoken than Maersi's figure vanished. After he disappeared, Sun Wukong kept sensing the ki within the space, yet detected not a trace. In an instant, Maersi appeared directly behind Sun Wukong and kicked him flying. Sun Wukong stared at Maersi in astonishment, but after the shock came even more excitement. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and gave an enigmatic smile. Truly strong. With that, he charged at Maersi at full speed and threw a punch at his face, but Maersi seemed to have already seen through his movements and dodged in advance. Over the following hours, no matter how hard Wukong tried, he could not even touch the hem of Maersi's garment. As Wukong's ki gradually declined, he had no choice but to stop. He looked at Maersi and asked, "Why can't I sense your presence? Outside I could clearly feel the intensity of your ki. How do you manage to conceal your ki so perfectly?" Maersi shook his head and replied, "I'm not concealing my ki at all. It's simply because our levels are different that you cannot sense it. I am an apprentice angel. Of course, even an apprentice is at the level of a god. Unless you reach this level, you will never be able to feel my ki. Of course, I'm telling you this because you will eventually learn my identity sooner or later. Unless one side is evil enough to threaten the destruction of the universe, angels cannot casually participate in your wars. Apparently the Frost Demon clan hasn't reached that level yet, but I despise their ways to the core. That's why I've used every means to hide myself and joined the Galaxy Patrol. Given your strength, you too will eventually know these things as well. Of course, for now please keep it a secret." Sun Wukong immediately replied, "Fine, but you have to fight me seriously." Maersi looked at Sun Wukong, seeing his resolute gaze, and nodded. "As a sign of respect for you, I will raise my power to the same level as yours. Of course, you must also exert your full strength, you can't hold back as you did just now." After hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded. Then he gathered all the ki in his body into his back, and his ki began to erupt endlessly. His overall energy continuously rose, causing the entire celestial temple to shake. At Sun Wukong's loud roar, the ki around him burst apart in an instant and his hair grew longer as well. Sun Wukong looked at Maersi and said, "Come." Both Maersi and Sun Wukong vanished from their spots in an instant, and the air was filled with sonic booms. They clashed dozens of times in an instant and separated just as quickly. The energy from each exchange exploded in the air and then cancelled each other out. Seeing that neither could win through hand-to-hand combat, both of them began firing all kinds of energy blasts at each other until the entire celestial temple was riddled with holes and scars. Outside, the celestial god trembled in fear. Too afraid to enter and stop them, he could only pray desperately for them to finish soon. As the two kept dodging each other's attacks, Wukong took the chance to leap back far, then concentrated all his power into one hand. Seeing that Wukong was about to use some sort of ultimate move, Maersi instantly gathered his ki into his right hand and fired a massive energy wave toward Wukong. Just as the great wave was about to reach Wukong, a golden dragon coiled around his right hand. Wukong then charged straight at Maersi, and the golden dragon helped him break through Maersi's energy wave. In an instant, the attack struck Maersi and blasted him 1,000 meters away. A small crack split open on his abdomen and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Tang Shan instantly teleported to Maersi's side and gave him a senzu bean, telling him to swallow it. After eating the senzu bean, Maersi stared at Wukong in astonishment and said, "I never imagined that at equal power I would lose so miserably." Wukong scratched his head and said, "You didn't even use your full power. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you use it all and have a rematch with me." Maersi smiled at Wukong and then nodded. Miles turned to Tang Shan beside him and said, "Let's have a battle. Show me your true strength. I never really understood your power before." Tang Shan shook his head. "No need. My strength is about the same as Wukong's. If we kept fighting, the temple would probably be destroyed. Let's head outside instead and discuss the upcoming decisive battle." Miles nodded and returned to the temple hall together with Sun Wukong and Tang Shan. The god had been waiting anxiously in the hall for a long time. Seeing them all come out safely, his heart finally settled. The temple had been saved. Miles looked at the god standing in the center of the hall and said apologetically, "Sorry about that. I got a little too excited and misjudged my strength. I nearly destroyed the temple." The god, sweating nervously, quickly waved his hands. No matter. It is my honor to serve you." Miles nodded to the god, then turned to Wukong and Tang Shan. "My main purpose in coming here is to invite you both to join the Galactic Patrol. What do you two think?" Tang Shan shook his head. Mr. Miles, I must decline this invitation. However, I have heard something about this war. If the Galactic Patrol needs us, we can certainly participate. But Wukong and I are both used to being free. We're not really suited for the duties of the patrol. Miles looked at son Wukong. Seeing Miles' gaze, Wukong also shook his head and said, I feel the same as Brother Shan. But if the Galactic Patrol ever needs anything, feel free to call me anytime. I'd love to cross fists with powerful fighters. Miles shook his head helplessly and sighed. Very well. I won't force you. But this great war truly requires your help. You know who I am. In a battle concerning the fate of the universe I cannot participate lightly. So I must entrust this to you too. Son Wukong, I ask you to lead the team to the South Universe and fight against the evil ruler there, Cooler. As for his underlings, they will be handled by our local patrol units. Originally I planned to hold off Cooler myself. But after witnessing your abilities, Mr. Son Wukong, I am certain you have the power to defeat him. So Cooler will be your responsibility. Son Wukong nodded excitedly. No problem, leave it to me. Seeing Wukong accept, Miles turned to Tang Shan again. Tang Shan, I must ask you to confront the evil ruler of the East Universe, Frisia. With your strength, dealing with him should be no trouble at all. I'm sorry to put you both through so much trouble this time. Tang Shan smiled and shook his head. This is what we should do. Protecting the peace of the entire universe is also a way of protecting Earth. If not for the Galactic Patrol's tireless efforts, the entire universe would have long ago become the domain of the Frost Demons. Miles, roughly when does the war begin? Miles thought for a moment. As soon as possible. But we also need enough troops. This war will affect a great number of planets. If our lower-tier combat strength is insufficient, many worlds will suffer calamities beyond their making. So it will take about 2 to 3 years to gather our forces. Our spy within Frisia's ranks has already confirmed that Frisia won't attack until 5 years from now. Moreover, the other 2 Frost Demons, Cooler and King Cold, are not participating in this. So even if they learn we are mustering our forces, they'll only assume we're preparing for a war against Frisia. And they have no idea the 2 of you even exist. Miles thought to himself, even if they did know, it probably wouldn't matter. The Frost Demons have grown arrogant over the years. Other than Lord Beerus, they likely don't take anyone else seriously. Then it's settled. I'll take my leave now. 2 years from now I'll send Tien Shinhan to pick you up. Tang Shan shook his head. No need. Have Tien stay at Galactic Patrol headquarters. In 2 years I'll teleport there together with Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, use these 2 years to gather as much strength as possible. Of course, our Earth's Kaoshan sect headquarters will also dispatch most of its members. After all, this battle concerns the future of our universe and the future of our Earth as well. And so Miles, Tang Shan and Sun Wukong returned to Mount Paozu. After discussing the finer details for a while, Miles left Earth with Tien Shinhan. After seeing Miles and the others off, Tang Shan looked at Wukong. Wukong, I have a feeling this war won't be so simple. Sun Wukong looked at him in confusion. Brother Shan, why? Isn't it just about eradicating the Frost Demons? Tang Shan shook his head. Wukong, you must understand, there are other powerful beings in the universe besides the Frost Demons. They've been suppressed by the Frost Demons, so they haven't shown themselves. But once the Frost Demons and the Galactic Patrol go to war, some of those lurking in the shadows might seize this opportunity. Sigh. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Do you remember when Gohan came back last time and mentioned fighting a powerful enemy? You even wanted to go then. That strong opponent was probably Frisia. At that time Gohan went and gave him a beating. Yet now Frisia still dares to start a war, which at least means he has reached a level comparable to Gohan's. So we must be more careful in this war. During battle, be cautious of your surroundings. Don't get ambushed. Sun Wukong nodded seriously. Understood, Brother Shan. Although Sun Wukong was usually carefree, he was no fool. After Tang Shan's hint, he more or less understood. In terms of combat, Wukong's talent was second to none. Wukong, go tell Chi-Chi. The 2 of us will go train at the temple for 2 years. I'll also go back and tell Bulma. Wait for me at home for a few days and then we'll go together. Sun Wukong nodded excitedly. He always wanted to train, but Chi-Chi kept a tight leash on him. Now that he had an excuse, his excitement was beyond words. And so Tang Shan returned home and spoke with Bulma about the matter. For the next few days he spent time with Bulma and his son Tang Shan. After that he went to the Kaoshan sect headquarters and instructed Lin Tian to send most of the sect's disciples and elders to report to Miles at the Galactic Patrol. Only sect master Lin Tian core elder Chen Shui, a dozen or so elders and newly inducted disciples remained behind. Later he went to the government. Over the years, with the development of technology, the government had formed a team of mech warriors capable of fighting in space. Most of the team members came from the Kaoshan sect. Tang Shan discussed with Earth's leader and decided to send 20,000 mech warriors to support the Galactic Patrol. After settling these matters, Tang Shan and Sun Wukong went to the temple to train. Of course they could no longer enter the hyperbolic time chamber, so they used the training room instead, simulating various environments for combat drills. In the temple's training room, Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form and Tang Shan with silver hair clashed fiercely. Goku was already showing signs of extreme exhaustion, barely able to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 state. Goku, let's call it a day for today's training. Sun Wukong nodded and walked out of the training room alongside Tang Shan. Tang Shan looked at the sweat-drenched Sun Wukong beside him and said, "Goku, I sense your body hasn't quite reached its limit yet, you remain unable to break through." Sun Wukong contemplated for a moment before replying, "I've felt the same thing. It's as though I've reached a certain threshold, but whether through rage or near death I simply cannot break past it." Of course Tang Shan knew exactly why he couldn't break through. After careful thought he said to Sun Wukong, "Why don't we ask the deity to restore your tail? I believe your breakthrough lies within it." Sun Wukong glanced at the deity meditating in the temple's main hall, then approached and asked, "Deity, can you restore my tail?" The deity looked at Sun Wukong solemnly and replied, "Of course. I was the one who sealed your tail originally, so restoring it is straightforward. However, your tail is also your greatest vulnerability. Once you tap into the power within it, you may lose all reason and descend into uncontrollable fury. Consider carefully." Sun Wukong answered with unwavering seriousness, "Deity, rest assured. I can control it, trust me." The deity's hands began to glow with emerald light, which slowly enveloped Sun Wukong's body. Instantly a thick furry tail sprouted from his lower back. The moment the tail grew, Sun Wukong felt his power surge noticeably. Tang Shan glanced at Sun Wukong, noticed his tail had fully grown and said, "Goku, there are no places left on Earth suitable for our training anymore. Let's head to King Kai's planet, the same place where you were trained before. Back to where King Kai once trained you." Tang Shan then turned toward the deity and said, "Thank you for your trouble, deity." The deity replied calmly, "No trouble at all. Let's go, I'll take you there." In an instant the deity transported them to the palace of the underworld. After a brief greeting to the king of the underworld, Tang Shan and Sun Wukong departed for King Kai's planet while the deity returned to Earth. On King Kai's planet, the Supreme Kai looked at the two before him and said, "Goku, you've arrived. Who's this companion? If he wishes to train with me, he must first tell me a genuinely funny joke. Mind you, mediocre humor won't suffice." Tang Shan glanced at the Supreme Kai. After all, he was the host of these lands and generally a decent person. After a moment's thought he replied, "Exalted Supreme Kai, my companion and I have come here solely to train. Over the coming year or so we'll also be troubling you for our meals." Before the Supreme Kai could respond, Tang Shan turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Goku, based on my understanding of science, I'll design 2 phases of training for you. The first is relatively straightforward, focused on tail control. We must ensure it never becomes your weakness again. The second phase involves your Scion's unique transformation, not the Super Saiyan form but the primal Great Ape transformation that occurs on nights of the full moon. When your energy reaches a certain threshold, it stimulates the specialized cells within your tail, triggering a gigantification that multiplies your power and speed tenfold. However, it strips away your sanity. Therefore the second training is designed to help you maintain consciousness even in your Great Ape form. That's precisely why we've come here. Had we attempted this on Earth, the planet would have been ruined. But here it hardly matters." Beside them King Kai wore an awkward yet polite smile while seething inwardly, "How can you say my home doesn't matter? At the very least I'm standing right here, show a little respect, will you?" Sun Wukong nodded casually and said, "Senior brother Shan, let me master the first phase of training first. Once that's complete, please guide me through the second." Tang Shan responded directly, "All right, no problem. Go ahead with the first training. When you're ready, just find me." Tang Shan then sat cross-legged. Long ago a so-called heavenly Tao had deposited a mass of primordial essence power within him, but even now he had yet to fully absorb and master it. Absorbing the primordial essence was no easy task, it required maintaining his silver-haired form to gradually integrate it. As Tang Shan continued absorbing the primordial power, his silver hair slowly turned pure white, much like Sun Wukong, who had mastered the white god form of Ultra Instinct. As the primordial essence flowed into him, Tang Shan's bloodline power became easier to control. The energy throughout his body gradually condensed, his own aura steadily diminished, and an inexplicable presence began rising from deep within him. Sun Wukong did not sense this aura, but the Supreme Kai inside the room was thoroughly startled. Staring blankly at the meditating Tang Shan, he murmured to himself, "That aura, it's divine. How can a mere mortal possibly achieve godhood?" King Kai understood all too well, in this universe every god was trained by angels and angels served the Omni-King himself. No matter how powerful a mortal might be, they remained mortal. Becoming a god was impossible. King Kai was utterly bewildered. While the Supreme Kai was still reeling, Tang Shan's aura completely vanished. At the same moment a mysterious energy enveloped him. His hair turned pure white, his pupils glowed with white light, and his entire being exuded an air of mystery and nobility. Tang Shan tested the power within him and immediately delivered a devastating punch toward the heavens. He then sighed, "What a pity no one in this world has witnessed the white god form, otherwise this appearance could truly intimidate them. Though I have transformed into the white god, my strength remains only at the level of Super Red. After all, I've only just attained godhood, so this is to be expected." The moment he became a god, Tang Shan discovered he could create a separate parallel dimension, much like Hit's ability, though not time skip. Unless someone could shatter the spatial barrier, they would never be able to reach him. Within this universe, as long as he avoided anomalies like angels and destroyer gods, he could essentially walk through anything unchallenged. Over the course of more than a year of training, Sun Wukong successfully mastered the Super Saiyan 4 form. However, the cost was that nearly all of King Kai's planet was destroyed. Sun Wukong repeatedly apologized to the Supreme Kai and promised to tell him 10 jokes the next time, which finally settled the matter. After the training concluded, Tang Shan teleported the confidence-filled Sun Wukong to the Guardians of the Galaxy headquarters. By this point, Tang Shan could essentially go wherever he wished within this universe. Of course, there were still certain restricted places, such as the quarters where destroyer gods slept. Even Tang Shan would not dare trespass. Northern Universe Galactic Patrol Headquarters. After Tang Shan and Sun Wukong arrived, Tien Shinhan led them straight to the main hall to meet the Galactic King. The Galactic King was seated high in the place of honor. Seeing Tien Shinhan bring Tang Shan and Sun Wukong in, he understood who they were. After all, Meruz had told him that these two had to be taken seriously. They were extremely strong, and in the future the universe would not likely get by without asking for their help. So the Galactic King and his men immediately rose and walked forward to welcome them. "You two must be Mr. Tang Shan and Mr. Sun Wukong. We'll be putting you to a lot of trouble this time. Thank you very much for coming to our aid. Let's discuss the details of the war in the conference room. Tien Shinhan, go call Meruz and Siraz and all the captains over here as well." He then personally led Tang Shan and Sun Wukong to the conference room. After they arrived, the Galactic King, Sun Wukong and Tang Shan sat and chatted casually. Soon, seeing that everyone had assembled, the Galactic King said, "Well, since everyone is here, let us begin discussing the battle plans for this operation. Meruz, you are the one who designed the battle plan. Why don't you explain it to everyone?" Meruz glanced at Tang Shan and Sun Wukong, then said, "This operation concerns the safety of the entire universe and the future of the entire universe. Everyone must adopt the right mindset. We cannot treat the enemy the way we usually treat criminals in the universe, nor can we fight in the spirit of a martial arts duel. You must understand that they are the most evil race in the universe. When fighting them, you must be extremely cautious. This operation is mainly divided into 2 parts. The first part concerns top-tier combat strength. At present our side has an advantage in high-end combat power, but we must still guard against the possibility that unknown powerful warriors exist on some planets. The second part concerns lower-tier combat strength and technological battle armor. On the lower-tier side they outnumber us, but in technology we are far superior. So looking at overall strength, although we are simultaneously facing the entire Frost Demon clan, we still have an 80 chance of victory this time. For all of us here, we must end the battle as quickly as possible, because once we do, the enemy's underlings will not put up a desperate resistance. That will reduce our losses and ensure that more planets are liberated peacefully." Having said that, Meruz looked at Tang Shan and Sun Wukong. Tang Shan nodded and Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment before also nodding to show his agreement. Seeing both men nod, Meruz continued, "Now let us arrange the deployment of personnel. The first unit will be led by Mr. Tang Shan with Tien Shinhan, 5 million galactic patrol soldiers, 100,000 mecha troops and 5 A-class battleships, and will attack the Eastern Universe. Mr. Tang Shan, please eliminate Frisia as quickly as possible, while Tien Shinhan leads the troops to liberate the planets under Frisia's rule at maximum speed. The second unit will be led by Mr. Sun Wukong with Bu and Jaco 150,000 mecha troops, 6 million galactic patrol soldiers, 1 S-class battleship and 9 A-class battleships, and will attack Cooler in the southern universe. Likewise Mr. Sun Wukong, please do everything you can to end the battle quickly. The third unit will consist of me Siras the Hypnotist, the Dough Maker, and all the remaining battle team members and warships, and will attack King Cold in the western universe. That is the general plan. As for the specific details in battle, each of you will make adjustments and issue commands according to the actual situation on the field. Does anyone have anything to add, Galactic King? Meruz looked at the Galactic King and nodded. The Galactic King nodded, looked at everyone and said, the force we have mobilized this time is unprecedentedly powerful. I hope that during this operation every one of you will be careful and still more careful. The departure date is set for 10 days from now. Then the Galactic King took out 5 bracelets and said these are specially made communication bracelets. As long as they are not directly attacked, they generally won't be damaged. Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, Meru, Siras, each of you take one and I'll keep the last. If anything unusual happens or you need reinforcements, you can contact us directly through the bracelet. These bracelets are kept open at all times. Whenever anyone speaks, all 5 of us can hear it. So that we may set out smoothly and return in triumph. For the sake of the universe's future peace, you must win. I am counting on you. With that, the Galactic King bowed to every person present. Please rest well over the next few days. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Tien Shinhan led Tang Shan and Sun Wukong on a tour of Galactic Patrol headquarters and then took them to their respective rooms. Tang Shan also took the opportunity to ask Tien Shinhan how the sect was developing across the universe and how it was integrating into the Galactic Patrol from within. From Tien Shinhan's answers, Tang Shan found that most people's combat power was far too ordinary. Although the sect had branches on most planets in the northern universe, none of them were doing particularly well. Apart from Tien Shinhan, whose alien bloodline allowed him to reach a combat power of 3 million, the strongest among the rest only reached 80,000. Within the whole sect, the majority still had combat power below 1,000. Moreover, as the sect grew, it seemed to become harder and harder to produce powerful warriors. Facilities like the gravity chambers and nutrient pods once available for casual use had become increasingly difficult to access as the number of members increased. After all, resources were limited and only a very few could be trained. The sect still recruited disciples every year, but as resources diminished, at most 1 or 2 genius disciples could be trained annually. Tang Shan had expected this kind of development. Just like in cultivation, the resources of the world were finite. As the number of people increased and resources were continuously distributed, the geniuses who could receive focus training became fewer and fewer. Still, Tang Shan had only asked casually. The real worrying and toiling would be left to those youngsters like Lin Tian and Chen Shui. Tang Shan sent Tien Shinhan away, then sat cross-legged alone in his room, absorbing the origin chi into his body. As for Sun Wukong, he had already gone to find Meruz for a fight. After all, having grown this much, he definitely would not be satisfied without a match against Meruz. Tang Shan knew very well that Meruz's strength was certainly enough to reach the level of Super Saiyan God. Moreover, once Meruz used angel power, even though he was only an apprentice angel, he was absolutely a being who could trounce Super Saiyan Blue. However, angel power could not be used casually, so if they actually fought, it would probably be 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. At the very moment Tang Shan and Sun Wukong were preparing for the cosmic war, a time machine materialized out of thin air in a desolate wasteland on Earth, and a blue-haired young man carrying a long sword on his back stepped out of it. Gazing at the azure sky, the blue-haired young man could not help but sigh. This peaceful world is truly wonderful. I wonder how my mother and father are doing now. This should be the place where Frisia landed. If I wait here, I should be able to meet Mr. Sun Wukong. I have constantly heard my parents mention Mr. Sun Wukong. I hope I can meet him soon, and I hope he really has the strength to help me eliminate the androids. The thought of the androids made the blue-haired young man reveal a hateful expression. And so 1 hour passed, then 2, and the sky gradually darkened. Filled with doubts, the blue-haired young man muttered to himself, "That's not right. According to my mother's account, shouldn't they have arrived long ago? Forget it. I'll go find my mother first." So the blue-haired young man stood up, put away the time machine, and flew toward Bulma's house in Nanzadu. In the dining room of Bulma's house, Bulma's family was having dinner. Bulma's mother was chattering about irrelevant topics and constantly teasing Bulma, while Bulma was scolding Tang Chinchin, telling him to eat properly and muttering again and again that it was all because her parents had spoiled him. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Bulma turned to the robot and said, "Open the video feed." On the screen, a young blue-haired man was shown standing at the front door. When Bulma saw the young man, she could not help but feel a sense of kinship. Without thinking much about it, she opened the door and let him in. The blue-haired young man walked in with practiced ease as if he knew the place very well. After entering the dining room he greeted them familiarly, "Hello Dr. Briefs. Hello Mrs. Briefs. Hello Miss Bulma." But just then he looked at the child beside Bulma and was instantly stunned. Black hair, black eyes, that wasn't him. So where was he? Forgetting why he had come, he hurriedly asked, "Miss Bulma, where is your child? And who is that beside you?" Bulma looked at him in confusion, and for a moment she wondered if something was wrong with this young man's head. Still she answered politely, "This is my child. By the way, who are you? Is there something you came here for? Or do you need help?" Hearing this, the young man became anxious at once. He had never heard that he had a brother. So he quickly asked again, "Miss Bulma, do you have any other children?" Bulma grew a little displeased. "I only have this one child. If you have something to say, say it. If not, please leave." The young man suddenly realized that everything was wrong. It seemed that because of his travel back in time something extraordinary had happened to this world. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstanding he quickly said, "Forgive my rudeness. I came here to ask where Mr. Sun Wukong is. And if I may be so bold, Miss Bulma, who is your husband?" Bulma immediately realized, this young man had come to find Sun Wukong. But hearing his second question her face darkened again. Still she answered, "Sun Wukong is not on Earth right now. They have gone off on something very important. As for that last question of yours, I don't need to answer it. Now if you have nothing else, please leave." Sun Wukong not being on Earth was within the young man's expectations, but The young man sensed that something wasn't right and hastily said, "Miss Bulma, I was a bit abrupt with my earlier questions. I'm sorry. Could you tell me what do you mean by they? Isn't Sun Wukong alone in space?" Bulma's expression softened a great deal upon hearing his apology. After pondering for a moment she said, "It's understandable that you don't know about this. After all, although many people on Earth know about it, not all that many do. Recently a great war has been taking place in the universe, a war that concerns the future of the cosmos. I won't go into the details with you. Mr. Sun Wukong has gone to participate in that war. As for they you asked about, there was another person who went with Sun Wukong. That person is my husband Tang Shan, the founder of Earth's Kaoshan sect." When Bulma mentioned Tang Shan, her face was full of pride. She felt that the best decision she had ever made in her life was to marry Tang Shan. Having such a caring and powerful husband made countless people on Earth envious, jealous and resentful. At first the young man was a little dazed but could still bear it. However, after hearing those last two sentences he stood frozen in place, his head buzzing. The young man stood there in a daze for a long time. When Bulma and the others were beginning to think he had become an idiot, he finally snapped back to reality. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar mother before him, he didn't know how to begin. When he first heard about the cosmic war, he realized that this world had undergone no small number of changes from the one he knew. Such changes he could still bear. But when he heard that his mother had married another man, that man named Tang Shan, he nearly fainted on the spot. Fortunately he held on thanks to his formidable willpower. The young man looked at this family and suddenly felt they had become strangers. But he still had important work to do. His world was being destroyed by the androids. He had to find Sun Wukong as soon as possible, give him the medicine for the heart virus and then go back. The young man became determined once more. Looking at Bulma he asked, "Miss Bulma, roughly how long will Mr. Wukong and the others be away? I have something very important I need to see him about." Bulma looked at the young man, sensing that he truly had some urgent matter and was not a bad person. She invited him to sit down, then activated her wristband to contact Tang Shan. After a little while Tang Shan appeared on the screen. Seeing Bulma he smiled and teased, "It's only been a few days since we parted. And my Bulma already misses me." Bulma looked at Tang Shan and said a little sheepishly, "All right, there's something important to tell you. A young man has come looking for Sun Wukong. Look, it's him." With that she turned the video toward the young man. The young man looked at the unfamiliar face on the screen and thought, "So this is the man my mother married in this world." Tang Shan was taken aback when he saw the young man, but he soon returned to normal. Inwardly however he was thinking, "I traveled through time and Trunks is still here. And didn't the heavenly Tao say that only 7 planes survived? Could Trunks' parallel world also be considered part of the Dragon Ball world?" As Tang Shan was lost in these wild thoughts, the young man spoke up. "Hello Mr. Tang Shan. Can you connect me to Mr. Wukong? I have something very important to ask him." At the Galaxy Guard headquarters, Tang Shan sat on the sofa and smiled faintly. No need for a video call. Meet him in person, he said. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the aura on Earth, detected that youth's presence, and instantly teleported their appearing before Bulma and the young man. Just as Bulma was about to rush forward for a hug, her mother beat her to it, embracing Tang Shan and saying, "Our handsome Tang Shan is back. Let Mom see if you've lost any weight." Bulma stood aside in embarrassment and quickly interjected, "Mom, there's a stranger right here." Tang Shan hastened to respond, "That's right, Mom. Why don't you sit down? I need to take this young man to see Son Goku." He then helped Bulma's mother to a chair by the dining table, exchanged a few words with Bulma, shared a brief embrace, and teleported alongside the youth to Son Goku's room. Meanwhile, Son Goku was doing push-ups inside the room. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared Tang Shan and the youth beside him, he said cheerfully, "Brother Shan, did you come find me to train together? Who's the person by your side?" Tang Shan didn't say much to Son Goku but turned directly to the blue-haired youth and said, "He is the Son Goku you're looking for. Whatever you need to say, speak directly to him. He has something to discuss with you as well. And I can sense it, his power is remarkable too." Son Goku scratched his head, then looked at the youth with some confusion and asked, "Do you know me? Is there something you need?" At Son Goku's words, the youth didn't answer him but politely requested of Tang Shan, "Mr. Tang Shan, could you please step out for a moment? I cannot discuss this matter with anyone other than Mr. Son Goku, or it might lead to unpleasant consequences." Tang Shan merely shrugged and said indifferently, "All right then, carry on. If you need anything, just call me. I'll head back to my room now. Should you wish to return to Earth, feel free to come to my place, I can teleport you there." The youth nodded to Tang Shan and thanked him. "Very well, thank you, Mr. Tang Shan." After Tang Shan left the room, Trunks immediately addressed Son Goku, "Mr. Son Goku, I am a person from the future. My name is Trunks. You should still remember the Red Ribbon Army. After you destroyed the Red Ribbon Army back then, Dr. Gero escaped. And in my timeline, Earth was devastated by his androids." Just as Trunks was about to continue, Son Goku interrupted, I don't know anything about a Red Ribbon Army, nor do I know a Dr. Gero." Though slightly puzzled by Son Goku's words, Trunks wasn't overly surprised. After all, so many things in this world differed vastly from what he knew. As for the reason, I would ask my mother when I return. Right now the most pressing issue is dealing with the android threat. Seeing Son Goku's confusion, Trunks spoke again, "In my world you died from viral heart disease. My father Vegeta, though you likely don't know him yet, he is also a scion like you, died by the android's hands. Also perished were Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and countless others, including my training partner Gohan." Trunks fought back tears but pressed on, "I came to this world to deliver medicine meant to save you. My mother said that as long as you live, Earth will be protected. By the way, Mr. Son Goku, may I see your power?" As he spoke, Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Goku stared in amazement and asked, "You're also a Saiyan? What level of Super Saiyan form have you achieved?" Trunks looked completely bewildered. Since arriving in this world, everything felt off. The gap between this world and his own seemed enormous. But he quickly composed himself and asked Son Goku, "Super Saiyan what? Do you mean there are other forms beyond Super Saiyan?" Son Goku replied in confusion, "You don't know. There are 4 Super Saiyan forms in total. What you just used is merely Super Saiyan 1, the basic form. Behind this form lie 3 more Super Saiyan 2, 3 and 4. Each subsequent form multiplies one's combat power exponentially, with the 4th being particularly formidable. According to Brother Shan, Super Saiyan 4 is the closest to a godly form. Though it grants power comparable to a base deity, it still lacks the true aura of a god. Brother Shan has already reached that divine state himself, I'm still somewhat short of it." Son Goku then demonstrated to Trunks the transformations across all 4 Super Saiyan forms. Trunks was stunned. If he could achieve Super Saiyan 2, those androids would be no match for him. In his world the androids were at most his equal, and his difficulty fighting them stemmed entirely from their infinite energy supply. Coming to his senses, Trunks knelt before Son Goku and earnestly pleaded, "Mr. Son Goku, please teach me." Son Goku helped him up with a smile and said, "Don't worry, it's agreed. I could use more sparring partners myself. However, a great battle lies ahead, one that could determine the fate of the entire universe. Until then, stay by my side. Once the war concludes and we return to Earth, you can train under my guidance." Nodding excitedly, Trunks asked curiously, "Mr. Son Goku, given your current strength, are there still beings in the universe who surpass you? Son Goku smiled and replied, certainly there are those stronger than me. Maelstrom here among us is one example. As for others across the cosmos I cannot say, but Brother Shan has mentioned numerous beings far more powerful than we are within this universe. Take this coming battle for instance. Had I not recently broken through to Super Saiyan 4, I doubt we would stand a chance against them. Their strongest fighter Lord Slug appears to possess power rivaling Super Saiyan 2 to 3. Pondering this, Trunks asked in puzzlement, if you've grown so powerful, why not confront the enemy directly? Defeating their leader should cause their forces to crumble, leaving only scattered remnants to deal with afterward. Son Goku's eyes lit up at the suggestion. That's brilliant. Let's go find Brother Shan. Sun Wukong and Trunks found Tang Shan and told him their plan. After learning of it, Tang Shan approved wholeheartedly and immediately led Sun Wukong and Trunks to meet Meruz and the Galactic King. After hearing their method, the Galactic King gathered everyone once more and revised the battle plan. A 3-person squad was formed consisting of Tang Shan, Sun Wukong and Meruz. Tang Shan would teleport the two directly to the target with him for a decapitation strike. The remaining forces would maintain the previous arrangements and gradually liberate the planets controlled by the Frost Demon Clan. Once the 3 supreme leaders of the Frost Demon Clan were slain, the liberation of those planets was merely a matter of time. While they were all actively discussing, Trunks also said he wanted to act together with Tang Shan and the others. The Galactic King pondered for a moment, then asked for Tang Shan's opinion. Tang Shan said indifferently, that's fine. With our strength they absolutely won't be able to get away. We can also carry out a rapid decapitation strike against the Frost Demon Clan, so it won't waste much time. Since Tang Shan had agreed, the Galactic King had no objections. He told Tang Shan and the others to move out immediately, leaving the choice of who to eliminate first entirely up to them. In the universe, most races grow naturally by relying on their racial talent, and few take the initiative to train themselves. Therefore most are unable to control their chi. Races like those on Earth, which form a complete cultivation system and push their martial arts to the ultimate level, are extremely rare. Thus Tang Shan could sense the chi of the Frost Demon Clan with ease. Tang Shan looked at the people around him and said casually, our first target is King Cold of the West Galaxy. Get ready. He placed his hand on their shoulders and instantly they appeared aboard King Cold's spaceship in the West Galaxy. King Cold stared in bewilderment at the people who had suddenly appeared on his spaceship, then said angrily, who are you? How dare you board King Cold's ship without authorization? If you can't give me a reason, you will all remain here today. But the group did not pay King Cold any attention, instead they were discussing who should make the move. Among them Sun Wukong and Trunks were arguing the most fiercely. Seeing that they could not reach an agreement, Tang Shan said casually, let Trunks take this one first. After all, Trunks came from far away. Everyone nodded in silent agreement. Trunks fixed his gaze on King Cold and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1. With a single flicker he drew his sword and sheathed it, and then returned to his original position. He smiled slightly and said 2 words, done. King Cold saw that the group was ignoring him, and the one with blonde hair dared to claim that he had dealt with him. He was just about to stand up and angrily rebuke that man when he realized that his body was slowly splitting into several pieces. Then an energy wave blasted over and King Cold was utterly reduced to ashes. Seeing that King Cold had been dealt with, Tang Shan said, let's go. The next target is Cooler on planet Kusha in the South Galaxy. No sooner had Tang Shan teleported away with the group than King Cold's spaceship exploded. On planet Kusha in the South Galaxy, Tang Shan brought the group via instant transmission into a colossal palace. At that moment Cooler was discussing important matters with Salza, the commander of his armored squadron, and the 2 captains Dor and Nyes. At their sudden appearance in the hall, Salza rebuked, who are you? How dare you intrude into the palace? Tang Shan and the others ignored them. Sun Wukong said to Tang Shan, Meruz and Trunks, it's my turn this time, right? Once I go up you can't interfere. Tang Shan glanced at Salza and the others and said, should I take care of these 3 small fry for you? Just as Tang Shan finished speaking, Salza and the others were instantly cut into several pieces. Then Trunks said smugly, there was no need for Mr. Tang Shan to dirty his hands over these small fry, I've already settled them for you. Tang Shan smiled indifferently. He hadn't wanted to act anyway, he had only been afraid that Sun Wukong would waste too much time on those small fry. After all, Sun Wukong had a certain trait, he could go toe-to-toe with anyone and he wouldn't end a fight until the opponent had been beaten to exhaustion. Only Cooler remained in the entire palace. Seeing these men chatting away so fearlessly, he instantly grew fully alert. Especially the young man's strike from before, he hadn't even been able to stop it. Cooler examined them then asked, "Do you all have some business at my palace?" Without a second thought Sun Wukong answered, "Don't worry. They won't make a move. You're mine." Cooler saw that the others really had no intention of acting, so he turned to look at Sun Wukong. He did not sense how powerful this man was, and when he opened his scouter it showed a power level of only 100. Cooler was no ordinary small fry. He knew that the man in front of him was probably concealing his power level. Humans like that were rare, but Cooler had seen them before. Take his own race as an example. They also released their power level step by step through transformation. He guessed that this fellow before him was the same. Cooler then released his full power level and transformed directly into his final form. He intended to overawe these people into submission with his overwhelming might. Seeing Cooler transform, Sun Wukong instantly entered Super Saiyan 1 as well. Seeing this, Cooler thought, just as I expected, but then he noticed Sun Wukong's tail. He then said, "You're a Saiyan. Are you perhaps the legendary Super Saiyan? How is my idiot little brother doing?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "Yeah, I'm a Super Saiyan. As for your brother, I don't know him." Tang Shan cut in from the side, "Wukong, his younger brother is Frisia, the one we're going to kill soon. Hurry up and get it done. Once word of King Cold's death spreads, it'll be bad if Frisia goes into hiding." Tang Shan thought to himself, although it would be very hard for Frisia to hide, he still needed to make Sun Wukong take it seriously. Otherwise, with Sun Wukong's temperament, he could fight Cooler for an extremely long time. Sure enough, after hearing Tang Shan's words, Sun Wukong immediately became serious. He looked at Cooler and said, "Come on." The moment he finished speaking, both Sun Wukong and Cooler vanished from their original positions. After a few probing attacks, Sun Wukong was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, fighting Cooler in Super Saiyan 1 was still a bit too much to handle. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to fire a Kamehameha, putting distance between himself and Cooler, then erupted with chi and directly entered Super Saiyan 2. Seeing Sun Wukong become stronger again, Cooler knew that if he did not run now, he would probably be finished here. Just as Cooler was plotting how to escape, Sun Wukong, already transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charged forward and clashed with him again. After several hundred exchanges, Cooler let out a furious roar and fired a death flash from his hand. Caught completely off guard, Sun Wukong was blasted deep into the ground. Just as Cooler thought Sun Wukong had been gravely wounded, a colossal pillar of light burst from beneath the earth. With no other choice, Cooler hurriedly unleashed his ultimate technique, Revenge Strike. A violet pillar of light collided with the Kamehameha fired by Sun Wukong from underground. The two beams annihilated each other in an instant, cancelling out completely. Sun Wukong shot out of the ground and slowly rose until he was at the same level as Cooler. Then he smiled and said, "You're not bad, you know. Looks like even Super Saiyan 2 can hardly take you down." As Sun Wukong roared without pause, his chi surged ever higher and his hair gradually lengthened. The entire planet began to tremble. As for the enormous palace on the ground, it had long been destroyed in the bitter battle. As Sun Wukong grew stronger, Cooler completely lost the will to fight and turned to flee. Just as Cooler turned around, a white figure blocked his path, Tang Shan in his white-haired form. Tang Shan raised one hand, a flash of white light passed and Cooler vanished in an instant. Tang Shan looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Sorry I stole your prey. It's just that this guy was about to run away." Sun Wukong replied helplessly, "Brother Shan, did you have to do that? You know he couldn't have escaped." With that, Sun Wukong withdrew from his Super Saiyan 3 state and Tang Shan returned to his normal form. Seeing Sun Wukong so dejected, Tang Shan smiled and said, "It's fine. The next one will be yours too. Meruz and I weren't planning to make a move anyway. Don't worry, I definitely won't interfere with the next one." Hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately perked up. Seeing how eager he was, Tang Shan said directly, "Let's go. We'll head straight for the final battle." In the Eastern Universe, inside a colossal spaceship, Frisia was smugly watching his handiwork in the distance. A massive planet exploded in an instant and the brilliant fireworks illuminated Frisia's face, exposing his evil and terror. At that moment, Tang Shan teleported Sun Wukong, Trunks and Meruz into Frisia's spaceship via instant transmission. They saw Frisia standing far off by the window watching the planet explode. The one who called himself the Emperor of the Universe had no idea that his father and older brother were already dead, and that he himself was in danger as well. Sensing someone behind him, Frisia slowly turned around. Looking at the people before him, a faint sinister smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know why his subordinates had let them in, but he didn't take them seriously at all. After a contemptuous glance, he sat back down on his exclusive floating pod. He yawned, stretched and only then slowly said, "Are you here to submit to me?" State your names. Such was the confidence of an emperor of the universe. Although he had suffered a defeat in the northern universe before losing to that golden-haired fellow, he was still utterly self-assured. Frisia thought confidently that was only because I'd never trained before. He had always regarded himself as a genius. Even among the Frost Demon clan he didn't think anyone could surpass him. Back then destroying planet Vegeta and wiping out the Scions hadn't been because he truly feared the birth of the Super Saiyan. It was just a favor he did for Lord Beerus. After all, Lord Beerus hated those Scions too. Over the years he had done a great deal for Lord Beerus, giving Lord Beerus time to sleep. As the Emperor of the Universe, his superiority was not merely power, it was an aura. How could his foolish father and stubborn older brother compare to someone as talented and commanding as he was? After these past few years of training, Frisia had reached an entirely new level. In this universe no one could rival him anymore, at least that was what Frisia believed. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia, who sat on his floating pod with proud arrogance. Turning to Tang Shan and the others excitedly, he said, "This guy is strong. Leave him to me. This time none of you must interfere." Tang Shan looked at the unusually excited Sun Wukong and thought, this is really a fated duel, isn't it? Sensing something unusual about Frisia, he said with concern, "Wukong, be careful. Your fight will definitely destroy the spaceship. Your Super Saiyan 4 form should let you survive in space for a short time, so I'll take Trunks away first." With that, Tang Shan turned to Trunks. Trunks nodded and Tang Shan used instant transmission to bring Trunks back to Earth. Then he returned to the spaceship. He nodded to Sun Wukong to signal that everything was ready. Looking down at the three people with a majestic gaze, Frisia stood up and said, "How dare you provoke me, Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe? Do you take me for a pushover? Again and again. All of you die." He raised his hand and casually pointed. 3 purple beams instantly shot towards Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong flashed forward and blocked all 3. Then he said to Frisia, "Your opponent is me." Frisia was somewhat surprised, but he paid it no mind. After all, he was still in his first form and hadn't transformed at all. Still, anyone who could block his attack could be considered strong in this universe. After stopping his attack, Sun Wukong transformed directly into Super Saiyan 1. Seeing the golden-haired Sun Wukong, Frisia immediately recalled the man he had met in the Northern Universe. Frisia stared at Sun Wukong and said through gritted teeth, "It's you." "No, it's not you. I see, you're the same race. Perfect. I'll take care of you first, then go find him." Frisia carefully examined the transformed Sun Wukong and suddenly noticed his tail. Surprised, he said, "You're a Saiyan. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan?" No wonder, no wonder. So the one before was one too. Back then I was careless and didn't kill all you Saions. I never expected that even the Prince of the Saions couldn't become a Super Saiyan, yet a few pieces of trash wandering outside actually did it. Frisia suddenly burst out laughing. If that conceited little ant knew, he'd probably die from rage. Ha ha ha. Seeing Sun Wukong remain silent, Frisia snorted. Then he transformed, skipping the intermediate forms and going directly to his 4th and final form. Frisia, having transformed into his final form, was actually stronger than Goku by more than 1 level. Frisia, now fully transformed, charged straight at Goku and sent him flying with a single punch. Goku crashed through the spaceship and out into space. The moment Goku flew out, Frisia stomped his right foot, making the entire ship seem on the verge of exploding, then chased after him at terrifying speed. Meruz waved his right hand and a milky white power instantly struck Goku. Goku felt warm all over and the discomfort of not being able to breathe in space vanished. Goku looked at Meruz and thanked him. But at that very moment Frisia kicked him square in the abdomen. Goku instantly flared his ki, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, blocked the kick, grabbed Frisia's leg and threw him away. Goku gathered energy in both hands and shouted, "Ka! Me! Ha! Me! Ha!" A colossal beam of white light shot out from his hands and blasted straight into Frisia. Caught off guard, Frisia's chest was blown open. Although it was not a serious injury to Frisia, it was an extreme humiliation to him. That monkey actually dared to wound him. Frisia instantly erupted with ki, his aura becoming several times more powerful than before. Frisia rushed behind Goku at extreme speed and kicked at Goku's head. Goku dodged at an angle, spun around and kicked Frisia. Frisia refused to be outdone. Gathering energy in his hand, he seized Goku's ankle and detonated the energy he had gathered. Goku was sent flying from the explosion and his foot was severely injured. But he refused to yield, flaring his ki once more and opening Super Saiyan 2 to full power, directly launching into a fierce battle against Frisia. Everywhere the two passed, all meteorites and planets were destroyed. Fortunately in the galaxy they were currently in the inhabited planets had long been destroyed by Frisia, so there were no casualties. After several hours the two separated, both gasping for breath. Frisia said, "As expected of a Super Saiyan, you are indeed strong. But compared with our Frost Demon clan you are still far behind." Frisia stopped in place and roared continuously. With each roar his aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end the entire universe could feel Frisia's aura, evil and terrifying. Every living being in the universe trembled in fear. Far away in the realm of the god of destruction the angel sensed this power and could not help remarking, "A truly blessed race indeed. Should I wake Beerus?" After thinking for a moment he said, "Forget it. Let him sleep a little longer." Frisia had no idea that because of him Beerus had nearly woken up early. If he had known, how would he dare to fool around like that? Wouldn't that have been a death wish? The entire galaxy was flooded with golden light. As the light gradually faded Frisia strolled out with ease and golden Frisia was born. This Frisia truly looked like the emperor of the universe with his confident sinister eyes and that overbearing utterly domineering aura. This was the true emperor of the universe, the true ruler of the cosmos, Golden Frisia. At this moment a mighty pressure radiated from Frisia, leaving Tang Shan, Goku and Meru's unable to move. Goku looked at the Frisia before him, his body trembling unceasingly. This was not fear but excitement, an excitement born from the blood of a warrior race. Frisia looked at the trembling Goku and gave a sinister smile. "Now you know fear. You barbaric monkey. An emperor is always an emperor and trash is always trash. Just stand there obediently and wait to die." Goku stopped trembling, but the excitement in his eyes was still impossible to hide. Goku then also began to roar and flare his ki. As his aura strengthened, wave after wave of heat surged across the entire universe. Another incredibly powerful presence made the entire universe tremble. A red radiance blazed across the galaxy. When the red light faded, Goku was covered in red fur, his tail had turned red and his hair had become black while red light flickered around him. Frisia stared at Goku, his eyes filled with bewilderment and shock, his mind screaming, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Could this be the true Super Saiyan?" Frisia then transformed into a golden streak of light and shot toward Goku. Goku became a red streak of light and clashed with Frisia. Every time Frisia and Goku clashed, the entire galaxy trembled as if it would be destroyed the very next moment. Frisia fired a death beam, and after Goku dodged, the beam pierced straight through the entire galaxy. Meanwhile the dodging Goku continuously fired energy blasts from his hands, weaving them into an energy net that trapped Frisia tightly. As Goku kept releasing energy blasts, the energy net continued to strengthen. Frisia then used Nova Strike, gathering energy around his body and charged out of the net's encirclement. The net exploded instantly. Although Frisia was caught in the explosion, he was not injured, but most of the galaxy was destroyed. Just as Frisia charged out, Goku completed the Destructo Disc in his right hand and hurled it at Frisia instantly. Frisia fired a barrage of death beams from his hand, draining the Destructo Disc's energy. He then turned into a golden streak and engaged Goku in hand-to-hand combat. Relying on his long-accumulated battle experience and innate combat instincts, Goku barely managed to fight Frisia. However, Tang Shan could already tell something was wrong. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Goku's energy was far inferior to Frisia's. It was only Goku's extraordinary combat instincts, far beyond that of ordinary people, that allowed him to keep tangling with Frisia. Anyone else would have lost long ago. Although Frisia had trained, he had long occupied an exalted position and had rarely fought opponents of the same level, which gave Goku the chance to keep stalling. But even with all these advantages, Goku could only manage a draw. Once his ki was nearly exhausted, he would soon be defeated. Meru's could not help sighing. "Mr. Goku is in trouble." He had originally thought this would be an easy fight, but unexpectedly it was Frisia, the weakest one, who had put them in a terrible bind, and they might even lose. Meru's looked at Tang Shan. "Mr. Tang Shan, shall we attack together? Otherwise Mr. Goku might lose." Tang Shan watched Goku and Frisia battling and said to Meru's, "It would be useless even if we all attack together. Frisia hasn't brought out his real power yet." Tang Shan knew very well that Golden Frisia was a being beyond Super Saiyan Blue, only Goku transformed into Deep Blue could defeat him. Tang Shan really had not expected that, because of encountering Gohan, Frisia had begun training with such ruthless dedication. This was a colossal miscalculation. If he had known, he should have killed Frisia long ago. Sure enough, he had been too careless. He had still thought of himself as a transmigrator, imagined he could know the plot in advance, and believed that his current power was already invincible. Sometimes he had even wondered if he was the main character. After all, Tang Shan had read a lot of Dragon Ball fanfiction, but he now discovered that he had been far too arrogant, an arrogance born of knowing everything about the future. But he did not know that the moment he arrived in this world the future had already changed. No matter how fiercely Frieza and Goku were fighting now, Frieza was merely adapting to his current power. After all, in Frieza's current state, finding a worthy opponent in the universe was far too difficult. Goku was only a whetstone for Frieza at this point. Tang Shan kept thinking, and a trace of fear crept over him. His body began to tremble slightly. After all, he was only an ordinary person. In his past life he had been just a wage worker squeezed into a tiny shabby rented room. Who could have known that the world would be destroyed the moment he fell asleep? And then he had transmigrated here too. Although Tang Shan had accepted all of this ever since he arrived in Dragon Ball, he had used his complete knowledge of the future to seize the initiative and stay ahead of everyone step by step. That was why Tang Shan had never faced anyone stronger than himself in this world, nor had he ever experienced a true life and death battle. Watching Goku fight Frieza, Tang Shan suddenly felt a little envy toward Goku. That desire for battle surging from the blood, that fearlessness in the face of overwhelming opponents, that was Goku. No matter how powerful the enemy, he would still dare to throw his fist. This was probably the reason I used to love Dragon Ball and love Goku. Tang Shan kept pumping himself up inside. Death is just death. What is there to fear? Besides, he had lived in this world for so many years now, he had already more than gotten his money's worth. Then Tang Shan said to Maruz beside him, "Maruz, if the three of us are no match for him, you take Goku and leave. I have a way to kill Frieza." Tang Shan's way was to detonate the origin chi within his own body. He believed that as long as he self-detonated all of his origin chi, no one in this universe could withstand it unless the Omni King himself came. Just as Tang Shan was about to move, Maruz grabbed him and said solemnly, "Tang Shan, the future of this universe still depends on you. I can protect this universe for a while, but I can't protect its future. If we can't hold out, use instant transmission and take Goku away." At that moment Frieza and Goku stopped fighting in the distance. Frieza looked at Goku with admiration. "Not bad. You are a worthy opponent. But the warm-up is about over. Now die." Goku felt his body go numb and stared intently at Frieza. Frieza spread both hands wide. Countless death beams shot out from his palms and formed an enormous net, instantly wrapping Goku inside it. The enormous net kept contracting, and no matter whether Goku used the Kamehameha or the Destructo Disc, he could not completely break through it. Just when he was at a loss, Tang Shan, having transformed into his white-haired state, used instant transmission to pull Goku out. Seeing Goku disappear and reappear beside the other two, Frieza looked on with some curiosity and gave a sinister smile. "Instant transmission, huh?" Then he turned to Tang Shan. "So you're the one who pulled him out, aren't you? Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since I've had such an interesting opponent. I didn't expect to get three at once today. It looks like I'll be able to enjoy myself to the fullest." Even though Tang Shan had transformed into his white-haired state, Frieza did not take him seriously at all. After all, he did not sense any fatal threat from Tang Shan. Tang Shan looked at Goku and said, "Sorry Goku. I'm afraid I can't let you fight alone. This guy is strong, let's take him on together." Goku scratched his head and said seriously, "Indeed. I'm no match for him alone at all. This guy really is a formidable opponent." Frieza saw that they intended to attack together and his eyes turned vicious in an instant. Frieza was not of the warrior race, and since the warm-up was over he was not going to take things slowly. Golden Frieza immediately went all out. The net-like death rays shot out again, enclosing Tang Shan, Goku and Maruz within them. Just as the death beams were about to touch them, Tang Shan used instant transmission to take Goku and Maruz behind Frieza. Frieza reacted in that same instant. He flicked a finger behind him and fired multiple death beams at Tang Shan. Frieza knew that if he wanted to deal with them he had to eliminate Tang Shan first. Just as the death beams came at him, Goku and Maruz split to both sides while Tang Shan used instant transmission to appear in front of Frieza. His right fist clenched tightly as the energy of his entire body gathered into it. The heaven-earth piercing fist, also known as the dragon fist, slammed into Frieza's abdomen. At that moment Frieza smiled sinisterly. Seeing that sinister smile, Tang Shan knew it was over. The punch did hit Frieza's abdomen, his belly split open at once and blood flowed from his mouth. But Frieza did not utter a single cry. Only malice gleamed in his eyes as he grabbed Tang Shan's fist with both hands. Energy gathered in Frieza's hands and he immediately fired the combined energy at Tang Shan. Tang Shan's right hand was erased by the energy wave. Frieza instantly seized the opening, gathered his energy and rushed at Tang Shan. Tang Shan used instant transmission to move away from Frieza and dodged the attack. Seeing Tang Shan dodge, Frieza turned and charged at Goku. Goku, distracted by his concern for Tang Shan, was hit instantly. He was sent flying backwards, smashing through and destroying 10 planets in a row before he finally stopped. Frieza then charged at Meruz. He intended to quickly finish off Meruz while Tang Shan and Goku were injured. But at that moment Meruz took out a staff and Frieza froze in place, utterly shocked. Frieza stared blankly at Meruz, then said in a respectful, reverent tone, You are an angel. How could an angel take part in a war of the universe? Meruz ignored Frieza and only said to Goku and Tang Shan, the future of the universe is up to you from now on. Tell my brothers in the Galactic Patrol that I'm sorry, I won't be able to fight alongside them anymore. After saying this, Meruz looked at the beautiful universe, a single tear falling from his eye, and silently said in his heart, I'm sorry, Whis. Goodbye, my friends. Then a beam of angelic power shot out from the staff, his strongest technique as an apprentice angel, and struck Frieza directly. Frieza vanished in an instant, erased from the universe. Meruz too turned into specks of light and disappeared into the universe. In the Destruction God realm, Whis sighed, this child. After the war ended, Tang Shan brought son Goku to inform Galaxy King Merz of his demise in battle. Since Merz was an angel, ordinary Dragon Balls could not resurrect him at all. Galaxy King Merz ordered the carving of his statue, which now stands permanently at the headquarters of the Galaxy Guardians, ensuring all remember the hero who sacrificed himself to protect the peace of the universe. Due to Tang Shan's carelessness, he had not brought any senzu beans on this journey. Moreover, Galaxy King Merz still had to deal with the aftermath of the war. After all, they had only defeated the Frozen Demon tribe and eliminated a portion of their subordinates during the battle. However, the majority of their forces remained intact, so the war across the universe would continue for some time. The victory celebration would have to wait until all conflicts concluded, so Tang Shan and Son Goku returned to Earth first. Back on Earth, after consuming the senzu beans and recovering from his injuries, both Tang Shan and Son Goku entered a state of deep cultivation. After all, had it not been for Merz, Tang Shan might have perished there. As a transmigrator, he was uncertain whether the Dragon Balls of this world could even resurrect him. Furthermore, even if he were resurrected, the primal power within his body and his space divine abilities would likely vanish. Such consequences were something he could not afford to bear. Having experienced this war, Tang Shan truly began his serious cultivation. Meanwhile, Trunks went to train under Son Goku. After all, regarding his situation at Bulma's house, watching his own mother with another man every day, even though it was a parallel timeline, it still felt deeply awkward. Thus Trunks chose to remove himself from the discomfort and went to train with Son Goku. After all, he needed to return to deal with Android 17 and 18 from his world. At the same time, he had already administered the special medicine for viral heart disease to Son Goku. 3 months later, when Trunks reached Super Saiyan 2 during his training, he discovered he could not break through to Super Saiyan 3 no matter what. After careful analysis, he concluded it might be an issue of his bloodline. Although the union of Earthlings and Saiyans made it easier to grow stronger, their potential became comparatively lower. Trunks at this stage was significantly stronger than an ordinary Super Saiyan 2. Even if he fought against Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he would not be at a severe disadvantage. Feeling that no further improvement was possible, Trunks bid farewell to everyone. Rather than revealing his identity as in the original timeline, he chose to return directly to his own world. Not long after Trunks departed, representatives from the Zhao Shan sect arrived at Bulma's residence. They informed Tang Shan that 2 extraordinarily powerful individuals had appeared in North City, continuously wreaking destruction upon the towns. The Zhao Shan sect, acting on the government's commission, dispatched their fighters. However, the opponents proved too formidable and many of the sect's strongest warriors have been injured, including their greatest fighter Piccolo. After unanimous deliberation, the sect decided to request Tang Shan's intervention. Tang Shan dismissed the sect's envoys, assured them he would handle the matter, and instructed them not to send anyone else. After all, sending more warriors would only result in needless casualties. Although the Zhao Shan sect had grown quite powerful, their strongest fighter Piccolo possessed merely 20 million combat power, and he had already been defeated. Tang Shan used instant transmission and appeared directly above North City. In one glance he spotted the 2 androids causing destruction, Android 17 and Android 18. Nearby, Android 8 was constantly trying to dissuade them. The pair seemed to regard Android 8 as one of their own, so they did not attack him. Tang Shan observed for a while and determined that these Android 17 and 18 were not as evil as their counterparts from Trunks' timeline. Indeed, despite the extensive destruction, only buildings had been damaged and those who opposed them were merely injured. No deaths had occurred. Tang Shan flew down directly and stood before the 2 androids. Android 17 and 18 turned to regard the stranger who had appeared before them. However, Android 8 immediately recognized Tang Shan as the one who had killed Dr. Gero and freed them from his control. Android 8 promptly addressed 17 and 18. His name is Tang Shan, the person I told you about before. Android 18 offered a charming smile, instantly appearing before Tang Shan. She gently touched his cheek, her small lips parting seductively. "Well now, so it's you, dear," she purred. "Tell me, how should I repay you?" With those words, Android 18 parted her lips slightly and slowly extended her tongue as though about to lick Tang Shan's cheek. Tang Shan was already a married man. Though Android 18 was stunningly beautiful and exactly his type, he instantly vanished from her presence, putting distance between them. Android 17, walking behind, jeered. "Oh my Android 18, it seems this gentleman isn't interested in you. Your charm isn't quite working, is it?" Tang Shan stood aside, utterly speechless. This Android 17 was deliberately stirring up trouble. Tang Shan quickly responded. "If you wish to repay me, simply cease destroying towns and live peacefully in this world. Dr. Gero is dead anyway, and you are both free now. Go find something you enjoy doing." Android 18 pondered for a moment and said, "That sounds reasonable, but we have just emerged and do not know what interesting things this world has to offer. Perhaps you could show us around. Perhaps we might discover something we enjoy, and then we would no longer cause destruction." Android 18 turned to look at Android 17. 17, what do you think?" Android 17 nodded and said, 18, you can accompany him. I have my own pursuits. Android 17 fixed his gaze on Tang Shan. "Make sure you treat 18 well. If she suffers any wrong, I will not forgive you. Rest assured, I will never destroy any towns. Actually, within our minds we have long abandoned our hatred. I have already found something I enjoy in this world." With that, Android 17 took flight and departed. Tang Shan stood beside him, utterly bewildered, then panic seized him. If he brought 18 back, would not Bulma surely tear him apart? Tang Shan turned to Android 8 beside him and asked, "Android 8, what are your plans?" Android 8 chuckled. "I have grown accustomed to life here and I have my own family. I will not go with you." He then bid farewell to Android 18 and left. Tang Shan had originally wanted to ask Android 8 to show Android 18 around, but this Android 8 simply slipped away. Who said Android 8 lacked intelligence? With no other choice, Tang Shan resolved to take Android 18 with him, exploring the world to see if there was something she might enjoy. Then he would shed Android 18 and return home. He had gone out to handle matters, but bringing back a beautiful woman. Without a doubt the consequences would be severe. After all, Bulma detested unfaithful men most of all. Although Tang Shan himself was not prone to infidelity, bringing Android 18 home would undoubtedly provoke her displeasure. So it seemed best to escort Android 18 around the world first, hoping to discover something that might capture her interest. In Baizidu, Tang Shan led No. 18 through the streets. Like a little child, No. 18 looked left and right, brimming with curiosity about everything around her. After all, No. 18 had been taken away by the Red Ribbon Army when she was very young and handed over to Dr. Gero for his experiments. No. 17 and No. 18 were the only survivors of those experiments. That was why when No. 17 and No. 18 had just emerged, all they did was heed the orders echoing in their minds to destroy everything. But being kind-hearted by nature, they were no longer under Dr. Gero's control once released and had minds of their own. Thus they only caused minor destruction and injured those who tried to stop them. When No. 18 spotted some beautiful clothing stores, she couldn't resist going inside to browse and try things on. Having been accustomed to this kind of thing while shopping with Bulma, Tang Shan understood that it was a common trait among girls. Watching No. 18 like this, he suddenly felt a pang of pity for her. This was after all just a child subjected by Dr. Gero to cruel experiments. Noticing that No. 18 seemed particularly fond of those clothes, Tang Shan said to her, "If you like any of them, you can go try them on. If you think they work, I'll buy them for you." Because of that one remark from Tang Shan, he was subsequently trapped in a devilish cycle. After all, No. 18 was powered by infinite energy and never felt fatigued. Especially while shopping, she was still in high spirits. After all, it was the first time anyone had bought her so many beautiful clothes. In an instant, No. 18 was utterly enchanted. Thus the things in Tang Shan's hands became more and more numerous, and No. 18 grew closer and closer to him. As they strolled along she leaned her whole body against Tang Shan, both hands clinging tightly to his arm as if afraid he would vanish. At nightfall Tang Shan put all the things they had bought into a capsule and handed it to No. 18. Because No. 18 said she had not found anything that interested her, she asked Tang Shan to keep accompanying her, otherwise she would go cause destruction. Tang Shan naturally knew she was only saying that, but he also had to keep his promise, so he sent Bulma a message saying he was training outside and asked her not to worry. He then accompanied No. 18 to a relatively spacious mountaintop where he tossed out a capsule containing a villa, making it their lodging for the night. No. 18's mind had been programmed with a vast amount of modern knowledge, in fact she knew more about Earth than most people did. Even so, seeing it in person for the first time still felt novel. She then entered the villa and wandered around every part of it. Afterwards she lay down on the rooftop gazing at the stars in the night sky while Tang Shan came up to accompany her. The two of them lay on the rooftop together gazing at the night sky filled with faint starlight, their hearts utterly peaceful. Then No. 18 slowly spoke, "Thank you Tang Shan. Thank you for saving us and thank you for staying with me." Tang Shan smiled and said, "What's there to thank me for? We're friends now, aren't we? Helping a friend is just the right thing to do. From now on I'm your friend, whatever you need just say the word." In truth Tang Shan understood them. Having been modified since childhood and forcibly filled with enormous amounts of knowledge, now that they were free they had lost their sense of purpose and felt deeply lost inside. He thought of No. 17 and hoped he had truly found something he loved. No. 18, you may find this hard to believe, but you are the goddess in my heart. Being able to go shopping with you and even lie here watching the stars with you is something I never dared to dream of before. From now on I'll be your family. No. 18. If anything comes up just tell me directly, whatever I can help with I will. No. 18 turned onto her side quietly looking at Tang Shan and gently nodded. In fact from Tang Shan's attitude throughout the day No. 18 understood. Between them there could only be friendship and kinship, they could never become lovers or spouses. That was why she now cherished every moment of being alone with Tang Shan. No. 18 slowly leaned close to Tang Shan and said softly, "Brother Shan, just for a little while, okay?" Then she pressed her cheek to Tang Shan's chest and wrapped her arms around him. After a brief reflection Tang Shan set aside the reserve in his heart and gently embraced No. 18. The cold wind on the mountaintop kept blowing over them, yet to Tang Shan and No. 18 that wind was nothing at all. And so under the warm starlight they gradually fell asleep. The next day Tang Shan continued taking No. 18 around to enjoy herself. In each city they reached No. 18 had to sample all the amusements the city had to offer and buy every pretty dress and ornament before moving on to the next city. Thus 4 months passed and Tang Shan had taken No. 18 through nearly the entire world. During those 4 months Tang Shan treated No. 18 as his younger sister and even as his own daughter. At the seaside Tang Shan and No. 18 sat on a reef. Gazing at the boundless ocean No. 18 understood that no matter how joyful the gathering, parting would eventually come. She looked at the sea with a tinge of dejection. In the 4 months they spent together No. 18 had also learned something about Tang Shan. He had a wife named Bulma. The capsules they used on a daily basis were manufactured by Bulma's family, and through their ordinary conversations No. 18 also came to understand just how deep Tang Shan's love for Bulma was. This was also the reason No. 18 willingly became Tang Shan's younger sister. She understood that no matter how hard she tried she would never have a chance. But precisely because of that No. 18's feelings for Tang Shan grew even deeper. Everything she knew taught her how precious a man of such steadfast devotion was. So No. 18 was glad to be a younger sister and stay by his side forever. Yet in the end parting was unavoidable. For all this time, even though she was treated as his little sister, Tang Shan had never spoken of taking her back with him. Given her personality No. 18 would not play pitiful in front of him, and she was not that kind of person anyway. Still she could not help the grief welling up inside her. Why hadn't she been released earlier? Why hadn't she met this man sooner? Tang Shan sat beside her watching No. 18's face clouded with sorrow. In that silence the two sat on the reef as time trickled away. The sun set in the west and the afterglow fell over them both as if reflecting their relationship, just like the fading sun slowly growing dim, slowly vanishing. Just as the sun was about to sink completely below the horizon, Tang Shan couldn't help saying to No. 18, you have no place to stay for now. I'll ask Bulma if there is any spare room at home. You can stay at my place for the time being. No. 18 looked at Tang Shan with joyful surprise. Her face broke into a smile, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. She was too overcome to speak and could only nod again and again, which was enough to show just how happy and excited she was inside. And so number 18 was brought back to their home. Tang Shan and Bulma recounted her tragic fate, and upon hearing it Bulma immediately declared, "Number 18, stay as long as you like, this is your home now." Ever since then Bulma had been spending a great deal of time in the laboratory with number 18, her scientific curiosity clearly piqued. Of course Bulma held no ill will toward number 18. Her interest was purely born of scientific obsession. Moreover, there was still a bomb hidden within number 18's body that needed to be studied and safely removed. As for number 17, after parting ways with his sister he embarked on a journey across the world. In the end, much like the original timeline, he arrived at an island dedicated to protecting rare animals, where he met his wife and eventually settled down as one of the island's guardians. Even within this peaceful life, news arrived from Kafan sect. People on Earth were vanishing without reason. Though those within Kafan sect could not track down the culprit, they managed to identify the culprit's appearance from footage captured by Earth's surveillance satellites. Unable to pursue him through conventional means, they had no choice but to report the matter to Tang Shan. Tang Shan gazed at the footage transmitted through his wristband, falling into deep thought before recalling the original plot of Dragon Ball. Cell must have traveled back from the future. It seemed he needed to warn numbers 17 and 18 to be cautious. However, as long as Cell did not launch a surprise attack, the current Cell would still not be a match for either of them. After some consideration, Tang Shan decided it was unnecessary to inform either of them, he would handle it himself. With that, he instantly teleported to the location where the satellite had captured the footage. However, since Cell was an artificial human, ordinary methods could not detect his presence at all. The only option was to rely on spatial ability. This was something Tang Shan had been researching recently. Through his mastery of the power of space, when he channeled his primordial energy to amplify his senses, everything he perceived manifested as vivid imagery within his mind. In Tang Shan's view, this was likely what was known as divine sense, the technique of immortal cultivators from his former world. Now not only Earth but the entire northern cosmos fell within the reach of his spiritual perception. In that instant Tang Shan located Cell, discovering him hiding deep within a mountainside. At that moment Cell was completely unaware that he had already been found. The key blade slowly formed in Tang Shan's hand, aimed directly at the core within Cell's head. Launched from Tang Shan's palm, the key blade precisely sliced through Cell's core. Cell, who had not yet made his grand entrance, was eliminated by Tang Shan in that very moment. Meanwhile, Goku and Chi-Chi's second son, Son Goten, was born. And like the original storyline, Gohan transformed into a superhero, helping society fight against crime and injustice. However, his secret identity was discovered by Videl. Soon after, Videl kept pestering Gohan to teach her the art of flight. Over the years that followed, feelings gradually blossomed between them and they married without incident. The great wars across the cosmos gradually subsided. Though some small evil forces still lurked in the shadows, making them difficult to eradicate. But overall, both Earth and the entire cosmos entered a period of peaceful and stable development. The Scion Daleth, who had come to plant the spirit tree, was eliminated by the Guardians of the Galaxy even before he could set foot on Earth. As for the wicked Namekian Slug, his spaceship was destroyed by a massive energy cannon the moment it reached Earth's airspace. Slug and his subordinates were instantly annihilated by the overwhelming energy blast. However, due to Earth's powerful technology and the renewed peace across the cosmos, most evil factions chose to remain hidden. Aside from scions like Goku, who thrived on battle, and Tang Shan, who bore a heavy mission, the two of them continued their cultivation. Most people on Earth were essentially enjoying the fruits of peace. Martial artists were becoming increasingly rare, and the majority of those entering sects did so merely to enhance their credentials, for a better life and survival prospects across the cosmos. Since the victory in the war, those from Kafan sect had become highly respected throughout the cosmos. Earth had come to be known as the homeland of the universe's strongest warriors. The civilization of the entire seventh universe flourished like spring buds reaching toward the sun. Far away in the realm of the destroyer gods was looked upon this scene with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Compared to the past, the current universe was simply magnificent. If the old universe could be described as a third-tier civilization, then the present one had already ascended to a fifth-tier civilization. After a decade of vigorous development, the entire cosmos was slowly entering a phase of steady moderate growth. In age 774, on the 7th day of the 5th month, the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was held. Because Earth had gained fame, and because it was rumored that the strongest warriors in the universe had once participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Thus the tournament was no longer limited to Earth's inhabitants. Warriors from across the cosmos also flocked to participate. Held every 3 years, the World Martial Arts Tournament had become one of the premier events on Earth and throughout the entire northern cosmos. And thus the original Papaya Island was expanded 100-fold. On Earth, people had grown accustomed to witnessing all manner of martial artists over the years, so they no longer found flight surprising. Now on Earth, if one could not fly, one would hardly dare call oneself a martial artist. Flight had become a basic standard by which all martial artists were measured. Every World Martial Arts Tournament invited Tang Shan as a guest of honor. In the original storyline it was Mr. Satan, but with Earth's martial arts prosperity, Vidal's father Mr. Satan had not gained significant fame. Of course, the current Mr. Satan did not go by that name anymore. He was known as Mark and was merely an ordinary martial artist. Tang Shan had succeeded Master Roshi as Earth's new martial arts god, and his legendary reputation extended far beyond the planet. Across the entire cosmos, thanks to the deliberate promotion by the Guardians of the Galaxy, Tang Shan was hailed as the supreme powerhouse of the universe, an opponent that countless strong warriors aspired to challenge. The only opportunity to challenge Tang Shan lay in winning the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth. This arrangement existed entirely because far too many people came to challenge him on their own. Ultimately, with no other choice, Tang Shan reached an agreement with the tournament organizers. The World Martial Arts Tournament could promote itself across the cosmos through KFN-SEC, thereby raising its profile. In return, the tournament would pay Tang Shan 2 billion and KFN-SEC 200 billion as compensation. In exchange, Tang Shan would serve as a guest of honor at the tournament and accept the champion's challenge. Participation in the tournament was no longer free. Earthlings were required to pay an entry fee of 100,000 while aliens needed to pay 10 million. Yet even such exorbitant fees could not deter those determined to challenge the martial arts god. Each tournament attracted at least hundreds of thousands of challengers. The event, once lasting only 1 or 2 days, was extended to 3 months. The prize money for the World Martial Arts Tournament was also astonishingly set at 2 billion. On Papaya Island, at the center of the colossal arena, the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament stood gracefully atop a hovering craft and announced in a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official matches of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. A total of 250,000 participants entered the preliminary rounds this year." The host then made an exaggerated expression. "This is unprecedented in the history of the tournament. We have set a new record for the highest number of participants ever. Among the competitors, 700,000 are from Earth, while 180,000 are elite martial artists from across the universe. After rigorous selection, 5,000 contenders have emerged from the preliminaries. If you wish to watch their matches, you can search for the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament on the Universal Net. All match videos have already been uploaded there. This tournament features 50 smaller arenas with matches taking place around the clock. 700 media outlets and major television networks are broadcasting live on site." At that moment, the host raised his hand toward the enormous silver screen floating in the sky. For those watching live, every thrilling moment from all arenas will be displayed on this screen in real time for your viewing pleasure. From the 5,000 competitors, we will select the final 64. These 64 warriors will then compete for the championship right here on this massive arena beneath my feet. Looking out at the hundreds of thousands of spectators, the host declared, "Now comes the most electrifying moment. Let us welcome the god of martial arts, the white god Tang Shan." The instant those words left his mouth, an overwhelming aura engulfed every spectator and fighter, pressing down on all present until they could scarcely breathe. A streak of white appeared beside the host and the pressure vanished as quickly as it had come. The crowd erupted with thunderous cheers, chanting, "White God! White God! White God!" The roaring chant lasted for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Standing beside Tang Shan, the host gazed at him with boundless excitement. "I am truly fortunate to stand beside the white god at every tournament. Becoming the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament is the best decision I have ever made." He then asked, "White God, do you have any words for our competitors?" The host handed the microphone to Tang Shan, but Tang Shan gestured that he did not need it. Then he spoke, his voice resounding like a great bell, "Fellow martial artists." The sound struck directly into the minds of every fighter and spectator, awakening a profound clarity within them as if they had attained sudden enlightenment. Whether you are a martial artist from Earth or from across the universe, I hope each of you carries a kind heart and helps those in need. Let us spread the greatest love of humanity and uphold truth, goodness and beauty. Only when our hearts are truly pure can we reach the supreme realm, godhood. I hope all martial artists will embody this spirit during the tournament, and I wish everyone a rewarding experience in their matches. When he finished, Tang Shan glanced at the host, who immediately understood. "Let us thank the white god for his guidance and honor his principles." Thank you, White God. You have worked hard, please go and rest. After Tang Shan departed, the host announced, I now declare the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament officially open. Please check the display on the big screens to find your designated arena and proceed with your matches. We look forward to spectacular battles. We'll see you all at the main arena. As soon as the host finished speaking, the 4 colossal screens began rapidly scrolling through the names of all competitors along with their assigned arenas. After reading them, the fighters headed off to their respective stages. Just as Tang Shan teleported back home, 2 figures materialized beside him. Seeing the sudden arrival of the 2 strangers, Tang Shan immediately understood what was going on, yet he feigned a hint of displeasure. What is the meaning of this, the 2 of you following me here? The elder of the 2 spoke up, do not misunderstand. We mean no harm. It's just that a crisis threatening Earth is currently unfolding and we hope you will step forward to stop it. Tang Shan smiled inwardly, thinking this old fellow really knows how to put on an act. You 2 are the ones who stirred up this trouble. If the descendants of Majin Buu's creator had been eliminated back when Bu was slain, this crisis would never have happened. However, Tang Shan revealed nothing on his face and asked with a look of puzzlement, who are you 2? And who is threatening Earth? The Grand Supreme Kai quickly replied, we are Supreme Kais from the realm of the Kais. Tang Shan nodded. No wonder I sense divine energy from you. So what problem has brought you here in person? From what I know, Supreme Kais generally do not meddle in the affairs of the universe. Unless there is something capable of destroying the universe, threatening all of existence. Is this crisis really that dangerous? The Grand Supreme Kai sighed and said, this all began many years ago. In those days there was an evil sorcerer named Bibidai who created a being of immense power and malice, Majin Buu. Under Bibidai's control, Majin Buu sought to destroy the entire universe. Back then I and 4 other Grand Supreme Kais went to stop him. Aside from me, all 4 of my fellow Grand Supreme Kais were defeated and 2 of them were devoured by him. Of course, precisely because Majin Buu consumed 2 Supreme Kais, he developed a will of his own and ceased obeying the sorcerer Bibidai's commands. But Majin Buu remained an utterly evil being. The first thing he did after gaining his own will was to kill Bibidai the sorcerer who had controlled him. In the end, however, he was sealed away by Bibidai and I seized the opportunity to kill Bibidi myself. I thought it was all over, but I never imagined that Bibidi had a son named Babidi. Recently Babidi brought the egg containing the sealed Majin Buu to Earth. He intends to use this World Martial Arts Tournament to absorb enough energy to revive Majin Buu. Once Majin Buu revives, the world will face annihilation once more. You cannot imagine how terrifying Majin Buu's power truly is. Therefore we implore you, White God, to stop their scheme. Tang Shan pondered for a moment and asked, do you know where Babidi is right now? The Grand Supreme Kai sighed. We only know that he has come to Earth. By the time we caught word and followed him here, we could no longer find him. We came to you, White God, hoping that you can locate Babidi and prevent this catastrophe from befalling us. Tang Shan nodded. Alright, but first I need to go find someone. And by the way, just call me by my name, Tang Shan. White God, feels a bit strange to hear. Tang Shan brought the Grand Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai to Baozu Mountain and found Sun Wukong. The moment Sun Wukong heard that a powerful opponent had appeared, he agreed without hesitation. He also brought along Sun Wuqian, who was studying, and Sun Wufan, who had nothing to do at home. Finally Tang Shan also went to look for Android 18. Android 18 made it clear she did not want to go at all. Ever since Tang Shan had brought her home, she had settled permanently at Bulma's house. Bulma's family also treated Android 18 as a true member of the family. Tang Shan had originally thought about going to find Krillin and the others, but after thinking about their strength he dropped the idea. If anything unexpected happened, everything would be over. Tang Shan searched far and wide and found that the number of powerful warriors on Earth seemed to have dwindled. The former Demon King Piccolo had now joined the Galactic Patrol and successfully become its captain. As for Krillin, the strongest fighter on Earth, he had gone into the universe to train. Yamcha meanwhile had gone from a man who froze at the sight of a beautiful woman into a thoroughgoing womanizer. Moreover, because of his status as the supreme elder of the Kaoshan sect, he was always surrounded by a crowd of adoring beauties. Still, all of this was good progress. At least Earth had not been destroyed so far, and that was a promising start. And so Tang Shan led the group to the World Martial Arts Tournament. The Grand Supreme Kai asked in confusion, Tang Shan, why have we come back to the World Martial Arts Tournament again? Aren't we supposed to be looking for Wizard Babidi? Tang Shan said carelessly, relax. Don't worry. Since Wizard Babidi wants to collect energy, his underlings are bound to show up at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The Grand Supreme Kai thought for a moment. All right. By the way, Babidi has a mind control spell. Everyone he controls bears a special symbol on the forehead. Tang Shan swept his divine sense over the entire World Martial Arts Tournament and instantly located the two humans controlled by Babidi. I found them. After saying this, Tang Shan used instant transmission to bring the two over. Seeing the scene before them, the two were instantly startled. What is going on? Who are you? Just as the Grand Supreme Kai was about to speak, Tang Shan hurriedly said, don't be nervous. I am the White God. The two looked at Tang Shan and said respectfully, Lord White God, what orders do you have for us? Tang Shan gave a sinister smile. Of course there is something. With that he threw a punch at the two. They hurriedly dodged, and so under Tang Shan's assault the two traded blows with him. After a while Tang Shan, feigning defeat, said, I didn't expect you two to be so troublesome. Then he abruptly erupted with chi and entered his White God form. The moment he did, the two took out a jar and pointed it at Tang Shan. Tang Shan's chi was instantly drained by the two and he collapsed limply. Seeing that the jar was already full of energy, the two vanished at once. Shortly after the two left, Tang Shan slowly got up and said to the Grand Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong and the others, let's go. We'll follow them. Sun Wuqian flew to Tang Shan's side and said, Uncle Tang Shan, your acting is really good. Tang Shan smiled slightly and said, it's not that my acting is good. It's because those two have their minds controlled so they can't tell the difference. Let's go. Follow them and we should be able to find their lair. About an hour passed. Sun Wuqian complained impatiently, these two are flying too slowly. I really want to go up and kick them a couple of times so they'll fly faster. Sun Wukong said from the side, we should be almost there. I sent someone up ahead approaching them. Meanwhile the two flew quickly to Babidi's side. Babidi looked at them and said joyfully, oh, you finished the task so quickly. It seems quite a few strong fighters came to this World Martial Arts Tournament. Spopovich Yama, you two are back so soon. How did the energy collection go? Spopovich knelt before Babidi and said respectfully, Lord Babidi, the energy has been completely collected. Then he handed the energy jar in his hand to Babidi. Babidi glanced at it, his eyes full of delight. He had not expected these two useless fools to complete the task so well. The whole jar had actually been filled to the brim. Babidi looked at the two and said, not bad. This mission was completed very well. Come, this is your reward. As he spoke, two orbs of light shot from Babidi's hands and instantly appeared beside the two. Startled they said, Lord Babidi, what are you doing? Babidi looked into the distance. You fools, you didn't even know you were being followed. Explode. The two orbs of light instantly detonated and the two were reduced to ashes in the blast. At that very moment Tang Shan and the others flew before Babidi. Tang Shan said mockingly, no wonder no one is willing to follow you. Someone like you can only rely on magic to control people with wicked hearts. You will never have true friends or subordinates. After all, for such a powerful wizard it was easy to recruit a few lackeys. Babidi sneered, friends. Subordinates. Magic alone is enough for me. Once Majin Buu is revived you can all wait to die. Just as Babidi finished speaking the earth began to shake violently. A door appeared beside Babidi and he looked at the group and said, if you have the guts you may follow me in. Then Babidi stepped into the door and vanished from everyone's sight. Tang Shan looked at the others and said, let's go. We'll go in too and play with them. The East Supreme Kai said cautiously, everyone had better be careful. Tang Shan, utterly unconcerned, led everyone inside. As soon as they entered the door, Tang Shan and the others arrived at a spacious hall where a figure stood in the center. Sun Wukong tensed up at the sight of the figure in the hall. Is that a frost demon? But it feels a little weak. Tang Shan looked at the figure and said, that's just an ordinary demon. It's only that its build is somewhat similar to the Frost Demon clan. At that moment Babidi's voice came from the spaceship. You want to stop me from reviving Majin Buu? Then first you'll have to get through my underlings. I'll be waiting for you at the very bottom. Sun Wuqian said to Tang Shan with a smile, so it's a stage-clearing game. Uncle Tang Shan, leave this guy to me. Sun Wukong saw that Wuqian wanted to go up and did not stop him. After all, the kid had been able to transform into a Super Saiyan since he was little and his strength was beyond question. The man before them was no match for him at all. When the demon saw that his opponent was merely a child he said furiously, you people look down on me this much. When I've killed him don't regret it. The demon then roared energy cannon. A massive surge of energy blasted out from the demon's hands toward Sun Wuqian. Sun Wuqian watched the huge energy cannon coming at him but did not dodge. His body instantly transformed into Super Saiyan form. Then gathering energy in his hands he charged straight forward. With a single punch Sun Wuqian shattered the energy cannon, then instantaneously struck the demon squarely in the chest. His fist pierced clean through the creature's torso and the demon perished instantly. After the demon was dispatched, Tang Shan and the others proceeded down the central corridor to the next level. Upon arriving they found this level to be vastly larger than the previous one. In the distance they spotted a colossal figure standing. The massive figure turned and faced them. Did Puyi fail to stop you? Though it's expected of that useless fool. Since you've come to me I shall take the master's place and kill you. As the colossal beast finished speaking the entire scene rapidly transformed. Slowly the surrounding metal vanished completely. Tang Shan and the others appeared to have arrived on a giant planet. The immense monster spoke leisurely, "This is my homeland, the Dark Planet. I shall let you perish here. Let me tell you, I am Yaoga the Demon Beast. When you report to King Yenluo after death, mention my name so you won't die unaware of who slain you." Tang Shan retorted defiantly, "So this is your homeland? It's only fitting that you're buried here, returning to your native soil." The demon beast Yaoga roared in anger, "You insolent brat. All you can do is talk big. Witness my blade barrage." Instantly countless blades shot forth from Yaoga's wings, raining down upon Tang Shan and his companions. With a wave of his hand Tang Shan generated an invisible energy that annihilated all the blades. After the blades dissipated, Tang Shan glanced at the others. "Who here is interested in taking on this fellow?" Sun Wufan stepped forward. "I'll handle this big one." Yaoga the demon beast seethed with rage, "How dare you despise me? I am the king of this dark planet." Sun Wufan observed the towering creature. "The king of the dark planet, is it? Then let us compare strengths," he declared. A golden light enveloped his entire body as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, vanishing from his original position. Materializing above the Demon King, he delivered a devastating kick that sent the beast flying. Reacting swiftly, the Demon King flapped its wings and halted midair. Sun Wufan lunged forward again, hurling a punch aimed at the Demon King's chest. This time the beast caught the blow with one hand, then countered with a powerful strike that sent Sun Wufan careening backward. The Demon King's wings trembled, launching a relentless barrage of blades from its wing membranes. Citing his energy, Sun Wufan stabilized his flight and halted his backward trajectory. Witnessing the horde of blades approaching, Sun Wufan gathered energy in both hands and shouted loudly, "Kamehameha." A massive energy beam erupted from his palms, obliterating all incoming blades before striking the Demon King directly. However, the Demon King remained unscathed and the energy column dissipated. Tang Shan urgently warned, "Sun Wufan, careful. This creature can absorb energy." Yaoga laughed thunderously. "Boy, such attacks are utterly useless against me. They only make me stronger." Sun Wufan studied the beast for a moment, then unleashed his power, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. He charged directly at the Demon King, channeling all his energy into the beast's body. At first the Demon King laughed derisively at the youngster's apparent folly. But soon he sensed something amiss. Why did this opponent possess so much energy? Yaoga began struggling desperately to throw off Sun Wufan. But the latter was not about to let him escape so easily. The energy continued to pour in. After 10 minutes of intense struggle, the Demon King could no longer withstand the colossal energy and exploded from within, dying instantly. With the Demon King's demise, the entire space reverted to normal and everyone reappeared in the second-level chamber. Below, Babidi observed this development and chuckled maliciously. "Proceed. The more energy you expend, the faster Majin View will be resurrected." Having defeated the Demon King, they proceeded to the third level. The entire area was constructed of earth and stone, bearing no resemblance to the interior of a spaceship. The group surveyed their surroundings, then collectively raised their eyes to a certain point. Upon a rocky hill stood a solitary figure. Sun Wukong stated, "That must be the guardian of this third level. Leave this one to me." "Wait here," he added. With that, Sun Wukong flew toward the figure and addressed him. "You are the guardian of the third stage, I presume?" The man looked at Sun Wukong calmly, speaking with an air of superiority. The previous two were indeed worthless. "You must be Sun Wukong from Earth. Why didn't that so-called white deity from your Earth come along?" Sun Wukong regarded him and replied, "Do I really need senior brother Shan to deal with you?" The man sneered at Sun Wukong. "Humph, arrogant. You may be Earth's second strongest, but I am the lord of the dark demon realm. In this entire demon world I am supreme. Remember my name, Dapula. Perhaps you should commit suicide. Consider it my final kindness. If you die by my hand, you cannot enter the underworld." Sun Wukong simply watched him serenely. Are you going to fight or not? Enough nonsense. Dapula roared angrily, boy, I'm offering you dignity but you refuse it. Instantly a purple beam shot from Dapula's hand. Sun Wukong sidestepped to avoid it, then immediately activated his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Seeing Sun Wukong dodge, Dapula charged forward, initiating hand-to-hand combat. As the demon lord, his physical body was his greatest weapon. However, after exchanging hundreds of blows with Sun Wukong, he discovered that while this opponent's strength was comparable to his own, Sun Wukong showed no signs of fatigue. After prolonged combat, his physical power had not diminished at all. In contrast, Dapula found his own energy reserves significantly depleted. Realizing that continuing this battle would inevitably lead to his defeat, he wondered if there was any alternative. As Sun Wukong prepared another punch, Dapula was struck directly in the abdomen. He immediately spat a glob of saliva toward his opponent. Sun Wukong barely had time to react. Seeing the saliva flying toward him, he attempted to dodge but was too late. The saliva struck his arm. Instantly Sun Wukong's entire arm turned to stone. Witnessing his attack succeed, Dapula burst into laughter. Die. Dapula accelerated to maximum speed towards Sun Wukong, spitting more saliva from his mouth, intending to petrify the entire body. Sun Wukong dodged at the last moment, then erupted his energy. They could see the petrification on his arm gradually dissolving and his hair turning red. To Dapula's sensing, Sun Wukong's energy signature suddenly vanished. This was the result of Sun Wukong's cultivation over the years. He had transcended the Super Saiyan 4 state, becoming a true Super Saiyan god. Actually, Dapula did not deserve to face Sun Wukong in this state. However, who could have predicted that this opponent possessed the ability to petrify? To counter such powers, one could only either neutralize them with greater energy or kill the user outright. From a distance, Dapula gazed at Sun Wukong. Although he could no longer sense the man's energy, he found himself trembling with fear. Looking at Sun Wukong at that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Sun Wukong, observing Dapula, lost all desire to fight. He launched an energy wave from his hand. The moment Dapula made contact with the beam, he was vaporized and disappeared. After defeating the Lord of the Demon Realm, Tang Shan, Wukong and the others arrived at the final deck of the spaceship. As soon as they stepped down, they saw Babidi standing before a giant egg. Seeing the giant egg, the Grand Supreme Kai said hurriedly, sealed inside that egg is Majin Buu. Tang Shan, go stop him. Don't let Babidi revive him. Tang Shan looked at the distant egg and said, it's useless. Babidi has already poured his energy into it. Even if we kill Babidi now, Majin Buu will still be revived. Sun Wukong also looked into the distance and asked Brother Shan, what if we destroy the egg? Tang Shan waved his hand and said that won't work either. Destroying the egg would only release Majin Buu early. Don't worry, we're strong enough now. A mere Majin Buu is nothing. Tang Shan looked at Babidi in the distance and said, Babidi, your father Babidi couldn't control Majin Buu. If you release him now, aren't you afraid he'll run out of control? He might even end up killing you. Babidi said proudly, the control of a mage is beyond anything you can imagine. You foolish, reckless warriors had better wait for Majin Buu to come out and wipe you all out one by one. Tang Shan pressed his forehead, his face full of helplessness. I was just trying to remind you out of kindness. Forget it, I'll just watch you release him. At this point, the Grand Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai grew anxious at the side. The Grand Supreme Kai said hurriedly, Tang Shan, I know you're all strong, but Majin Buu is truly terrifying. Back then, if Majin Buu hadn't lost control and Babidi hadn't sealed him away of his own accord, the universe might already have been destroyed by Majin Buu. Sun Wufan patted the Grand Supreme Kai on the shoulder and said casually, don't worry. My dad and Uncle Tang Shan are really strong. A mere Majin Buu is no match for them. Seeing that the group had no intention of acting, the East Supreme Kai rushed forward himself, intending to kill Babidi first. Just as he was about to charge forward, the space in front of him twisted and a barrier materialized, directly blocking his path. While the East Supreme Kai was continuously attacking the barrier, the giant egg behind Babidi gradually began to crack. A powerful aura leaked out from the cracks and the entire spaceship trembled. Babidi shouted with extreme excitement, Majin Buu is finally going to be revived. Ha 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 ha. East Supreme Kai, I'm going to avenge my father, just wait for your death. The Grand Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai both looked ashen. Tang Shan glanced around and said, let's go. This spaceship can't withstand this power. When Majin Buu comes out, the ship will definitely explode. Let's get out first. Sun Wukong and the others placed their hands on Tang Shan's shoulders. Tang Shan grabbed the two Supreme Kais and teleported directly to the outside of the spaceship. But the Grand Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai still had ashen faces. Tang Shan looked at the two supreme kais and did not feel comfortable saying anything. After all, they were only thinking about the universe. Before long the entire spaceship exploded. When the dust settled, a huge chubby pink humanoid creature and Babidi were standing there. No introduction from the Grand Supreme Kai and the others was needed. That creature was definitely Majin Buu. Sun Wukong looked at Majin Buu, then turned to the Grand Supreme Kai and said, "So this guy is Majin Buu. He doesn't seem that strong. Brother Shan, leave this one to me." Tang Shan looked at Sun Wukong and said, "You already had a turn. This time it's mine. Let me have some fun playing with him." At that moment Babidi looked at Tang Shan and the others and ordered, "Buu, kill them all." Majin Buu looked at Tang Shan and the others, smiled and said, "Okay, okay." He flew up and the antenna on his head emitted a purple light beam toward Tang Shan and the others. They hurriedly dodged. Tang Shan flew straight up to Majin Buu and said, "Little Buu, let me play with you. You can't attack them until you've beaten me." Majin Buu replied innocently, "Okay, okay." In an instant Tang Shan transformed into his white god state, smiled at the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Great mighty heavenly dragon. World-honored one earth treasury. Prajna Paramitha hum." Several huge white dragons coiled around Tang Shan. "Little demon, watch my 18 dragon subduing palms. First palm, the soaring dragon repents." A massive white dragon burst straight up from the ground. When it rammed into Majin Buu, he turned into smoke. Majin Buu, who had turned into smoke, instantly returned to his original form. Tang Seng smirked. "It really is the hardest boss to kill. Little Buu, watch my second palm, flying dragon in the sky." A huge white dragon descended from the sky and smashed Majin Buu straight into the ground, leaving a huge crater. As before, Majin Buu was blasted into smoke. But after a while Majin Buu recovered once more. Majin Buu said angrily, "I'm angry." His entire body was like a steam engine with thick steam pouring out of the holes all over his body. Tang Shan didn't care whether he was angry. He used the third palm directly, dragon appearing in the field. A white dragon instantly coiled around Majin Buu and then exploded. Majin Buu suffered yet another tragedy. The Grand Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai, who had been watching from the side, were completely stunned. The two had never imagined such an outcome. Babidi meanwhile watched Majin Buu anxiously. At that moment the Supreme Kais suddenly remembered that Babidi was still there. They hurriedly said to Wukong and the others, "Take care of the mage Babidi first." Sun Wukong looked at Majin Buu with reluctance, then glanced at Babidi. He casually flung a Destructo disc, and before Babidi could react he went straight to see the King of Hell. Sun Wuqian watched Tang Shan's fight and said excitedly, "So cool. Uncle Tang Shan's fight is so cool. Those moves are so awesome." Sun Wufan facepalmed and said, "These moves don't actually deal much damage. They're about the same as our ordinary chi blasts. Uncle Tang Shan just changed their shape. It's only because the gap between Majin Buu and Uncle Tang Shan is too huge." Sun Wuqian said nonchalantly, "So what? Looking cool is enough. In the future I must ask Uncle Tang Shan to teach me more of these moves." On the other side, Tang Shan had already finished the 18 dragon subduing palms and immediately moved on to all sorts of other torment. Things like the great shift of heaven and earth were really just flinging Majin Buu back and forth. There was also the 9-in white bone claw, which was just gathering chi in his hand to form a claw shape, and then, well, everyone knows what happened. There were many more. After 6 hours had passed, Majin Buu hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy, saying, "I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore." After Majin Buu's surrender, both the Great Kaioshin and the Eastern Kaioshin recommended his complete destruction, but Tang Shan well knew that this Majin Buu was not inherently evil, his true nature remained quite kind. Therefore Tang Shan disregarded the Kaioshin's counsel and directly brought Buu back to his home. Observing this, the Kaioshin harbored no objection. After all, with Tang Shan overseeing Majin Buu, they were confident no mishap would occur. And so he departed. Initially Sun Goten had hoped to pester Tang Shan into teaching him those spectacular yet impractical techniques, but burdened with homework awaiting completion at home, he had no choice but to return alongside Goku and Gohan. Upon bringing Majin Buu home, Tang Shan introduced him to Bulma and Android 18 and mentioned the unique properties of Buu's cells, telling Bulma she could request samples from Buu at any time should she wish to conduct research. As time drifted by, the innocent Majin Buu grew close to Android 18 and Bulma, forming genuine friendships. Of course, whenever Buu encountered Tang Shan, he still felt a profound sense of trepidation. In the blink of an eye 3 months had slipped away and the World Martial Arts Tournament drew to its close, its ultimate champion being Piccolo from Earth. He issued a challenge to our white god. Yet through the White God's deliberate restraint throughout the contest, the match spanned a full half-hour, gratifying every spectator's appetite for spectacle before ultimately concluding in the White God's favor. Within the sacred land of Kenosha, the frail Kami spoke weakly to Bubbles. "My days are drawing to a close, Bubbles. Tell me, whom do you believe should inherit the position of the next Supreme Kai?" Bubbles' eyes revealed sorrow, yet he responded with fortitude. "Currently there are 2 suitable candidates on Earth. The first is Goku, though we have already asked him and he is unlikely to accept. The second is Tang Shan, perhaps we could make contact with him." The Kami pondered for a moment, then nodded, directly linking his consciousness to Tang Shan. "Tang Shan, please make your way to the sacred land of Kenosha. Oh, and if it is convenient, bring Piccolo along." Upon receiving the divine telepathic message, Tang Shan promptly replied, "Understood, no problem." He then teleported to Piccolo's side without a word and transported him directly to the shrine. Piccolo regarded Tang Shan with utter bewilderment, about to speak when Tang Shan cut him off. "Say nothing, you shall understand shortly." At that moment the Kami emerged and addressed Tang Shan. "Tang Shan, would you be willing to assume the role of Supreme Kai?" Tang Shan shook his head. "I am unwilling. I know well that my mortal ties remain unfinished, my 6 senses unrefined. Though common folk hail me as the White God, I am fundamentally unfit to become a deity. Nevertheless, I have a suitable candidate in mind." The Kami asked in confusion, "Who?" "I have found no pure soul on Earth. If it is Goku, then that shall not be. The candidate has already declined." Tang Shan shook his head. "Certainly not Goku. This person is of the same kind as you. In truth, I have investigated the origins of both you and Piccolo. You hail from planet Namek. Legend has it that your world faced an existential crisis, forcing your young selves to flee for survival. During my investigation, I discovered someone quite well suited to your divine position. I can bring him here." The Kami nodded and replied, "If he is one you endorse and a fellow Namekian, then yes, bring him. Provided that Bubbles also gives his blessing." The Kami then turned to Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, you are no longer of the demon clan. My time is drawing to a close. Should I perish, you shall perish with me. Therefore I shall merge with you, of course with you as the dominant consciousness. At that point your power shall increase exponentially. I hope you do not follow the path of your father Piccolo Daimaku." The Kami then gazed at Bubbles and said, "Farewell, Bubbles. The next Supreme Kai shall once again depend upon you." Tears streamed down Bubbles' face, yet he answered resolutely, "Rest assured, Supreme Kai." The Kami turned to Tang Shan and entrusted, "The new Supreme Kai is left in your hands." Finally the Kami looked toward Piccolo and dissolved into a stream of emerald light, merging completely with him. In an instant Piccolo's aura surged dramatically, breaking through to nearly 200 million in power level. Tang Shan observed Piccolo and said, "Excellent. From now on the reliance of Mount Paozu rests upon your shoulders. You may return now." Piccolo responded with reverence, "Understood, venerable elder." With that he took to the skies and departed from the shrine. After Piccolo's departure, Tang Shan turned to Bubbles and said, "I shall now go and fetch the new Supreme Kai." Opening his divine sense, Tang Shan pinpointed the Namekian planet situated at the edge of the northern galactic sector and with a single teleportation appeared beside the Grand Elder. Having explained his purpose to the Grand Elder and recounted the origins of Earth's former Supreme Kai, the Grand Elder finally consented, agreeing to send Tien to serve as Earth's deity. The condition was that whenever Namek required assistance, Tang Shan must extend aid within his capacity, a stipulation Tang Shan readily accepted. He then successfully escorted Tien back to the shrine where he inherited the divine position. Through several years of effort, Tang Shan and Bulma's second child was successfully born, a daughter named Tang Xian. Majin Buu, like a devoted nanny, seemed to hold a particular fondness for Tang Xian. Bulma felt entirely at ease leaving Buu in charge of the child and frequently went shopping with Android 18, leaving Buu at home to care for her. In the year age 778, after decades of relentless struggle, the Galactic Patrol finally liberated the entire universe, eradicating all remaining resistance forces formerly aligned with the Frozen Demon Tribe. Though certain malevolent elements persisted, they no longer posed a significant threat. Only a small number of planets remained under the autonomous governance of their world's strongest inhabitants. On most planets the human population remained comparatively weak and the Galactic Patrol continued to dispatch patrols for protection. With victory at hand, the Galactic King resolved to host a post-war celebration banquet on Earth and subsequently contacted Tang Shan to convey the news. Of course, for Earth's government and the Mount Paozu this was recognition of their contributions to the conflict, but more significantly it would elevate Earth's status within the cosmos. Indeed, the entirety of Earth could very well become the political, martial and technological hub of the universe. The venue for the banquet was selected as Papaya Island, for the island had already been magnificently developed through the World Martial Arts Tournament. With only minor renovations required, it could readily serve as the occasion's host, especially given the substantial number of distinguished guests expected. The venue needed to be sufficiently expansive, magnificent and imposing, and among all of Earth only Papaya Island could meet such standards. Upon receiving notice from the Galactic King, the government immediately initiated renovations on the island. On February 15, age 778, the Galactic King and all the principal leaders from every corner of the universe arrived on Earth. Also in attendance were the universe's supreme powerhouses Tang Shan and Son Goku. This day laid the solid foundation for Earth's ascendance as the central hub of the cosmos. Within a certain realm of the cosmos, a purple humanoid creature resembling a cat was lounging lazily atop a withered tree, deeply immersed in slumber. This creature was Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. Within his dreams a terrifying silhouette flickered into and out of existence, and with each emergence it heralded the destruction of planets. Finally Beerus suddenly recalled what this silhouette was, the Super Saiyan God, one of the rare races in the cosmos capable of ascending to divinity. Instantly Beerus jolted awake. Just as he opened his eyes, his stomach let out an audible rumble, momentarily erasing his dream from his mind. Beside him a gentle voice spoke. Oh dear, Lord Beerus has finally awakened." The speaker was Whis, the angel of Universe 7. Beerus glanced at Whis and said, "Whis, come take me to eat." With those words Beerus walked over to Whis's side. Suddenly a staff materialized in Whis's hand. A flash of blue light emanated from the staff, and both Beerus and Whis transformed into beams of light soaring away. Beerus and Whis arrived at the nearest planet. Upon their arrival the planet's deity immediately detected them and contacted the planet's leader. Together they went forth to welcome the arrival of Beerus and Whis. Beerus feasted on the planet, finding the food quite palatable. In the end he asked Whis to pack up a large quantity of provisions, and they departed the planet, returning to the divine realm of the destroyers. Having just satisfied his appetite, Beerus suddenly remembered the events of his dream and asked, "Has a Saiyan god appeared in the cosmos recently? Or has any particularly powerful being emerged?" Whis curiously countered, "Why is our esteemed god of destruction suddenly interested in such matters?" Beerus responded gravely, "I dreamed of a great cosmic destruction that would annihilate the entire universe, and within it I saw the figure of a Saiyan god." Whis's eyes sharpened instantly. "Does this mean the Saiyan god will destroy this universe?" Beerus shook his head. "Not entirely clear yet, but it is undoubtedly connected to the Saiyan god. Should one appear in the cosmos, I intend to meet them and verify certain matters." Whis smiled and said, "Impressive, Lord Beerus. You've actually improved. I had thought you only knew destruction." Beerus roared. "Though I am the god of destruction, I must also maintain the order of the universe, you understand. Am I really so pitiful, only capable of destruction?" Whis merely waved his hand dismissively. No, not at all. You simply spend all your time sleeping." Beerus looked thoroughly embarrassed. "Come now, I am the god of destruction, I have my pride. Even though you are my master, speaking to me this way could cause me to turn against you." Whis chuckled lightly. Very well, I won't tease you anymore. A Saiyan god has indeed appeared in this universe on a small planet at the border of the northern galaxy. That planet is called Earth, and it has grown quite famous throughout the cosmos. However, it is exactly the opposite of what you described. Do you recall Frisia? He was defeated by them. The entire universe has now returned to peace, and much of its current development can be attributed to that Saiyan god." Beerus responded gravely. "Then let us go. Regardless, we must pay a visit. Only by confirming things with my own eyes can I feel at ease. And how formidable was that brat Frisia truly?" Whis replied with a teasing expression. Oh my, our Lord Beerus must not underestimate Frisia. That little one transformed into Golden Frisia, whose combat power rivals that of a newly ascended god of destruction." Beerus looked utterly astonished upon hearing this. So powerful. Even the Saiyan god, it seems, cannot be taken lightly. Whis chuckled softly. "Not quite. When we battled Frisia back then, he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan god. Moreover, it was an apprentice angel who ultimately delivered the killing blow against him." Beerus exhaled deeply. "I see. I had assumed the Saiyan god was truly that formidable. Whis, could you please stop revealing information only in halves?" Whis responded helplessly. "That is your own impatient nature, I'm afraid. However, on Earth there exists another figure known as the White God, who appears to have also reached the divine realm. His combat power is exceptionally strong. Even facing you in your current state, I believe he would not fall easily." Beerus nodded. "Then let us go, Whis. We shall visit Earth and meet these individuals. Whis glanced at the provisions he had packed. Since we have brought so much food and Earth is quite distant, we can consume it along the way. Prepare yourselves, we depart now. With those words Whis and Beerus transformed into a pillar of light and flew toward Earth. Meanwhile on Earth, after hosting a grand celebratory gathering, Tang Shan, Bulma, Android 18, Son Goku, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu and Master Roshi held a smaller reunion aboard a cruise ship. While everyone was joyfully celebrating their reunion, Tang Shan pulled Son Goku aside and spoke with a serious expression. Have you sensed it? Two powerful auras are approaching Earth. Both are gods but of an extraordinarily high tier. Hearing Tang Shan's words, Son Goku also extended his senses outward into the cosmos. His expression shifted instantly and he nodded. Then he asked. Brother San, what should we do? Shall we ask Bulma, Chi-Chi and the others to leave first? Tang Shan shook his head. It would be useless. Such overwhelming power, if battle were to break out anywhere on Earth the result would be the same. Son Goku spoke anxiously. Shall we intercept them first? Tang Shan shook his head again. No. Doing so would offend them. Let events unfold naturally. In my perception they are not evil beings. Yet why have I never encountered such powerful individuals before? It seems this cosmos holds many things we do not yet understand. At that moment Piccolo approached and offered a respectful greeting. Elder Taishang, have enemies arrived? Tang Shan smiled and replied. Piccolo, your ears are sharp. As of now they do not count as enemies. Do not inform the others lest they worry. Let events take their course and await their arrival. Both Piccolo and Son Goku nodded in understanding. Tang Shan naturally knew who these two were. One was Whis, the Angel of Universe 7, and the other was Beerus, the Supreme God of Destruction. The reason the previous universe had fallen into such disarray was greatly tied to Beerus's laziness. Tang Shan currently lacked the qualifications to confront them directly. Though his strength had improved considerably during years of cultivation, the path remained lonely. Even Son Goku in his super blue form could not compel Beerus to exert his full power. Beerus's arrival would in fact make life more exciting. If he could train under Whis, he believed his own strength could reach another pinnacle. After all, his goal of becoming a true void god and restoring his own universe soon went beyond what the heavenly Tao had dictated. If the opportunity arose even at the cost of his own life, he would ensure they survived. After all, Whis was an existence capable of commanding time itself. If given the chance, Tang Shan believed he could achieve the same. A flash of light streaked across the sky and two figures descended onto the deck of the ship. At the sight of their sudden arrival, everyone crowded around. Hi there, hello. Whis greeted them amiably. Beerus meanwhile stared at Tang Shan and Sun Wukong. Which of you is the Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong stepped forward with a bewildered expression. I guess it's me. Brother Shan said I've reached the realm of gods, so I should be worthy of being called the Super Saiyan God. With that, Sun Wukong moved forward to shake hands, but Beerus pushed his hand away and asked with a puzzled look, You don't look like it. Whis added from the side, Saiyans can transform just like Frieza. Every transformation changes their battle power. Beerus looked at Sun Wukong with haughty pride. Then turn into a Super Saiyan God and let me see. Of course you can also refuse, but if you do I'll destroy Earth. Hearing this, the North Kai's voice came through to Sun Wukong. Wukong listened to him. He is the god of destruction of our universe. If you don't follow his wishes, Earth may very well be destroyed. Sun Wukong nodded, then gave a mighty roar. As the roar swelled, chi continuously burst out from his body, causing the entire ship to rock and sway unsteadily. After a short while, an unfathomable and awe-inspiring aura erupted from Sun Wukong's body and he transformed directly into his Super Saiyan God form. Beerus looked Sun Wukong over and said, that really is the aura of a god. Fight me, if you win I won't destroy Earth. Just then Bulma stepped forward. Why are we talking about fighting now? This is a get-together. It took so much effort for all of us to reunite. Besides, there's a whole table of delicious food waiting for us, we haven't even eaten yet. And who are these two? You two should come and eat too. When Beerus heard there was delicious food, his mouth instantly watered. Then he recollected himself and said sternly, ahem. Since there's good food, let's put the fight aside for now. Let's eat first. Hearing this, Sun Wukong also backed out of his Super Saiyan God state. Bulma then pulled the God of Destruction and Whis over to enjoy the feast. Throughout the afternoon, thanks to the food, Whis and the God of Destruction blended into the team and everyone felt warm and at ease. When they had almost finished eating, the god of destruction once again invited Sun Wukong to fight. In truth, the sight of a formidable opponent had already stirred Sun Wukong's heart. If they were not still on Earth, he would have long been unable to restrain himself from challenging the other. Now that the god of destruction had invited him, he readily agreed. They moved the battlefield to outer space. Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan God state and flew off with Beerus into the cosmos for the decisive battle. In the northern galaxy, amid the depths of space, Beerus looked at Sun Wukong and said, "You'd better use all your strength. Otherwise, if you lose, don't make excuses. And if you lose, I'm going to destroy Earth." Hearing Beerus say he would destroy Earth, Sun Wukong replied, "Don't worry. I'll fight you with everything I have. It won't be so easy for you to destroy Earth. Even if you beat me, Brother Shan is still here. As long as he's around, you can't destroy Earth. Brother Shan is far stronger than I am." Beerus sneered contemptuously. "Is that so? Then I'll defeat you first and then go meet this Brother Shan of yours." As soon as he said this, Beerus's aura surged violently. With a flash of violet light, he appeared directly in front of Sun Wukong and threw a punch at him. Sun Wukong was startled by Beerus's speed, but his years of combat experience let him dodge. Following the flow of his chi, he spun around and sent a reverse kick that blasted Beerus away. After Beerus was sent flying, Sun Wukong blazed with energy and pursued him, firing an energy wave straight at Beerus's face. Seeing Sun Wukong so arrogant, Beerus flickered in violet light to evade the wave, appeared behind Sun Wukong and struck him with an energy sphere that exploded against Sun Wukong's back. Sun Wukong was hurled away by the blast, but the damage was not severe. Having been caught off guard by Beerus, Sun Wukong unleashed the full power of his Super Saiyan God form and caught up with Beerus's speed. As the two fought, the entire northern galaxy trembled. On Earth, the closest planet, quite a few volcanoes erupted prematurely. Seeing this, Tang Shan immediately used the power of space to stabilize the space around Earth. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Beerus were still locked in intense combat. Beerus gave a faint smile and countless swirling violet spheres appeared around Sun Wukong, trapping him so completely that he could not move. Just as Beerus was about to detonate the violet spheres, Sun Wukong teleported behind him. After years of sparring with Tang Shan, Sun Wukong had long since learned Tang Shan's instantaneous movement. Once he appeared behind Beerus, Sun Wukong fired a Kamehameha, directly blasting Beerus into the exploding violet spheres. The explosion left Beerus's face charred black. Enraged, Beerus erupted with far greater power than before. Seeing this, Sun Wukong knew his Super Saiyan God form was no longer enough, so he transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue state. Seeing the transformed Sun Wukong, Beerus said bitterly, "I never thought you'd still be holding back in our fight. It seems you look down on me." At that moment, Beerus was thoroughly provoked by Sun Wukong. Never had Beerus imagined that someone would pull a stunt like that during a fight. Of course, Beerus had not lost his reason. He thus used the same level of power as Sun Wukong, causing the shock waves of their battle to cancel each other out, thereby reducing the threat their fight posed to the universe. From this, it was clear that Beerus was far stronger than Sun Wukong. Even Tang Shan, known as the White God, would probably find it hard to gain any advantage over Beerus. In the end, Beerus used his ultimate technique, the Scorching Heat Bullet, knocking Sun Wukong, who had only recently comprehended Super Saiyan Blue, straight back into his original state and sending him falling. Beerus then returned to Whis' side, made a few harsh remarks about destroying Earth, and fell asleep beside Whis. Whis looked at the sleeping Beerus. "Lord Beerus has fallen asleep. You don't have to worry about him destroying Earth. After all, Lord Beerus often sleeps for hundreds or thousands of years." As soon as Whis finished speaking, a mountain of food was pushed over by intelligent robots. Bulma said joyfully, "Whis, this is for you, all Earth's delicacies. You're welcome to come again next time." Whis tossed Bulma a button and told her that if she ever had other delicious food, she could press the button to call him over. Then, with the sleeping Beerus in tow, he left Earth. Halfway there, Beerus opened his eyes. Whis looked at Beerus and said, "Oh my, so our Lord Beerus wasn't really asleep." Beerus replied with lofty pride, "I, Beerus, still have my dignity to maintain, okay? After tasting Earth's food, I realized that the food in the universe is simply awful. With an Earth like this, how could you bear to let me destroy it? I had no choice but to pretend to be asleep." Whis suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, why didn't you fight that so-called White God? That's not like you at all." Beerus coughed twice. "Well, I was just tired. We'll talk next time." Whis chuckled softly. "Could it be that you want to eat Earth's food again and need an excuse to go back?" Back on Earth, Tang Shan fed Sun Wukong a senzu bean, and only then did the badly wounded Sun Wukong slowly wake up. After the God of Destruction incident, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Sun Wuqian, Piccolo and the others once again gained the motivation to cultivate. They realized that the universe still held many formidable opponents and their martial path was far from over. After Den became a god with Tang Shan's help, he thoroughly stabilized the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, allowing people to train inside it permanently. After Tang Shan told everyone this news, they all proposed going to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. But because staying inside the hyperbolic time chamber for too long would cause some mental damage, everyone unanimously decided that each person could only train there for 2 years before coming out to rest for a while before re-entering. Training fanatics like Piccolo, Tien Shinhan and Sun Wukong spent every day cultivating inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Tang Shan, however, stayed outside, sitting in meditation and sensing the natural primordial qi. After all, what Tang Shan lacked now was not power but realm, mainly his comprehension of nature and space. While everyone was spurred on by the god of destruction and training hard, word came from North Kai that planet Namek had been attacked by an evil scion who had taken away all the Dragon Balls. Seeing that Sun Wukong and the others had been training for too long, Tang Shan urged them to go and see what was happening. After all, it concerned Sun Wukong's fellow clansmen and everyone was curious, so they all followed along. Tang Shan used instant transmission to bring Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan and Sun Wufan to the side of the Grand Elder of Namek. Seeing the Grand Elder at death's door, Tang Shan directly handed him a senzu bean. After eating it, the Grand Elder finally caught his breath and his body recovered to full health. Seeing that the Grand Elder had recovered, Tang Shan asked Grand Elder what happened. The Grand Elder let out a turbid breath and said, an evil scion led a group of people into Namek. Somehow they learned of the Dragon Balls. They seemed to know that they could not kill me, so they only beat me severely. Nail, the clansman guarding me, was captured by them while all the other clansmen were killed. Sun Wukong instantly extended his senses, detecting the life auras on this planet. Apart from the Grand Elder, there were 8 others 200 li to the east. Sun Wukong looked at Tang Shan and said, those people are to the east. One of them has the same aura as the Grand Elder, that should be the Nail the Grand Elder mentioned. Among the remaining 7, one has a combat power of about 200,000 while the other 6 are all below 10,000. Easy to deal with. Just as Sun Wukong was speaking, the skies suddenly darkened. Tang Shan knew they could delay no longer, so he instantly teleported himself and the others to the place where Shenlong had been summoned. Tang Shan saw that the leading scion was actually the legendary Prince Vegeta. Tang Shan had always wondered why this Vegeta had never come to Earth. After thinking it over, he guessed that the Cosmic War had greatly altered the original Dragon Ball storyline, which was why he had never met this Vegeta. Vegeta was startled by the sudden appearance of the group, but after seeing the numbers on the scouter, none of them even reaching 1,000, he sneered and said, you can't possibly be the reinforcements that Namekian invited, can you? Vegeta mistook Piccolo for one of the Namekians who had escaped. He also noticed someone with a tail among the group and said doubtfully, hey, you with the tail, are you also a scion? Ever since planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor, there have been very few scions left. Prince Vegeta will give you a chance, kill the people around you, surrender to me and I'll let you follow me. Piccolo, however, gave a contemptuous smile and sneered, arrogant trash, that's exactly what a sorry specimen like you is. You can't even see how strong your opponent is, so you have to rely on some scouter. Someone like you, even if you were granted greater combat power, how much of it could you actually bring to bear? After Frieza fell in battle, Vegeta had escaped with some of Frieza's men. After many life and death battles, Vegeta felt that apart from the original Frieza, there was also the White God who had killed Frieza. In the universe, most tales claimed Frieza had been killed by the White God. Vegeta felt that he was basically invincible in the universe now, and that with a bit more effort he should be able to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. During his wanderings in the universe, Vegeta happened to hear a Namekian mention the Dragon Balls, so he set his sights on them, which led to the present scene. Seeing that he had been insulted by a little Namekian, Vegeta said to the subordinate beside him, go capture that Namekian alive. I'll make him regret ever being born. Several subordinates answered yes. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Tang Shan said to Sun Wukong, that one is your kin, so I'll leave him to you. These little wretches have probably killed quite a few Namekians. Piccolo, these ones are yours. Piccolo instantly cut down those men while Sun Wukong lured Vegeta to the other side for a fatherly education. After all, a good beating makes an obedient son. In a flash, Tang Shan appeared beside Nail and said to him, make a wish. Revive all the clansmen whom they killed. Nail looked at Tang Shan, thanked him and then made a wish to Shenlong in the Namekian language. After making the wish, he said to Tang Shan, this wish has already been fulfilled. We have you to thank for this. There are 2 wishes left, do you have any wishes? Tang Shan thought for a moment and then said, the first wish is that my wife Bulma on Earth will remain forever youthful, forever 18 years old. The second wish is that my 2 children will be healthy and never fall ill. Nail nodded and began making the wishes to Shenlong. Shenlong's 2 eyes flashed with golden light and then he spoke, your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. He then charged into the sky and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered and flew off into the distance. On the other side Vegeta was knocked down again and again by Sun Wukong, yet each time he fought on tenaciously. Every time he stood up he would say, I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could I lose to a low-class Saiyan like you? Finally, under Sun Wukong's loving caress, Vegeta repented and expressed regret and sorrow for the harm he had caused to Namek. At Sun Wukong's insistent request, Vegeta escaped this calamity. He retrieved his spaceship, boarded it and left planet Namek. Tang Shan and the others also bade farewell to the Grand Elder, left Namek and returned to Earth to continue their training. Tang Shan returned to Earth and left the others behind, embarking alone on his path of cultivation. This time he did not choose to fly directly but instead made his way down from the Kalen Tower, taking each step carefully. Tang Shan forcefully closed his 5 senses with his divine power. With his senses sealed, it felt as though the entire heavens and earth had vanished. There was no sound, no touch, no scent, and the whole world grew dark. No. This was not called darkness, rather the entire world had become void. And Tang Shan's body continued to move forward aimlessly. Whether encountering rivers, swamps or towering mountains, Tang Shan stepped through each one methodically. At this time Tang Shan's body was covered in various mires and vines tangled around him. If one did not look closely he would have seemed like a monster with not even a trace of human form visible. Deep within Tang Shan's consciousness a peculiar pulse seemed to circulate constantly around him. It felt like the heartbeat of the earth, yet this pulse did not come solely from the ground, entire space carried faint rhythmic vibrations. Gradually this pulse expanded endlessly, seemingly stretching throughout the entire 7th universe. Threads emitting radiance appeared around Tang Shan's consciousness. It turned out that what had been circulating around him just now were these very threads. These threads seemed to respond to Tang Shan's summons, slowly connecting with his consciousness. Tang Shan also perceived the faint power of rules transmitted through these threads. Tang Shan's spatial divine power slowly flowed along these threads. Instantly the entire 7th universe appeared before his eyes. Now Tang Shan could even sense that beyond the 7th universe other cosmoses existed. At this moment Tang Shan, who had just reached the ocean floor, opened his eyes. His 5 senses instantly returned to his body. Looking at his filthy figure, Tang Shan stripped off all his tattered clothes and took a bath in the sea. Then he immediately teleported back home, found another set of clothes and put them on. Just then Bulma happened to return to the room. Seeing her youthful appearance, Tang Shan lifted her into his arms, carried her straight to the bed and said, "How does it feel to be young again, my dear?" Bulma asked in confusion, "Husband, what is going on?" Tang Shan recounted everything that happened on Namek plainly. Bulma was so moved that tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Ever since Tang Shan reached the divine realm his appearance had barely changed and remained eternally youthful. So much so that every time Tang Shan returned home Bulma would always tease him, wondering if he might abandon her because she was aging while he stayed so young. Was he doing it on purpose? There was always a long list of complaints. Tang Shan looked at the emotional Bulma and said, "Wife, how do you plan to repay your husband?" As he spoke his hand slowly traced downward over her arm. Bulma said shyly, "Husband, wait until tonight. Our daughter just came back from her holiday. You haven't spent time with her in such a long time." Tang Shan sighed helplessly, all right. After tidying her disheveled clothes Bulma pulled Tang Shan outside and called to Tang Xen, "Baby daddy is back." Tang Xen jumped up excitedly and rushed straight toward Tang Shan. He squatted down and held her in his arms, gently touching her nose and asked, "Baby, do you miss daddy?" Tang Xen quickly replied, "Yes. Daddy, take me out to play." Looking at his adorable little daughter Tang Shan felt deeply joyful. Then he said to Tang Xen, "All right. I'll have plenty of time these few days. Let daddy spoil you properly." Bulma, standing nearby, pretended to be jealous and said, "Now that daddy is back, do you not need mama anymore?" Tang Xen stretched her cute little head toward Bulma, puckered her lips and kissed her. Then she said, "Not at all. Mama needs to come play too." Tang Shan turned to Bulma and asked, "By the way, how has that boy Chin Chin been doing lately?" Bulma thought for a moment and replied, "As for Chin Chin, although he hasn't achieved much in technology, he is quite capable in managing companies. After an internship period I handed over the entire Technology Corporation to him. Piccolo grows fond of Chin Chin, so I arranged for Piccolo to follow him and protect him as well." Tang Shan nodded. "It's good for boys to focus on their careers. By the way, does he have a girlfriend yet?" "Goku's son Gohan is already married. I heard Gohan's wife is pregnant and soon Goku will become a grandfather. Bulma replied casually, with Chen's qualifications there's no need to worry. Besides I heard he is currently seeing someone. You can step in to vet her when the time comes. Being too strict with children isn't advisable. Look how my parents raised me, I'm doing just fine aren't I? Tang Shan couldn't help but complain inwardly if it weren't for my transmigration into this world how many people would take advantage of you. And yet you have the nerve to lecture me. Sigh. Of course Tang Shan would never voice these thoughts aloud. After all it was entirely thanks to Bulma's resources that he reached where he is today. Otherwise his cultivation path would likely not have been so smooth. By the way, how about number 18? Bulma answered straightforwardly without hesitation, she's training in the gravity chamber. Normally she just goes shopping and cultivates. I once tried to persuade her to find a boyfriend but she refused. Later I reflected on it myself, truly there aren't many people on earth worthy of her. So I let it go. Her childhood experiences were so tragic. Now that we are her family as long as she is happy that's enough. Tang Shan nodded and said, wife we've basically explored all the entertainment and dining options on Earth. This time let's take our daughter to tour the universe instead. We can see how the universe has developed. Tang Xian was thrilled and danced happily. Great. Great. Mama let's go to space and play. Bulma pondered for a moment and said, all right. Fortunately a spaceflight company has just been established. We can take a spaceship there for tourism. Tang Shan asked curiously, don't we already have one at home? Why do we need to go to the company? Bulma grinned proudly and explained, didn't you want to observe the current development of the universe? Nowadays entering or leaving Earth requires going through the spaceflight company. We've set up a defense line on the moon as a transit hub for all arrivals and departures. Anyone entering or leaving Earth must register there. If someone enters or exits Earth recklessly without registration they'll be considered criminals and attacked by Earth's defense force. The same applies to entering other planets. Now the Galactic Guardians dispatch personnel to guard all planets with life. Every spaceship entering or leaving a planet must register. Failure to register and unauthorized entry into a planet violates the Galactic Citizen Security Law. Of course if you pilot a spaceship with special identification marks registration is unnecessary, for example spaceships bearing the Galactic Guardian insignia. We also have spaceships with such markings. Since you wanted to experience the universe's development firsthand we can do exactly that. Tang Shan nodded approvingly and said, the entire universe is becoming more regulated now. Ask number 18 if she wants to join us. Staying at home all day must be boring for her. It would be good for her to get out and relax. Tang Shan arrived at the aerospace company with Bulma his daughter and Android 18. In the company's main hall quite a few tour group staff members were continuously urging everyone who entered to sign up for their respective tour groups. After a brief discussion Tang Shan Bulma and Android 18 decided to join a tour group. After all rather than wandering aimlessly through the universe it was better to join a tour with a specific destination. They signed up for a small tour group that was about to depart. After the payment was made the enthusiastic guide led Tang Shan and the others aboard the spaceship and told them to sit wherever they liked. The ship's interior was quite spacious. Only about a dozen people were seated on the ship. The guide sat at the front and announced through a loudspeaker, dear passengers please take your seats if the ship is about to depart. I am the guide for this tour and my name is Xiao Qian. If you have any questions during the trip you may come to me at any time. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Our tour group is called the Dream Journey Tour Group. I thank everyone here for trusting us. Next I will explain our itinerary for this trip and the things you should pay attention to when we arrive at each planet. Since every planet has a different culture I ask everyone to understand and respect the cultures of other worlds. The first planet we will visit is Jiren. On that planet every object is 100 times larger than what we normally see. The people of Jiren live in a primitive society so please do not provoke these enormous beings. Because of the special nature of Jiren we will remain on the sightseeing spacecraft for the whole visit. Please do not disembark on your own or make any provocative gestures toward the giants. Of course you need not worry, we are absolutely safe and the Cosmic Guard will protect us throughout the journey. The entire trip will take us to 9 planets. Aside from the first one Jiren we can get off the ship and explore all the rest. This journey will definitely make you feel it is worth every penny. To preserve the mystery and the sense of novelty the remaining planets will be announced one by one after we finish visiting the previous planet. In other words only after we have visited the first planet will I announce the second and so on. I hope everyone has a wonderful time on this journey. You may all rest now. It will take an hour and a half to reach our first planet. We are about to arrive at the moon for entry and exit registration. Of course you can rest easy, our staff will handle all of it. On this trip your only task is to enjoy yourselves if there is nothing else for you to worry about. Just then a young man with a young woman on each arm said contemptuously, what's so novel about that? Is there anywhere in the universe this young master hasn't been? Seeing the adoring gazes of his two girlfriends, the young master became even more arrogant, wearing an expression that looked down on everyone around him. The guide had seen many people like him. After all, on Earth many people had seized this wave of opportunity and risen to prominence. Because their rise had been so sudden, their descendants had not been properly educated, and naturally there was no shortage of such spoiled young masters. Therefore the guide said nothing and merely nodded with a polite smile. But a middle-aged man sitting behind him could not stand it and said directly, young man, don't be so arrogant. Earth has only just begun to develop. It is one thing to act that way in front of fellow Earthlings, but if you keep behaving like this during the trip you will disgrace Earth and your parents. The young man angrily turned his head to glare at the middle-aged man, but when he saw the expensive designer clothes and the kind of bearing that belonged only to leaders of major conglomerates, he merely snorted in dissatisfaction, turned back around and continued chatting with his two young girlfriends. After all, the young man knew that those who could join this kind of tour group might not necessarily have much influence, but they were certainly very wealthy. He himself had spent a small fortune just to bring his two girlfriends out for fun. To ease the tension, the guide Xiao Qian said, you can see the rooms beside us. There were originally 15 rooms, but since there are only 5 families on this trip, we have turned the 15 rooms into 5. If you want to rest during the trip you can go into your rooms. Please rest assured that every room is very well sealed and all the necessities inside are fully provided. We have now arrived at the moon. I will go handle the entry and exit documents for you. When we reach Jurin I will come and let you know. Here are the 5 room key cards. Thank you, and I wish you all a pleasant trip. After distributing the cards, the guide entered the cockpit, apparently to take care of some matters. Tang Shan and the others took the cards and entered the room. It was fairly large, about 50 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. The living room alone occupied 20 square meters. In the living room were all kinds of toys, various game consoles, computers, a huge display screen and some wireless game controllers. The floor was covered with a snow-white soft carpet, apparently made from an animal's fur. The living room was not furnished with a sofa or other space-consuming items. The 2 bedrooms were arranged in much the same way. Tang Shan and the others did not enter the bedrooms, for the main purpose of this trip was to accompany his daughter. Tang Shan, Bulma and Android 18 stayed in the living room playing with all kinds of toys with her. Tang Xian's personality was much like Bulma's. Both of them enjoyed adventurous and thrilling games. The 4 of them picked up their controllers and started playing games such as high-speed racing and hospital escape. Just as they were having a blast, the doorbell rang. Before they knew it, more than an hour had passed. Time really flew when playing games. Everyone came out of their rooms and, following the guide's directions, got off the spaceship. As soon as they stepped out they saw many spaceships parked all around, along with many Galactic Patrol members patrolling. This seemed to be a Galactic Patrol base. The guide then said, everyone, we are now at the Galactic Patrol station on Jurin. Every spaceship entering Jurin must pass through this station. This station was established only after the Galactic Patrol's long-term efforts and an agreement with the native inhabitants of Jurin. As long as we are inside this station we are absolutely safe. We will now go to board the sightseeing spacecraft. Do you see that over there? The guide pointed in a direction and said, that is where the sightseeing spacecraft are parked. These sightseeing spacecraft are all provided by the Galactic Patrol. I will go there in a moment to complete the procedures. Once that is done we can board the spacecraft and officially begin the first stop of our journey. Please be patient. While Tang Shan and his family were traveling through the universe, Frisia's men quietly infiltrated Earth. They happened to run into Pilaf and the others, who were searching for the Dragon Balls. Taking Pilaf's Dragon Radar and Dragon Balls, they used the radar to gather all the remaining Dragon Balls and then made a wish to revive Frisia. Seeing Frisia revived, his men immediately knelt and said reverently, welcome back, Lord Frisia. The entire universe will once again fall under your rule. Frisia realized that he had been revived and excitement filled his face. At last he no longer had to listen to those noisy spirits chattering beside him. Then his face twisted with hatred. Looking at the men loyal to him, Frisia said, you have done very well. Let's head back into space first. I want to understand the current situation across the entire universe. Are you the only subordinates I have left now? Several of his men answered with grief and indignation, Lord Frisia, ever since your death the Galactic Patrol purged all of our forces. Most of our people died while fleeing. We few are special races that can survive in space, which is why we remained alive. This time Lord Frisia, you must teach those bastards a thorough lesson. Frisia nodded and said, they dared to defy me, Frisia. If I hadn't been careless back then they would never have had the chance to kill me. Now across the universe how many are still ours? These subordinates said excitedly, Lord Frisia, many have already surrendered, but they are only biding their time. As long as you have returned many are sure to come and pledge themselves to you. Frisia had more or less anticipated this. Let's go. We'll leave Earth first. And so Frisia and his men boarded the spaceship and arrived at a planet in the North Galaxy with no intelligent life. At present only such planets were free of the galactic patrol. Frisia walked down from the spaceship, looked at the utterly desolate planet before him and said to the men behind him, for now we'll make this our base. Go find those who are willing to be loyal to me and tell them that I, Frisia, have returned. The men nodded, boarded several small ships and departed. At that moment Goku and the others training at the lookout received word from King Kai that Frisia had just been revived. The news made even Goku, who was in the middle of training, turn pale with shock. But the others were not particularly concerned. After all, Frisia had already been killed once before. Even if he had been revived this time, Goku and Tang Shan were both still there, so they were not worried in the slightest. As Goku slowly recounted his previous battle with Frisia, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo and Krillin finally realized how terrifying the matter was. But just then King Kai sent another message saying that Frisia had left Earth, gone to a planet with a rather harsh environment, and stopped there. Tang Shan also received the news from King Kai, but he was not worried. After all, the current Frisia was already someone he could fight or even slay. After all, even Golden Frisia was only at the level of Super Saiyan Blue. Goku could now fully transform into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, and as for Tang Shan, that went without saying. With the power of the Void God plus the amplification of his origin, he felt he could put up a fight even against Jiren. Though he might not necessarily win, at least escaping would be no problem. Meanwhile in the universe, powerful warriors from many planets suddenly departed, drawing the attention of the Galactic Patrol. After the Galactic Patrol investigated, news of Frisia's resurrection reached the ears of the Galactic King. The Galactic King immediately contacted Tang Shan and told him that Frisia was gathering his forces. He hoped Tang Shan could help fight against Frisia. As for those forces, they would be left to the Galactic Patrol and the others to handle. Tang Shan agreed and told the Galactic King to wait for their news. Tang Shan told Bulma, Android 18 and Tang Xian about this. Despite Bulma's complaints, Tang Shan teleported to the lookout in an instant. On a nameless planet in the North Galaxy, Vegeta heard of Frisia's resurrection. Ever since Vegeta had witnessed Goku's power, he had trained hard and finally reached the level of a Super Saiyan. Hearing that Frisia was mustering an army, he understood that Frisia would surely seek revenge against Goku and the others. Since Vegeta also wanted to go, he returned to serve under Frisia. Frisia welcomed Vegeta's return. After all, he had been surrounded and killed before. Now that he had more men under him, having a powerful Saiyan was not a bad thing. Meanwhile, Frisia's men brought back Paragus and his son Broly, who had been exiled by King Vegeta. When Paragus was brought in and saw Vegeta, fury filled his face and he could not help sneering, "Oh, isn't this our wandering prince? Good thing your worthless father died early, or else I would have crushed all of you." Vegeta simply stared at Paragus. In Vegeta's eyes, Paragus was already a dead man. Just as Vegeta was about to strike and kill Paragus, Frisia walked over and said, "Since you're both my subordinates, now put aside your past grudges for the time being. For now we'll first deal with our greatest enemy. There is a Saiyan on Earth and another Earthling called the White God." Vegeta kept staring at Paragus, but in the end he did not strike. Paragus said no more and Broly, standing behind him, remained silent. In a short time Frisia had already gathered over 10,000 subordinates under his command. On Earth, Goku and Tang Shan discussed the matter. Just as the two were about to teleport directly to deal with Frisia, Piccolo along with Tien Shinhan and Krillin said they also wanted to see the battle between Goku, Tang Shan and Frisia. Tang Shan flatly refused. After all, a battle among them would surely destroy the surrounding star systems, and Tien Shinhan and the others could not survive in space. So in the end only Tang Shan and Goku teleported to the planet where Frisia was. They also sent word to the Galactic King telling his forces not to approach. Tang Shan and Goku teleported straight over. When Tang Shan saw Vegeta, he could not help laughing. "Vegeta, it seems the lesson of love Goku gave you last time wasn't enough." Hearing this, Vegeta was exceptionally furious. Combined with Paragus's mockery just now, he transformed into a Super Saiyan without another word and charged at Tang Shan. Seeing the perennial runner-up Vegeta charging at him, Tang Shan gave Vegeta another lesson of love, beating him until he began to doubt his existence. He could not understand it. He had become a Super Saiyan. Yet he was still no match for this man. Back then he had not been Goku's opponent. In that battle the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta had even abandoned his dignity. Yet now after transforming into a Super Saiyan our proud Prince Vegeta knelt there in despair. Deep in his heart there was nothing but doubt about his own Saiyan race, and he asked himself over and over why. Why? Why? Seeing this Frieza showed deep pity, but what was more apparent was contempt. Seeing Vegeta defeated so swiftly was well within Frieza's expectations. That fool couldn't withstand the slightest provocation and charged in recklessly. He was nothing but an idiot. Frieza glanced at Paragus and said, "Aren't you the one who claimed your son was strong? Send him in then." Paragus turned to Broly and declared, "Broly, it's your turn. Let our proud prince witness what a true Saiyan looks like." Son Goku turned to Tang Shan with a sly grin. "Brother Shan, you've already fought a battle. This one is mine." Tang Shan merely nodded dismissively. Unlike the Saiyans, he harbored no love for combat. If he could rest, he saw no reason to move. Tang Shan stepped back, clearing the battlefield. Broly emerged from the crowd and the two warriors locked eyes. A foreign memory surged into Broly's mind. Two tiny infants lay there, one was himself Broly and the other bore an uncanny resemblance to the man before him. After careful observation Broly was certain this was the very person who had constantly made noise day and night, filling his childhood with torment. Overcome with rage, Broly's combat power had surged to 10,000, and it was that incident coupled with Prince Vegeta's jealousy and fear for his throne that had led to Broly and his father being exiled. Broly, whose simple mind had been shaped by his father's teachings, blamed everything he had suffered over the years upon the man standing before him. The more he thought, the angrier Broly became. Son Goku, observing this Saiyan, felt utterly bewildered. The more he looked at him, the more hatred flooded the Saiyan's eyes, as though Goku himself had murdered Broly's parents. Yet sensing no malice from this opponent, Son Goku still extended a friendly greeting. "I am Son Goku. Let's get along well." Broly, consumed by fury, suddenly froze. In his world few ever spoke to him with such kindness. From afar Paragus noticed Broly's hesitation and shouted urgently, "Stop wasting time with him. Kill him." Broly snapped back to reality and charged at Son Goku. Goku met the assault head-on, transforming into Super Saiyan first grade, and the two clashed evenly. Frieza watched Broly fighting and sneered at Paragus. "Your son isn't much to speak of. Is this all he has?" Paragus hastily bowed. "Certainly not, Lord Frieza." He then turned and barked at Broly, "Broly, what are you doing? What are you playing at? Keep this up and I'll have to administer punishment." Upon hearing those words Broly's body shuddered. Tormented memories resurfaced in his mind. His frame trembled violently, and then a furious roar erupted from his throat. His aura exploded outward, surging dozens of times stronger in an instant. Frieza observed Broly from afar and nodded with satisfaction. Paragus also smiled, a note of pride in his expression. At that moment Son Goku in his Super Saiyan first grade form was completely overwhelmed, unable to mount any counterattack. Dodging with instant transmission, Goku let out a mighty shout and transformed into Super Saiyan 4th, seizing the offensive and dominating Broly. Broly felt the pain coursing through his body. As the agony deepened, the feral instincts within him exploded forth and his aura surged again, matching Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4th form in an even exchange. Seeking a more stable power state for endurance, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God. Meanwhile Broly struggled on the opposite side, barely maintaining his sanity while fighting Goku. The battle between the two was tearing the planet apart. Lava from beneath the crust erupted across the surface, flooding the landscape. Frieza's subordinates had all boarded their spaceship and evacuated the planet. Watching the forms their opponents had taken, Vegeta's resolve hardened once more within his heart. He understood now, it was not the Super Saiyan form that was weak, it was his own failure to fully awaken it. While Frieza's attention was elsewhere, Vegeta quietly departed. He had made his decision. He would train harder, grow stronger, and return to make these people pay for underestimating him. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans. Tang Shan naturally noticed Vegeta's departure but paid him no mind. Instead he focused entirely on the battle between Broly and Son Goku, keeping a watchful eye on Frieza to prevent any surprise attacks. Tang Shan sighed inwardly. Despite his guidance, Son Goku still could not escape this dead-even outcome. Was his teaching a failure, or was the will of this world simply too overwhelming? The fight between Son Goku and Broly reached its fever pitch. Both were heavily drained, but Broly, struggling to suppress his reason, was clearly at a disadvantage. Frieza studied Broly on the battlefield. He knew perfectly well that Saiyans grew stronger through stimulation. Glancing at Paragus beside him, Frisia launched the man into the air and pierced his heart with a purple energy beam, killing him instantly. Then he bellowed, "Broly! They've killed your father." Feigning horror and regret, Frisia called out to Broly, "Broly, you must avenge your father." Hearing Frisia's words and watching his father's lifeless body devoured by the lava below, Broly's remaining restraint shattered. The violent genes within Broly exploded without warning. His aura skyrocketed, cracking the entire planet under the force of his power, and Broly instantly transformed into his primal Super Saiyan Green form. Sensing Broly's overwhelming power, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, but he was still no match. A single punch from Broly sent him crashing into the depths of the magma. Fortunately protected by divine power, Goku broke free almost instantly. Letting out a thunderous roar, he ascended to Deep Blue form, his most powerful state at the time, and clashed violently with Broly once more. With the planet destroyed, Tang Shan and Frisia both relocated to space to observe the battle. Frisia was deeply shaken by the display of power, for even he knew he could not defeat a Broly like this. Son Goku continued to fight Broly among the planet's wreckage. Ultimately, Broly's body, pushed beyond its limits, reverted to his normal state. Using instant transmission, Son Goku transported Broly back to King Kai's planet and saved his life. He hurriedly instructed King Kai to look after Broly, then instant transmitted back to Tang Shan's side. At that moment, Frisia gazed at the two figures before him, despair filling his heart. He knew he was no longer their match, yet he believed that with further cultivation he would surely surpass them again. However, Frisia still spoke with remarkable composure, "Come then. I, Frisia, the proud emperor of the universe, will never fear you. I shall never flee like some ridiculous clown." Tang Shan looked at the Frisia before him. Though this fellow was wicked, he certainly carried himself with undeniable flair. Tang Shan noticed the restless Goku and quickly said, "I'll handle this one." If Goku kept dragging things out like this, how would their intergalactic journey with Bulma Android 18 and his daughter ever continue? After speaking, Tang Shan immediately activated the Super White God form. This state differed from previous transformations. In the Super White God state, a glowing thread would appear on the forehead, symbolizing a rule and representing Tang Shan's mastery over space. Just as Frisia was about to charge, Tang Shan's figure merged with Frisia's. Frisia didn't even get the chance to transform into his golden form. His opportunity was instantly eliminated by Tang Shan. Goku complained, "Bro, you're no fun fighting like this all the time." Tang Shan shrugged nonchalantly, "Didn't Broly get saved by you? If you want excitement, go find Broly. I'm continuing my travels with Bulma. Bye." With that, Tang Shan teleported away. Goku could only sigh in resignation and teleport back to King Kai's planet. Gazing at the recumbent Broly, Goku felt a surge of anticipation for his future training. Previously no one had truly challenged him, but now he had found such a rival, and Goku was utterly exhilarated. As for North Kao, he was in quite the predicament. He could barely endure staying on his own planet. Every day those two Saiyans would clash on his planet for hundreds of rounds. Though his planet was rather durable, it simply couldn't withstand such relentless battering. Meanwhile, Bulma's tour group had arrived at a planet entirely composed of machinery. Tang Shan approached Bulma. Throughout these days of his absence, Bulma had simply told the tour guide that Tang Shan was resting indoors. Though the guide seemed somewhat puzzled, she didn't press the matter. After all, she had encountered all manner of peculiar travelers during her years as a guide. When Bulma Android 18 and Tang Xin saw Tang Shan return, they were all overjoyed. Noticing they were exploring the planet on their own, Tang Shan asked, "Aren't you following the tour guide?" Bulma replied casually, "It's fine. We have 5 days to explore this planet. We'll head back when time's up. Following the guide would be so boring. By the way, if you're curious about this planet, you'll have to beg me for the answer," Bulma teased. Tang Shan responded succinctly, "Not interested. Don't want to know." Then he picked up Tang Xin and set her on his shoulders. Bulma pouted cutely beside him, but eventually couldn't resist sharing. "Fine, I won't hold it against you. Let me tell you. This planet's intelligent technology became remarkably advanced, but then a program malfunction occurred. The robots stopped obeying human commands and transformed the entire planet into machinery. Essentially, the whole planet became an intelligent life form executing what the robots called their so-called human protection plan. Afterward, after the Galaxy Guards unified the universe, they discovered this planet." Catching her breath, Bulma took a sip of water and continued, "Celestial, the strongest member of the Galaxy Guards, destroyed the planet's intelligent core and saved its human inhabitants. Now this planet has become a very famous mechanical-themed tourist destination. How incredible is that? Honestly, I'm utterly fascinated by this planet." Tang Shan smiled and said, "After all that talking, you just want me to take you to the planet's core for a tour, don't you?" Bulma wrapped her arms around Tang Shan's shoulder and nodded eagerly. Witnessing this scene, Android 18 beside them also smiled. Though she harbored some envy toward Bulma, she genuinely wished them well. In fact, Android 18 had chosen to stay at Bulma's home precisely because she hoped to contribute her strength in protecting everything Tang Shan cherished. Over the course of these 2 months, Tang Shan accompanied Bulma as they explored a diamond planet, several ancient civilization worlds and planets inhabited by various extraordinary races, including elves and winged humans. They also visited planets entirely covered by oceans home to mermaids. After their travels concluded, Tang Xian's vacation was also coming to an end and she returned to school. During this journey, Bulma had observed technologies from other planets and special abilities possessed by humans across the cosmos. She had also collected various human genetic samples and now buried herself in the laboratory to conduct diverse experiments. Android 18 had previously undergone modifications by Bulma and passed her rigorous testing. Now Android 18 could cultivate and strengthen herself, increasing her energy through training. Afterwards, Android 17 was also brought in for modifications. Once complete, Android 17 returned to the island, for he had always worried about the safety of the animals there in his absence. Thus, despite Earth's protection by the Galaxy Guard stationed on the moon, numerous poachers still managed to sneak past them and infiltrate the planet, a fact proven when Friesia's subordinates had previously infiltrated Earth undetected. Android 18 spent long periods training in the gravity chamber, much like Vegeta once did, constantly refining herself. Meanwhile, Android 17 trained relentlessly on the island to protect its creatures. Since both Android 17 and Android 18 possessed the world core within them, granting them essentially limitless energy, and had already approached the divine realm alongside Goku, even Goku in his super red state might not necessarily prevail against either of them. With Goku holding back, they could likely achieve an evenly matched contest in super blue form. Now what Tang Shan needed most was deeper comprehension of his cultivation realm. Therefore he stayed home to train alongside Android 17, occasionally embarking on destructive excursions. Ever since Whis and the God of Destruction had visited Earth and sampled its cuisine, Whis frequently came to Earth to find Bulma. Each time Bulma warmly welcomed him and took him to indulge in various delicacies. And each time Bulma would insist Tang Shan join them. Through these repeated encounters, Tang Shan and Whis grew familiar with one another, and Tang Shan began seeking Whis's guidance on cultivation. Later, finding the process too troublesome, Whis simply took Tang Shan directly to the divine realm of the God of Destruction. Tang Shan arrived at the Destruction God's divine realm and discovered that both his comprehension of the laws and his cultivation of the divine state were far clearer here than on Earth. Each day after meditation, Tang Shan would spar with Whis. There was no doubt about it, Whis could easily deflect every one of Tang Shan's attacks. Even when Tang Shan used spatial movement for auxiliary strikes, Whis seemed to detect his position every time. Tang Shan had once asked Whis about this, and Whis replied, "Tang Shan, your attacks are too deliberate. They lack spontaneity. In this regard you fall short of that Saiyan son Goku from your Earth. Though his power may not yet surpass yours, every strike he lands follows his instincts. His body has developed a combat instinct, and his fighting talent is the strongest I've witnessed in all these years. You two currently only possess a pseudo-divine state, while he will have the opportunity to reach the true divine state." Tang Shan nodded, fully understanding. Having read Dragon Ball Super, he knew that only by comprehending Ultra Instinct could one truly be called a god, stand equal to the angels, and achieve true immortality. While Tang Shan cultivated in the Destruction God's divine realm, the training on King Kai's planet also came to an end. Broly had already mastered his Super Saiyan green power, and in his eyes Son Goku had become his only family. After finishing his training, Son Goku took Broly to find Tang Shan, only to learn from Bulma that Tang Shan had gone off to train with Whis on his own. From Bulma, Son Goku also learned that Whis often visited Earth, so he and Broly decided to stay at Bulma's house waiting for Whis's arrival. Not long after, Whis ran out of the food he'd taken from Earth and returned to make another request to Bulma. Upon hearing this, Son Goku immediately began pestering Whis, begging to be taken along with Broly for training. Whis had no choice but to endure the pestering. Bulma was seeing this side of Son Goku for the first time. Clearly his obsession with cultivation and growing stronger outweighed all other matters. Finally Whis relented and said, "Alright Son Goku, I'll take you both for training if you can find me a cuisine that satisfies my palate. By the way, here's what I need," but before he could finish, Son Goku interrupted, Okay, I won't bother you anymore. You'll be staying on Earth for 3 days, right?" Upon hearing this, Son Goku immediately rushed off to ask Bulma. After all, when it came to gourmet cuisine, Bulma was quite the authority. She pondered for a moment and said, "Goku, I've already tried most of Earth's delicacies with him. I can't think of anything that would amaze him." "Goku," Broly spoke up from behind, "that instant ramen we had while training on King Kai's planet was delicious. Bulma heard this and quickly replied, "What? Whis would actually enjoy instant ramen." Son Goku's face lit up with joy. "Hee, how else would we know unless we try?" And so Son Goku introduced instant ramen to Whis. After tasting it, Whis praised it extensively and agreed to Son Goku's request. In the end, he even had Bulma prepare hundreds of boxes of various flavors of instant ramen. After gathering the food, Whis took Son Goku and Broly back to the Destruction God's divine realm. Seeing them behind Whis, Tang Shan joyfully said, "Son Goku, you're here too. How's Broly doing? Is he alright?" Broly nodded silently from behind, but Son Goku quickly responded, "He's doing great. Under King Kai's guidance, Broly can now fully control his power. Brother Shan will be able to train together from now on." At this moment was interjected from the side, "He won't be training alongside you. Saiyans have their own methods of cultivation and his approach differs from yours." Son Goku brushed it off, saying, "It's fine. We'll be resting in the same place anyway, so it'll be convenient for sparring sessions." Whis turned to Tang Shan and said, "Continue your previous training. Remember, only when you let go can you truly master it." He then addressed Son Goku and Broly, "I've prepared ultra-gravity suits for both of you. Each day simply engage in full power sparring. Remember, every move should flow from your heart without overthinking." Son Goku and Broly eagerly nodded. With a wave of Whis' staff in his right hand, their clothes instantly transformed. The immense pressure forced them to their knees, and it took over 10 minutes before they could painfully rise to their feet. Whis surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. "Wear these suits during your training. Once you've fully adapted, let me know and I'll increase the gravity." Having attained the divine state's deep blue form, or in Broly's case the Super Saiyan green, you've each reached the ceiling of what a Saiyan can naturally achieve. Since you hail from a warrior race, the training ahead focuses on mastering the divine state mid-combat, what we call Ultra Instinct. Raising his staff, Whis pointed toward a distant tree. "Do not venture near that area, for Lord Beerus slumbers there. Disturbing his sleep is at your own peril. Your sparring matches may be as loud as you like, the barrier there prevents him from hearing. Moreover, given the destructiveness God's realm, your current strength alone would struggle to fully breach the ground." Son Goku and Broly nodded and immediately dove into their daily training. Watching them, Whis hurriedly added, "If either of you sustains serious injuries, seek out that guy Tang Shan, he's stashed plenty of senzu beans on him." Tang Shan had been in the Destruction God's divine realm for quite some time and had sparred with Beerus before, surviving only through senzu beans and that special instantaneous movement technique, a fact that had irked Whis for quite some time. Now that these two had arrived, Whis reasoned it would be perfect to have them battle until one fell, depleting Tang Shan's stash of senzu beans. When Beerus next awoke, he'd have the pleasure of watching that man get thoroughly dominated. After Beerus awoke from his slumber this time and learned of instant ramen, he gave up on returning to hibernation entirely. He now savors gourmet meals daily and has grown fond of watching Son Goku and Broly occasionally dispensing lessons via his signature love fist. They'd gone from being utterly dominated by Beerus at the start to now exchanging over 1,000 moves with him. Only then did Son Goku realize that Beerus had been holding back, just as he had back on Earth. Observing Beerus and Son Goku together, Tang Shan couldn't help but feel there was something almost romantic between the two. After all, both had a habit of holding back, making every match a dead heat regardless of opponent. Whis, however, was another matter entirely. Against him neither Son Goku nor Broly could land a single blow, not even a glancing touch, while even Tang Shan stood no chance of retaliating. At the divine realm of destruction, Whis observed the two engaged in relentless combat, as well as Tang Shan, who sat in meditation upon the river's surface. Whis was quite pleased with their cultivation progress. "Everyone gather around." Tang Shan rose from his meditation and flew over, while the other two also concluded their practice and approached Whis. Tang Shan asked, "Is something the matter, Whis?" Sun Wukong and Broly also turned their gaze toward Whis, who spoke calmly, "You have been cultivating here for a year now. Today I wish to test the results of your training." With that, Whis gently swept his staff and a pale blue stone, steely shimmering like a curtain of water, materialized before them. "Strike this steel with all your might. It will display the intensity of your attacks. Tang Shan, you go first as a demonstration." Tang Shan nodded and directly transformed into his white god state, channeling the divine power of space into his body. It appeared as though he did not move, yet the steel already displayed a number, divine power 73. Whis nodded in satisfaction and explained to them, "This divine power corresponds to your previous battles. 1 point of divine power equals 100 billion. When Sun Wukong first transformed into Super Saiyan Red, he only reached divine power level 5, and his ordinary Super Saiyan Blue state only achieved 10. Do you now understand just how strong Tang Shan is?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Shan, you're so powerful. Tang Shan replied modestly, you are not weak either. That Super Saiyan Blue he mentioned is merely what you have just achieved. With your current state you should at least have. Sun Wukong nodded and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. After 10 more minutes he pushed his aura to its peak and delivered a devastating punch to the steel. The steel unmistakably displayed divine power 45. Tang Shan could not help but facepalm and say, King Kai's technique from the Northern Kai is too formidable. Sun Wukong scratched his head saying somewhat embarrassedly, I just thought of it on the spur of the moment. Broly then transformed into his Super Saiyan green form reaching a divine power level of 51. Whis nodded and remarked, you three are now among the top-tier strong beings across all universes. Tang Shan feigned a frown and asked, all universes? Are there other universes besides ours? Whis waved his staff and the steel vanished. He then turned to Tang Shan and said, indeed. There are currently 12 universes like ours each paired in opposition. For instance, if we reside in the 7th universe there may very well exist in the 6th universe another version of you who is identical to you. Of course these matters are somewhat random and not necessarily fixed. At this Sun Wukong excitedly said, so there must be many powerful beings in the other universes as well. Whis nodded and replied, although you are now among the first-tier strong you have not yet reached the ranks of the absolute top powerhouses. So you must continue to strive. Of course Whis was quite satisfied with the development of the entire universe which was precisely why he was willing to train Tang Shan, Sun Wukong and Broly. In Whis' estimation within 100 years the 7th universe would surely become the most powerful among all 12 universes in terms of both civilization and combat strength. Through this test the three had gained a clearer understanding of their own strength. Of course upon reaching the divine realm to a certain extent the quantity of divine power did not entirely determine one's strength. Tang Shan well knew that during the Tournament of Power Sun Wukong had initially been thoroughly overpowered by Jiren with no ability to fight back. Yet because Sun Wukong comprehended Ultra Instinct the situation completely reversed. This was the difference in realm, the mastery and application of one's own divine power. Thinking of Jiren, Tang Shan still had not figured out to this day why Jiren was so extraordinarily powerful. What laws had he comprehended that allowed him to transcend the barriers of time and space? In the original storyline the strongest warrior of the 6th universe had stripped away both Jiren's time and space abilities yet Jiren could still move. Tang Shan had puzzled over this point countless times without finding answers. Tang Shan pondered for a moment then decided not to dwell on it further for he would find out when they faced Jiren in the Tournament of Power. Watching the two diligently cultivating in the distance Tang Shan also entered a meditative state. Since arriving at the divine realm of destruction for training his grasp of the laws of space had grown progressively stronger. He had already reached a level where he could place his body within an alternate dimension much like Hit. However, as for controlling time like Hit he still had no clue. Recalling how Sun Wukong had initially stepped across the threshold of Ultra Instinct through his battle with Hit, Tang Shan was fully aware that he could never replicate such a method of comprehension. Constantly breaking through one's limits in battle, at least in this world, that was the unique talent of the Saiyans. Tang Shan sighed thinking that if he relied solely on his own comprehension how many years would it take? It would simply take too long. Forget it, he could no longer evade this. Frieza had taught him a harsh lesson back then. Tang Shan clenched his hands tightly, silently urging himself on in his heart fight. Tang Shan, stop running away. This is the world of Dragon Ball where combat is the eternal theme. From then on, besides his daily meditation, Tang Shan also donned gravity suits and frequently sparred with Sun Wukong and the others. Noticing Tang Shan's changes over these days, Whis said nothing. After all, everyone had their own thoughts and Whis would not interfere excessively. Of course, in Whis' view such training did not bring Tang Shan significant benefits. After all, Saiyan physiology was what it was. Although he did not know how Tang Shan had comprehended the power of space, his bloodline remained unchanged. Aside from the divine power coursing through his bloodline after reaching the divine realm, and aside from the strengthening effects that divine power had on his body, fundamentally he was still of earthling descent. While Tang Shan and Sun Hong were continuously training, two figures quietly arrived at the divine realm of destruction. Both Whis and Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, sensed their approach and were quite curious as to why these two had the free time to visit the 7th universe. Tang Shan, Sun Wukong and Broly noticed someone approaching and, equally curious, paused their training and walked over. Tang Shan looked at the two and already knew what was about to happen next. Whis saw Tang Shan, Sun Wukong and the others approaching and began to introduce them. Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, Broly, these are the angel and god of destruction from another universe. This angel is named Vados and the god of destruction is Kampa. They come from the 6th universe, the one corresponding to ours. Sun Wukong exclaimed, no wonder the two gods of destruction look so similar. Whis playfully replied, oh, that's not it at all. They are actual brothers. Hearing this news, both Sun Wukong and Broly stood in utter astonishment. Beerus merely huffed and said, Vados is also Whis' older sister. Tang Shan, watching how adorable Beerus looked in that moment, nearly burst out laughing but ultimately managed to suppress it. Tang Shan couldn't help but remark inwardly, truly the sibling universes live up to their name, with angels and gods of destruction sharing familial bonds. Watching it in an anime was one thing, but witnessing these two bickering in reality was truly a delightful experience. At that moment Beerus roared, what business do you have coming here? If it's for something trivial I'll knock you flying. Kampa sniffed haughtily, then grinned slyly. Afraid of you? I've come to challenge you. Upon hearing Kampa wanted to compete, Goku and Broly instantly tensed. They had never witnessed a duel between gods of destruction and their anticipation surged. As the tension thickened, Kampa turned to Vados beside him and said, bring out our delicacies. Let this fool see what real food looks like. Vados' staff flashed and a table bearing a dish appeared before them. Kampa eagerly lifted the lid. This is the most exquisite bird egg from our universe. It took me considerable effort to find. Beerus, Tang Shan and the others curiously each took one, peeled it and tasted. Goku exclaimed, delicious. Truly delicious. Beerus shot Goku a sideways glance. Hearing the praise, Kampa puffed up with pride and declared, well. Conceited now. Beerus sneered contemptuously at Kampa. Goku would call anything delicious. Your so-called treasure is merely an ordinary bird egg. Enraged, Kampa thundered, are you attempting to renege on your word? Seeking excuses to deny defeat. Beerus replied with arrogance, I, the foremost god of destruction, would never shirk my word. You arrive at a fortunate moment, for Earth has recently yielded the most extraordinary cuisine. He gestured for Whis to present instant noodles. Kampa regarded them with bewilderment. What is this? Could it rival the bird eggs I brought? Beerus ignored him entirely, preparing two portions and handing them to Kampa and Vados. Vados tasted the noodles and was genuinely impressed, yet she maintained her composure, dining with elegant restraint. Kampa, however, devoured his portion within seconds, even pressing his face into the bowl and lapping it clean with his tongue until not a speck remained. Despite his grotesque eating manners, Kampa refused to yield. Humph. I suppose this counts as a draw. He then turned to Vados. By the way, Vados, what of Earth in our universe? Vados swept her staff, scanning the sixth universe, and replied, our Earth has been destroyed. Its inhabitants advanced their technology to a certain point only to annihilate themselves. Beerus mocked, how unfortunate, Kampa. Your Earthlings who crafted such superb cuisine are no more. Kampa roared in fury, those fools. They've ruined my gastronomic treasure. Just then Vados turned to Tang Shan and asked, Whis, are these your disciples? Tang Shan recognized this as a clear attempt to divert the conversation. It seemed Vados was quite protective of Kampa. Whis glanced at Tang Shan's group and replied, in a manner of speaking. Kampa, overhearing their exchange, studied the three and suddenly had an idea. Beerus, dare you accept a combat challenge? Beerus responded with astonishment, you're serious? Relying on a chubby pig like you? Sensing Beerus might attack him on the spot, Kampa hurriedly clarified, absolutely, but not between ourselves. If we fought directly, both universes would be destroyed. Instead, we shall send forth the strongest warriors from each universe. Beerus regarded Tang Shan, Goku and the others pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well. Whis interjected, since you proposed the duel, it would be only fitting to hold it in your universe. Vados nodded in agreement. Kampa, ever self-satisfied, added, any duel requires stakes. If we win, you hand over this universe's Earth. If you win, I shall surrender the Dragon Balls I'm currently seeking. We've already gathered 6, we understand well how elusive these treasures can be. Before Beerus could respond, Goku chimed in, we accept. But we have Dragon Balls on Earth as well. Beerus declared proudly, did you hear that, Kampa? We possess Dragon Balls too. Kampa retorted haughtily, you mean the Dragon Balls crafted by the Namekians? Goku nodded. As expected, in our 6th universe Namekians also created Dragon Balls. However, theirs are fashioned from fragments of the Grand Portal shards and their wishes carry limitations. I'm certain your Dragon Balls have even greater restrictions. But the genuine article is far more powerful, it can fulfill any wish. In your terms you might call them Super Dragon Balls. Beerus then pointed out, such balls require all 7 to function. You only have 6, they hold no value against us. Why should we accept? Tang Shan spoke calmly, the match can still proceed. As for the remaining ball, Bulma can locate it, the radar makes it straightforward. Goku pleaded anxiously beside him, Lord Beerus, please agree to the competition. Fighting warriors from another universe would be thrilling. Whis nodded in agreement. Beerus, supremely confident in his own abilities, also consented. Seeing their assent, Champa cunningly declared, since all parties agree and since we initiated this challenge we shall set the rules. Goku objected, there's no need for such complexity. Let's simply follow the rules of the Tenkaichi Budokai. Beerus queried, the Tenkaichi Budokai? Goku confirmed, precisely. Being knocked out of the ring constitutes defeat. Killing an opponent or employing weapons is also prohibited. Beerus agreed. Then it's settled. The matches commence in 5 days. We'll compete in 5v5 format, giving you time to prepare and eliminating any excuse for defeat should you lose. Champa deliberately tossed a bird egg toward Goku. Watching the scion clumsily catch it, Champa smiled smugly. Excellent. 5v5 it is. The victor shall be whichever side has the last fighter standing. Vados, let us depart. Vados led Champa away. En route back to the 6th universe, Vados asked, Lord Champa, are you truly resolved? Those Super Dragon Balls took immense effort to collect, they were meant to secure the universe's finest cuisine. Champa scoffed proudly, look at that so-called Goku, such clumsy movements. How formidable could he possibly be? As for the other two, I trained alongside them. They hardly seem impressive either. Vados sighed in exasperation as she escorted Champa back to their universe. And so Tang Shan along with Sun Wukong, Beerus and the others arrived on Earth and returned to Bulma's home. Tang Shan explained the whole situation to Bulma, who said confidently, don't worry. Leave the Super Dragon radar to me. Then Bulma asked with concern, Tang Shan, are you sure about the tournament? Is there any danger? Tang Shan gently stroked Bulma's cheek and answered with the same confidence, don't worry. No one in Universe 6 is a match for me yet. Bulma nodded, then had a service robot serve delicacies to Beerus, Sun Wukong and Broly and set about making the Super Dragon radar. Just then Android 18 returned from outside. Seeing so many people, she said to Tang Shan, Brother Shan, so many guests. How was it? Have you finished your training with Lord Whis? By now both Android 17 and Android 18 had reached the realm of the gods. Of course this was all thanks to Whis. Here's what had happened. The very first time Whis saw Android 18, he felt something strange because he sensed the aura of a Supreme Kai on her. After some investigation, it turned out that the two Supreme Kais killed by Majin Buu long ago had for unknown reasons had their Kai cores left behind after death obtained by Earthlings. Though it was unknown how the Earthlings had obtained those cores, the cores had perfectly fused with human bodies, thereby giving rise to Android 17 and Android 18, an unrepeatable miracle. Despite the perfect fusion, the energy of the Kai cores had never truly been unlocked, for such cores lacked vitality. Later, with Whis' help, the cores regained their vitality, allowing Android 17 and Android 18 to fully draw upon their power and successfully break through to the divine realm. Now they could even be called Supreme Kais. When Android 18 asked, Tang Shan told her about the martial arts tournament. After learning the details, she nodded and said, Brother Shan, I want to join too. Tang Shan smiled. You were already on my list. With your strength now, how could I possibly leave you out? At that moment Beerus, eating on the side, said, Tang Shan, what's your plan? Who are you going to bring? Android 18 hurriedly greeted Beerus and Whis, Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, good afternoon. Beerus and Whis said together, good afternoon, Android 18. Whis then said, Android 18 is as polite as ever and beautiful too. Tang Shan coughed and said, this time besides me, Sun Wukong and Broly, the others will be Android 18 and Buu. That should be about it. Meanwhile in Universe 6, Champa and Vados arrived at the nameless planet. 6 enormous Dragon Balls orbited the entire planet. Champa looked at the nameless planet and said, so this is the nameless planet. Fine then. Let me give this nameless planet a name. I'll call it Planet Nothing at All. Ha ha ha. Vados quipped from the side, as expected of a god of destruction, even your taste in names is destructive. Champa smirked, right. Don't praise me too much. Then he set his hands on his hips and burst into laughter at the sky. Vados said pointedly, when you use your brain it burns a lot of calories, which is great for losing weight. Champa said helplessly, there you go with the weight loss thing again. Honestly. Vados looked at the nameless planet and said, then let's turn Planet Nothing at All into Planet Tournament venue. With a wave of Vados' staff a giant arena appeared on the nameless planet. With another wave a huge barrier enveloped the arena. Kampa looked at the barrier and said, "Heh, let me test it. If it breaks during the tournament I'd lose face." As Kampa finished speaking, several purple energy blasts slammed into the barrier. Not a scratch. You're really something. With another wave of Vados's staff, fresh air was generated inside the barrier. Though they themselves had no need for air, the fighters certainly would. Watching the arena gradually take shape, Kampa shouted, "There absolutely must be food stalls." Vados said helplessly, "Fine, fine." While Vados and Kampa were building the arena on the nameless planet on Earth in Universe 7, Beerus and the others were feasting. After a while, when they had finished eating, Beerus said, "I'm full. Let's leave for now. I need to tell Manaka about the tournament." Sun Wukong asked, "Who's Manaka?" Whis replied with a smile, "He is Lord Beerus's chosen fighter for Universe 7. Tang Shan was exasperated to hear this. He hadn't expected that Manaka would still get a chance to compete. Beerus then said, "Apart from Manaka, the remaining fighter will be Android 18. Sun Wukong asked curiously, "Is that guy strong?" Beerus said calmly, "Of course he's strong, extremely strong. Manaka is the strongest opponent I've ever faced." Broly was also astonished and said, "That's impossible." Beerus gave a contemptuous smile and said, "What? You don't actually think you're the strongest, do you? Sun Wukong, even if you unleash the tenfold Kaioken you'd still only rank second." Sun Wukong said excitedly to Tang Shan, "Brother Shan, did you hear that? What exciting news. I can hardly wait. This fighting tournament is getting more and more interesting. Lord Beerus, I want to have a practice match with that guy first." Beerus refused without any hesitation, "No. Right now your attention must be entirely on Universe 6 fighters. And Manaka is my trump card, how could I reveal him so easily?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "But we don't know who they'll send. And even if we lose, it just means Earth gets moved intact." When Beerus heard this, he immediately roared, "What did you say? Have you forgotten the great favor I did you by not destroying Earth? If you fight half-heartedly, I'll never forgive you. You should know that Earth is my life now." Sun Wukong answered awkwardly, I know. No matter what, I'll give it everything I've got." Tang Shan meanwhile quietly muttered from the side, "Give it everything just to end up 50-50. Beerus looked at the serious Sun Wukong and said, "I hope you mean what you say, Sun Wukong. Whis, let's go." Whis took Beerus and left Earth in a flash of light. Sun Wukong shouted, "Say hello to Manaka for me." Tang Shan looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Now let's rest well and take this match seriously." Sun Wukong said excitedly, "It's been so long since I've been this eager. Brother Shan, how should we train? There are only a few days after all." Tang Shan knocked Sun Wukong on the head and said, "Isn't there the hyperbolic time chamber? Let's just train in the hyperbolic time chamber for these 3 days. You should come too, Android 18. Android 18 smiled and replied, "Okay, Brother Shan." After telling Bulma what was going on, Tang Shan led the group to the lookout and entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Because of Tang Shan's presence, and since Beerus the god of destruction had never voiced any intention of making a wish to destroy the world, Bulma did not call her sister to seek help from Jocko of the Galactic Patrol. Instead, she chose to build the Super Dragon radar. Meanwhile, Tang Shan, Android 18, Goku and Broly all entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train, preparing for the upcoming martial arts tournament. In the realm of destruction, Beerus was preparing a bowl of instant noodles. As he inhaled the fragrance, he drooled and exclaimed, "So fragrant." Just as he was about to eat, Whis stopped him and said, "What terrible manners. At least say something before a meal." Beerus pouted and said, "Of course I know that." "Well then, let me eat." Whis nodded. Beerus began devouring the noodles, completely enchanted by their unique aroma, and sighed, "What an incredible food this is. Sometimes I want to eat it so badly, I crave it terribly." Whis looked at the huge pile of empty noodle cups in the corner and said in exasperation, "Sometimes." Then Whis gazed into the distant universe and sighed, "Lord Beerus has changed as well." Beerus looked in puzzlement at Whis, who stood there reflecting on life. Whis turned to Beerus and continued, "Even though Goku and the others are eager to take part in the tournament, I never imagined Lord Beerus would agree to join a contest that offers you no benefit whatsoever." Beerus said nothing and continued eating his noodles. Lord Beerus has been different ever since waking from that dream. Especially after the bout with Goku, you have also become just like Goku, unwilling to lose, eager to show off, and whenever you hear about a match you get as excited as a child, joyful and happy. When it comes down to it, Lord Beerus, you are quite similar to Goku." After finishing his noodles, Beerus retorted, "Don't compare me to that vulgar fellow. We are nothing alike. At the very least I hold respect for others." Just as Beerus said this, was called him out on the spot, "But you would destroy without a second thought. Never mind that, Whis. I have a question I have wanted to ask you for a long time. Why do you allow them to train here? And you started with Tang Shan, eventually bringing Goku and Broly here as well. Could it be that you truly intend to train them until they can contend with me? Whis smiled. I never had such a thought. Beerus said nonchalantly, forget it. It will be entertaining anyway. I've finished my noodles, it's time to go pick up Manaka. The day before the tournament, Whis came to Earth to pick up Tang Shan and the others. Since Bulma, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Master Roshi, Tang Shan and many others all wanted to watch, Whis waved his staff and a huge pale blue cube appeared before everyone. Whis looked at them and said, hello everyone. Please step onto this cube one at a time. Goten looked at the enormous cube and asked, what is this? Where is the entrance? Is it a spaceship? Whis patted Goten's head and said, this isn't a spaceship, you know. It's a cube. You can walk straight through the walls, little sweetheart. We'll first go to Lord Beerus's realm of destruction, pick up Lord Beerus and Manaka and then set off. As Tang Shan and the others stepped into the cube, a spaceship landed and Jocko and the Galactic King emerged. Goku looked at the Galactic King and asked, Galactic King, are you two coming too? Jocko said at once, as an elite member of the Galactic Patrol, and with the leader of the Galactic Patrol by my side, how could we be absent from such a great matter concerning the universe? Right now Earth is the one thing the entire universe believes in. He then bowed to Tang Shan and said, Lord Tang Shan, how do you do? You are the idol I worship. It is such a joy to see you again. Tang Shan's face was full of astonishment, he wondered when he had become this fellow's idol. He then replied awkwardly, hello to you too. Galactic King Jocko, please come aboard. We are about to set off. 6 hours later the group arrived at the realm of destruction. Goku looked at Manaka standing beside Beerus and marveled, he is truly strong, I cannot sense even a hint of his energy. After Beerus and Manaka came aboard, Whis waved his staff and in an instant everyone arrived above the nameless planet in Universe 6. Seeing 6 enormous Dragon Balls floating nearby, all of them gaped in astonishment. Bulma couldn't help exclaiming, they're so huge. I had heard they were as big as planets, but seeing them with my own eyes still leaves me in awe. Krillin said, they really do look like something that can grant any wish. Beerus snorted, ready. Whis. Whis replied at once, Lord Beerus. As he answered, the cube descended beside the arena on the nameless planet. Looking at the magnificent enormous arena, Goku said in amazement, Lord Kampa built this all by himself. Amazing. Beerus countered, gods of destruction don't build things. And even if they did, it would look dreadfully tacky. At that moment Kampa flew over and retorted to Beerus, I don't agree with that. Who said it's dreadfully tacky? Bulma looked at the sudden arrival and asked Tang Shan, who is this? Tang Shan held Bulma and said, he is the god of destruction of Universe 6. His name is Kampa. Kampa sneered at Beerus, so you actually came instead of running away. Beerus sneered back, why would I run? I still want to watch someone get beaten black and blue, then pack up the Super Dragon Balls and bring them home. Kampa smirked, it won't be that easy. I will take Earth. Suddenly Beerus asked with a serious look, there's something I want to ask. I just heard that a few of those things were stolen from my universe by you. Kampa said in surprise, what are you talking about? Kampa feigned calmness and said, impossible. Bulma then said without hesitation, the Super Dragon Balls are divided between Universe 6 and Universe 7, so a few of them must have been taken from Universe 7 by you. Kampa replied in shock, how do you know? Beerus said scornfully, just as I thought. But since we are brothers, I won't argue with you this time. They'll be mine in the end anyway. Kampa steadied himself and said, you had better prepare yourself for defeat. At that moment Vados came over and asked everyone, are you ready? I will lead you into the venue and I have prepared seats for you on both sides of the arena. Bulma looked at the stools and complained, are there no cushioned seats? We came all this way. Kampa said carelessly, I didn't invite you. Beerus sided with Bulma. Bulma is right. If I were the host, I'd be embarrassed to let guests sit on such shabby stools. Whis. Whis acknowledged, and with a wave of his staff the stools on both sides instantly transformed into luxurious sofas. Kampa whispered to Vados beside him, why didn't you prepare something this magnificent from the beginning? Vados replied with a hint of sarcasm, to present art that Lord Kampa could not appreciate would be an insult to his refined taste. Whis praised from the side, as expected of you, my lady. Meanwhile Beerus chimed in with thinly veiled mockery, oh my foolish younger brother. She was merely catering to your aesthetic sensibilities. What an extraordinary attendant she is. Just then the Supreme Kai deities materialized. The Grand Supreme Kai greeted Tang Shan and his companions warmly. Tang Shan, son Goku, good to see you, he said cheerfully. From Universe 6 another Supreme Kai couldn't resist commenting, "You've made friends with humans." The Grand Supreme Kai turned his head and replied, "It's quite a long story." Vados stepped forward and announced, "Contestants, are you all prepared? The written examination is about to begin." Son Goku and Tang Shan's team nodded in response. Nearby Bulma offered her encouragement, "Come on Tang Shan and Goku. Do your best." Vados then casually led Tang Shan and the other four toward the examination venue. On the written test platform Son Goku glanced at the distant robot and quipped, "Is there really something like this? Does a robot even count as a person?" Tang Shan pointed toward a figure in the distance and said to Son Goku, "Look at that guy over there." Turning to look he was stunned to recognize Frieza. Frieza. He exists in this universe too. And that bear-like creature standing beside him. A short stout figure approached and asked Son Goku, hello. Are you also a Saiyan?" Son Goku asked curiously, "How did you know? Are you a Saiyan too?" He looked left and right but couldn't spot a tail. "Where's your tail?" The young Saiyan tilted his head in confusion. "Tail." Tang Shan interjected explaining that while both universes shared many similarities there were naturally some differences worth noting. Vados stepped forward and instructed everyone to take their seats for the 10-minute exam with a passing score of 50 points. After the written test concluded everyone returned to the spectator stands. Whis approached Beerus and mentioned it was time to finalize the battle order. Beerus responded calmly instructing them to save their strongest fighter Monaka for last while allowing the others to compete freely. Tang Shan walked alongside and suggested, "Android 18 will go first, Broly second, Son Goku third, and I'll be fourth. Does anyone have objections?" Android 18 had no objections since she typically followed Tang Shan's decisions anyway. Broly gave a nod of approval and after a moment's consideration Son Goku agreed as well. Once was confirmed everyone was in agreement he made his way to the arena floor and relayed the lineup order to Vados. Whis then retreated to the sidelines as the announcer took the stage introducing the renowned vocalist who would perform the Song of the Universe. A dazzling display of light and special effects illuminated the arena before a small adorable pink penguin wielding a microphone appeared center stage. The universe is so vast. After the brief performance concluded and the effects faded the announcer thanked the performer and announced the start of the first round. Bulma and the others collapsed in exasperation at how short the song had been. The announcer then introduced the competitors Battamo from Universe 6 and the beautiful Android 18 from Universe 7. Android 18 and Battamo both stepped onto the arena floor simultaneously. From the stands Bulma shouted encouragement for Android 18. Beerus and Kampa each launched a beam of purple energy from their hands striking a gong suspended in the air. When the gong's resonance faded the announcer declared the match to begin. Battamo launched himself skyward hurtling toward Android 18 at tremendous speed. She watched in astonishment as his massive form momentarily dispersed upon impact only for him to rebound off the ground and charge again. Utilizing his unique elastic properties Battamo ricocheted back and forth with increasing velocity forcing Android 18 to continually evade his relentless assault. Android 18 found herself growing increasingly exhausted from the constant evasion. In a moment of lapse she was struck down and couldn't escape the barrage of hits. She nearly got knocked out of the arena entirely, only making it back after a Supreme Kai used instant transmission to retrieve her. From below Son Goku shouted a warning to stay alert. Once she'd recovered on the arena floor Android 18 noticed Battamo had stopped his bouncing and asked in confusion why he'd suddenly ceased his attacks. Battamo remained silent, simply gesturing for Android 18 to make the first move. The announcer commented on his calm demeanor praising the competitor from Universe 6. Provoked by the condescension Android 18 launched herself at Battamo with fierce anger unleashing a rapid flurry of strikes, though what she planned as her signature technique devolved into a barrage of punches and kicks. None of her attacks proved effective as Battamo's thick layer of fat absorbed every blow without consequence. Witnessing this Battamo sneered mockingly acknowledging Kampa's earlier assessment that Universe 7's competitors were unremarkable yet still surprised by their apparent weakness as he questioned what she intended to do next. Battamo then opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of green energy spheres. Android 18 dodged frantically while simultaneously searching for an opening. No matter whether she struck with physical blows or energy blasts nothing seemed to faze him, not even a single step backward. Android 18 suddenly focused on his feet and lunged forward. Battamo confidently dismissed her efforts insisting that all attacks were futile and urging her to surrender. Executing a sliding maneuver Android 18 grabbed hold of Battamo's leg and declared she would never give up. Android 18's power surged dramatically prompting nearby Supreme Kais to remark on the unfamiliar energy signature. Whis clarified that she was merely an Earthling who had encountered favorable circumstances. On the arena floor Android 18 hoisted Batamo's legs and dragged him completely out of bounds. Kampa shouted in frustration at his competitor's failure. The announcer composed himself and proclaimed the unexpected victory, congratulating Android 18 on winning the first round for Universe 7. From the stands Beerus cheered enthusiastically for Android 18's performance. Meanwhile Kampa grumbled angrily, blaming Son Goku for deliberately appearing weak and causing his team to underestimate their opponents. Goku protested his innocence from the audience, but Kampa countered by recalling how feeble Goku had seemed during their previous encounter in the Gods of Destruction realm. Goku suddenly understood and explained that his earlier weakness was solely due to wearing the gravity training suit was had designed. Returning to the spectator area, Android 18 acknowledged to Tang Shan that her opponent had been remarkably strong, admitting she would likely have lost if not for the competitive context. Tang Shan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixing on hit across the arena. In the spectator stands of Universe 6, Kampa bellowed at the referee, "This round doesn't count. They were deliberately acting weak before, and that fighter also used a teleportation device." The referee rubbed his forehead and said that was simply his own ability, not a device, just like Batamo using energy waves. Kampa threw a tantrum. I don't care. In any case this match can't count. The fight has to be redone right now." Beerus shouted, "You foolish brother, that's utterly graceless." Bulma chimed in, that's right. Son Goten also called out, "We followed the rules. You can't act like a little kid the way I do." The Grand Supreme Kai added, "If you do this, can you still call yourself a god?" Kampa rolled on the ground. No, absolutely not, you bastards." Vados tried to comfort him. "Lord Kampa, we don't need to win every match. We still have 4 contestants and our next contestant." At that moment Frost stood up. "Next, after Android 18 wins, she will face Frost of Universe 6. Son Goku said to Android 18, "Android 18, be careful next. This guy is very similar to Frieza from our universe, and Frieza is strong, he has 4 forms." Android 18 nodded, but Tang Shan said, "Frieza is strong, but this guy doesn't deserve to be compared with Frieza. Still, it's better to be careful." For Tang Shan knew that this man was completely different from Frieza. Although both did evil, one had the bearing of an emperor while the other was the pettiest of petty men. Android 18 and Frost stepped onto the ring at the same time. The announcer declared, "Begin." Frost spoke first. "A pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady from Universe 7. You performed quite well just now. It is an honor to compete with a warrior of your caliber. Please give me your guidance." Android 18 still remembered Tang Shan's assessment and had complete trust in Tang Shan, so she answered casually, "Please give me your guidance too." After greeting Android 18, Frost walked to the edge of the ring and said to everyone in Universe 7, "Greetings ladies and gentlemen of Universe 7. It is regrettable that we must stand on opposite sides, but this is only a fighting competition. I hope that in the end we can shake hands and joyfully celebrate our meeting. I believe this can be achieved. Please watch our match in peace. Thank you for listening." "Thank you." Under the astonished gazes of Universe 7, Frost walked back to the center of the ring. Son Goku said in wonder, "I never imagined there could be a good version of Frieza. It feels so weird." Tang Shan said from the side, "Feeling weird is exactly right, he's putting on an act." At that moment Beerus raised his hand and a purple beam flew out, striking the gong. As the gong rang, the announcer declared once more, "Fine, the match begins." Android 18 assumed her fighting stance and thought, "Let's see how you make your move." Frost charged straight at her at high speed. Android 18 sensed the energy on him and said, "So weak." Then she completely overwhelmed him. Frost was beaten without the slightest chance to fight back. Just as Frost was about to be knocked off the ring, he suddenly erupted with energy and dodged away. "Next is my final form," he said. "I can't control it well and it might kill people. You'd better be careful." As Frost transformed, a powerful aura radiated from his body. Son Goku looked at Frost and asked in confusion, "So this is the only transformation he has?" Tang Shan nodded beside him. "Right. This guy is only at the level of Super Saiyan 2. If you compare raw strength, he's not even as strong as the first contestant." The announcer marveled, "Frost from Universe 6 has such a powerful aura. Frost became famous in the Cosmic War through his overwhelming strength. After the war he has devoted himself to protecting children and preserving peace, winning the Universal Peace Prize 3 times. In the stands Kampa couldn't help sighing, he really is a super good person." Vados said at his side, "I promised him that if he wins the match Lord Kampa will provide aid." Kampa asked in confusion, "If he loses then no aid?" Vados answered matter-of-factly, "Of course." Then seeing that Kampa could not help pitying Frost, she added, "A god of destruction must not show such an expression." Son Goku also remarked in admiration, the Frisia of a different universe is actually this different. I never would have thought it. Android 18 in the ring was also somewhat surprised, but she still chose to trust Tang Shan and kept a certain degree of wariness toward Frost. Looking at Frost, whose aura had become considerably stronger, Android 18 pouted adorably. Frost looked at her and said, "Be careful, friend from Universe 7. Then Frost soared into the air and fired countless purple beams at Android 18. Smoke billowed across the ring and Frost couldn't help remarking, "Oh no, I hit too hard." As the smoke slowly dispersed, Frost stared in shock at Android 18, who had not a single scratch on her, not even the hem of her clothes was dirty. Android 18 said indifferently, "Your current state is still too weak." Frost was furious. His aura surged violently and countless purple lights shot from his hands. Smoke rose over the ring once again and Frost charged straight into it, only to realize immediately that he had misjudged. Because the smoke around was too thick and he could not sense Android 18's energy at all, Frost was completely dominated from then on. Android 18's wariness gradually lowered. A smug smile flickered at the corner of Frost's mouth. Just as the smoke was about to thin, a tiny needle tip appeared in his right hand. Seizing the opportunity, he jabbed it lightly against Android 18's shoulder. Android 18 only felt a slight pain in her shoulder. Assuming she had been accidentally hurt during the battle, she did not pay it much attention. The announcer beside them shouted, "I really didn't expect this. The Universe 7 contestant is incredibly powerful. Frost has no ability to fight back at all. So what is our Frost going to do?" Kampa watched anxiously from the stands. In his eyes, Frost was a truly good person, so he could not bring himself to curse Frost. Vados smiled silently beside him. When all the smoke on the ring cleared, Frost suddenly erupted with energy. To Android 18 it looked like a last-ditch desperate struggle, so she did not take it seriously. Not long after, Android 18 felt a wave of soreness and numbness wash over her body. She lost control of herself and was instantly knocked to the ground by Frost, unable to move. The announcer walked over and began counting down 10. 9. 3, 2, 1. Although he found it strange, he still announced, "Congratulations to our Frost of Universe 6 for winning the second round." Beerus also found it strange, but he did not say anything. After all, he cared about his pride and would never do what Kampa had done. Tang Shan flew onto the ring, carried Android 18 back and handed her to Bulma to take care of. Before long, Android 18's body gradually recovered. Although she found it strange, she did not say much. After all, defeat was defeat. Following the splendid performance in the previous match, the announcer said excitedly, "Now for the third round of the fighting tournament, Broly of Universe 7 will fight Frost of Universe 6. Please welcome the two fighters to the stage." As Kampa struck the bronze gong, the announcer declared, "The match begins." Frost said very politely, "Please give me your kind guidance." Broly looked at the kind-hearted Frost and said, "You're a good person. Step down on your own, I don't want to hurt you." Frost smiled and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I can't. To stop the wars in this world and to make sure those children are taken care of, I must win this tournament and gain Lord Kampa's support." With that, Frost kicked off with his right leg and sprinted toward Broly at full speed. Broly kept dodging Frost's barrage of attacks. Even without activating his super green state, Broly was already someone Frost could not hope to defeat. While evading, Broly ducked down, threw a right punch and struck Frost squarely in the abdomen. Frost spat out blood. Broly did not let up. In Broly's heart, once an opponent chose to fight, he should face them with all his strength. That was the most basic respect one could show a rival. Meanwhile, Frost, who had been getting beaten mercilessly by Broly, cursed inwardly, "Is this guy doing it on purpose? He said he didn't want to hurt me a moment ago and now he's doing this. How despicable." Under Broly's relentless attacks, Frost was completely helpless. Finally, Broly kicked him flying and he collapsed onto the ring. Looking at the miserable Frost, Broly said, "Surrender now. You've already proven yourself a true warrior. With your kindness, I believe Lord Kampa will help you." Frost, however, knew the truth very well. Kampa might not know about his sordid deeds, but Vados the angel knew everything clearly. If not for the sake of winning the tournament, he might never have caught Vados' attention in his entire life. Frost stood up unyieldingly and said, "How could I surrender? No matter what happens, never give up, stand up bravely. Since this is what I always teach those children, I must do the same myself. I have to take responsibility." Hearing Frost's speech, Bulma shouted, "Don't lose, Frost. Go." Son Goten, Krillin and the others stared at Bulma in astonishment. Bulma shrugged and said, "What can I do?" His speech was just too moving. Tang Shan, watching this wonderful performance from the stands, couldn't help thinking, "It's such a waste that this guy doesn't act. He's a born movie emperor." The moment he finished his speech, Frost flew straight up. Purple beams shot continuously from both his hands, striking the ring. Smoke billowed up across the arena, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly what was happening on the stage. Frost seized the moment and charged into the smoke. Inside the smoke, Broly frowned. None of the energy blasts had been aimed at him, they had all hit the ring as if Frost had deliberately created this effect. Broly murmured to himself, could this guy be hiding something? Does he have some hidden trick? Last time Android 18 went down after the smoke cleared. Broly didn't care much though. In the face of absolute power, he didn't believe Frost could bring him down. Besides, he had learned energy sensing, so this kind of smoke was practically useless against him. While Broly and Frost were fighting, Broly felt a sharp pain in his palm as if something thin and pointed had pricked it. He sensed something was wrong at once. His first thought was, could it be a weapon? But then he reconsidered, feeling it was unlikely because there was nowhere on Frost's body that could hide a weapon. As the two continued fighting, the smoke gradually dispersed. Frost felt that time was almost up, so he shouted, for peace. For the children. I will never lose. Frost's aura exploded as he charged at Broly. Broly's body suddenly stiffened and he was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Every spectator was stunned since Frost had been getting dominated just moments before. Just when Frost thought he was about to win again, a wild and ferocious aura erupted from Broly. Frost hurried forward to deliver the finishing blow, trying to kick Broly off the ring. But at that instant, the powerful aura radiating from Broly blasted Frost away. Sent flying to the edge of the ring, Frost stared at Broly in shock. In the Universe 7 stands, Beerus shouted, well done. Take him down just like that. Cabba the Scion from Universe 6 looked at Broly in the arena and murmured, is this what a true Scion really is? Cabba turned to look at Kampa, thinking, didn't Lord Kampa say these people were weak? It doesn't seem like it. From Android 18 earlier to Broly now, none of them is weak. Did Lord Kampa really get scammed? If Tang Shan knew what Cabba was thinking, he would definitely say, you deserve the National Anti-Fraud app. On the ring, Broly transformed into Super Green, looked at Frost and said, since you refuse to surrender, I'll send you down myself. Frost's eyes turned fierce. He thought to himself, no choice. I'll have to gamble again. Frost charged at Broly once more, thrust his left hand forward and a thin needle tip emerged from his wrist. Broly noticed everything in an instant and grabbed his arm with his right hand. Broly said in astonishment, you would actually use such a sinister trick. In the Universe 7 stands, everyone was shocked, as if they had never imagined that such an upright, kind person could resort to such a despicable tactic. Kampa was also too shocked to speak. He turned to Vados, who smiled faintly and said, sometimes Lord Kampa, you can't judge people by their appearance. Hearing this, Kampa finally reacted, so you knew all along. Why didn't you tell me? I was moved by his speech and even started thinking about helping him. Vados said nonchalantly, you can't blame me for that. Lord Kampa never asked me, and even a god of destruction needs to grow, you know. Don't eat, lose weight. Kampa pouted and said nothing, exactly like a bullied child. The announcer snapped out of his shock and announced loudly, due to Frost of Universe 6's violation, Broly of Universe 7 wins. In the Universe 7 stands, Beerus protested loudly, Frost broke the rules. Then Android 18 from our universe should also be given the victory, so 18 doesn't count as a loss. Even though Frost's violation annoyed Kampa, Kampa still retorted, a loss is a loss. That match is already over. No way. That's final, no changes allowed. However, the announcer then declared, contestant May 18th compete again and will be placed at the end of the order. In the previous match, Frost was disqualified for violating the rules by secretly using a poison needle, so Broly won. At the same time, Android 18 also earned the right to appear again. At that moment, the announcer declared, I now inform everyone that the tournament rules have been changed. Instantly a three-dimensional barrier rose and enclosed the ring. You all saw that barrier just rise, didn't you? From now on, even if you're in the air, touching the barrier means you lose. Vados looked down at the barrier below and said, if I had enough time I could have created a more perfect barrier. Kampa then bellowed, idiot, you don't need to be so particular about that. The most important thing is. As Kampa was still talking, Beerus suddenly shouted, wait, I never heard anything about changing the rules. Kampa grinned smugly. Sorry, brother. During the last match the barrier on our side was damaged. If it happened again it would be too dangerous, so we enclosed the ring with a barrier and also made a new rule about going out of bounds in the air. Beerus roared furiously, bastard, you're not allowed to change the rules on your own. Kampa refused to yield. Mind your own damn business, we're the ones who set up the arena. Beerus retorted, my foolish brother, you did change the rules. Kampa argued slyly, that's because the audience might get hurt, do you have any idea? I'm protecting them. Beerus shouted, I don't care about that. I still won't allow you to set rules on your own. At that moment the announcer watched the two gods of destruction arguing in midair with great awkwardness. He didn't dare speak, only staring nervously, hoping they wouldn't start fighting. With standing off to the side, said casually, since neither of you can convince the other, then settle it with rock paper scissors. Beerus and Kampa both jumped back and together they shouted rock paper scissors. After more than 100 rapid rounds Kampa won in the end and Beerus angrily returned to the stands. He couldn't help complaining, that bastard of a brother. Ah, forget it. Anyway, Broly said he doesn't mind. Seeing that the two had finally made a decision, the announcer declared the fourth round of the fighting tournament, Broly from Dikazu vs Magetta from Universe 6. Broly flew up into the ring while Magetta from Universe 6 simply jumped onto it. The entire ring tilted up on one side from Magetta's impact, then slammed heavily back down. The Grand Supreme Kai in the stands couldn't help remarking, that's not a robot, is it? The Grand Supreme Kai of Universe 6 explained, he's not a robot. He's a metal man from the 66,950 series galaxy. Your universe should have them too, right? At that the Grand Supreme Kai awkwardly turned to the East Supreme Kai beside him and asked, do we have any too? East Supreme Kai answered awkwardly, we should. Maybe we do. The Grand Supreme Kai of Universe 6 let out a mocking laugh and the Grand Supreme Kai of Universe 7 angrily shouted at East Supreme Kai, how have you been managing the universe? You should learn a thing or two. On the stage the metal man Magetta was drinking from a cup of lava. The announcer stared at him in shock. Just then the gong rang and the announcer hastily said begin. The moment his voice faded Magetta took heavy steps toward Broly. With every step the entire ring shook. Watching Magetta approach, Broly thought to himself, this guy doesn't seem to be fast. When Magetta drew close to Broly he stomped down at Broly's position. Broly dodged in an instant and a huge crater appeared in the ring floor. It was the first time the ring had been damaged during the tournament, which showed how tremendous the force of Magetta's stomp was. In the stands Goku couldn't help exclaiming, that's amazing. With his eyes gleaming Goku felt he could no longer sit still and wanted to rush down. Meanwhile on the ring as Magetta attacked again and again Broly kept dodging, he hadn't even gone Super Green yet. As Broly continued to dodge the ring was damaged rather badly and became full of potholes. In the middle of evading Broly seized an opportunity to counterattack. He kicked Magetta in the head, then flashed behind him and delivered a relentless barrage of powerful strikes. The crowd could only hear a continuous clangor of metal. The sound was especially piercing. Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, Tang Shan and the others quickly covered their ears. When the clanging stopped Broly pulled back but Magetta remained completely unharmed. The announcer hastily exclaimed with excitement, not a scratch. Competitor Magetta actually managed to withstand such a powerful combo. Broly couldn't help saying, looks like this one's going to be a little troublesome. This guy is pretty solid. On the ring Magetta kept pounding his chest with both fists. The furnace in his chest flared with violent reactions and the energy inside seemed to grow stronger and stronger. Then Magetta charged at Broly with incredible speed, swinging both fists rapidly. Broly was astonished to find that not only had Magetta's power increased, his speed had also improved by a large margin. This made Broly begin to take him seriously. Tang Shan watching from the stands thought to himself, has Broly been around Goku for too long? Why is he pulling that 50-50 gimmick too? Or do all Saiyans have this problem? Back on the battlefield Broly pulled away. Sensing that in his normal state he was no match for Magetta in close combat, he planned to attack from a distance with a barrage of energy cannons. Just as Broly had gotten far away, Magetta's upper body began to spin rapidly and shot toward Broly at incredible speed. Broly flew straight into the air. The announcer hurriedly narrated, what is he going to do now? Magetta is spinning on the ground while Broly is already in the air. Let's see what Magetta will choose to do. Magetta stared at Broly hovering in the air. At that moment Broly suddenly realized why the barrier had been added earlier. Now that he saw this guy he understood, so Magetta was not good at air combat. Understanding this, Broly remained in the air firing energy blasts from his hands at Magetta on the ground. Magetta was battered without being able to fight back, all he could do was raise both arms to block some of the blasts. In an instant the entire ring was shrouded in smoke. Just then Magetta's mechanical head suddenly opened and molten lava shot out from within. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought they were watching a horror movie. Beerus in the stands suddenly shouted, he's breaking the rules. He hid a weapon inside his head. The antenna on the announcer's head lit up red and he said, ruling confirmed. Competitor Magetta has not broken any rules. What he sprayed out was molten saliva just like when we spit, except his method is different. It's not a weapon. Bai Lucy watched Mageddon on the field and could not help remarking, lava drool, what kind of monster is that? Sun Wukong shouted, this is bad. Bu Luoli is being suppressed. He's in midair right now where he can easily hit the barrier. Tang Shan also remarked, the whole sky is surrounded by lava now. If he still doesn't use his true strength this battle might as well be over. I really can't understand it, there's a limit to warming up. Tang Shan could not help thinking about the Vegeta from the original story. At the beginning Vegeta had always been decisive and ruthless but after spending too much time with Sun Wukong he had learned to show off as well. On the field Bu Luoli was trying to evade the lava spewing from Magedda's mouth. Seeing this scene the people of Universe 7 could not help feeling nervous. Forced into a dead end Bu Luoli directly erupted with energy and transformed into his super green state. A powerful wave of chi rushed out forcing Magedda to retreat. Bu Luoli descended from the air and looked at Magedda saying, not bad. You are a powerful opponent worthy of me bringing out my true strength. Magedda's mouth let out a whoosh whoosh sound. By this time the furnace on his chest was reacting violently, smoke began rising from his head and the energy of his entire body began to intensify sharply. Watching Magedda grow stronger Bu Luoli also became serious. He said to Magedda, warm-up is over. Get ready to admit defeat. No matter how much you increase your energy it's useless. But at that moment Bai Lucy said, this doesn't look good. Sun Wukong heard this and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Isn't he not as strong as Bu Luoli? Wei Si said calmly, haven't you noticed? At that moment Bu Luoli on the field was gasping for air. Tang Shan said, it's the air. Wukong, although Bu Luoli's current form is powerful he is still an ordinary mortal. He hasn't reached the realm of gods like us. Magedda's energy reaction is rapidly consuming the oxygen within the ring. Bai Lucy looked at Tang Shan and said, so you noticed it too? Tang Shan nodded and said, although it's a bit bad I believe in Bu Luoli. His potential is extremely high. Just like Wukong Bu Luoli is a natural-born warrior and his heart is even purer than Wukong's. Tang Shan recalled the original story. Wukong only became so simple-minded after falling and hitting the back of his head but Bu Luoli's purity was entirely natural. Moreover his Scion bloodline was the purest kind now surpassing that so-called prince of the Scions, that unlucky guy. He wondered where that guy was wandering now. Because the oxygen inside the barrier was thin the announcer was struggling to breathe and had already collapsed at the edge of the stage barely breathing. But everyone was focused on the battle and no one noticed the announcer's condition. Magedda's chest furnace continued to react fiercely, constantly consuming the oxygen within the barrier. Bu Luoli, now breathing with great difficulty, directly reverted to his original state. He knelt on one knee on the stage supporting himself with one hand. Bu Luoli roared loudly, ah! Ah! How could I Bu Luoli be defeated here? With Bu Luoli's roar his form continued to shift, his hair sometimes gold sometimes green. Gradually the aura radiating from him began to undergo subtle changes. In truth during his long period of cultivation Bu Luoli had long since reached the threshold of the divine realm. He had never broken through simply because there was no enough external stimulation. Now driven by his inner unwillingness and suffocating rage at the thought of such a humiliating defeat Bu Luoli's aura became increasingly savage and the color of his hair kept changing. The overwhelming pressure of his chi knocked the announcer and Magedda straight off the stage. At last Bu Luoli reached the long-cherished divine realm and his hair turned peach pink. Since the battle was already over Wei Si casually restored the oxygen inside the barrier and the announcer finally recovered. The announcer immediately declared, the fourth round of the martial arts tournament is won by Bu Luoli of Universe 7. In the audience Xiang Pa said angrily, damn it. Even Magedda lost. As expected Fu Luosite should just be destroyed. Fu Luosite standing far away was so frightened that he moved even farther into the distance. At that moment Ba Duosi said, both sides were full of vitality and fought a great match. It looks like the arena needs to be repaired. Xiang Pa said irritably, don't waste my time. The whole stage was now full of pits and craters with no single spot left intact. Ba Duosi merely waved her staff and the entire arena was instantly restored to its original state. Bu Luoli having left the field kept drinking water. The hot steam and lack of oxygen during the match had made him desperately thirsty. Although he later broke through to the divine realm and no longer needed oxygen, the thirst was truly unbearable. Sun Wukong said to Bu Luoli, those opponents were really tough and didn't play by common sense. Still, congratulations on reaching the divine realm. Bu Luoli said indifferently, it's nothing. Actually my strength didn't increase all that much. Sun Wukong thought about it and felt that was true. Wei Si however shook his head and said, reaching the divine realm means you have to walk your own divine path in the future. You trained with me for so long before but you didn't actually get much stronger because your Scion bloodline had already reached its limit. Now that you've stepped into the divine realm, as long as you find the right path, your future cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Wei Si then looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, you need to work harder. Otherwise you might end up the weakest of the three. Sun Wukong laughed excitedly, then looked at the Universe 6 fighters and said, yeah, I'll work hard. Having opponents like this is really exciting, isn't it, Buluoli? Buluoli also looked over. Yeah, it is. Sun Wukong then looked at the arena and exclaimed, amazing. That stage was restored in an instant. At that time Ba Duosi and Xiang Pa flew over from across the field. Ba Duosi said to everyone, the arena has been rebuilt. Since these matches have been quite intense and to avoid the previous situation Lord Bai Lucy, Lord Xiang Pa, how about removing the previous rule about being knocked out of the air? Bai Lucy said indifferently, fine, I have no objection. Xiang Pa said with a tsundere tone, humph. Fine, let it be. Start the match. Ba Duosi replied, as you command, Lord Xiang Pa. Ba Duosi and Xiang Pa retreated to the Universe 6 spectator stands. With a point from Xiang Pa, the gong sounded once more. The announcer on the stage quickly declared, the 5th round of the martial arts tournament now begins. Universe 7's Buluoli vs Universe 6's Beijiao. After the two fighters took their positions, the announcer directly said, begin. Everyone watched seriously, wondering what kind of sparks would fly when the scions of the two universes collided. Next up to challenge Broly, who is on a winning streak, is Jia Ko from Universe 6. The cheerful scion of Universe 6 versus the ferocious scion of Universe 7, who will claim victory. Let us wait and see. The Grand Supreme Kai looked at the scion from Universe 6 in the arena and said, this young man seems to be overflowing with righteousness. It seems that the scions over there followed a different evolutionary path. At that, the Grand Supreme Kai of Universe 6 said proudly, our scions are emissaries of justice, beings like heroes. They use Salaxin as their stronghold, hired to wipe out evildoers and protect peace across the world. The Grand Supreme Kai refused to admit defeat and retorted, our scions also protect Earth and the universe. Meanwhile Bulma remarked, so those scions actually have jobs. Chi-Chi clenched her teeth, glared at Goku and fumed, how infuriating. Goku can't compare at all. Realizing she had said the wrong thing, Bulma gave an awkward chuckle. In the arena the two scions stood opposite each other. Broly said to Jia Ko, go ahead and transform. In your current state you're no match for me. Jia Ko looked utterly confused and said, transform. Broly looked at him and asked, don't you know how? Jia Ko said awkwardly, is the transformation you're talking about just a change in hair color? I can't do it at all. Sorry about that. Seeing that he truly couldn't, Broly fell silent. Indeed, he had been too naive in assuming that any scion could become a super scion. Seeing that his opponent remained in his normal state, Broly had no intention of transforming either. He said to Jia Ko, come on. Jia Ko took a fighting stance, his ki slowly coiling within his body. It suddenly erupted beneath his feet and he shot toward Broly at tremendous speed. Clenching both fists, he unleashed a rapid volley of alternating punches at Broly. Broly calmly blocked every blow, then spun around and kicked him flying. After being sent flying, Jia Ko broke into a cold sweat from the pain in his abdomen, gasping for breath in the distance. Broly deliberately taunted what already out of strength. Do you deserve to be called a scion of a warrior race? In Broly's senses, Jia Ko's battle power had already reached a critical tipping point. As long as he used the right method and ignited Jia Ko's anger, the first transformation into a super scion should be within reach. The fact that he had come this far meant he was probably one of the elite scions of Universe 6. Hearing Broly's mockery, Jia Ko gathered energy in both hands, then abruptly pressed them together. With a roar he sent a powerful energy wave surging toward Broly. Broly smiled faintly, gathered energy in his hand and met the wave head-on. Both fighters kept pouring more energy into their respective waves, neither willing to yield. Looking at the energy wave Jia Ko had fired, Broly praised him, not bad. In your normal state you're actually not much weaker than me. Then a thought seemed to occur to Broly. He smirked and said, let's try something. He instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan green state, turned into a beam of green light and sent Jia Ko flying. As the green light flashed, Jia Ko was struck, relentlessly battered and miserable. Broly didn't stop until Jia Ko was half dead. Jia Ko crashed hard onto the ring. Just as he was about to collapse, Broly charged forward again, kicked him into the air and said, "If you dare fall, I'll go to your home planet in Universe 6, kill every scion and destroy planet Lays until not a shred of it remains." As Jiako was falling, Broly's words ignited his fury. A strange energy kept surging out from within his body and he was wrapped in golden light. Slowly descending, he landed on the ring and stood as a Super Saiyan. Gazing at Broly, he declared coolly, "I will never let anyone destroy my homeland. I won't forgive you." Broly smiled slightly and said, "I said that just to make you transform. I transformed through anger before. My transformation may look a little different, but I think the principle is probably the same, so I decided to try it on you." Only then did Jiako snap out of it. Stunned by his own appearance, he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Broly." Broly chuckled simply, "For what? Come on, let's keep fighting." As a Super Saiyan, Jiako was several times faster than before. He immediately pressed the attack, overwhelming Broly. Broly scrambled to defend, yet he still ended up getting hit from time to time. Just as Jiako was attacking with all his might, the power in his body suddenly vanished. He reverted to his normal form and collapsed unconscious. The announcer rushed over, shook the unconscious Jiako and declared, "Jiako has lost consciousness. Broly is the winner." In the stands, Bulma asked from the side, "Why did he suddenly pass out?" Tang Shan looked at Bulma in his arms and said, "That's normal. He was too badly injured in his normal state and expended too much energy, so he couldn't hold the transformation for long. Besides, he had just transformed and couldn't control his power properly yet. He was fighting on sheer fighting spirit alone, and once Broly told him what was going on, most of that spirit had already drained away." Bulma nodded. Just then Beerus burst out laughing at the Universe 6 spectator stands. "My foolish little brother, you've only got one person left now. Ha ha ha." Kampa watched Jiako walk back in defeat and said furiously, "Just as I thought, Frost deserves to be destroyed." Ah. 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 This is so infuriating. Frost, standing far away, could not help retreating a few hundred meters more. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, lest he accidentally get destroyed. After all, before Kampa he had no ability to resist. One could easily imagine that if Vados hadn't considered him useful, he would have long since become Kampa's punching bag and been destroyed. Although only one fighter remained, Kampa still refused to concede and shouted, "As long as he's here, the rest are nothing but trash." Humph. Then he turned and quietly asked Vados, "Are you confident?" Vados answered casually, "It's fine. It's only a few Dragon Balls anyway." Kampa jumped up in agitation and said, "This isn't about the Dragon Balls." Vados quickly reassured him, "Relax, it'll be all right. I have faith in him." Hearing Vados say that, Kampa felt relieved. Although Vados often mocked and ridiculed him, Kampa still trusted her words. After all, Vados was his mentor, her vision and power were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Since Vados had said there was no problem, then there was definitely no problem. After defeating Frost, Vegeta and Bergamo, who would be the next opponent? After several brilliant rounds, Universe 6 is now at a complete disadvantage. We now welcome Universe 6's mightiest warrior, the assassin Hit, as he faces Broly of Universe 7, who bears the glorious record of 3 consecutive victories. Beerus said from the stands, "Hey, that man is called Hit, isn't he? Do you know his origins? It sounds like I've heard of him somewhere." Whis nodded and said gravely, "I hear he is a first-rate assassin in Universe 6. He has never once failed to take down the prey he set his sights on. They also call him Hit the Unerring." Goku marveled, "That guy is that strong? I'd love to get up there and fight him." Beerus said offhandedly, "Is that so? Although Broly is sure to win, as a spectator I'm still looking forward to this match. It ought to satisfy me." As he spoke, Beerus shot a beam of energy from his hand into the gong. As the gong rang out, the announcer immediately declared, "Begin." Meanwhile, Monaka, who had been sleeping nearby, was startled awake by the sound and looked around blankly. What's going on? On the arena, the two stood facing each other, neither moving first. As time passed, Broly felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from Hit. With a roar, Broly instantly transformed into the rose state of the divine realm. Sensing the aura emanating from Broly, Hit said, "You are a mighty opponent, yet you will still lose." Broly smiled dismissively. "Winning or losing means little to me. Having a genuinely powerful opponent is what excites me. As for losing, we'll only know once we fight." Hit wasted no words. He immediately set his stance and fixed his eyes on Broly. Broly did not move because he had not detected any weakness in Hit. Facing an opponent of his own caliber, Broly was not arrogant enough to strike at will. Just as Broly was pondering how to attack, Suddenly Broly felt a sense of impending crisis, a warning born of his battle instinct. In the next instant he was sent flying, yet Hit had made no movement at all. He remained in his original position, his stance unchanged. At the arena stands, Goku watched Broly get knocked back and quickly asked, "What is going on? I didn't see him move at all." "Lord Beerus, do you know?" Beerus said gravely, "I never imagined they had such a secret fighter with a technique like this. Goku, once you step up to fight him you'll understand." Around the arena Broly kept changing his techniques, but every so often he was hit inexplicably, leaving him utterly frustrated. Whis could not help but remark, as expected of an assassin, every attack lands on a vital point. It looks like Broly won't last much longer. Champa however laughed heartily and shouted, "Hit, defeat them all for me." Vados on the other hand doused his enthusiasm. They still have 4 people left. The fact that he was placed at the front shows that aside from that android 18, and Frost, who is still eligible to compete despite his foul, the others in the rear are certainly stronger than he is. After hearing Vados, Champa turned his gaze to Frost, who was far away. Frost felt uneasy under Champa's stare and quickly found a pit to hide in. Champa let out a snort and said no more. Frost breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken. In the arena Broly's sweat poured down ceaselessly. His throat and heart had been struck by Hit no fewer than a dozen times. If not for the fact that he had reached the divine realm and his recovery ability had been greatly enhanced, he would probably have already been defeated by now. Broly still could not understand that inexplicable attack. Hit had been so far away, how had he managed to hit him? Though his extraordinary battle instincts allowed him to perceive danger, he still could not completely evade the strikes. If this continued, Broly knew that defeat was inevitable. Broly looked at Hit and said, "I have to admit that this uncanny attack keeps me from reading your movements. But beating me will not be so easy." At that moment Broly resolved to hold out a little longer so that Tang Shan and Goku could get a clear view of Hit's movements. Besides, after all these attacks I can still stand. That just proves his attacks are not that powerful, merely bizarre. At that moment Hit looked at the pensive Broly and asked, "Have you thought of a battle plan?" Broly said nothing and promptly created distance, firing a stream of energy blasts from his hands at Hit. Hit kept evading. Watching Hit dodge, Broly confirmed indeed all his earlier attacks had been close range. As long as there was enough distance, Hit could not use that uncanny technique. Just then Broly was struck down once more. Looking at the fallen Broly, Hit stepped back and said, "You didn't really think that on this arena? There's a spot my attacks cannot reach, did you?" Broly struggled to his feet. How did he do it? How in the world did he do it? Covered in cold sweat, Broly walked toward Hit, one arduous step after another. Watching Broly approach, Hit chose not to attack. Just as Broly was about to close in on Hit, his aura exploded and he lunged at Hit with astonishing speed. Yet the moment he attacked, Hit was already in front of him, having driven a fist squarely into his heart. Covered in cold sweat, Broly fixed his eyes on Hit with profound unwillingness, then crashed heavily to the ground and fell unconscious. The announcer looked at the fallen Broly and quickly proclaimed, "The winner. The victor is Hit." Hit looked down at the unconscious Broly and said, "You are the first person to withstand this many of my attacks and still live." With that, Hit returned to the stands. Champa laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed from his eyes. He kept pounding his chest, barely able to catch his breath, his elation beyond words. Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, Master Roshi and the others were utterly astonished. Setting everyone else aside, Goku knew exactly how strong Broly was. On top of that, Broly had transformed into his super god state, making him in no way inferior to Goku, and yet he had lost in such an inexplicable manner. Tang Shan flew over and fed Broly a senzu bean. Ever since coming to this world, Tang Shan had basically cornered the entire supply of Korin's senzu beans. Tang Shan had instructed the members of Kaoshan sect to deliver fresh fish to Korin every month on the condition that Korin would preserve as many senzu beans as possible for him. Having obtained a lifelong meal ticket, Korin naturally agreed. Moreover, fewer and fewer people came to him to learn martial arts. Nowadays nearly all martial artists went to Kaoshan sect. The entire earth could be said to be dominated solely by Kaoshan sect. No, rather, as long as Tang Shan remained, Kaoshan sect could count as one of the preeminent powers in the universe. After eating a senzu bean, Broly regained his senses and returned to the spectator stands with Tang Shan. Watching Sun Wukong, who was about to step onto the stage, Broly said, "He is strong and his attacks are bizarre. If the tournament rules didn't forbid killing, I might already be dead. Wukong, be careful." Sun Wukong nodded. "That guy's speed is indeed unbelievably fast. I watched from above for so long and still couldn't see it clearly." Tang Shan couldn't help reminding him, "His speed is indeed very fast, but haven't you noticed something? It's only when he attacks that we fail to sense him." At the very instant of attack he completely disappears. Sun Wukong guessed, could he be invisible? No, even if he were invisible we could still sense his ki. Could it be instant transmission? That's not right either. I know instant transmission and Brother Shan does too, but neither of us could do it the way he does. At that moment the Galactic King spoke up. That might be a technique called time skip. Jocko suddenly realized. I see. Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Time skip? What's that? The Galactic King calmly explained. I've only heard of it. There are people who can leap through a brief stretch of time and that ability is called time skip. The leap probably lasts about 0.1 seconds. Sun Wukong nodded. So that's it. No wonder I couldn't see his attacks. Tang Shan looked at Sun Wukong and asked, Wukong, do you have any good way to counter his technique? Sun Wukong smiled. No idea yet, but I'll adapt and counter whatever move comes. Tang Shan nodded. After all, in the original story Sun Wukong was a martial arts genius. Basically no technique could remain effective against him past the third use. If not for Hit continually growing stronger and extending the duration of his time skip, Hit would have lost a long time ago. Beerus said from the side, this ability to manipulate time is indeed strong. He's quite a troublesome opponent. Wukong, you need to do your best. Whis also said from the side, people who can manipulate time are extremely rare across all the universes. Tang Shan suddenly remembered that in the original story on Namek that guy who was killed could hold his breath and stop time. If he had trained to reach the God realm, how terrifying would that be? The plot had changed so much that he had no idea whether that guy was dead or alive. Tang Shan thought hard but somehow forgot that guy's name. Well, fine, at the time he had just seemed like a minor character. Just then the announcer declared the battles are getting more and more exciting. Next let us welcome Universe 7's contestant Sun Wukong to fight Universe 6's assassin Hit. Sun Wukong and Hit stepped onto the ring at the same time. Beerus looked at the two on the stage and immediately asked, Whis, you must have a good way to deal with him, right? Hurry up and teach it to Sun Wukong. Whis answered with a haughty air, finding your own way to fight is also part of training, you know. Beerus shouted loudly, this isn't training right now. It's about Earth, about food. Whis said calmly, leave it to Wukong. Beerus said anxiously, don't make it sound so simple. What if that guy ends up losing? Whis teased, what does it matter? Isn't Tang Shan still waiting after him? Even if Tang Shan loses, isn't there Manaka, whom you personally declared as the strongest? I'm sure he won't lose. Beerus said awkwardly, you clearly know the truth and you're deliberately stirring things up. Whis chuckled, ah. I remember now. It seems that to ignite their fighting passion I lied and deliberately brought an ordinary passerby here, ha ha ha. Beerus beside him was so angry that he nearly shut down. Piccolo however overheard this from a distance. He couldn't help looking at Sun Wukong on the stage and Tang Shan in the spectator stand, silently thinking that they were the only ones to rely on. At that moment on the ring, as the gong sounded, the announcer immediately declared the match begins. Sun Wukong politely pressed his palms together and said to Hit, let's just fight first please. Hit said calmly, you forgot to transform, didn't you? Sun Wukong said awkwardly that transformation consumes too much stamina. I haven't found a way to counter you yet, so I'll transform later. I want to buy some time. Hit said with an indifferent face, you actually said all of that out loud. It seems you're still too young. Sun Wukong rubbed his head and said awkwardly, don't judge by my appearance, I'm actually somewhat old. Hit said, his expression completely calm, I'm already over 1,000 years old. Sun Wukong's face was full of shock. Over 1,000 years old? Really? A person can actually live that long? Doesn't that make him an ultra elder? Then I have to start over. Sun Wukong quickly stood up straight, bowed and said, please give me your guidance, sir. Hit looked at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Sun Wukong quickly assumed a fighting stance and said, I'm going to attack. Watch yourself, sir. He charged straight forward, instantly circled behind Hit and kicked at his lower body, intending to knock him down. But in that very instant Hit kicked Sun Wukong flying. The kicked Sun Wukong steadied himself, then looked at Hit in shock. Clutching the belly that had been struck, he said, that hurts. Your time skip skill is truly incredible, I didn't sense your attack at all. Alright, next. No sooner had he said that than he charged at Hit again, constantly changing direction mid-charge, and finally launched a flying kick toward Hit's head. In another instant Hit countered with a punch to Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong forced himself to take the hit and charged in again, only to be sent flying by another punch. And so it went, he kept changing directions and charging forward, but every time without exception he was blasted away. Hit looked at the repeatedly failing Sun Wukong and said, no matter how many times you try, it's useless. No matter how tough you are, if your vitals are struck over and over, you'll still die. You should concede. I've already been holding back. Wukong however smiled and said thanks. But I'm not going to concede. It took me a while just to start getting some inspiration. Hit looked at Sun Wukong and said, oh. Is that so? I hope you're not all talk. Sun Wukong looked at Hit firmly and said, all talk. You'll know in a moment, won't you? Seeing how serious Sun Wukong was, Hit said, come. Sun Wukong charged again. Just as he was about to strike Hit, he crossed his arms and chose to guard instead, and neatly blocked Hit's punch. Hit was slightly surprised and Sun Wukong smiled. What do you think? Your time skip attack is gone now. Hit's eyes instantly turned serious. Just then Sun Wukong suddenly kicked to the side and Hit appeared at that very spot, immediately sent flying. Sun Wukong stood in place and did not press his advantage. Instead he said to Hit, see. Your time skip attacks have no effect now. After Sun Wukong broke through time skip, Hit was wounded for the first time and an unusual fury blazed in his eyes. Sun Wukong said excitedly, awesome, I got you. Hit looked at Sun Wukong with a skeptical gaze and said, a lucky coincidence, right? Sun Wukong answered seriously, yeah, it was a coincidence. Come on. Again. Sun Wukong took up a fighting stance and charged at Hit once more. Just as he was about to attack, he switched into a defensive stance and successfully blocked Hit's time skip attack. Hit's eyes were full of shock. Sun Wukong shouted, over here. And then kicked toward the left, landing a clean hit. Hit hastily retreated, no longer daring to underestimate Sun Wukong. Staring at Sun Wukong's determined eyes, he said, what? How is this possible? In the stands, Piccolo watched Sun Wukong and couldn't help praising him. That guy is a true battle genius. The Galactic King however asked, how did he do that? Could it be that he saw through the opponent's movements? Everyone was astonished as they watched Sun Wukong on the field. On the field, Sun Wukong said to Hit, your time skip only lasts 0.1 seconds. All I need to do is predict the attack, you'll make 0.1 seconds from now. Hit however looked at Sun Wukong seriously and said, is that so? Hit finally assumed a fighting stance. Sun Wukong looked at the serious Hit and said, so you're finally willing to be a little serious. Hit sneered, you're the one who wasn't serious from the start. If you still don't show your true strength, then you can wait to lose. Sun Wukong replied seriously, alright then I'll go all out too. With that he transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue. Hit looked at Sun Wukong now using his full power and said, is that all right? You've told me all your methods. Maybe now you won't be able to predict my moves anymore. Sun Wukong shrugged. Whatever. Anyway, it's just an instantaneous habit, usually hard to change deliberately. Let's see if you can keep up with my speed. Sun Wukong attacked Hit at full speed and Hit defended with all his might. But under Sun Wukong's full speed assault there were times when he failed to block and was struck. Still, with the help of time skip, he barely managed to fight Sun Wukong to a draw. During their exchange, Hit stopped using time skip and was immediately hit by Sun Wukong, a kick to the abdomen followed by a punch that sent him flying. Hit sent flying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in the distance. He looked at Sun Wukong and said, is this my current limit? Sun Wukong looked at Hit and said seriously, you'd better use time skip. Otherwise you're no match for me. The two stared at each other and neither made the first move. Hit thought for a moment and said, very well. In an instant he resumed the time skip fighting stance. For the first time Hit took the initiative to attack Sun Wukong. Time skip opened at once and Hit threw a punch at Sun Wukong. When time skip ended, Sun Wukong dodged and kicked Hit away. Hit knocked flying, attacked again. Repeating this cycle over and over, Hit was battered until he was covered in wounds. Yet Hit looked at Sun Wukong in the distance and smiled. At that moment Compa in the stand said in surprise, hey, I never thought the time skip attack would actually be broken. On the other side, Beerus said proudly in the stands, just as expected of my Sun Wukong. Tang Shan shot him a meaningful glance. Watching the two on the field, Tang Shan knew all too well that Hit's time skip could grow. In the past 1,000 years the time skip attack had not grown stronger only because Hit had never met an opponent worthy of making him grow. Tang Shan had been watching the match intently. He already had a certain degree of mastery over space, but when it came to time he was completely clueless. Hit was the first person he had encountered who used time-based abilities before his eyes. Sun Wukong watched Hit struggling to get up in the distance and said, are you giving up? Seeing Hit remain silent, Wukong feared something was wrong and asked with concern, hey. What's wrong? At that moment Hit let out a loud roar and the energy inside his body seemed to undergo a subtle change, not godhood but an extension of a rule. Sun Wukong didn't know what was happening, but he could still sense that Hit had become different. Yet as soon as Hit's roar ended, all traces of that presence vanished without a trace. Hit bounced twice on the spot, sensing the change in himself, and said to Sun Wukong, "I have you to thank this time." Sun Wukong looked at Hit and asked, "You scared me. Do you also roar when you power up?" Hit once again took up the time-skip fighting stance, and Sun Wukong hurriedly got serious. Although Hit's aura had not changed, Sun Wukong could feel that Hit was somehow different from before. It was a warrior's instinct. Hit charged forward once more and clashed with Sun Wukong. The two were evenly matched. Even with time-skip, Hit could at most exchange blows with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong couldn't help wondering, he hasn't gotten stronger. In the Universe 6 stands Compa asked Vados, "Doesn't he get stronger after roaring?" Vados spread her hands helplessly and said, "You ask me. Who am I supposed to ask?" Immediately Compa said anxiously, "Then there's no way to win. Is our Universe 6 going to lose?" Vados smiled and said, "Well, I wouldn't say that." Elsewhere, Beerus shouted from the stands, "Beautiful. That's it, keep up the momentum." At that moment Whis watched the two fighting on the field with a grave expression. On the arena, Sun Wukong kicked Hit flying, then wound up a full power punch and drove it toward Hit. Everyone thought Hit was about to lose. But Sun Wukong was struck in the abdomen, cold sweat streaming down his face. He hurriedly backed away to put distance between himself and Hit. Hit did not pursue, he merely clenched his fist and murmured to himself, "So that's how it is." The announcer holding a microphone exclaimed in astonishment, "What is going on here?" He then looked at Sun Wukong, one hand on the ground, face covered in sweat, unable to stand straight, and asked contestant Sun Wukong, "Are you all right? Can you still fight?" Just as the announcer was about to declare the match over, Sun Wukong struggled to his feet and said, "I'm fine. I can still fight." At the side of the arena, Piccolo said, "Was it that roar just now? Did he get stronger?" Tang Shan shook his head. Elsewhere in the stands, Compa asked curiously, "What's going on?" Vados said calmly, "Hit decided to imitate Wukong. He first tried changing his appearance, and when he found he couldn't. At that moment, Hit, standing in the arena, said, "I can't become stronger by changing my form the way you scions can. So if I want to become stronger, there is only one way." Whis said calmly, "Growth." Since Sun Wukong broke time-skip, Hit has been growing every time he fights Sun Wukong. He too is a born fighter, unfortunately he's in Universe 6. On the arena, Hit continued growth. "It's something I never thought of in all these years, nor ever considered, because it wasn't worth considering. Before meeting you, I had never met anyone who could make me truly go all out. But after fighting you, I felt that I should also have a stronger form. And in fact I did. I successfully expanded time-skip to 0.2 seconds. Everyone in the stands was astonished. Extending time-skip was something they had never heard of, not even the Supreme Kais had. Listening to Hit's words, Compa said, "Excellent. All right, Hit, use this chance to thoroughly defeat him." Hit looked at Sun Wukong, who had not yet fully risen, and said, "Get up." Hearing Hit's words, Sun Wukong steadied himself, stood up, and said to Hit, "Are you sure about this?" Hit said nonchalantly, "My growth is all thanks to you. Consider this my repayment to you. There won't be a next time." In the stands, Compa shouted angrily, "Hit, you bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Vados looked at the furious Compa and said, "For now we can only rely on Hit." Compa pouted and sat back down. Now on the arena, Hit said to Goku, "Right now I need to develop my potential to the utmost, this is how it should be." Goku stared at Hit with a grave expression. The two locked eyes, neither intending to make the first move, as Goku studied Hit, who had settled into a battle stance. He couldn't help thinking, what a formidable guy. After Hit's upgrade I can probably only take a few punches at most. But a few punches are more than enough. The world 0.2 seconds into the future is not so far out of reach after all. A smile tugged at the corner of Goku's mouth. In Universe SXS spectator stands, the Supreme Kai was slightly surprised to see Goku still smiling. Whis looked at the arena and said, "Scions are a race that grows through battle, and Goku is among the finest of them." Beerus nodded with satisfaction and said, "As expected of my Goku." Whis retorted, "He's my Goku." Tang Shan cast a sidelong glance at the two of them. Seeing Tang Shan's look, Whis gave a fake cough as if nothing had happened at all. Back on the arena, Hit and Goku faced each other. Hit suddenly spoke, "Your prediction is far off, Goku. Now how many hits can you take while predicting my movements 0.2 seconds ahead and enduring my attacks at the same time?" With that, Hit rushed toward Goku at tremendous speed. The instant he closed and he activated his time skip. Within that frozen moment, a relentless flurry of fists slammed into Goku's body. When the time skip ended, Hit returned to his previous position. Goku collapsed instantly, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Looking down at the fallen Goku, Hit said, in that instant just now I already expanded my time skip to 0.5 seconds, and those 0.5 seconds are something you cannot surpass. Piccolo, Krillin, Broly and the others watched the arena with grim expressions. Chi-Chi was deeply worried as she looked at Goku on the ground. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, unable to hold back his concern. Hit called out from the arena, referee. The announcer doubling as the referee hurried over. Hit continued, killing someone is a foul, right? So what happens now? Goku is in this state, he can't even surrender anymore. At that moment though, Goku's hand moved. His teeth clenched tightly. Enduring the pain racking his body, he slowly shifted and tried to stand. Just as the referee hesitated, Goku forced himself to his feet. Hit stared at him in astonishment. Goku said, I'm not done yet. Hit recovered and asked, is this your obsession with victory? Goku retorted, no, that's not it. If I just collapsed like this, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to you? Hit asked in confusion, then what is it? Goku said, it's not that I was being petty or deliberately hiding my strength. It's just that I hadn't fully adjusted it yet. I meant to save it for the day I spar with Lord Beerus again, and I wanted to spend more time studying it. Beerus immediately asked in a fluster, what's going on with that guy? Whis did not say anything, he simply shook his head. On the arena, Goku's aura surged once more. Then he spoke, this is an unfinished technique with only a 10 success rate. If it fails, my body itself could be destroyed. With Goku's shout, a crimson flame-like aura enveloped his Super Saiyan Blue form. In the Universe 6, spectator Stans Vados said in astonishment, could he really be hiding a transformation even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue? Impossible, then what is this? Kampa hurriedly shouted, Hit, attack now. Hit looked at Goku in surprise, but he did not choose to strike. One could say that throughout the battle, although neither of them had spoken openly, deep in their hearts they had both acknowledged the other's existence. Goku and Hit said in unison, don't overthink it. From the stands, Kampa watched Goku's aura growing stronger and stronger and shouted anxiously, what are you still dawdling for? Hearing Kampa's shout, Hit assumed the time skip battle stance. But looking at Goku, he still did not attack. Instead he waited quietly. As an assassin he should not have done such a thing, but in his heart Goku had already become something else entirely, leaving Kampa in the stands clutching his head and yelling in frustration. Hit watched Goku growing ever stronger and said, as you grow stronger I will become even stronger, and then I will defeat you. Goku, I want to try, in this endless chase, just how far we can pursue each other. At that moment the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 marveled, the usually taciturn Hit has actually become so talkative. And as an assassin he is speaking words like a martial artist. The Grand Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said, this is the most extraordinary thing about Goku. Goku was still erupting with aura on the arena, red and blue flames intertwining endlessly. Then all at once the red and blue aura vanished completely. Goku smiled slightly and shouted, five-fold Kaioken. The red and blue auras burst forth simultaneously as a tremendous surge of power exploded from within Goku. Looking at Hit across from him he said, I finally did it, the power of Super Saiyan Blue combined with the power of the five-fold Kaioken. With power this overwhelming, even the slightest disturbance in my energy flow would immediately destroy my body. But now I have perfectly mastered it. The Kaioken is my hidden trump card. Hit looked at the overwhelmingly powerful Goku and said, Kaioken. Goku said proudly, that's right. It can multiply my energy, speed and battle power by leaps and bounds. King Kai taught it to me long ago. As long as my body can endure it I can raise my power without limit. Goku smiled slightly at Hit and said, take this. Before Hit could react at all he was knocked to the ground by a single punch. The entire arena split open, shattering into pieces with Hit at the center. After knocking Hit down with one punch, Goku immediately entered a state of high-speed movement. Hit found himself completely unable to track Goku's position. Goku finally came to a stop. Hit said with a sigh, I couldn't sense him at all. In the stands Beerus broke into a cold sweat and said, so this is the move that guy has been saving especially for me all along. Whis said with a hint of surprise, you're not a little afraid, are you? Beerus said stubbornly, how could that be? Whis countered, then what do you intend to do? Beerus said indignantly, if he had such a great move why didn't he use it sooner? Tang Shan watched Goku on the arena with some concern. Although in the original storyline Goku had directly used the tenfold Kaioken, could the current Goku really be as powerful as he was in the original? It was still uncertain. Moreover, as far as Tang Shan knew, threefold was already Goku's limit. Using fivefold so recklessly now would take a heavy toll on his body, and it would not last long. From the stands the Grand Supreme Kai watched Goku on the arena with concern and said, using the Kaioken while in the limit of Super Saiyan Blue is simply reckless. Hit looked at Super Saiyan Blue Goku in the Kaioken state and said, even if your power and speed have increased 5-fold you cannot break through my 0.5-second time skip. Even if you increase them 10-fold it would still be useless. With that Hit charged at Goku and Goku also moved at high speed. As the two closed and Hit instantly activated his time skip. When the time skip ended Hit was struck in the abdomen by Goku's fist. Goku looked at the stricken Hit and said, stop trying. I am already standing far ahead of your time skip. The two clashed continuously. As they dodged and weaved wave after wave of immense energy burst outward and the entire arena was almost blown to pieces. Vados seated in the stands made her move and erected a barrier over the spectator area. Meanwhile on the arena Hit kept using his time skip yet Goku was always able to defend in advance and counterattack. They simultaneously flew out into space engaging in hand-to-hand combat all the way. The fierce battle sent shockwaves constantly radiating outward between them. Amid their relentless exchanges Hit was kicked down by Goku and slammed straight into the arena. The arena vanished entirely leaving a huge crater in the ground. Sun Wukong instantly returned to the nameless planet. Looking at Hit lying in the crater Hit slowly rose to his feet with a wobble then flew up to lock eyes with Sun Wukong. Feeling his condition Sun Wukong said, even in Super Saiyan Blue I can't sustain the Kaioken for long. Let's end this with one move. Looking at Hit across from him Goku pressed his hands together at his waist as a massive energy wave gathered between his palms. He shouted, Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. A colossal blue-white light wave shot toward Hit. Hit activated his time skip and Sun Wukong said, right here. With an instant transmission he appeared directly behind Hit as the time skip ended while the Kamehameha also struck at Hit from the front. Left with no choice Hit instantly spun around erupted with aura and assumed a defensive stance. Hit his entire body radiating purple light collided with Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. The shockwave swept through the entire venue. Fortunately Vados had previously protected the stands but by then the announcer had already taken refuge among the spectators. Before everyone's eyes there was nothing but blinding light. When the light faded smoke shrouded the battlefield. Xianpa coughed and said, what happened? I can't see anything. At that moment Vados waved her staff and the arena was restored to its original state. The announcer also returned to the arena and looking at the surrounding smoke asked in confusion, where are the contestants? Meanwhile Sun Wukong and Hit were both standing on the frame of the giant portrait of Xianpa and Bailusi. Sun Wukong looked at Hit and exclaimed, you're truly strong. He added, even so I still haven't completely defeated you. In the audience Bic looked at the two and said, have they both gone out of bounds? Bailusi said, no that doesn't count. It's above the arena. Hearing Bailusi's words the announcer declared, the match continues. Hit looked at Sun Wukong and said, a formidable foe is what drives me to keep growing. In that instant my time skip expanded further allowing me to barely dodge your attack. I can still become stronger. Sun Wukong sensed his own state and said, is that so? My body should still hold out for a while longer. I should fight with all my might now. Sun Wukong roared again and the red aura around his body grew increasingly intense. Hit stared at Sun Wukong in amazement and said, as expected of the opponent I acknowledged. Now you're raising it to 7 times 8 times, is it 10 times? Sun Wukong stretched out one hand clenched his fist and pointed it at Hit. Hit gave Sun Wukong a faint smile. The Supreme Kai of Universe 6 in the stands was astonished and said, Hit actually smiled back at him. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said proudly, that is the unique charm of Mr. Wukong. Hit flew over and likewise extended one hand touching fists with Sun Wukong. Then they both separated at once assuming fighting stances and staring at each other seriously. Watching Sun Wukong on the field Tang Shan couldn't help but sigh, the Saiyan bloodline is truly willful, the warrior race is different from ordinary people. In fact Tang Shan also wanted to learn the Kaioken but with his physical condition he simply couldn't use it. Bailusi looked at Hit on the field and said, as he continues to grow his fighting stance keeps changing. Weishi said calmly, that is only natural, so natural that it's terrifying. Sun Wukong looked at Hit and thought excitedly I never imagined there could be someone this strong. Xianpa from Universe 6 shouted, Hit the Kaioken can't last long. Wear him out. There's no need to fight him head-on. Just dodge for a while and the winner will definitely be you. Vados whether in mockery or praise remarked, as expected of Lord Xianpa. Xianpa said loudly, are you mocking me? Vados smiled and said, as expected of Lord Xianpa you noticed right away. At that moment the Scion Beijia stepped forward and said, Lord Xiangpa, please wait. Even if we win this way, Lord Hit's pride will be. Xiangpa pointed at Jiaku with fierce eyes and said, so what? Forget it. This is a battle between me and Bai Lucy. I advise you not to be so presumptuous. Listen, you are all nothing but pawns in this game. At that moment Sun Wukong and Hit both looked at Xiangpa. Xiangpa was so frightened that he sat down abruptly. Vados looked at the embarrassed Xiangpa and said, isn't this good? You can punish them anytime you want. But right now I would rather enjoy this match properly. Sun Wukong said to Hit, well done Hit. Let them know we are certainly not their pawns. Hit nodded. Both of them faced each other with grave seriousness. Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking Universe 6 is full of tough opponents. How exciting, to be able to fight the strongest in the universe. The two rushed at each other simultaneously. Hit shouted, my time skip is one step ahead of yours. Hit instantly used time skip, entering a space where time had stopped. Taking advantage of the frozen time, Hit struck Sun Wukong's abdomen rapidly with both fists. When the time skip ended, Sun Wukong's Kaioken aura was knocked clean out of him and he began to fall from the sky. When he had descended halfway, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his aura exploded again and the aura of a tenfold Kaioken reappeared. Hit stared at Sun Wukong in astonishment. After enduring that many attacks he was still able to hold on. Just as Hit was frozen in shock, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him squarely in the face. Hit was sent flying from the punch and crashed directly into the portrait of Xiangpa. Hit returned to the arena struggling to his feet. At the same moment Son Goku fell from the sky, half kneeling on the platform, barely maintaining his balance. Son Goku endured the searing pain as if his muscles were being torn apart and rose to his feet. Turning to Beerus he said, Lord Beerus, I have a request. Could all the rules of this fighting tournament be abolished? What? Beerus asked, bewildered. Son Goku scratched his head, embarrassed. I was just thinking, in the current duel format Hit can't bring his full power to bear. At that the Grand Supreme Kai of the 6th universe chimed in, indeed. Hit is an assassin, killing is against the rules, so he's restrained by them and cannot use his full capabilities, correct? Goku added, if Hit had used his killing techniques, that last move would have killed me. Son Goku turned to look at Hit. Right Hit? Sorry about that, I only just thought of it. I was too busy defending myself to consider it earlier. Hit looked at Goku with a serious expression. Aren't you afraid of dying? Goku replied, I won't get hit again. Hit closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then opened them. Is that so? I never expected to find someone like you in this world, Pegasus suddenly called out as he floated into the air. This is the spirit of a true martial artist. I'm deeply moved. Very well then, I revoke the rules. Killing is permitted. Ha ha ha. Beerus flew up to intervene. No. Absolutely not. No more rule changes or revocations. Pegasus dismissed the concern. You're the one who suggested it, just let them fight as they wish. Beerus roared back, stop pretending. You only want to change the rules to your own advantage. Pegasus retorted angrily, you're one to talk. Didn't you also hope the rules would favor you? And you're acting tough. Beerus pressed further, didn't you agree to these rules yourself? The two destroyer gods began bickering non-stop. Son Goku looked up at the mid-argument, then sensed his own condition. With a faint smile at Hit he leapt off the arena. The announcer declared, I forfeit. Meanwhile Beerus turned in shock to see Goku. Goku scratched his head. Unfortunately my Kaioken can't hold out much longer. Pegasus burst into laughter while Beerus glared in fury. What's there to laugh about? We still have several fighters left. Humph. The announcer addressed Goku, who had jumped off the arena voluntarily. The rules are still in effect and have not been abolished. This round, Hit is victorious. Son Goku flew back onto the platform, pressed his palms together and bowed deeply to Hit, showing his sincere recognition of the warrior before him. As Goku released the Kaioken state his muscles began swelling and distorting once more. Tang Shan quickly stepped forward and offered him a Senzu bean. Goku took it and said, Shanji, thanks. Hit is very strong, be careful. Tang Shan smiled. Take care of yourself. You don't really think you're the only one with a trump card, do you? Goku grinned. As expected of Shanji. Good luck. He then flew back to the spectator seats. Chi-Chi immediately rushed into his arms. Goku had no choice but to keep comforting her, though thankfully Chi-Chi was also a martial artist and could understand. Meanwhile Bulma in the stands had already begun worrying about Tang Shan. She had witnessed his battle firsthand. Though she couldn't fully comprehend the techniques involved, she knew the sheer destructive power he faced. She trusted Tang Shan, yet her heart couldn't help but tremble with anxiety. Goku noticed Bulma's concern and reassured her from the side. "Don't worry, Shan-Ji is incredibly strong. At least during our training spars among the gods I never once managed to defeat him." Beerus approached with a stern expression. "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" Goku could only explain helplessly, "My Kaioken has reached its absolute limit. If we continued I would have been forced to forfeit anyway." "Silence!" Beerus barked. Goku rubbed the back of his head. "Relax, there's still Shan-Ji, right? Lord Beerus, Shan-Ji's strength is the greatest among us." This only made Beerus angrier. Roaring he shouted, "How strong could he possibly be, stronger than your tenfold Kaioken?" Goku replied with confidence, "I trust Shan-Ji." On the arena below, Tang Shan faced Hit across from him. This was the first true cosmic powerhouse he had encountered since ascending to the realm of gods. Tang Shan tossed a senzu beam toward Hit. Hit watched it come, having just seen Goku consume one and instantly recover. He also noticed the way Goku treated this man, with respect, signaling another formidable rival. Without hesitation Hit swallowed the bean and restored his stamina and healed his wounds. Once both fighters were ready, the announcer announced as the gong sounded, "The 7th round of the tournament features Tang Shan of Universe 7 vs Hit of Universe 6. Begin." Tang Shan slowly raised one hand toward Hit and called out, "Space Cage." Instantly Hit felt his body encased by invisible bonds. From Tang Shan's perspective, fine threads of spatial rules wrapped around Hit, completely isolating him from the outside world. Hit immediately activated his time skip. Utilizing every means at his disposal, he attempted to break through the spatial cage. No matter what attacks he unleashed, they seemed utterly unable to touch the real world outside, as if he were shielded from reality itself. Had time skip lost its effect, Hit would have believed he had been sealed away into another dimension entirely. But time skip still functioned normally. This was purely a spatial lock, and time skip was the only technique he currently possessed that could affect the external world. While Hit was deep in thought, energy in Tang Shan's hands gathered continuously. Inexplicably, all the energy waves converged directly onto Hit through some uncanny method. More remarkably, these energy waves seemed to exert absolutely no influence on the outside world whatsoever. All spectators saw only brilliant flashes of light erupting at Hit's location. Yet neither the sound of the explosions nor the ripple of spreading energy waves reached the outside world. They could feel not even the slightest disturbance. This was Tang Shan's creation, the space cage, forged over years of mastering the most fundamental spatial laws woven through the veins of space itself, combined with his years of idleness and expansive thinking cultivated from countless novels. Tang Shan estimated that even if the strongest Jiren were to appear under his control, the space cage would be nearly impossible to break through in a short time. Under Tang Shan's relentless barrage, Hit conceded. At first Hit did not find the spatial seal all that impressive. After all, with his current power, blasting through space was far too simple. Tang Shan naturally understood that reaching Super Saiyan 3 level power in this world was enough to blast space open. But what he operated with was the very rule of space, a qualitative gap compared to ordinary spatial fragments. So after the announcer declared victory, Monaka and Beerus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whis also praised, "Not bad, you do have a bit of a godly bearing now." Just as Universe 7 was welcoming the arrival of victory, an inexplicable force swept across the entire venue and three figures appeared at the center of the ring. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. At that moment the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 asked the Grand Supreme Kai, "Who is that child? He gives off such an uncomfortable feeling." The Grand Supreme Kai smacked him on the head. "You fool." The announcer hurriedly said, "Someone has barged into the venue. Just who are these people?" From the spectator stands, Piccolo watched the people in the ring and said, "They are only children, yet they exude an extremely powerful pressure. Who are these people?" At that moment Beerus said, trembling, "It is the Omni King, the figure who stands at the very summit of all 12 universes." Hearing Beerus's words, everyone looked at the Omni King in astonishment. Whis however said, "Is it appropriate for us to sit up high and look down on them?" Beerus was so startled by those words that he stumbled, then quickly flew down. On the other side Kampa and Vados flew down as well. Seeing Beerus and Whis go down, Goku followed and stood beside Tang Shan. The two gods of destruction stood respectfully in front of the Omni King and bowed, saying, "We warmly welcome the Omni King." Whis and Vados also greeted him, "Have you been in good health lately?" The Omni King gave him. All the Supreme Kais then flew down and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. The Grand Supreme Kai, drenched in cold sweat, asked, "Welcome, Omni King. May I ask what brings your majesty here today?" The Omni King answered, "Today. Because you held this private event without permission, I wanted to remind you that you cannot slack off in your duties as gods of destruction." Beerus quickly said, "I offer my most humble apologies." Whis said, "Omni King, please listen. Lord Beerus seems to take more delight in gourmet food and sleeping than in destruction." Vados also said, "Lord Kompa does not care about his physical health and his figure has completely gone out of shape. Fearing that it might affect his work, I prepared nutritionally balanced meals for him, but he says my cooking is terrible." Boo hoo hoo. After saying that, Vados pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. The two gods of destruction were so frightened that sweat poured down their faces. The Omni King asked, "How about replacing a god of destruction?" Beerus and Kompa opened their mouths in shock and stared at him. The Omni King added, "Just kidding. Actually, I originally came to remind you, but the more I watched, the more fun I found it. Super fun." Beerus and Kompa immediately bowed once more and answered, "Yes." The Omni King went on, "So next time, how about gathering warriors from all the universes and having them compete together? That is what I have in mind." Hearing this, Goku excitedly walked straight up and said, "Really? That's great, let's compete, let's compete." Even Tang Shan, who had read the original story, was startled because that was the Omni King after all. Everyone else also flew down, but they all kept a considerable distance away. Beerus and Kompa broke out in cold sweat. "You idiot!" Beerus yelled. Yet Goku remained calm and kept walking forward. The Omni King's two attendants instantly teleported in front of him and would not allow him to approach the Omni King. Goku hastily asked, "I can't." The two attendants rapidly shook their heads. Goku said, "Just a few words." They shook their heads again. Beerus roared from the side, "Shut your mouth already. Don't tell me you actually think you have the right to speak with the Omni King." At that moment the Omni King said, "It's okay. No need to worry." At the Omni King's words, Beerus and Kompa said in shock, "But..." The Omni King walked over and stood in front of Goku, saying that match was really exciting. Goku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and then said to Beerus, "See." Watching this scene, Tang Shan could only sigh. From this day forward, Goku had acquired a powerful patron. The Omni King seemed to have made a decision. "Then it's settled, we'll hold another tournament soon." Goku quickly said, "It's a promise, okay?" He then extended his hand, wanting to shake the Omni King's hand. Beerus and the others were startled. The two attendants stared at Goku, who wanted a handshake. Goku smiled cheerfully at the Omni King, and the Omni King extended his hand as well. After their handshake was done, the Omni King said, "You really are an amusing one. Then I'll be heading back now." Goku said, "Okay, see you later." Beerus and Kompa bowed once more and said, "Farewell, Omni King." The Omni King gave him. His two attendants said goodbye, and then they transformed into beams of multicolored light and left. After watching the Omni King leave, Beerus and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Beerus roared at Goku, "You listen to me. If the Omni King wants to, he can destroy the entire universe." Goku said unconcernedly, "Really? That impressive? Still, the Omni King doesn't look like a bad person, so he probably wouldn't do something like that." Beerus sighed and said, "Ugh, even the joy of winning the tournament has been dampened." Kompa said excitedly, Exactly. The next tournament hosted by the Omni King will be the truly formal tournament. This was only a practice match, so even though I lost, I'm not upset." Beerus put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "True. But you still have to honor the promise from our match." Kompa said angrily, "You don't have to tell me. I'll give you the Super Dragon Balls. But don't think you'll find the last one that easily." But Bulma stepped forward and said, May I say something?" Kompa yelled, "We gods of destruction are speaking, what right do you have to interrupt?" Tang Shan walked directly over and stood beside Bulma. Beerus also asked, "Is there something you need, Bulma?" Beerus was still quite courteous to Bulma. After all, he had enjoyed many delicious meals she had provided over the years. Bulma quickly said, "Well, Lord Beerus, it seems there are already 7 Dragon Balls here, at least that's what my dragon radar shows." Kompa hurriedly said, "Impossible. Don't try to fool me. Come on, let's go." Then he said to the contestants, "No one is allowed to be absent from the next tournament. Don't make the Omni King angry." After saying that, Kompa and Vados left. Vega then walked up to Broly and said, "Master, now we finally have an opportunity to invite you all to Planet Lays." Broly however said, "I am not your master. We are merely opponents in the martial arts. If today's opponent had been any other righteous scion, I would have taught him as well." Vega bowed and replied, yes master. While Beigia and Broly were conversing, Sun Wukong walked up to Hit and said, hey Hit, the tournament hosted by the Omni King, who knows how much longer before it begins? Can you restrain yourself? If you can't hold back, I could also accommodate you elsewhere after 3 days. Tang Shan overheard Sun Wukong's unrestrained words, but he knew that fellows like Sun Wukong were simply too naive to think any deeper. Sun Wukong saw that Hit remained silent. If 3 days is no good, tomorrow will do as well. Hit and the others turned around and left. Sun Wukong raised his hand and waved, see you later. After everyone from Universe 6 had departed, the Supreme Kai and the others also took their leave one after another. At that moment everyone remembered Bulma's words and looked up at the 6 Dragon Balls in the sky confused. Beerus said, but there are clearly only 6. Whis also said, yes, what kind of logic is this? Just then Manaka tugged at Whis's sleeve. Whis turned to him and asked, what's the matter? Manaka replied, my work often requires reading cosmic maps. Maps like this must be viewed in 3 dimensions. Whis said in puzzlement, viewed in 3 dimensions. I see. Manaka, you're truly remarkable. Everyone enter the traveling cube. All of them entered the cube. Whis led them flying into space. Watching the cube rise higher and higher, Sun Wukong asked in confusion, Whis, what is this for? Tang Shan, unable to hold back, reminded Bulma beside him, do you think it's possible that the planet we're on is a Dragon Ball? Bulma looked at the dragon radar, then at the distant Dragon Balls, and said in astonishment, it might actually be true. Honey. Bulma called out, then directly informed Whis. When the cube had flown a sufficient distance, Whis waved his staff and the planet's soil cracked open, disintegrating into dust as the 7th Dragon Ball appeared before everyone. Krillin said, amazing. I never would have imagined that enormous planet was actually a Dragon Ball. Piccolo explained, this was probably formed after a wish was made long ago. The Dragon Balls scattered, smashing the original asteroid, and the asteroid's debris piled up over time. At this point Beerus said, Bulma, Manaka, nice work. Sun Wukong then asked, the 7 Dragon Balls have gathered, but how do we summon the dragon? Whis then said something to the Dragon Balls that none of the others understood. Instantly the 7 Dragon Balls flashed brilliantly, arranged themselves in a circle of their own accord with the 4-star ball at the center. A colossal pillar of light burst forth, illuminating the entire 6th universe. As the golden light faded, golden lightning surged into existence. A colossal golden dragon with wings soared forth. Its body was so immense that it rivaled an entire solar system. Its eyes were as crimson as blood, its scales radiated golden light while golden lightning raced across them, and its 2 gargantuan wings were majestic and imposing. Everyone was utterly astounded by the sight of the super dragon. Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, so awesome. Tang Shan gazed at the dragon and thought to himself, it is indeed formidable and awe-inspiring, but the more he looked, the more it resembled a lizard. Indeed, it did not have a single claw. As the super dragon roared, its body continued to expand, its size eventually surpassing that of a galaxy by far. A dazzling golden radiance enveloped everyone. When it faded, they found themselves inside the dragon's body. Whis spoke, don't worry. We came to make a wish. At that moment an enormous dragon appeared before them. Tang Shan said, this must be the true dragon. Whis smiled and said, it should be called the core of existence, Mr. Tang Shan. Beerus said, so it's essentially a core-like existence. The dragon then spoke in the divine tongue, speak your wish and I shall fulfill it for you. Everyone was baffled and was asked, Lord Beerus, is there any wish you'd like to make? Beerus thought, a wish. What should I wish for? After thinking for a moment he spoke directly to Whis in the divine language. Whis smiled faintly, have you decided? Lord Beerus. Seeing Beerus nod, Whis continued, very well, I'll make the wish on your behalf. He then stated Beerus's wish to the dragon. When the wish was fulfilled, the dragon vanished and the 7 Dragon Balls flew off into the distance. Sun Wukong asked, what wish did Lord Beerus make? Beerus answered calmly, that's a secret. Tang Shan also urged, come on, tell us, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong quickly added, yeah, don't be so stingy. Beerus said offhandedly, I wished for a more comfortable bed. Bulma heard his wish and scolded, you great fool, I could grant a wish like that. Beerus retorted angrily, who are you calling a great fool? Sleep is the most important thing, alright. Just then Vados and Kampa flying through space suddenly stopped. Kampa lost his balance and pitched forward. Fixing his gaze on Vados, who had halted abruptly, Kampa, already irritated by his defeat in the tournament, roared furiously, what's going on? Vados said, look at this. A glint of light from her staff projected an image of Earth before them. Kampa looked at Earth and said, Earth. Turn it off, I don't want to see that. Vados tried to explain, it's not. But Kampa refusing to listen cut her off, not what. Vados continued, Earth in Universe 6 has been restored to its original state and the humans on it have been revived as well. Kampa asked in astonishment, what did you say? Vados said, moreover their culture is similar to that of Universe 7. Kampa said, so that means, Vados nodded and said, yes from now on we can also enjoy Earth's delicious food. Vados added, the most likely possibility is that Lord Beerus used the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish for Lord Kampa. Kampa's face was full of astonishment. As he was stunned a Dragon Ball flew past them. Watching it fade into the distance Kampa said happily, tisk that guy just loves to meddle damn it. Utterly irritating. Meanwhile Whis said to Beerus, you truly are kind-hearted. Beerus said disdainfully, shut up. I merely did him a favor. As they were talking everyone returned to the realm of the gods of destruction. Beerus took Monaka alone to a vehicle and opened it. The trunk was packed with gold and jewels. Beerus said to Monaka, I've prepared your reward. Monaka bowed to Beerus and said, so much, thank you Lord Beerus. Beerus said nonchalantly, next time I'll still need you to spark their fighting spirit. Having watched the battles of Broly's son Wukong Tang Shan and the others Monaka was left somewhat dazed by Beerus's words. After seeing Monaka off Beerus and Whis set off directly for Earth with everyone. After the fighting competition concluded Sun Wukong Tang Shan and the others returned to Earth. A few days later Bulma said to Tang Shan, honey, you're the one who came out on top this time. Should we hold a celebration and gather everyone for a get-together? Tang Shan looked down at Bulma beneath him and said, whatever you think is fine. These are for you to decide. Bulma, her cheeks flushed, said, all right, then I'll notify everyone tomorrow and order some ingredients from across the cosmos. Tang Shan nodded, turned over, withdrew and held Bulma in his arms. Okay. But I'll take care of notifying the people on Earth. You just need to notify Whis and have him bring along Lord Beerus and Monaka. Bulma looked at Tang Shan with a blissful expression and said, you've been tired for a long while, go get some proper rest. The celebration will be held 10 days from now and we still need to stock up on a huge amount of ingredients. After all, Wukong, Broly, little Gohan and little Goten all eat a great deal. Tang Shan softly kissed Bulma and said, all right, rest well. You've worked hard, my dear. On the other side, Sun Wukong however was engaged in a peculiar form of training. He often lost control of his power and smashed furniture, earning a vicious scolding from Chi-Chi. Moreover, ever since he heard that Monaka had a job, he constantly brought Monaka up as a point of comparison. Tang Shan by contrast was far more fortunate. After all, he had married a wife who possessed both great wealth and cutting-edge technology, so he had nothing to worry about. Over these past few days Tang Shan had been busy with many matters. The first matter was naturally to inform everyone to attend the victory banquet. The second matter was the Universal Tournament. Through the Kaoshan sect, the sect Tang Shan belonged to, the announcement spread across the entire 7th universe. The Kaoshan sect, together with the Galactic King and those with experience in organizing grand martial arts tournaments, would hold a world martial arts tournament 5 months later, creating a golden list ranking for all martial artists throughout the universe. According to Tang Shan's calculations, based on the original timeline, 5 months plus the time needed to hold the tournament should still leave enough time to participate in the Omni King's 12 universe fighting tournament. When the time came, he could select people from the golden list. The golden list would stand on the Jaya planet at the center of the universe, and the tournament would likewise be held there. The competition rewards were also extremely generous, more than enough to attract powerful martial artists. Those ranking from 50th to 100th would receive a reward of 100 million star stones. Those ranking from 20th to 50th could receive 1 billion star stones, while those ranking from 10th to 20th, in addition to 1 billion star stones, could enter a special secret realm to cultivate for 100 days. As for the top 10, they would receive personal guidance from the White God and the Lord God of Destruction. The White God was naturally Tang Shan, and on the God of Destruction's side, Whis' approval was all that was needed. Star stones served as the universe's unified currency. Each one contained a trace of divine power, and since the annual output of star stones was extremely low, 1 star stone was equivalent to 1 million Earth currency units. Thus they were exceedingly precious. Even Bulma, the wealthiest tycoon on Earth, would certainly never possess more than 100 million star stones, that is, star stones that could actually be withdrawn, not counting all her other wealth. Of course, Tang Shan had a hand in most of these star stones. After all, he had become a god. Although the Galactic King prohibited private production, Tang Shan had the connections. A so-called star stone was simply a diamond containing a trace of divine power, and to Tang Shan producing them was no more than child's play. As for Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, they were unaware of the existence of these things. Though Son Gohan had long traveled abroad, he had never paid much attention to them either. After all, in his eyes his family lacked for nothing. Moreover, his wife Videl was now pregnant, which meant Son Wukong would soon become a grandfather. So for the most part Gohan spent his time taking care of his wife Videl. 8 days later, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Bulma's voice came through. We're going to hold a victory celebration on Earth, and we want to invite you and Lord Beerus. There will be lots of delicious food. Oh, and please invite Monaka as well, because none of us know where he lives. Whis pondered for a moment. A victory celebration. Very well. Hearing Whis agree, Bulma said, then please come in 2 days. At that moment Tang Shan's voice came through. By the way, Whis, I plan to hold a grand tournament across the universe to select powerful warriors so that we'll be well prepared for the 12 universe fighting tournament. Do you have any objections? Whis listened to the voice from the communicator and replied without hesitation, handle it as you see fit. After all, no one knows when it will be held, that depends on the Omni King's mood. Tang Shan likewise replied without hesitation, yes. As long as you agree, it's settled. Whis thought for a moment and said, why do I feel like I've been tricked? Forget it. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'll go inform Lord Beerus. Thereupon Whis and Bulma ended the call. Whis told Beerus about the victory celebration and Beerus was very excited. But when Whis mentioned Monaka, Beerus said gravely he absolutely cannot go. Otherwise Son Wukong will pester him for a match again, and if he slips up we'll be in trouble. Whis however was completely unconcerned. What's the big deal? Just tell him the truth. Beerus roared, no. That would dampen Son Wukong's enthusiasm. Moreover, I am a god of destruction. If I am thought to have lied, it would damage my prestige. And it would leave a bad impression with the Omni King too. Whis mocked without the slightest hesitation. In the end, isn't that still for your own sake? Beerus said darkly, is there a problem? Whis shook his head. Beerus continued, anyway, Monaka cannot go. Just say he's too busy with work to come, understand? Whis said helplessly, fine, I understand. 10 days later, in the morning, in the enormous plaza at the center of Bulma's rear garden, countless chefs were busily preparing food. Wukong's whole family, the Galactic King with 5 squadron leaders and Jocko, as well as Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Broly, and the earliest members of the Kaoshan sect, all had arrived. Wukong came straight to Tang Shan as soon as he arrived and asked, Brother Shan, I heard Monaka is coming too. I never had the chance to see him fight last time. Since he's coming this time, I must have a proper match with him. The corner of Tang Shan's mouth twitched as he said awkwardly, all right. Then you'd better do your best. He should be coming with Lord Beerus, so we may have to wait a while. At that very moment a huge cube descended. Beerus and Whis stepped down. Son Wukong immediately flew over and asked Lord Beerus, where's Monaka? Beerus replied calmly, he has work. He's too busy to come today. Wukong's face fell. I see. Just then Chi-Chi walked over, politely greeted Beerus and Whis, then directly grabbed Wukong's ear and shouted, look at yourself, then look at him. He's so powerful and he still knows he should work. What about you? You don't take care of anything at home and now you come to a celebration and still want to challenge him to a fight. With that she pulled Wukong aside and lectured him. Son Wukong felt helpless, but Chi-Chi had indeed suffered a great deal over the years, so Wukong said nothing and could only endure in silence. Seeing this, Bulma went up and soothed her for a while, then pulled Chi-Chi away. After all these years, the two of them together with Android 18 had long since become the closest of friends. At the celebration banquet, just as in the original story, Monaka's identity was recognized by everyone. Because Goku had arrived early and there was no delay as in the original timeline, the truth about Monaka came to light. At the banquet, Monaka successfully became friends with everyone, which also meant that from then on most of the goods Bulma's family purchased across the universe were delivered by Monaka. Thus the entire banquet ended joyfully for all. Because of Tang Shan's influence, Son Goten had been born earlier and was already in high school now. Without Trunks around, he had not come to Bulma's house to play. This led Monaka to go alone to the planet Hoziki, where an alien broke the seal and obtained superhuman water, but the superhuman water acquired Monaka's memories. It then drove the space truck toward Earth. Meanwhile, Jocko received a distress call and went to planet Hoziki to investigate. He discovered that the inhabitants had all been drained of their power by the superhuman water. After asking around, he learned what had happened. He immediately set off for Earth and called the Galactic Patrol stationed on the moon to notify them of the danger. Then he also called Bulma and explained the threat posed by the superhuman water. Bulma promptly told Tang Shan, and Tang Shan immediately contacted the Galactic Patrol to learn the details of the incident. He then extended his perception and detected the superhuman water approaching Earth. With a single spatial seal he sealed it away and handed it over to the Galactic Patrol on the moon. The Galactic Patrol resealed it and placed it on the moon. Meanwhile, King Galactic issued orders for Jocko to take care of the injured civilians on planet Hoziki. Parallel timeline. Bulma saw Trunks return from training and said happily, "Trunks, that's wonderful. Did everything go smoothly?" Trunks replied cheerfully, "Everything went well, Mom. Are you okay?" Trunks looked at the energy tube in the middle of the laboratory and Bulma said, "This is only enough for a one-way trip." Trunks said in surprise, "We only have this much for an entire year." Bulma comforted him, "It's all right as long as it's enough for a one-way trip." Trunks said urgently, "But then I won't be able to come back." Bulma said confidently, "We'll find a way back even if it's a little risky." Seeing his mother like this, Trunks smiled and said, "You've worked so hard all year staying here. You should rest for a while." Bulma said seriously, "Now is not the time to worry about me. We must race against time." She then began to operate the controls extracting the energy and said, "We need to get to Capsule Corporation as soon as possible." Trunks said, "I can take it there myself, Mom. You really should get some rest." Bulma smiled and said, "I'll go with you so we can handle any trouble that comes up. Don't underestimate your mother. If that guy attacks you and this energy device gets damaged, a whole year's effort will have been wasted." Trunks said helplessly, "I understand, Mom." Suddenly Bulma said seriously, "Trunks, an enormous number of lives were sacrificed to create this energy. Don't you ever forget that." Trunks nodded solemnly and Bulma continued, "There are some things we must do even if it costs us everything. You are everyone's hope and you above all must survive. Now let's go, Mai is waiting." Suddenly a massive explosion shook the laboratory. Trunks hurriedly threw himself over Bulma to protect her. After the blast, a huge hole was torn in the laboratory roof. Trunks looked outside and saw a figure hovering in the sky. Bulma quickly handed the energy device to Trunks and said, "Take it and get out of here now." Another blast of energy struck the laboratory wall, leaving the entire facility on the verge of collapse. As dust raged outside the laboratory, Trunks was suddenly kicked flying and Bulma was seized by the dark figure. Seeing this, Trunks burned with fury, but Bulma's gaze was resolute. She strained her mouth and forced out two words, "Run." Trunks stared at the dark figure with hatred as tears streamed from his eyes, then turned and fled from the laboratory. At the very moment Trunks left the laboratory, a hand pierced through Bulma's chest from behind. With a flick, the figure hurled her to the ground and the earth was stained with blood. The dark figure said coldly, "Foolish humans. The root of all evil." Main world, Mount Paozu. Tang Shan came to Son Goku's side and complained, "Goku, don't you have Broly to train with you? Why did you call me too?" It should be mentioned here that since Broly was saved by Goku, he had been living on Mount Paozu as well. Of course, most of his expenses were covered by Tang Shan. After all, he was the wealthy one now. Goku said nonchalantly, "Because the 12 universes are going to hold a martial arts tournament, so wouldn't it be better to train with more people?" Tang Shan said helplessly, "You know, my training method is different from yours. You rely on raw power while I comprehend the laws and then use that understanding to nourish myself." Goku grinned and said, "Well, since you're here training, you can also have a few more sparring partners." Tang Shan nodded, but inwardly he thought, "You're the protagonist, so your words carry weight. You even managed to convince Bulma. What can I possibly say?" Previously, when Goku had contacted Tang Shan, he had called Bulma first, and for some reason Bulma had agreed. Could Goku have become smarter? Well, he had never been stupid to begin with, he simply possessed an innocent heart and a natural gift for the martial arts. After agreeing to Goku's request, Tang Shan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go train in the realm of the gods of destruction. Oh, before we go, bring some of the vegetables you grew to give to Whis and the others." In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus looked at the three of them and said, "Why have you come? Did you bring some gifts?" Goku quickly responded, "Here, this is for you." Beerus asked, "What is this ball?" Goku explained, "This is a cabbage. I grew it with my own hands, it's very sweet and fresh." Whis suddenly appeared and said, "This vegetable is also known as dew cabbage. It's extremely fresh, Goku, quite thoughtful of you." Beerus tore off a leaf and tasted it, immediately exclaiming, "Indeed, it's sweet and delicious." But then he noticed Goku beside him and composed himself, saying, "However, as an offering to me, the god of destruction, this alone seems far too little." Goku let out an awkward laugh. Parallel world. After Trunks escaped from the laboratory, he dared not use his ki for fear of being detected by the dark figure, so he could only run to Capsule Corporation. Arriving at a building, Trunks ran inside, knocked on a door, and when it opened, the person inside asked, "Trunks, you're back?" Trunks said sorrowfully, "Yes, Mai." Seeing his expression, Mai quickly asked, "Where's Aunt Bulma?" As she asked, Mai seemed to sense something. Trunks answered sadly, She She died at the hands of that dark man to cover my escape. Dark man. That bastard can sense my energy. As he spoke, tears streamed down Trunks' face again. Seeing him like this, I did not know how to comfort him. After a while Trunks steadied his emotions and looked at the energy device in his hand, saying, "This is the energy my mother extracted with her life. Combined with the time machine, it can take us back to the past." In the realm of the gods of destruction was Beerus. Tang Shan, Sun Wukong and Broly were eating instant noodles. Sun Wukong suddenly said, "Grand Zeno is extremely powerful. Last time I noticed that Lord Beerus seemed very afraid of him." Tang Shan said casually, "Of course. You saw how Lord Beerus got scared just from hearing his name." Whis shook his head and said, "You people are fearless only because you know too little. Of course Lord Beerus is afraid. Grand Zeno is the most powerful authority in this world and no one stands above him." Sun Wukong said, "So that means he's very strong." Whis said, "Always judging others by strength is the weakness of the Scions. Look at Tang Shan, his ki is weaker than yours, but if it came to a real fight none of you could beat him." Beerus also said, "Grand Zeno never fights, but his power is beyond imagination." Sun Wukong asked, "How can that be?" Whis said, "As Lord Beerus said before, Grand Zeno can make anything disappear. Never mind evil people, even planets, galaxies and entire universes can all vanish if he so wishes. He can even erase the world from its very foundations." Sun Wukong and Broly were stunned. Broly asked, "Can he really make the world disappear?" Whis said, "Of course. Originally there were 18 universes and later only 12 were left. If you slightly anger Grand Zeno, everything is finished." Beerus said, "That's why when everyone saw you and Grand Zeno shaking hands on the arena they were terrified." Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with a smile, "But I made an agreement with him to hold a tournament, the strongest fighters from all the universes will come." As they talked they finished their instant noodles. In a parallel universe Trunks brought Mai along and continued heading for Capsule Corporation. They were very careful the entire way, but in the end Black still tracked them down. Trunks looked up at Black, who was shrouded in smoke. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to rush forward for revenge, knowing his mission was not yet complete. Trunks handed the energy to Mai, then drew his sword ready to fight Black. Smoke surged downward and formed a huge tornado. When the smoke cleared, a figure appeared. If Sun Wukong had been there he would have seen that this man looked exactly like him, the only difference was the ki emanating from his body. Black kept firing ki blasts at Trunks. Holding his sword, Trunks sliced all the energy blasts apart. Black's overpowering aura crushed down on Trunks, making it hard for him to bear. When Black got close, Trunks was sent flying by a single palm strike and fell to the ground. Seeing this from a distance, Mai ran over with a shotgun and fired straight at Black. But how could such a gun possibly have any effect on him? It only made Black even more disgusted and hateful. Seeing this, Mai handed the energy to Trunks. Trunks wanted Mai to take it and leave, but Mai said hurriedly, "What are you thinking? Don't let Aunt Bulma's blood have been shed in vain. You go, I'll lure him away. Remember, the one who must survive is you. You are everyone's hope." As she spoke, Mai fired her shotgun at Black, trying to anger him while moving away from Trunks. Black did not care at all. Since this human was so detestable, he would kill this disgusting human first. On the other side, although tears kept streaming from Trunks' eyes, his gaze was filled with determination. He carried the energy and continued toward Capsule Corporation, biting down so hard that his teeth began to bleed. When Trunks was halfway there, he saw Mai's body thrown high into the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Just as he reached the time machine, Black caught up. Trunks knew that Black did not know the time machine existed, so he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2 and fought the enemy, looking for a chance to take the time machine and leave. Under Black's ferocious attacks, Trunks was forced back at every turn and was no match for him at all. Fortunately, this Black was extremely arrogant and did not deliver a killing blow. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he kept playing with Trunks. Taking advantage of Black's carelessness, Trunks fired a Masenko, then slipped into Capsule Corporation and retrieved the time machine. He quickly loaded the energy into the time machine and activated it, leaving that timeline behind. Meanwhile, Trunks' time machine appeared directly at Bulma's house. Bulma, who was in the laboratory, heard the report from the service robot in the yard and hurried out. She saw Trunks lying in the time machine. Since she had seen him once before, she quickly had people pull him out and place him in a nutrient solution. Bulma hurriedly pressed a button to contact Whis. Seeing Bulma's call, Whis said proudly, "I'm here. It seems my communicator works. But thank you for your kind thought, we've just finished eating." Bulma said anxiously, "I have an emergency. I need Tang Shan and Sun Wukong." Tang Shan immediately came over to Whis and asked, "What is it?" Why so urgent? Bulma said, it's that boy who came last time. He's here again and this time he's seriously injured. The wounds are so severe that the nutrient solution doesn't seem to be helping much. Sun Wukong hurried over and asked, is it Trunks? Bulma said, yes yes. You should all come back first. Tang Shan felt helpless and could only use instant transmission to bring Sun Wukong and Broly back to Earth. Then he fed Trunks a senzu bean. He did not know why but at this moment. He felt as if he had been cuckolded. Not only was he cuckolded but he also had to take care of her son. Tang Shan suddenly felt extremely depressed. At that moment Tang Shan suddenly remembered that Goku Black would be coming later. Fine, he would take out his frustration on him. After being revived, Trunks opened his eyes and saw a group of people in front of him. When he suddenly spotted Sun Wukong he threw a punch without a word. Sun Wukong caught it easily. Tang Shan quickly stepped forward, pinned him down and said, Trunks, calm down. You're safe now. Trunks looked at Tang Shan curiously and asked, how do you know my name? Sun Wukong asked from the side, don't you remember us? You came here once before too. Tang Shan pretended to think for a moment and said, could you be from another parallel space different from the Trunks who came earlier? No wonder you don't recognize Sun Wukong. Trunks looked carefully at Sun Wukong and sensed his current ki. Because Sun Wukong was in his normal state, Trunks could sense it easily. Then he said, besides, I mistook you for someone else. You two are just too alike, exactly the same. Trunks then spotted Bulma and couldn't help but mutter, did I travel through time too far back? Why is Mom still so young? Bulma sighed and replied, it seems this Trunks is indeed different from the previous one. Why do you call me Mom? Trunks grew even more bewildered, could it truly be that I traveled too far into the past? Tang Shan stood awkwardly at a loss for words. Trunks, why don't you first tell us what happened in your world that left you so badly injured? Trunks responded, I'm sorry sir, I cannot reveal that yet. I have come to find my father and Master Gohan to warn them of the impending crisis. Sensing the tension, Tang Shan fell silent. Son Goku, recalling the words of the previous Trunks, hurriedly spoke up, I am Son Goku. You must have heard of me, correct? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, you are Mr. Son Goku. I have often heard my mother speak of you. But weren't you supposed to have died long ago? Realizing his blunder, Trunks quickly added, I apologize Mr. Son Goku. In my timeline you already perished from illness. Tang Shan then asked, then how did you overcome the android crisis? Though puzzled by Tang Shan's presence, Trunks answered, because my father Master Gohan and I all transformed into Super Saiyans and we utterly defeated the androids. Tang Shan sighed, as expected, every parallel universe has its own history. Time and space intertwine in such a complex web. Trunks hurriedly turned to Son Goku and said, Mr. Son Goku, an even greater crisis befell our world. After the battle with Cell, Master Gohan, my father and I all reached Super Saiyan 2. But peace lasted only briefly before a dark figure emerged and destroyed the vast majority of cities. My father and Master Gohan went to confront him but were both slain. My mother and I could only lead everyone into the shelter and hide. Later my mother began constructing a time machine so that I could return to before the dark figure's arrival and warn everyone, giving us a chance to prepare. Before coming here my mother sacrificed herself to protect the energy source required for the time travel, and so did Xiao Wu. Tears streamed down Trunks' face as he choked out, that dark warrior looks exactly like you. At that moment Whis and the god of destruction had also arrived on Earth, having just overheard Trunks' words. Whis mused, I see. The timeline has been tampered with. Beerus questioned, what? Meanwhile Trunks sighed wistfully, I have finally reached the past, mother. Tang Shan quickly reminded him, you have not returned to your own past, this is merely a parallel timeline. However, since you have come here we can also travel back to help you eradicate that dark warrior. Tang Shan stepped forward and placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder, saying, fear not, child. Once we eliminate the dark warrior we shall seek the super dragon in your timeline and restore your world. Trunks replied sorrowfully, but the gods are dead and the Dragon Balls no longer exist. Son Goku chuckled, we speak of the super dragon, the immensely powerful entity that exists between the 6th and 7th universes. It must still be there, so have no fear. Hearing this, Trunks felt a spark of hope, though he remained doubtful. The dark warrior was exceptionally powerful and his father and Master Gohan had been no match. Tang Shan, noticing his hesitation, offered reassurance, rest assured we are far stronger than you imagine. Trunks nodded and continued, this is the time machine my mother Bulma created. It is what brought me here. Bulma and Android 18 were both utterly astonished. They rushed to the time machine and gently caressed it. This is the time machine I created, Bulma murmured. Whis remarked, I never imagined humans could create such a device. Truly remarkable. Beerus added, what a surprise after another. I had thought humans incapable of such achievements. Tang Shan responded, indeed this is already the third time I have encountered a time machine. By the way Bulma, after we defeated Cell last time, did the time machine you created remain intact? Bulma replied, of course it is. But how many parallel universes are there now? There was the previous Trunks, then the Cell you mentioned, and now yet another Trunks. This makes 3 parallel universes already. Whis explained, the number of parallel universes is not fixed. Frankly, I never envisioned humans could create a time machine. Each journey into the past creates a new parallel timeline. In other words, one may travel to the future but not to the past. Traveling to the past is illegal, you know. Even we angels who command the power of time cannot use it recklessly. Beerus added, such parallel timelines are highly unstable, their laws in constant flux. Ultimately they tend towards self-destruction and the remaining energy gradually returns to the main timeline. For every parallel space born, some energy is siphoned from the main timeline to sustain it. Too many parallel spaces will also destabilize the primary reality. Whis nodded, Lord Beerus speaks well. It seems you have been studying the duties of a god of destruction diligently. If parallel spaces multiply beyond measure, Zeno himself will intervene to destroy them. And there is one more thing. Despair cannot be replicated. No matter how many parallel spaces exist, no matter how many versions of me or gods of destruction there may be, Zeno remains singular and unique. Though most present did not fully grasp the meaning, they sensed its profundity. Tang Shan, hailing from modern society with a broad imagination, could roughly comprehend it. From Whis' words he understood that Zeno was the embodiment of the main universe's rules, possessing his own consciousness, and would only intervene when the primary cosmos faced threat, obliterating those parasitic parallel spaces. Trunks suddenly asked, where is my father? Goku, being more familiar with such matters after the previous Trunks had confided in him, hurried over and pulled Trunks aside to explain the circumstances of this particular universe. Trunks stood frozen for a long while, struggling to process the revelation. He then turned to look at his mother Bulma and the unfamiliar man beside her. Tang Shan, noticing the gaze, offered a polite smile. Trunks reluctantly accepted reality, inwardly soothing himself. Parallel universes differ after all, it is perfectly normal, absolutely normal, yes, entirely normal. In his mind the image of Super Saiyan Green Vegeta flashed briefly. Shaking his head to dispel the fantasy, Trunks took a deep breath and finally came to terms with his situation, accepting that in this world his father was gone. A parallel space. At this moment Black was searching for Trunks, only to find that every trace of Trunks on Earth had vanished completely. Through his relentless sensing he detected the location where Trunks had disappeared. He used the time ring in his possession. From the time ring shot a beam of 7-colored light, striking the very spot where Trunks had opened his dimensional tunnel. With the time ring he reopened the passage once more. Main universe. Whis, let me say it again, casual time travel is against the law. This is a serious crime. Time must flow in one direction. If you alter the past even just a single flower, it splits the main world's energy and creates a parallel space. The Omni King will hold us accountable. Bulma, I know this is a serious matter. Whis, that is why even the gods strictly forbid reckless time travel. Trunks, the gods. Tang Shan, the two of them are from the realm of the gods. Bulma straightened up and explained, even though I built the time machine, it wasn't the current me who built it. Beerus, no difference. Bulma, there is a difference, there is a difference. At this moment Trunks grew worried that his mother might be punished. He quickly stepped forward and said to Whis, please wait, great god. Whis, I'm not a god, you know. Then he pointed at Beerus and said, he is the god here. Trunks stared at Beerus in astonishment. Bulma, but he's only a god of destruction. Whis, I'm merely a humble attendant. Tang Shan looked at these people speechless. Trunks stared at Whis, pondering for a moment, then said, I thought you were the god. Just as Beerus was fuming with anger, Trunks knelt before him and said, oh great god, my mother is innocent. If someone must be punished, then punish me. Goku, please Lord Beerus, can't you let this slide? Whis, what do you think we should do, Lord Beerus? Tang Shan also spoke to Beerus with a smile, for anyone else, but since we won against the 6th universe, please forgive Bulma. After all, we still have the tournament of 12 universes to attend. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, let me think. It depends on what you do for me. Tang Shan looked at Beerus helplessly and said, all right. Bulma, hurry and tell the chefs to prepare a feast. And most importantly, instant noodles. Bring the biggest boxes. Beerus looked at Tang Shan approvingly and said, worthy of my Tang Shan. Those words made Tang Shan feel rather embarrassed. Though no one else would overthink it, Whis said, Tang Shan, Goku and Broly were all taught by me. They are mine. At that moment Bulma pulled out fish sausages from her pocket and handed them to Beerus and Whis. They each took a bite and their eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Beerus especially felt that the world's greatest delicacy was nothing compared to this. Whis, so delicious. Beerus, never in my life have I tasted something so wonderful. Meanwhile Android 18 whispered to Tang Shan, I'm increasingly suspicious that these two are fake gods. Or do all gods act like this? Trunks, still kneeling on the ground, was equally astonished. But since the matter had been resolved, he said no more. Although the mother of this world was no longer his mother, she was still his mother in a way. After finishing the fish sausage, Beerus said, I'll forgive you this time. Don't let it happen again. At this point Bulma walked straight up to the time machine and began examining it closely. Then she praised herself, I'm an absolute genius. Although I can't understand many of the design concepts, the machine's energy has run out. Tang Shan said from the side, so that means Trunks can't go back. Meanwhile Goku was asking about the future. Trunks said, the reason I attacked Mr. Goku just now was that I thought I hadn't returned to the past. Tang Shan walked over as well and said, in other words, in the future there's a man who looks exactly like Goku. For now let's call him Black Goku. Such a thing is possible after all. Many years ago I encountered a group of scions and one of them looked exactly like Goku. Trunks said in astonishment, could it be that group? Goku asked in confusion, why haven't I ever met them? Tang Shan said casually, you were training at the time. They weren't strong, so I dealt with them directly. But Trunks, since you're a scion, who is your father on your side? Trunks suddenly felt embarrassed and hesitated, stammering, well. My father is. Tang Shan pretended to be generous and said, don't worry, it's fine. Every parallel world is different, I understand. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief and slowly said, my father is Vegeta. He originally came to Earth to invade, but later for various reasons he joined Earth and fell in love with my mother Bulma. Then I was born. Tang Shan nodded and said, so Vegeta can change for the better. In our world there's a Vegeta too, but he never came to Earth. I've encountered him twice before. Where is he now? I'm not sure either. Trunks was overjoyed to hear about his father, but knowing this world was different he kept his feelings to himself. At that moment Bulma walked over and said, I don't know what the me in that parallel world was thinking. But the me of this world loves Tang Shan the most. Tang Shan gently stroked Bulma's head and said tenderly, don't worry, I know. I'd get jealous, you know. Since every world is different, it's only natural. Being touched on the head by Tang Shan right in front of Trunks made Bulma a little shy. After all, in this world she had always maintained the appearance of an 18-year-old beautiful young girl, so her mindset stayed youthful. If she walked out with her son Tang Shan now, people might mistake them for lovers or brother and sister. Bulma took out a notebook and said, the me from that world left a message for me in this notebook. Trunks, a message from Mom. Bulma nodded, placed the notebook on the table and took out a disc from inside it. This is the maintenance manual for the machine as well as how to obtain energy. But the most important part of this notebook is the formula for building a time machine and the theoretical formulas for time-space traversal. You know, when it comes to time-space traversal, the entire universe has nothing like this. This is truly advanced technology ahead of its time. When it came to technology, Bulma was utterly fascinated. Trunks looked over and said, I can't understand a single word of it. The handwriting is so messy. Bulma said nonchalantly, of course. Isn't it enough that I can understand it? The me from that time also said to fill the machine with fuel in this era, repair it, and then have you all return to the future together to save them. After saying this, Bulma looked at Tang Shan. Tang Shan gently stroked Bulma's head and said, don't worry, I'll go. As long as you're in danger, whichever you it is, I will rescue you. Android 18 watched from the side, envy in her eyes. Bulma said excitedly, then it's settled. I will avenge the future me. Sun Wukong also said happily, I also want to meet that guy who is like me and spar with him. Beerus said calmly, these guys think about time too simply. Whis said, by the way, this thing called fish sausage is really delicious. Beerus licked his lips and savored the taste, yes indeed. Then both took another fish sausage to eat. On the other side, Trunks and Sun Wukong flew into the sky at the same time. Sun Wukong said to Trunks, let us two practice. I want to know how strong Black Wukong really is. Trunks replied, got it. Sun Wukong said, thanks. After speaking, the two prepared to fight. Trunks directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 form. Sun Wukong looked at Trunks and said, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 right from the start. Pretty impressive. Then I'll do the same. The two's energy kept colliding in the sky, causing the surrounding air to tremble somewhat. Whis and Beerus somehow found some lounge chairs lying there eating fish sausages while watching their battle. However, Bulma worried from the side, this isn't good. Their energy will destroy the surroundings. Tang Shan smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I'm here. With a wave of his hand, Tang Shan directly enveloped Sun Wukong and Trunks in a separate space, making no energy leak detectable from the outside. The two kept fighting within the space. Sun Wukong praised, you're really strong, Trunks. However, Trunks said anxiously, this power is completely not enough. Every time I fight him I can feel he has obviously grown stronger. Sun Wukong smiled and said, then is this sufficient? As he spoke, the energy on Sun Wukong's body continued to strengthen and he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 form. Then he said to Trunks, is this okay? Trunks exclaimed, this is truly impressive. Surpassing the Super Saiyan again, a Super Saiyan who surpasses Super Saiyan. As expected of Uncle Wukong. Then I must also bring out all my power. As he spoke, Trunks drew the sword on his back. Looking at Trunks holding the sword, Sun Wukong said, alright. Show me your full strength. Seeing Trunks showing his full strength, Beerus praised, this kid is quite strong. Whis said, even so he still can't defeat that Black Wukong. At this moment Trunks struck down with all his power in a single sword slash, but it was caught by Sun Wukong's 2 fingers. Although Trunks was extremely shocked inside, Sun Wukong applied slightly more force and directly punched Trunks away, sending him crashing into the wall of the space. The two reverted from their Super Saiyan forms and Tang Shan also removed the space wall. Sun Wukong said to Trunks, impressive Trunks. You've cultivated to such strength all by yourself. How do I compare to that Black Wukong? Trunks shook his head and said, we're evenly matched. He might even be stronger than you. Sun Wukong said excitedly, that's strong. It seems the Dark One is quite formidable. Seeing how optimistic Sun Wukong was, Trunks found it hard to understand. Tang Shan walked forward and said, don't worry, Trunks. If that Black Wukong is merely at this level, then he is not worth worrying about. Just as the few were conversing, dark mist suddenly surged in the sky with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. A huge black hole slowly formed and a figure walked out from within the black hole. Trunks said angrily and tremblingly, that's him. He is Black Wukong. Black Wukong looked at Trunks on the ground and said, I was wondering why I couldn't find you on Earth. Turns out you ran here. This is quite impressive technology. Trunks gritted his teeth and said, how did you get here? Black Wukong smirked, of course I followed the traces you left behind. Trunks said bitterly, I'm sorry everyone. I'm sorry Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Tang Shan. I've brought trouble upon all of you. Tang Shan patted Trunks on the shoulder and said comfortingly, don't worry. Leave it to us. Then turning his head he said to Wukong, Wukong, do you want to go up and exchange a few moves with him? On the other side, Whis, who was lying down, said, looks like something significant has happened. Beerus said carelessly, leave these matters to them. After all, it's the trouble they caused themselves. Sun Wukong nodded and flew upward. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Black Wukong greeted him, I've long admired your reputation, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong replied, although I don't know who you are, never mind. Since Brother Shan let me handle this, then let me spar with you first. Broly looked at Black Wukong in the sky and said, such a weak opponent only interests Sun Wukong. Tang Shan shook his head. Regarding Sun Wukong's habit, he felt quite helpless inside. If it weren't for Sun Wukong's delay this time, none of the subsequent events would have occurred. However, Tang Shan also wanted to see how strong the fusion of Zamasu and Black Wukong truly was, which is why he let Sun Wukong take the lead. Upon hearing Sun Wukong say this, Black Wukong also said calmly, I am honored as well. I also wish to test my skills against you with this body. Sun Wukong was puzzled by his words and hurriedly asked, what's going on? Black Wukong said, you need not know. At this moment Black Wukong gathered that dark power in his hand and struck towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was directly blasted away by the shockwave of the explosion. Black Wukong charged forward directly. To prevent their battle from harming the city, Tang Shan waved his hand and once again confined them within a 500-meter space. At this moment Black Wukong noticed something unusual in the surroundings and continuously attacked the space wall, but with no effect whatsoever. Sun Wukong crashed into the space wall and came to a stop. Looking at Black Wukong who kept hammering the space barrier, he said, "Hey, don't worry. Third brother won't intervene. Come on, our spar is not yet finished." Hearing what Sun Wukong said, Black Wukong stopped his attack and then said, "Is this a special talent? Truly impressive. But nonetheless, nothing is more important than sparring with you." Sun Wukong looked at Black Wukong and said, "Your strength must be far beyond this, shouldn't it? Show me your full power." Black Wukong hummed and said, "How thrilling to spar with you." Sun Wukong directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 form and charged toward Black Wukong. Black Wukong sneered dismissively and also charged forward, clashing with Sun Wukong. Although there was a certain gap in their strength, Sun Wukong, relying on his combat instinct, still fought evenly with Black Wukong. Black Wukong felt Sun Wukong's power and sighed, "So this is the strength of a Super Saiyan." Sun Wukong looked at Black Wukong and said, "You are very much like me. Always getting excited at the sight of a strong opponent." Within the spatial barrier, the two confronted each other under the sky. Black Wukong, gazing at Sun Wukong who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, let out a fierce roar as the dark aura radiating from his body grew noticeably denser. Sun Wukong looked at him in surprise and said, "Not bad. You've clearly gotten stronger." Black Wukong stared at Sun Wukong coldly and said, "Let me see the power of the strongest Super Saiyan of the warrior race." Meanwhile, the black hole in the sky still had not vanished, lightning crackling all around. With his aura surging, Black Wukong charged at Sun Wukong and the two clashed once more. This time Sun Wukong was clearly on the defensive, relentlessly suppressed. Tang Shan looked helplessly at Sun Wukong who was evenly matched, while Trunks watched the battle with anxiety. Tang Shan patted Trunks on the shoulder and shook his head, signaling that everything would be all right. Meanwhile, Black Wukong kept firing energy blasts while Sun Wukong ceaselessly dodged them, occasionally firing one back in counterattack. Trunks watched Sun Wukong caught in the fierce battle and couldn't help saying, "What's wrong with Mr. Sun Wukong? Why didn't he use the power he used when fighting me?" Broly said from the side, "Not fighting at full strength is his biggest flaw. Actually, all Saiyans are like that. Unless it's a life or death crisis, it's hard to change." Tang Shan nodded and said reassuringly, "Don't worry. It'll be fine." In the air, Sun Wukong used his fighting skills to tangle with Black Wukong. Realizing that neither could suppress the other, they separated. "Sun Wukong, what are you testing?" Black Wukong, "That's what I should ask you." "Sun Wukong, I'm waiting for you to use your full power." Black Wukong said contemptuously, "It's still early, let's take our time." On the other side, Beerus said, "This Black Wukong looks like Sun Wukong, but he isn't Sun Wukong. Truly puzzling." Whis nodded and said, "Indeed, his aura is very strange." In the sky, Sun Wukong looked at Black Wukong and said seriously, "It seems you've underestimated me. I need to step up and force you to go all out. You'd better be careful." Black Wukong cracked his neck and said with a smile, "Then you'd better work hard." With that, Wukong immediately brought out the full power state of Super Saiyan 2 and charged forward, unleashing a punch. Black Wukong's aura instantly sharpened. He caught Sun Wukong through a punch and kicked him in the abdomen. Sun Wukong was sent flying, slamming violently into the spatial barrier. Sun Wukong flew back and was about to speak when Black Wukong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and was sent flying backward into the spatial barrier. After a moment, Black Wukong steadied himself and said to Sun Wukong, "Excellent. This pain has made me stronger again." Sun Wukong stared at Black Wukong in disbelief and said, "You? That kind of talk is really unsettling." In an instant, Black Wukong's aura surged once more. He appeared before Sun Wukong in a flash, kicking him in the back. Sun Wukong was sent flying, but Black Wukong followed up with another kick to the abdomen, and finally Sun Wukong was slammed heavily into the spatial barrier. Somewhat battered, Sun Wukong slowly rose into the air and remarked, "You really are strong. It seems I'll have to reveal a bit of my power too." Just as Sun Wukong was about to transform into Super Saiyan 3, an immense suction force erupted from the black hole, but it targeted only Black Wukong. The force slammed Black Wukong heavily against the spatial barrier. Tang Shan dissolved the spatial barrier and Black Wukong was instantly pulled into the black hole, vanishing from sight. Beerus watched the spot where Black Wukong had disappeared and said, "Did you see that just now? The ring of time on his hand. It should be the temporal distortion caused by the time machine's travel that reacted with the ring of time, which is why he was brought to this world." Whis, yes. It seems this dark man's identity is no simple matter. The correction force of the main world must have expelled him. I suspect he's already been pulled back to his original space by the ring of time. Beerus and Whis gazed contemplatively at the black hole vanishing from the sky. After a while, Whis said, "What a hassle. After the dark man departed, Sun Wukong flew back. Tang Shan looked at him and asked, "How do you feel?" Sun Wukong, unfathomable. "I still feel he has far greater power he hasn't unleashed." Trunks said anxiously, "Then do you have the confidence to deal with him?" Broly said, "Don't worry. Our power is far more than this. The power Sun Wukong just showed isn't even 1% of what we possess." Trunks looked at everyone with astonishment, trembling slightly, and said, "Really?" Bulma said with a grin, "Really, Trunks? Don't worry." Hearing his mother say this, Trunks nodded in relief. Sun Wukong suddenly asked, "Brother Shan, you should have had a way to keep him here just now, right?" Tang Shan shook his head and said, "That was the correction force of the main world. If I had tried to forcibly detain him, the world's correction force would have only grown stronger. I couldn't stop it either." Sun Wukong, is that so? Bulma said casually, "Let's not worry about that for now. Once we've gathered enough energy, you can go over and deal with that guy. Then use the Super Dragon Balls to wish back everyone in that world. Wouldn't that settle everything?" Hearing Bulma's words, Trunks' mood noticeably brightened. Relieved, he joined the others in cheerful conversation. While they were chatting, Whis and Beerus approached them and said, "We just noticed something. Sun Wukong, did you notice the ring on the Dark Man's right hand? That is the Ring of Time, which only the Grand Supreme Kai can possess." Everyone gasped in surprise. Android 18 said, "Could that guy be a Supreme Kai?" Beerus, "No. I've met all the Grand Supreme Kais of the 12 universes. None of them look like Sun Wukong." Trunks asked anxiously, "Then what exactly is that Dark Man?" Beerus said nonchalantly, "Then I don't know." Whis explained, "The Ring of Time can only go to the future or return from the future to the present world. It cannot go back to an earlier past, not even a single second. Even in the world of the gods, going back to the past is strictly forbidden." Sun Wukong massaged his temples and said, "Past, present, future, it all confuses me." Tang Shan said concisely, "In other words, the appearance of the Dark Man means something that should have been impossible has occurred." Trunks stepped forward and requested, "That means with that ring one can go directly to the future. Could you lend it to me? So we can travel to the future." The God of Destruction said impatiently, "You really are long-winded. Keep it up and I'll destroy you. I am the God of Destruction." Tang Shan stepped forward to persuade him, "Trunks, there's no need to rush. Taking the time machine is the same. Don't you trust us? At least trust your mother Bulma." Beerus looked at Tang Shan and finally said helplessly, "The time rings are powered by the Kai Core. Only Supreme Kais can use them, no one else can. Also, the number of time rings is limited, there are only 12 in total and every one of them is kept by the Grand Supreme Kai." Tang Shan nodded and said, "Does that mean in the future a Grand Supreme Kai will die?" Beerus snorted at that and then said angrily, "Those Grand Supreme Kais have no real strength, yet they still go wandering all over the place." Beerus thought to himself, sealing the Elder Kai back then was the best decision I ever made. While the others were discussing, a spaceship landed and Son Gohan, wearing glasses, walked out of it. Seeing Son Gohan step out of the spaceship, Bulma said, "You're back, Gohan. How was your journey through the universe? Did you gain anything?" Son Gohan, I gained quite a bit. I met many literary writers in the universe and discussed things with many scientists. And this time, a blessing in disguise, I successfully reached the state of Super Saiyan 4. Son Gohan looked around, then quickly greeted everyone, "Hello everyone. I didn't expect so many people here." Trunks looked at Son Gohan and nearly burst into tears. Finally he rubbed his eyes, stepped forward and greeted Master Gohan, "My name is Trunks." Looking at Trunks, Son Gohan scratched his head in confusion. Seeing the look on Son Gohan's face, Trunks quickly explained, "I came back from the future." Bulma quickly interrupted, "This is complicated to explain. Let's talk about it later. There's plenty of time anyway. Gohan, go home and take good care of your mother. Every time you go off into the universe she worries herself to death." Son Gohan nodded, walked over to Son Goku and said, "Dad, I'm going home first." Then he also greeted Tang Shan, "Uncle Tang Shan, goodbye." Tang Shan nodded and urged, "Go home and take good care of your wife. Your child has just been born not long ago, you don't even look after him and you're still running around. Oh, and tell your mother that your father will be training here for the time being." Son Gohan nodded and didn't think much of it. After all, his father often ran off to train and he had inherited that glorious tradition himself, constantly going to all kinds of academic and technological conferences throughout the universe. Without thinking any more about it, Son Gohan simply flew back home. Seeing this peaceful sight, Trunks rubbed his moist eyes with his hand and gazed happily in the direction Son Gohan had flown. An innocent childlike smile spread across his face. While they waited for energy to be collected, Tang Shan took Trunks around to have fun just as if he were his own child. They also visited Goku's house and Son Gohan gradually learned about Trunks' situation. In the end, Tang Shan handed Trunks over to Son Gohan. At first the two of them were still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, but gradually they grew close. As Trunks told Son Gohan about what had happened in his world, Son Gohan listened with deep sympathy for Trunks' suffering. But after learning that the Dark One was only at Super Saiyan 3 level, Son Gohan assured Trunks and displayed his own Super Saiyan 4 power. Trunks was taken aback. He had never imagined that a Saiyan could be this strong. When Son Gohan said that Son Goku and Uncle Tang Shan were even stronger than he was, having reached the legendary realm of gods, Trunks was completely reassured. After all, in his imagination the Dark One was no more than Super Saiyan 3 level. Encouraged by Son Gohan, Trunks could not help thinking of his family as he left Son Gohan's house. He silently vowed, "I will defeat the Dark One, bring everyone back to life and make all of them bloom with happy smiles." Just as Trunks returned to Bulma's house, word came from Whis that they had discovered the Dark One's identity. Bulma and the others all gathered there looking at Whis in the image. Whis said, "That's right, we've confirmed it. The Dark One likely comes from Universe 10. Goku, come to the realm of the gods of destruction, since this matter probably has something to do with you." "Oh right, Goku. I heard there is also a Kai there who is called a genius." And so Whis took Beerus and Son Goku to the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10. In the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10, the apprentice Supreme Kai Zamasu was brewing tea for the Grand Supreme Kai. "Zamasu, please have some tea." The Grand Supreme Kai took a sip and said, "It is faintly sweet and pleasantly fragrant. Your state of mind has improved recently." "Not bad. Zamasu, there is something I have been thinking about for a very long time." Grand Supreme Kai, speak freely. "Zamasu, I am wondering whether humanity is worth protecting. So far I have witnessed many human activities. Every single one of them passes through prosperity, conflict, war, and finally destruction. It is always like this, repeating in a cycle. Zamasu, in my eyes these things are utterly foolish." So the Grand Supreme Kai looked at the teacup, thought for a moment and said, "Having such thoughts is normal, but this is what humanity is. Zamasu, an existence that endlessly repeats such foolish and erroneous acts, does it deserve our protection? Perhaps we should be the ones to end this foolish and erroneous cycle. Grand Supreme Kai, the existence of Kais and Supreme Kais is to create. As for whether those humans need to be destroyed, that is for the gods of destruction to decide. Zamasu, then are you telling me to remain indifferent while you let me see those foolish and erroneous things?" Grand Supreme Kai, it is not about being indifferent. You must protect and nurture them, guiding them toward a proper direction. That is our duty. At that moment Whis and Beerus along with Son Goku arrived in the Supreme Kai realm. The Grand Supreme Kai quickly brought Zamasu over to greet them. "Forgive me for not receiving you properly, Lord Beerus." "Beerus, hello. Whis, it has been a long time." The Grand Supreme Kai introduced to Beerus and Whis, "This is my apprentice Zamasu." "Zamasu, it is an honor to meet you both." Son Goku hurried over and said to Zamasu, "You're the Kai called a genius." Zamasu said in astonishment, "A human? How can a human be here?" Whis quietly said to Beerus from the side, "It seems he is seeing Son Goku for the first time." Then he said to Son Goku, "Son Goku, greet him politely." Son Goku quickly stood up straight and said respectfully, "My name is Son Goku. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me." Whis, he lives on planet 877 in Galaxy 4032 of Universe 7. Beerus, right, he is a Scion who lives on Earth, the gourmet planet. Zamasu thought to himself, how can this guy be hanging around with a god of destruction? Still he said politely, "My name is Zamasu. Please take care of me." Grand Supreme Kai suddenly said, "Today Lord Beerus has come down. Is there any particular reason?" Son Goku, I was waiting for that. Zamasu, please spar with me. Zamasu ground his teeth. You say. Spar. Zamasu felt deeply insulted. A mere human actually dared to ask him of all people to spar, how utterly absurd. Beerus quickly pulled Son Goku back. Whis said, "Honest, we came because someone went to Earth in Universe 7. That person possesses the Ring of Time." "The Ring of Time?" Zamasu asked. Whis continued, "And that person is not a Kaioshin." The Supreme Kaioshin was startled. "How is that possible?" Beerus calmly pointed at Son Goku and said, "Moreover, that person's face looks exactly like this guy's." The Supreme Kaioshin was puzzled. "That's truly baffling." "Indeed," Whis replied. Beerus asked, "Hey, do you still have your ring?" "Of course, I've been keeping it safe all along." Beerus said solemnly, just to be safe I need to inspect it. Naturally. Let me take you there now. Then he turned to Zamasu beside him and instructed, Zamasu lead Lord Beerus and the others to King Kai's temple. Yes. Zamasu then led the way and Beerus and the others followed him to King Kai's temple. The Supreme Kaioshin took out the treasure chest containing the Ring of Time, opened it before Beerus and the others and said, please see, everything is here. Beerus nodded, indeed nothing is missing. Whis said, no problems. The Supreme Kaioshin breathed a sigh of relief and said, good, I can rest assured now. But what happened in Universe 7 that brought you all to my Universe 10? We're also planning to visit other universes, Whis replied. I see, the Supreme Kaioshin said. Meanwhile Son Goku slowly approached Zamasu. Zamasu said in alarm, don't come any closer. Son Goku said wrongly, just spar with me. You've come all this way and it's rare to get such an opportunity. Zamasu said sternly, watch your tone, human. Son Goku helplessly replied, alright. Just have a match with me. The Supreme Kaioshin said seriously, Zamasu accept his challenge and fight him. Zamasu looked at the Supreme Kaioshin in surprise and said, Lord Grievous. This should be a good opportunity for you to understand humans, Grievous replied. After a moment of thought Zamasu said, as you wish. This is also part of your training, Grievous said, though inwardly he wondered how will your heart respond when facing a human. He then added, Zamasu, hold back your strength. Son Goku hurriedly refused, wait a moment Supreme Kaioshin. Please insist that Zamasu uses his full power, otherwise this match would mean nothing. Beerus also said, let him go all out. This guy is quite strong. Hearing Beerus's words Son Goku laughed with joy while Zamasu grew somewhat angry, just a mere human after all. Son Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, purple lightning surrounding his body. Zamasu watched in astonishment as his opponent's aura surged several hundred times over in an instant. The last deity I fought was Lord Beerus, Son Goku said. A god of destruction? Zamasu asked. Grievous also asked in surprise, who fought Lord Beerus? Beerus replied, sort of. Grievous was stunned. Then how is he still alive and standing here? Facing Zamasu Son Goku grinned and said, hee I'll make the first move then. In an instant Son Goku assumed a combat stance and charged forward delivering a devastating front kick towards Zamasu. Zamasu sidestepped and gently pushed sideways with both hands intending to end the fight quickly. But Son Goku spun around and unleashed a powerful punch towards Zamasu. Zamasu's aura exploded as he blocked with both hands. Feeling Zamasu's energy Son Goku immediately thought of Dark Warrior, this aura was exactly the same. Whis, do you feel it? Beerus asked. Yes, Whis confirmed. Son Goku's expression turned serious for he knew this was the aura of Dark Warrior. Activating his full power he charged forward again overwhelming Zamasu and forcing him to use even greater strength. Grievous said in amazement, who on earth is he? Not a god of destruction yet as powerful as one. Beerus glared at Grievous displeased. You say he's stronger than a god of destruction? Grievous hurriedly apologized, I'm terribly sorry, no offense meant. Forgive me Lord Beerus. Inside Zamasu's heart his amazement grew deeper. A human actually possessed such immense power, how was this possible? Could this truly be humanity? At that moment Son Goku left an indelible impression in Zamasu's mind. Just as Zamasu was distracted he was struck by Son Goku's fist and sent flying to the ground. Son Goku reverted to his base form and smiled saying, for a Kaioshin you're quite strong. Our universe's Kaioshin isn't nearly as powerful as you. Son Goku flew over, helped him up and said, let's spar again when you have time. Meanwhile Beerus said, now that we've seen the ring we haven't had our afternoon dessert yet. Goku, it's time to go. Whis, let's head back. Son Goku quickly bid farewell to Zamasu and hurried after Beerus and Whis. Then they vanished in a flash before Grievous and Zamasu. On the way Whis said, our suspicion about Zamasu's connection to Dark Warrior has been confirmed. Beerus replied, perhaps we should have destroyed him earlier. Son Goku said, when I fought him my arms went numb, the same feeling I get when sparring with Lord Beerus. Beerus angrily retorted, how dare you compare him to me? We're on completely different levels. Son Goku explained, I sense he has great potential. One day he'll be as strong as you Lord Beerus. Beerus roared again, don't compare him to me, they are absolutely different tiers. Keep this up and I'll destroy you instead. Son Goku quickly said, not again. Lord Beerus, stop scaring people. Meanwhile in the Kaishium of Universe 10 Zamasu said to Grievous, Lord Grievous, thank you for allowing me to spar with that human. I've gained a deeper understanding of humanity. Is that so? Grievous replied. It seems your doubts about humans have been dispelled. Zamasu said, I am ashamed of my immature views from before. Good, you've finally understood, Grievous said. Listen, it's excellent that you've come to realize this. Keep training and you'll grow. I had many doubts when I was younger too, but over time I understood that our guardianship holds value. Meanwhile Whis brought Beerus and son Goku back to Earth. Trunks hurriedly asked, did you find the Dark Warrior? We found him but not entirely, Whis replied. That Zamasu shares the same aura as Dark Warrior, yet he is completely unrelated to him. Tang Shan then spoke up, could it be because Dark Warrior appears in the future? Since those events haven't happened yet in the present, there would be no connection now. Everyone kept deliberating about the relationship between Zamasu and the Dark Figure. Seeing this, Whis said, at the very least we can now confirm that Zamasu and Goku Black are two separate beings. Their ki may be identical, but the bottomless evil aura emanating from Goku Black is something Zamasu does not possess. And most importantly, Zamasu does not know Goku. Tang Shan said helplessly, isn't that exactly what I've been saying? But doesn't Zamasu know Goku now? In other words, from this moment onward Zamasu gradually evolves into Goku Black. We don't know what happens in between, but that is unquestionably how it ends up. Whis couldn't help nodding in agreement, but Trunks said indignantly, then what do we do now? Is there absolutely no way to deal with Zamasu? To just stand by and watch helplessly, I can't bear it. Tang Shan said reassuringly, don't worry. I believe Whis and Lord Beerus will handle things properly. Trunks, your task right now is to train hard with Goku and aim to defeat Goku Black on your own. Of course, if you can't manage it, we will definitely step in. Tang Shan pointed at Goku and said, your uncle Goku has fought against the God of Destruction. Spend this time learning well from him. Tang Shan then said to Goku, Goku, why don't you take Trunks to train in the hyperbolic time chamber at Kami's lookout? Once Bulma has gathered the energy needed to travel through time, I'll come get you too. With that, Tang Shan turned to Trunks and asked, what do you think? Trunks said, all right then. I'll leave it to Uncle Goku and Uncle Tang Shan. Goku placed his hand on Trunks' shoulder and said, ready. Brother Shan, I'm off. Be sure to let me know when the time comes. Tang Shan nodded. Goku then used instant transmission to take Trunks straight to Kami's lookout. After greeting Kami, he entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train. The God of Destruction and was also returned to the realm of the Gods of Destruction. Some time later, in the realm of the Gods of Destruction, the angel Whis' staff suddenly lit up and Grand Zeno's figure appeared. Seeing Grand Zeno, Beerus hastily bowed and said, today is such an auspicious day and you've traveled such a long way. Whis also appeared in an instant and said, how terribly rude of us to have failed to welcome you properly, Grand Zeno. Grand Zeno said, it has truly been a while. I have a matter to discuss, so I contacted you. I want to see Goku. Whis and Beerus gaped in astonishment. Before long, a pillar of light descended swiftly into the back garden of Bulma's house, smashing a huge crater into the entire garden. Tang Shan, Bulma, Android 18 and the others rushed outside. Seeing that it was Whis and Beerus, Bulma immediately complained, Lord Beerus, what are you two doing? Whis, sorry Bulma. We came rushing over because of an emergency, so I couldn't control the speed. Tang Shan, oh. What matter could make even you Whis so anxious? That's very rare. Is it about Goku Black? Whis shook his head and Beerus quickly said, where's Goku? I have urgent business with him. Tang Shan, he's training with Trunks right now. Beerus, where? Tell him to come over at once. Tang Shan, fine, wait a moment. With that, Tang Shan used instant transmission to Kami's lookout and without another word brought Goku and Trunks back. Goku, brother Shan, why the rush? Is the time machine ready? Trunks also looked at Tang Shan with great anticipation. Tang Shan shrugged and said no. Whis and Lord Beerus have something to see you about. Whis said, Goku, come with us for now. Beerus walked straight up to Goku, grabbed him and pulled him along. No time to explain. I'll tell you on the way. And so Whis and Beerus left Earth with Goku. Seeing them leave, Tang Shan turned to Trunks and said, how have you been these days? Did your training in there go well? Trunks, I still can't transform into Super Saiyan 3 like Uncle Goku, but I can now fight Uncle Goku to a standstill when he's Super Saiyan 3. Tang Shan nodded and said approvingly, that's already excellent. With the blood of both Earthlings and Saiyans, if one is born without a tail, it means the blood concentration isn't high enough, so the limit would be Super Saiyan 2. The fact that you've achieved this much already surpasses my expectations. Trunks, a limit. Yeah, I've felt that too. During those years in there I improved very quickly at first, but in the last few years it was basically like a turtle crawling. Tang Shan, after we defeat Goku Black, I'll teach you a method to become stronger sooner and let you reach the realm of Super Saiyan God as well. Trunks nodded. He had considerable trust in the man who had earned his mother's approval. After all, during the many years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had often heard Uncle Goku praise Tang Shan, and of course complain about him too. Just then Tang Shan's bracelet suddenly rang and the Galactic King's figure appeared in the bracelet's projection. Looking at the Galactic King, Tang Shan said, "What is it, Galactic King?" The Galactic King said awkwardly, "Didn't you say earlier that you'd hold the Universe 7 martial arts tournament? It's about to begin now, so I wanted to invite you over to give a speech to get things off to a good start." Tang Shan asked in confusion, "That soon? It's only been 3 months. The Galactic King said, "There's nothing I can do. Too many people registered. If we waited the full 5 months, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to catch up with that 12 Universe martial arts tournament you mentioned." Tang Shan said helplessly, "Let's do this then. Since I'm rather busy right now, you give the opening speech. I'll go when it's down to the top 100. The Galactic King, "All right. It's settled then. Is something going on over there? Do you need any help?" Tang Shan, "No. It's not a Universe 7 matter. If there's nothing else, let's end the call for now, okay?" The Galactic King nodded and Tang Shan ended the call. Trunks looked at Tang Shan in confusion and asked, "Who was that?" Tang Shan said, "He is the de facto ruler of all humans in our universe. I can introduce you to him when we have time." Trunks, what was that martial arts tournament he just mentioned? Tang Shan smiled and said, "It's a universe-class martial arts tournament jointly held by the Kaoshan sect I founded, the Galactic King, and some other people. What are you interested?" "Interested?" Trunks nodded then shook his head. Tang Shan couldn't help sighing, as expected. The Saiyan bloodline is always the same. Just as Tang Shan and Trunks were chatting, Bulma came running over and said, "Tang Shan, our daughter brought a little boyfriend home. Come over and size him up." Tang Shan smiled then said with emotion, "Our daughter and son have both grown up. Trunks, come on, let's go meet your little sister." After Tang Shan had helped Bulma gather enough temporal energy, Goku also returned from the Omni King. Goku, Broly, Tang Shan and Trunks then prepared to head to a parallel dimension to help Trunks put an end to Black Goku. Trunks bowed to Bulma and said, "Mother, thank you." Goku hurriedly called out, "Trunks, we're leaving." The 4 of them boarded the time machine. With a flash of light they arrived in Trunks's world. As they stepped out of the time machine, all they could see was ruins, not a single living soul in sight. Trunks turned the time machine into a capsule and put it away, then said, "There are no humans left on the surface of this world now. I'll take you to the base. They should still be there." Tang Shan looked at Trunks and said, "No need. I can find him. Though his energy is faint, I can still sense it. Come to my side, I'll teleport us all there." Goku, Broly and Trunks walked over. Goku was about to put his hand on Tang Shan's shoulder when Tang Shan suddenly said, "No need to hold on to me. My current power is enough to teleport everything within a meter around me, so just standing beside me is enough." Goku said in astonishment, "That's amazing. I can't do that." Tang Shan smiled and said, "You haven't specialized in this kind of thing, so of course you can't. But I'm already quite surprised you managed to learn my instant transmission." Tang Shan thought to himself that in the original story Goku couldn't do that. In the original story Goku's instant transmission was a teleportation technique that relied on sensing energy, whereas Tang Shan's teleportation could reach any location within his perception range. The group vanished and instantly appeared inside an air raid shelter. Facing the sudden arrivals, the shelter's guards immediately raised their guns, resolute in protecting the humans behind them. Trunks quickly explained, "We're humans, good people." Suddenly Trunks looked into the distance and saw a familiar figure before him. Tears welled up in his eyes before he could even speak. The figure seemed to spot him first, ran over to him and embraced him. After a moment she said to the guards, "He's one of us." Trunks stared at the person in front of him in amazement and asked, "How are you still alive?" "My," quickly said, "when I was knocked flying that time I didn't die." Later Black seemed to notice something and left. "They rescued me and brought me back." At that point Mai seemed to recall something sorrowful and her voice choked as she said, "Ever since you left no one has held Black back anymore. All the bases on the surface were wiped out and the hidden strongholds underground were destroyed as well. Now only the people here are left. The entire army has been eliminated and these guards are made up of all the remaining young people." Hearing Mai's words, Tang Shan looked into the shelter. All that remained inside were the elderly, the weak, some young women and those who were wounded or ill. All the young women had taken on the duty of medics and every person in the shelter was armed with a gun as if ready for battle at any moment, even in death they would tear a piece of flesh from the enemy. Trunks then stepped forward and said reassuringly to everyone, don't worry. This time we will completely eliminate Black and even revive our families. As strange as it sounds, please believe us, believe in Bulma. She is my mother and I will carry on her will. Trunks said this because when the catastrophe had first struck, thanks to cutting-edge technology and the battle power of Vegeta, Trunks and Gohan, Bulma had become the leader of the entire world. She had become both the world's leader and its spiritual pillar. There might be people who did not know Trunks, but no one could fail to know Bulma, that great and miraculous presence. When everyone heard Bulma's name, their spirits lifted. The man before them claimed to be Bulma's son, and their current leader might also recognize him. Their morale recovered somewhat, at least they no longer seemed as dejected as before. Hope had returned. Tang Shan said to Trunks, let's go, Trunks. We'll take care of Black first, then search for the Super Dragon Balls and restore this world to normal. By the way, Trunks, give the capsule to Mai. The battle ahead may be intense. Trunks nodded and handed Mai the capsule containing the time machine and the capsule containing the Super Dragon radar. Mai took them, looked at Trunks and said with concern, be careful. Stay safe. You must come back. Trunks caressed Mai's cheek and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Don't worry, he said. With Uncle Goku and the others here, all of this is going to end. Mai nodded and reluctantly let go of Trunks. Tang Shan teleported Trunks back to the spot where they had first arrived in this world. Trunks asked in confusion, why are we back here again? Tang Shan looked toward the distant rooftops. Because someone is waiting for us here. The moment he finished speaking, a figure flew over from afar. It was Black. Tang Shan looked at Black and said, then have your other partner come out too. No, your other self, Zamasu. Come out. Black looked at Tang Shan in surprise. Seeing the confidence in Tang Shan's eyes, he thought for a moment and then called into the distance, Zamasu, come out. We've been discovered. Zamasu flew over from afar and said to Tang Shan, how did you discover me? And how did you know I existed? Goku looked at Tang Shan in confusion and asked, Brother Shan, how did you find out? I didn't sense his energy at all. Tang Shan thought for a moment and asked, can't you sense divine energy? Goku shook his head. I can, but once they conceal it I can't sense them. Tang Shan nodded and said, perhaps it's because your understanding of the realm of the gods is still too shallow. Broly, can you sense them? Broly nodded. A little, but I'm not certain. Tang Shan said, exactly as I thought. The so-called Scion God should be on the same level as a god of destruction, belonging to the initial stage of the divine realm. Moreover, for you Scion gods, bloodline purity determines how far you can step into that power and how strong you are as a Scion. Goku and Broly nodded while Trunks listened with a complete blank look. Although Tang Shan had once told him about the realm of the gods, he was still utterly baffled by this level. In simple terms, a true Scion god should be someone like Broly. After transforming, he takes on a rose-colored form and his power rivals that of a god of destruction. Someone like Goku with lower bloodline purity can at most transform into deep blue, and his power is slightly below a god of destruction. Of course, because Goku has the Kaioken, his true strength is not far behind a god of destructions. As for Vegeta, the so-called prince of the Scions, his bloodline purity is actually about the same as Goku's. Dark Man watched these people chatting as if nothing were wrong, paying him and Zamasu no attention at all. He said angrily, how dare you ignore me? You will regret this soon. Tang Shan said to Sun Wukong and Broly, there are two of them. What do you two think? Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, how about you don't get involved, Brother Shan? Just leave it to me and Broly. How about it? Tang Shan nodded and said, that works, but be careful. The opponents seem much stronger than before. He thought for a moment and said to Trunks, Trunks, come with me. We'll move those civilians to another planet. Their life and death battle could easily destroy the solar system. Though somewhat surprised, Trunks nodded. Then Tang Shan took Trunks away to relocate the civilians, moving them to a planet suitable for human survival. Although most planets in the universe had been destroyed by Dark Man, there were still some planets suitable for human survival. But since no humans lived on them, they still existed. Meanwhile on Earth, Sun Wukong said to Broly, one each. Which one do you choose? Broly replied, I'll take that one who looks exactly like you. You fought him before, but I haven't. Sun Wukong nodded and said to Zamasu, I don't know why you've come to this state, but from now on I am your opponent. Meanwhile Dark Man let out a loud roar. His aura continued to surge, an ominous chi emanating from his body, and the color of his hair kept shifting. The entire earth trembled unceasingly. The surrounding houses floated as if they had lost gravity. Sun Wukong watched Dark Man in horror. As Dark Man's transformation completed, all the houses crashed down, sending dust billowing into the air. As the dust dispersed, a peach-pink figure stepped out, his aura growing even more sinister. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Peach-pink. Broly, he's just like you." Broly stared at the peach-pink Dark Man before him. Fighting spirit radiated from his body, his aura surged and his hair instantly changed to peach-pink as well. This was the first time Broly had encountered a Super Saiyan who could turn peach-pink like him. Sun Wukong asked Zamasu, "Where did you find this man? How can he be so strong?" Zamasu looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Since you're about to die soon, I'll tell you he is you." Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. He is definitely not me." Zamasu said firmly, "He is you. He is the you I wished for with the Super Dragon Balls." Sun Wukong asked confused, "But how could I turn peach-pink?" Zamasu sneered, "Of course you can't. If his soul is that of a god, then he can naturally unleash the most powerful divine power." Sun Wukong was still puzzled, but he nodded and said, "No matter what, as long as I defeat you, it's settled." Zamasu sneered, "Defeat us? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Meanwhile, Broly, unlike Sun Wukong, did not waste words, he directly clashed with Dark Man. At that moment, Tang Shan returned to Earth with Trunks and watched Dark Man engaged in battle with Broly in the distance. They discovered that this peach-pink Dark Man's power was in no way inferior to Broly's. In fact, in martial arts technique and the utilization of divine power, he far surpassed Broly. However, Tang Shan also understood that although the body was Sun Wukong's, the essence of the soul was the Supreme Kai Zamasu, so such a result was hardly unexpected. Although Broly's battle instinct was extremely powerful compared to Sun Wukong, he was still much weaker. After all, Sun Wukong had received orthodox martial arts training since childhood and was now on the path to mastering Ultra Instinct. Tang Shan looked at the current Sun Wukong only to see him still idly chatting with Zamasu. He instantly understood that Zamasu was stalling for time, waiting for Broly's defeat. Having witnessed Dark Man's strength, he now had no confidence that he could defeat Sun Wukong. Tang Shan hurriedly called out, "Wukong, make your move. Finish this as soon as possible and get back early. Don't make Bulma and Chi-Chi worry." Hearing Tang Shan's call, Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance and said to Zamasu, "Come on, Zamasu. Let's settle this once and for all." Zamasu glanced at Tang Shan. In the intelligence he had received, he knew nothing about this man's power, he had never even seen who this person was. Therefore he did not take him seriously. Zamasu looked at Sun Wukong, who had taken a fighting stance, and thought to himself, "First I'll keep Sun Wukong busy. After Dark Man defeats Broly, I'll kill that meddlesome fool." Tang Shan looked at Sun Wukong, who had not transformed, and sighed inwardly. This Sun Wukong was still the same, always so cocky and reckless. On the other side, Broly and Dark Man were in a completely opposite situation. Due to their fight, the entire surface of the earth had cracked and magma continuously erupted from the planet. Everything indicated that this planet was doomed. Although Broly was at a disadvantage against Dark Man, relying on the Scion's unyielding spirit and incredible toughness, he stubbornly held on, trading blow for blow with Dark Man. Although their battle was essentially hand-to-hand, every clash between them added another fissure to the earth. Magma kept surging from the planet's depths, revealing the Earth's resentment toward these two. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong gradually ascended to Super Saiyan 2, still exchanging probing attacks with Zamasu. Tang Shan no longer wished to watch, because Sun Wukong, who was always evenly matched, behaved this way against anyone. Even if he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, it would probably be futile. Tang Shan and Trunks then kept their eyes fixed on the confrontation between Broly and Dark Man. Watching Dark Man's combat, it could truly be described as art. Every strike and every stance was perfectly executed. If not for facing the monstrous Saiyan race, anyone else would have been defeated long ago. Tang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the art of battle." Trunks watched the fight and asked with concern, "Uncle Broly, will he be all right?" Tang Shan patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Your Uncle Broly is the strongest Saiyan." Inwardly he added, "As long as Sun Wukong doesn't use his bug-like Kaioken." Seeing Broly covered in wounds, Tang Shan instantly used instant transmission to appear beside him. Dark Man immediately stopped attacking and asked Tang Shan, "Are you going to interfere?" Tang Shan shook his head, took out a bean and said, "Here Broly, eat this." Then he turned to Dark Man and said, "You two continue." With an instant transmission, Tang Shan returned to Trunks' side. Watching Tang Shan leave, Black Goku turned to look at Broly and was instantly stunned. The wounds he had inflicted on Broly moments ago had healed in the blink of an eye. That was not all, even his chi had recovered to its original level. Broly looked at his body in pleasant surprise, while Tang Shan stood in the distance and said to him, "Have no fear, fight him boldly." "I am here." Broly nodded. He changed his style and no longer fought cautiously as before, clashing with Black Goku in fierce sweeping attacks. While fighting Broly, Black Goku kept glancing in Tang Shan's direction, clearly plotting something sinister. Zamasu, who was fighting Goku, also noticed that something was amiss. He hastily broke away from Goku and asked, "What is that?" Without thinking much, Goku replied, "Senzu beans, something that can restore a person instantly." Zamasu said in astonishment, "There is such a thing. Did he create it?" Goku shook his head. "No." Zamasu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that since Tang Shan had not created them, he probably did not have many of such miraculous items. But how could Zamasu possibly know? Ever since Tang Shan had grasped the basic mysteries of space, he had used his own power to create a 30 cubic meter space filled entirely with senzu beans that he had scrounged from Krillin. The reason Tang Shan did not simply act and eliminate Zamasu was that ever since reaching the God realm, their opponents had grown fewer and fewer. Goku and Broly had also never truly fought anyone in the God realm. As for Beerus, the god of destruction, he had merely been going easy on Goku. After all, the title of strongest god of destruction was not achieved for nothing. Even Jiren facing Beerus would at best be a 50-50 match. In Tang Shan's view, Jiren's defeat in the original plot was entirely due to plot demands. If it were a real battle, Goku and the others would absolutely be defeated in seconds. Of course, if it were a Goku who had mastered Ultra Instinct, things would be different. But although Goku had once entered Ultra Instinct, it had only been its initial state, barely enough to fight Jiren to a draw. The main purpose of not acting this time was to let Goku and Broly exchange blows with true masters of the God realm. Actually, when Goku first went to see Zamasu, one could already see that although Zamasu's raw power was not especially strong in terms of martial arts insight, he had completely crushed the Goku of that time. If there was anyone besides Goku most likely to attain Ultra Instinct, it was Zamasu at that time. If Zamasu had not strayed from the right path, he could very likely have become a Supreme Kai who surpassed Beerus. Tang Shan looked at the Zamasu before him and could not help sighing, "Alas, what a pity, what a pity." From the way Zamasu fought now, it was clear that after meeting Goku, this Zamasu had been thoroughly corrupted. He had taken a path dominated by raw power, and his martial arts realm had not advanced in the slightest. Truly, every cause has its effect. How fate toys with mortals. Since everything began because of Goku, let everything be ended by Goku. Tang Shan suddenly remembered that in the original plot, Goku carried a contact button given to him by Zeno. Watching Goku fight Zamasu, Tang Shan set aside his worries. Surely he would not call Zeno over, would he? In this battle, Goku had just transformed into Super Saiyan God, while on the other side Broly was gravely wounded again. Tang Shan once again acted as medic and fed Broly a senzu bean. Black Goku was also badly wounded by now. Facing Broly's wild attacks, despite his superb combat technique, his chi was not infinite. As his chi declined, injuries became unavoidable. Black Goku looked at Tang Shan and Broly, then flew at extreme speed towards Zamasu. When Goku saw Black Goku approaching, he stopped fighting Zamasu and returned to Tang Shan and Broly. Black Goku said to Zamasu, "If we keep fighting like this, we will both lose. That man is utterly despicable. How could he have something like that?" Looking at Black Goku's wounds, Zamasu understood his concern and said, "Let's fuse. Resolve them as quickly as possible. This world has no need for humans who show no reverence to the gods." Meanwhile, in the main universe, Whis and Beerus were still investigating the Dark One and Zamasu. During their investigation, they discovered that Zamasu had been inquiring about Super Shenron. Combined with Tang Shan's analysis, Whis immediately understood the origin of Black Goku. Whis could not help but sigh. Every cause has its retribution. Alas, when we brought Goku to Universe 10, all of this was destined to happen. Beerus also figured out the whole sequence of events and said to Whis, "But we still need evidence. Let's go, Whis." Whis smiled softly and said, "Yes, Lord Beerus." It seems Lord Beerus has grown wiser. The two then turned into beams of light and headed for the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10. To avoid startling their prey, Whis and Beerus arrived outside the Supreme Kai realm. They did not go in but observed Gawasu's every move from outside. After all, if Zamasu wanted to obtain the time ring, he would certainly have to kill Gawasu. So all they had to do was wait. According to Whis's calculations, Zamasu should be making his move soon. Inside the Supreme Kai realm, Gawasu was drinking tea that Zamasu had brewed. After tasting it, Gawasu could not help praising, "Fragrant and mellow, truly soothing." "Not bad, you have improved, Zamasu." Zamasu said respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, Lord Gawasu." Then he said to Gawasu, "Lord Gawasu, my thinking was indeed wrong. I have reconsidered what you said before about the balance of good and evil." Zamasu then walked to Gawasu's side and continued, "It is precisely because things develop toward evil that justice is born. If that is truly the case, my earlier view was still too one-sided. Gaosu said approvingly, Zamasu, I knew you would understand one day. The instant Gaosu spoke, energy gathered in Zamasu's hand into a purple blade of light and he slashed it at Gaosu. At that very instant Whis swung his staff and time rewound to 3 minutes earlier. The two entered the Supreme Kai realm directly and the God of Destruction seized Zamasu. Before Gaosu could react, the destructive power in the God of Destruction's hand completely obliterated Zamasu. Gaosu stared at Whis and Beerus in shock, then said, Lord Beerus, even as a God of Destruction you have no right to execute a Supreme Kai. If Xeno learns of this he will surely hold you accountable. Beerus glared fiercely at Gaosu, but Whis smiled and said, let me show you a recording and you will understand. After Gaosu watched the recording Whis had preserved, he seemed to age 100 years in an instant. He had never imagined that his own most outstanding successor would treat him in such a way. Gaosu gazed at the image and let out a long sigh. He sat down reminiscing about the days he had shared with Zamasu and said to Whis and the others, this is all my fault. This child is a rare genius. I as his teacher led him down the wrong path. Beerus snorted and Whis smiled, saying, would you like to go see the Zamasu of that time? Gaosu looked at Whis in confusion. Whis continued, although the Zamasu of this timeline has been destroyed, the original one still exists. We cannot change what has already happened. But I can take you there. In fact, Lord Beerus and I were just about to check on Sun Wukong and the others' battle. Hearing Whis's words, Gaosu's gaze gradually grew resolute. In the parallel dimension, Zamasu heard Black Goku's request and without hesitation removed the Potara earring. The Sun Wukong of this world knew nothing of fusion, that kind of bug-like existence, so he was somewhat puzzled. What were they doing? Confident in his own strength, he did not interrupt them. Tang Shan also did not make a move because he knew that Zamasu had wished for an immortal body from the Super Shenron. With their current power, if the two did not fuse, Black Goku would surely die, but Zamasu himself could not be killed. Tang Shan had been waiting all along for the two to fuse because once they merged a flaw would appear, giving him the chance to destroy them together. Zamasu proclaimed loudly, let all of you feel what true despair really is. As he spoke he switched the earring to the other ear. Though Sun Wukong and Broly found it baffling, their scion battle instincts kept them on the highest alert. The moment Zamasu put on the earring, his body and Black Goku's were drawn toward each other and a flash of light blazed forth. A white-haired Sun Wukong clad in Kai clothing appeared in midair with a halo behind him like that of a great angel, though considerably smaller. Sun Wukong and Broly stared at the fused Zamasu, every pore on their bodies standing on end as an unprecedented sense of crisis erupted within them. The two immediately retreated and took their place beside Tang Shan. Sun Wukong said to Tang Shan, Shanji, why do I feel like I'm facing Whis? Tang Shan stared gravely at Zamasu, then said to Sun Wukong, this is my mistake. I truly didn't expect their fusion to be this powerful, at least 100 times stronger than before. Tang Shan then thought about how the original storyline went and unease crept into his heart. Could it really be that only the Omni King could intervene? If that happened, then Trunks of this world, Mai and everyone else who remained would all die. In the original story the Omni King destroyed this parallel universe, Trunks perished and Sun Wukong and the others turned a blind eye, seemingly forgetting about it entirely by the later stages. Tang Shan guessed this might be the power of the rules causing everyone to forget that this future Trunks had ever existed. Tang Shan stared at the fused Zamasu across from him, silently vowing that he absolutely had to deal with him. He could not let the Omni King take action. At that moment 3 figures appeared beside Tang Shan and the others. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, Whis, Lord Beerus, you're here. Lord Gaosu, why have you come? Gaosu looked at the overwhelmingly powerful fused Zamasu in the distance along with that angelic halo and could not help but sigh mournfully. Then he said to Zamasu, Zamasu. You. Why have you become like this? Why choose such a path? Zamasu answered proudly, Lord Gaosu, only when humanity is eradicated will this world regain its true beauty. Hearing Zamasu speak in such a way, Gaosu said furiously, you are utterly unreasonable. Why did you lay your hands on the gods? Every god that existed in this world has been slain by you. Zamasu said calmly, because you would have become obstacles to me. For the sake of this world you had to die. Whis watched the insolent Zamasu and remarked coolly, what audacity. Beerus sneered, a frog in a well remains a frog in a well. Whis, can you make a move? Whis shook his head and said, we cannot interfere in matters of parallel universes. That is the responsibility of the Omni King and the Grand Minister, unless he comes to our universe. Whis sensed the state of this world, then sighed, I estimate it won't be long. If this continues, the Omni King will definitely act. When that happens, everything here will be erased and all of it will be forgotten. Zamasu, who had just finished fusing, looked at the group, especially Sun Wukong, and said, "Do you see now? This is the true power of a god, the existence that truly judges all things." Seeing Zamasu before them, Sun Wukong and Broly charged forward instantly. But the moment they reached him, the fused Zamasu vanished and appeared behind the two of them. With one punch for each, he struck Sun Wukong and Broly squarely in the back. Both were blasted deep into the ground, leaving a massive crater that was immediately flooded with magma. After a while, the two crawled out of the magma bedraggled. With that single strike, the energy radiating from their bodies plummeted and the bones in their backs were crushed inward. Tang Shan hastily fed them senzu beans. The fused Zamasu watched his actions but did not stop him. Instead, he said arrogantly, "No matter how many of those you have, it's useless. Let me tell you another secret. I have an immortal body, a truly undying body." Whis looked at the fused Zamasu and said, "It seems they used the Super Dragon Balls more than once. Did they use a time ring?" Tang Shan stared at the fused Zamasu, then said to Sun Wukong and Broly, "In a moment I'll restrain him. You two hit him with your most powerful attacks. I refuse to believe he's truly immortal." If it were the Zamasu from before, Tang Shan might have believed in his immortality. But this fused Zamasu, he only had half an immortal body. At that moment the fused Zamasu displayed the traits of a scion to the fullest. Rather than pressing the attack, he simply observed Sun Wukong, Tang Shan and Broly. Meanwhile, Whis suddenly said, "Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, Broly, we'll leave this place to you. We're going back." Before Tang Shan and the others could respond, Whis, Beerus and the rest had already vanished. Seeing the destroyer and the angel depart, the fused Zamasu became even more unbearably arrogant. He said to Sun Wukong and the other three, "Foolish humans, you might as well accept the judgment of the gods. I am justice itself. You must acknowledge that I, Zamasu, am the law of this universe and its supreme wisdom." Tang Shan refused to indulge him in the slightest and said directly, "In my eyes you're nothing but an insecure brat who suddenly obtained the power of an adult and now tries to show off before grown-ups. To sum it up, you're just a piece of worthless trash." After saying this, Tang Shan whispered to Goku and the others, "I'll go up and hold him off. You keep building your ultimate strength. When I find an opening to restrain him, I'll call for you to attack." Broly, Goku and Trunks all nodded. Having received their confirmations, Tang Shan transformed directly into the white god, shot forward and clashed with fused Zamasu. Fused Zamasu stared at Tang Shan, who was fighting him, and asked, "What exactly are you?" After all, Zamasu had always believed Goku to be the strongest, yet this was the first time he had witnessed Tang Shan's true power in action. Tang Shan looked at fused Zamasu, who seemed to carry the aura of a chosen protagonist, and said calmly, "I am the human you speak of. More precisely, I am an ordinary earthling with a slightly extraordinary past, and that is what made me who I am today." Obviously, fused Zamasu refused to acknowledge Tang Shan as an ordinary human, for he could sense that every exchange with Tang Shan was not a purely physical contest. Every move, every stance was steeped in the power of laws. This power of laws was something he himself had only comprehended after his fusion, so he found it impossible to believe that the man before him was a human. Fused Zamasu looked at Tang Shan and said indifferently, "Since you refuse to speak, then die along with the ignorant humans. Face the judgment of a god." As fused Zamasu's words fell, one after another, energy blades infused with the power of laws materialized in the air. They aligned themselves at Tang Shan and then slashed toward him. Those energy blades tore through space itself and arrived before Tang Shan. In the face of such law-based attacks, Tang Shan could no longer rely on teleportation. Tang Shan continuously modulated strands of space laws as fine as threads, weaving countless spatial barriers that neutralized the law power within the energy blades. Tang Shan appeared in front of fused Zamasu in an instant, and the energy gathered in his hand slammed directly into fused Zamasu's abdomen, sending him staggering back. On the surface, Tang Shan seemed to hold the advantage, but at this moment he could not inflict any fatal damage on fused Zamasu, while he himself was like a man walking a tightrope above an abyss where one slip could send him plummeting into the void. Just as Tang Shan and fused Zamasu separated again, a faint smile curled at the corner of Tang Shan's mouth. Fused Zamasu sensed something amiss. Tang Shan was looking at the spatial law power he had left around fused Zamasu. With every previous attack, Tang Shan had left a wisp of spatial law power on fused Zamasu. By Tang Shan's calculation, once the accumulated spatial force was used to unleash the spatial cage, even fused Zamasu would find it extremely difficult to break free in a short time. Tang Shan raised his palm and countless spatial law threads connected to him. He roared, "Everyone prepare to attack, spatial cage." At that moment, fused Zamasu, trapped inside the spatial cage, was instantly consumed by rage at having been fooled by a god who claimed to be human. Suddenly Goku, Broly and Trunks all bellowed in unison, "Ka! Me! Ha! Me! Ha!" The three torrents of devastating energy merged into one and blasted toward the spatial cage. Just as it was about to strike, Tang Shan opened a gap in the cage, allowing the combined blast to hit fused Zamasu directly. Tang Shan only felt the spatial cage instantly annihilated by the immense force. Goku, Trunks and Broly's auras immediately plummeted to their lowest point. Tang Shan quickly teleported over and fed each of them a senzu bean. Just as everyone believed victory was at hand, an existence that was half man half monster appeared in the sky. It was the revived fused Zamasu. By now fused Zamasu seemed to have lost all reason. The monster half was constantly devouring the other half. Seeing Zamasu in this state, Tang Shan instantly understood what was happening. He directly teleported Goku, Broly and Trunks away from Earth. He then brought Trunks, who could not breathe in the vacuum of space, to Mai. Without saying a word he came back. Yet in that brief moment a large part of Earth had already been devoured by the monster. The creature was still swelling endlessly as if it intended to engulf the entire planet. Goku looked at the situation and asked Tang Shan, "What should we do? If we leave it alone it will surely devour the entire universe." Tang Shan thought for a moment and said, "I have a method. Although I never used it in the main universe, in this parallel space without laws I should be able to employ it." Tang Shan suddenly recalled that the then fused Zamasu had forcibly comprehended laws in such a space. He was a true genius. Heaving a sigh, Tang Shan said to Goku and Broly, "After I use this technique my power may be completely drained, not just ordinary power either. Last time even a senzu bean couldn't restore it. I may sleep for a very long time. Tell Bulma and the others my situation and let them not worry." With that, Tang Shan sat cross-legged in the vast expanse of space, facing the familiar yet strange Earth below. He closed his eyes and aimed both palms toward the planet. A mysterious force continuously radiated from Tang Shan's hands as they gradually became energy itself. Within his divine sense, tendrils of spatial law power spread outward without end, stretching farther and farther as if trying to envelop the entire Earth. Goku and Broly could only wait helplessly by his side. By now the planet was completely encased by the monster, which seemed to have noticed Goku. Bearing an innate hatred for Goku, the entire haze around Earth suddenly congealed into a colossal mouth baring its teeth at Goku. The gigantic monster appeared trapped in place, unable to move an inch toward Goku. Devoid of reason, it seemed to know only how to hurl itself forward with brute force. With every collision Tang Shan's body trembled. This sight filled Goku with extreme concern. Goku tried firing energy blasts to scatter the monster, but it was futile. Every blast was swallowed by the creature. So Goku and Broly stopped their useless efforts and simply stood guard beside Tang Shan, waiting in silence. At this time Tang Shan's entire arms had turned into energy forms, his silver-white energy hands looking especially beautiful. Both Goku and Broly had reached the realm of gods. Sensing the changes in Tang Shan, they knew this was a critical moment. If anything went wrong, Tang Shan might simply vanish, annihilated from this universe. But Goku and Broly could do nothing. They were gods of sheer power, and the gap in their comprehension of the profound realm was too vast. Just as the two were growing frantic, they heard Tang Shan softly utter two words: "Annihilate." The entire Earth vanished in an instant, the monster with it. In its place appeared a huge void shimmering with a riot of colors, a breathtaking sight. After the battle in the parallel dimension, Tang Shan had unknowingly lain in the nutrient capsule for 2 months. Since Wukong had told Bulma the reason for Tang Shan's deep slumber, she was not overly worried. During those 2 months, however, Bulma and Android 18 took turns visiting Tang Shan every day, hoping that he would wake up soon. Meanwhile, with the White God taking the lead in alliance with the Galactic King and the Kaoshan sect, as well as various scientific research companies and leaders of major planets, the martial arts tournament was reaching its critical matches. At the martial arts tournament on planet Jaya, the host Jocko announced from the stage, "The Universe Martial Arts Tournament has now officially concluded its round of 16. Congratulations to the 8 fighters who have qualified for the quarterfinals. From over 10,000 contestants to today's quarterfinals, we have gone through more than 3 months. Now I announce the 8 fighters: Piccolo from Earth, Tien Shinhan from Earth, the Cosmic Wanderer Lei Kadwa, Vegeta the scion of the universe's warrior race, Bojack leader of the Cosmic Evil League, Zisadeging the skeleton giant, Bleard from planet M2, and Lude from planet M2. Congratulations to these 8 for advancing to the quarterfinals. Your names shall be forever engraved on planet Jaya. By decree of the Galactic King, the Universe Martial Arts Tournament will henceforth be held once every 10 years. Here I would also like to announce the news just received: the Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament, held once every 5 years, will no longer accept participants from beyond Earth. Thank you all for your hard work today. The quarterfinals will begin tomorrow. Let me reiterate, all contestants enjoy free expenses on this planet. Have a pleasant day. In the realm of destruction, Whiz's staff displayed images of the tournament. Beerus said disdainfully, compared with Sun Wukong and the others, these people are simply playing house. Like children brawling, Beerus added. Whiz said evenly, I wouldn't say that. There are a few promising talents among them. That Scion Vegeta who resembles Sun Wukong is quite good, and so is that Namekian. Back on Earth inside the nutrient capsule, Tang Shan slowly opened his eyes. The capsule door slid open and he staggered out, still dizzy. As Tang Shan walked unsteadily forward and was about to fall, a golden figure caught him and asked softly, are you all right? What came into Tang Shan's view was golden hair, fair and luminous skin, and eyes like sapphire blue gems, breathtakingly beautiful. Android 18 noticed Tang Shan staring blankly at her and her cheeks flushed slightly. Tang Shan gradually sensed that his behavior was off and hurriedly said, I'm fine. Although I've woken up, my power hasn't fully recovered. Besides, after being immobile for so long, I may not be fully adjusted yet. Android 18, her cheeks slightly red, said in a low voice, you'd better put on your clothes first. They're all prepared over there. Tang Shan looked down at himself and realized he was completely uncovered. Embarrassed, he hurried over and put on the clothes they had prepared. Once dressed, Tang Shan walked over. The two tacitly said nothing and left the room containing the nutrient capsule together. Stepping outside, Tang Shan breathed in the fresh air, and for a moment it felt as if all his strength had returned. Then he glanced at Android 18 beside him. Android 18 seemed to sense Tang Shan's gaze. She smiled at him and said, let's go tell Bulma you're awake. Otherwise she'll keep worrying, she hasn't slept well these past days. Tang Shan nodded. Sensing Bulma's key, he teleported there with Android 18. Seeing Bulma busy in the laboratory, the corners of his mouth rose in a smile. In his heart he thought, in this life I was able to marry such a girl. I truly wonder how much virtue I cultivated in my previous life to deserve this, especially when I was such a loser back then. While Tang Shan was lost in thought, Bulma seemed to sense someone behind her and quickly turned around. Even though Tang Shan and Android 18 stood very close, in Bulma's eyes there seemed to be only Tang Shan. Tang Shan saw the glistening tears in Bulma's eyes. Smiling, he hurried over and took her into his arms. Bulma, held in Tang Shan's embrace, could finally no longer hold back her tears, and they fell pattering down. Tang Shan gently stroked Bulma's azure hair and comforted her, don't worry, I'm fine. Bulma sobbed in reply, I know. Sun Wukong told me, but I still couldn't help worrying. After that, Bulma cried for a full half hour before her mood improved a little. When Tang Shan looked back, he realized that Android 18 had quietly left the laboratory at some point without anyone noticing. Seeing that Bulma was in a better mood, Tang Shan took her hand and led her toward the back garden. Looking at her tenderly, he said, Bulma, it has been 30 years since we met, hasn't it? Being able to marry you is the happiest thing in my life. You've endured so much hardship all these years. Bulma leaned her head on Tang Shan's shoulder, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said softly, it wasn't hard. With you here I feel I'm the happiest woman in the world. As the two chatted on, they unconsciously returned to their room. Tang Shan gently drew Bulma into his arms and softly kissed her. After all the worry of these days, Bulma held Tang Shan tightly and eagerly responded to his kiss, afraid that he might fall into a coma again. As they kissed, Tang Shan kept caressing Bulma's body, then picked her up and laid her on the bed. Bulma looked at Tang Shan before her, breathing heavily, and said, honey, I want to. The next morning, Tang Shan received a message from the Galactic King telling him to go to planet Jaya as the quarterfinals were about to begin. In fact, it was for Tang Shan to watch the matches and in the meantime select fighters for the 12 Universes tournament, then put them through unified training to strengthen Universe 7. Tang Shan said an apologetic word to Bulma beside him, explaining that he had only just woken up a day ago and now had to be busy again. Bulma said nothing. Just as Tang Shan was preparing to head to planet Jaya, Sun Wukong and Broly, having heard that he had woken up, rushed over. Seeing them arrive, Tang Shan asked if they wanted to come along. The two scions agreed without hesitation. After all, in their minds, fighting came first, eating second, wives third, and saving the world was merely a side task. And so Tang Shan teleported there with the two of them to planet Jaya, the planet hosting the Universe 7 martial arts tournament. Once the three arrived, the Galactic King immediately contacted Jocko and told him that the tournament could begin. In the Galactic King's view, these 8 were currently the strongest in the universe, and only with the White God presiding could the quarterfinals proceed smoothly as scheduled. Just as Tang Shan and others were invited to watch the 7th Universe Fighting Tournament in the realm of destroyers, the 6th Universe's destroyer god Xiang Pa suddenly contacted Beerus to propose a sporting match. Beerus asked in confusion, a baseball match? Xiang Pa responded calmly, to deepen the friendship between the 6th and 7th Universes, I believe baseball is the ideal sport. Sweating it out feels invigorating, doesn't it? Whis reminded, Master Beerus, our universe is still in the midst of the fighting tournament, isn't it? Beerus remained puzzled, but upon hearing, fighting tournament, Xiang Pa's eyes lit up instantly. This was the perfect opportunity to gauge the power levels of all the strong warriors in the 7th universe. Xiang Pa hurriedly said, are you conducting a fighting tournament? Why don't let my subordinates join in for some exercise? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately caught on and replied, you're not here to deliberately spy on us, are you? To prepare for the upcoming 12-universe fighting tournament. Xiang Pa dismissed the concern with a nonchalant answer, it's simply the best opportunity to strengthen our friendship. Besides, who knows how long it will be before the 12-universe tournament is held. You know about the Omni King, right? Sensing Xiang Pa might say something indiscreet, Vados hastily coughed to interrupt and said, Master Xiang Pa, mind your words. Xiang Pa snapped out of it, realizing he had nearly spoken carelessly. A cold sweat broke out over his entire body, but he steadied himself and addressed Beerus, you're not afraid, are you? Humph, would I be afraid? Bring it on. Once the fighting tournament concludes, we'll hold the baseball match you mentioned. Do you dare? Naturally, Xiang Pa replied. Moments later, Vados terminated the transmission. On Galaxy Star to the north of the arena, a colossal throne was placed. Without need for elaboration, this was the seat of the current ruler of the universe, the King of the Galaxy. Now 3 additional seats have been added to the right of this throne. Leaders of every planet, top figures from each domain, over 1 million spectators in attendance, and quintillions of cosmic beings watching the universal broadcast, all were pondering the same question: who could possibly sit as equals beside the King of the Galaxy? Goku, standing on the arena, faced hundreds of live spectators and countless cosmic media outlets. Speaking excitedly, he said, everyone should have noticed the 3 newly added seats. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I can reveal the identity of one of them. As for the other 2, you'll have to guess for yourselves. One of them is none other than the supreme powerhouse unanimously recognized in our universe, the first patriarch of Kaoshan sect. By now everyone should know who that is, right? Now we would like to solemnly invite the King of the Galaxy, the White God, and 2 other friends to enter the venue and take their seats. White God Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, and Broly, led by the King of the Galaxy, entered the arena and took their places in the most prominent seats. In the contestants' seating area, the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta watched Sun Wukong and Broly elevated above as Saiyans and ground his teeth, his fingers clenched tightly. Vegeta thought to himself, once I claim first place, I will drag you all down from your pedestals and show you what a true Super Saiyan is capable of. After seeing the King of the Galaxy and the White God seated, Goku continued, here we must thank Capsule Corporation for their technological support in this tournament. Please direct your attention to the big screen. As the large screen scrolled continuously, the battle details of the 8 contestants appeared. Once the screen stopped scrolling, Goku announced, quarterfinal match 1 Piccolo vs Bojack, match 2 Lud vs Vegeta, match 3 Tenshinhan vs Liquido, match 4 Zizideging vs Leard. As Goku prepared to declare the start of the matches, 2 beams of energy light descended from the heavens. As the radiance faded, 6 figures materialized. At that moment, the top figures beneath the arena recognized the arrivals. The King of the Galaxy swiftly flew over, with Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, and Broly following suit. Sun Wukong flew swiftly toward Xiang Pa's side. Glancing at the 2 figures behind Vados, he asked Xiang Pa, Master Xiang Pa, hasn't it come with you? Xiang Pa replied impatiently, that elusive fellow is notoriously difficult to locate. Since we're not here to fight this time, there's no need to trouble yourself to seek him out. Sun Wukong's previously excited expression instantly faded and he drooped dejectedly. Is that so? Alright then. Meanwhile, most of the crowd beneath the arena knelt briefly, loudly chanting, welcome noble destroyer god. Sun Wukong, however, went directly behind Xiang Pa and cheerfully greeted the other 2, Vegeta, Bardock, long time no see. The 2 nodded in acknowledgement without further words. At that moment Whis waved his staff and 6 additional seats instantly appeared to the left of the King of the Galaxy's throne. Everyone returned to their seats. Beerus said to the King of the Galaxy, declare the match has begun. The King of the Galaxy nodded, signaling Goku to proceed. The 8 competing fighters, spurred by the arrival of the destroyer gods, were each somewhat motivated, desiring to showcase their prowess before them. Goku, observing the hushed crowd due to the destroyer god's presence, promptly announced loudly, the first 7th Universe Fighting Tournament quarterfinals officially begin. Now let us invite Piccolo and Namekian from Earth, the White God's homeworld, and Mr. Bojack, leader of the Cosmic Evil faction, to step onto the arena and prepare for their match. Piccolo and Bojack both flew up simultaneously, taking their positions on the arena and facing each other. Seeing them ready, Goku directly announced, ladies ready, 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment Goku's words fell, the two vanished from sight. Soon after, the air erupted with the sound of sonic booms and the crisp impact of fists meeting flesh. To ordinary martial artists, the two might appear evenly matched. However, in the eyes of masters at the divine realm level like Tang Shan, Piccolo clearly appeared more composed. In contrast, his opponent's forehead was already beaded with dripping sweat. It was evident that Bojack, leader of the cosmic evil faction, had already sustained severe injuries and was falling behind in his struggle against Piccolo. Sun Wukong observed Piccolo and praised, "He's become much stronger since I last saw him." Tang Shan thought to himself, of course he's stronger. After all, in the original work before Vegeta appeared, Piccolo was Sun Wukong's primary rival. However, with the two scions becoming overwhelmingly powerful too quickly, Piccolo gradually fell behind, eventually becoming a full-time caretaker. But present-day Piccolo, since joining Kaoshan sect and later the Galaxy Guard, has never neglected his training. His current achievements are well-deserved. Under Piccolo's ferocious assault, Bojack, the current leader of the universe's largest evil syndicate, was defeated. Lying on the ground, Bojack looked up at Piccolo with unconcealed unwillingness. Under Piccolo's contemptuous gaze, Bojack was carried off the ring by his underlings and taken away by the medical staff for treatment. Vega announced in a loud voice congratulations to Piccolo for winning the quarterfinal and advancing to the semi-finals, becoming one of the 4 strongest warriors in the universe. Amid the cheers of everyone present, Piccolo walked off the ring and went backstage to rest. Vega waited for a moment. Only after seeing Piccolo enter the backstage area did he say, "Now we will hold the second match." Lud, a subordinate of Dr. Mio, the chief scientist of Planet M2, will face Vegeta, the super scion of the universe's mightiest warrior race. Everyone please welcome them with applause. Hearing the title Scion, most of the audience broke into uneasy murmurs. In this universe, many planets have been invaded by scions and many cosmic scientists and merchants have been harmed by them. Of course, no one dared to say anything about Vegeta, who was so powerful that he had reached the top 8. All the audience could do was shout loudly, "Lud will win! Lud will win!" They used this method to express their dissatisfaction with the scion's past deeds. Amid the crowd's cheers, Lud flew up onto the ring with pride. Lud looked at Vegeta, who had flown up onto the ring alongside him, and could not resist taunting, "I never thought a wild monkey would come to the tournament. A bunch of trash like you, when I ran into your kind before I killed quite a few. A warrior race. You don't deserve that title." But Vegeta, after years of accumulated experience and countless loving lessons from Sun Wukong and Tang Shan, had grown seasoned and was no longer as arrogant and domineering as he used to be. Faced with this opponent's contempt and mockery, Vegeta said very calmly, "Only the weak make this much noise. The strong are all like that." Then Vegeta looked toward Tang Shan and then at the God of Destruction, which made his resolve even firmer. He could not help saying, "First place is mine." Hearing Vegeta's words, Lud burst into laughter and said loudly, "Did you hear that? This wild monkey is so arrogant. You so-called scions are only arrogant in front of ordinary people. In front of us you're no better than ants. A wild monkey is a wild monkey after all." Vegeta glanced at him, then said to Vega, "Can we start now?" Seeing Vegeta's murderous gaze, Vega was so frightened that he stepped back a few paces. Then, remembering his official identity, he steadied himself and stammered, "Begin." The moment he finished speaking, Vega retreated far to the side. Vegeta looked at Lud across from him and said, "You were pretty arrogant just now, weren't you? Trash." Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Lud, whose strength was only at Super Saiyan 1 level, immediately tensed up when he felt the opponent's energy suddenly become so overwhelming. He assumed a serious combat stance, ready for battle. Vegeta, however, unleashed Super Saiyan 2 at full power and advanced toward Lud step by step with sheer pressure. He wanted Lud to understand what despair was, what a Super Saiyan was, and why the Scions could be called a warrior race. Under the weight of Vegeta's aura, cold sweat poured down Lud's body and his legs trembled uncontrollably. If his will had not been fairly strong, he might have already fallen to his knees. At that moment Vegeta said, "Now I will tell you why Scions are called a warrior race. When we face enemies 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times stronger than ourselves, we feel no fear at all, we only feel our blood surge with excitement." Vegeta looked at Lud and said with a cold smile, "Not bad. You're a somewhat powerful ant." As Vegeta kept closing and Lud finally could not bear it any longer. He kicked off with his right foot and his entire figure began moving at high speed. Countless sonic booms thundered across the ring and even the most advanced high-speed cameras could not catch a trace of his body. While Lud was moving, energy blasts came at Vegeta from every corner of the ring. Vegeta remained unhurried. Seeing the incoming blasts, he casually waved his right hand and knocked them back. With Lud's movement, a violent gale kicked up around the ring and Vegeta was trapped in the center of the storm. Suddenly a figure appeared high above and a massive beam of light came crashing straight down at Vegeta. Vegeta shouted, "Gallic Gun!" Vegeta gathered powerful energy in both hands and thrust it upward, clashing with the descending beam. As the two energy blasts continued to fight each other, the entire ring split apart with Vegeta at the center instantly forming a huge circular crater. Lud seemed to realize he could not overpower Vegeta with energy, so he cut off his beam and following the energy trajectory closed in at high speed. He then slammed a fist into Vegeta's face. But Vegeta was not sent flying by his punch. Instead he sneered at Lud, grabbed his fist and kicked him away. Lud's arm broke with a sharp crack. A tremendous scream echoed across the entire planet Gay. Vegeta had no intention of holding back. After being insulted like that earlier, he flew straight at Lud and delivered punch after punch to solid flesh. Every punch had enough force to hurt yet was controlled enough not to kill him. As the gale over the ring died down and the smoke dispersed, Vegeta stood before the audience completely unharmed. On the other side, something resembling a humanoid creature lay there. Vega glanced at Vegeta, then walked over to check Lud's condition. Finding that he still had signs of life, he quickly called the medical staff to carry him away. He then announced congratulations to the Saiyan Vegeta for advancing to the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Dr. Mew offstage gnashed his teeth as he stared at Vegeta and cursed, "Useless. Rildo, you must make it to the semi-finals. When you do, give that arrogant monkey a good lesson for me." Rildo nodded. On the other side, after the referee announced the result, Vegeta went straight into the backstage lounge. Vega looked at the severely damaged ring, then at the Galactic King. The Galactic King said to the God of Destruction, "Lord Beerus, just look at how badly the ring has been damaged. Why don't we all go rest first and continue the tournament tomorrow?" Beerus nodded. After all, this was a matter within the universe and it was impossible to ask Whis to use his power to restore the ring. As a rule, angels and Supreme Kais did not interfere in affairs within the universe, while a God of Destruction could only destroy. After obtaining Beerus's consent, the Galactic King sent someone to inform Vega, who then announced, because the ring has been severely damaged and needs repair plus material reinforcement, the third quarterfinal match will have to wait until tomorrow. Although the crowd buzzed with discussion, no one said much. After all, the entire universe was under the Galactic King's rule, and with the God of Destruction present today, most people obediently followed the order and left the arena smoothly. On the planet Jaya, inside a colossal palace, the gods of destruction Beerus and Kampa sat on either side of a massive dining table while countless delicacies from Earth were served. After the Galaxy King unified the universe, the Kaoshan sect and some Earth merchants traveling throughout the cosmos brought Earth's cuisine with them to every corner of the universe. As a result, across the universe, whenever delicious food was mentioned, Earth was the first thing everyone thought of. Led by food lovers from every planet, Earth's cuisine had become the noblest dish for entertaining honored guests throughout the entire seventh universe. Although to Earthlings these dishes were still somewhat inferior to those found on Earth, to the food lovers of the universe they were already an unsurpassed delicacy. Kampa and Beerus in particular were so delighted to be eating Earth cuisine here that they praised the Galaxy King, who sat to one side without end. But the Galaxy King, facing two gods of destruction, did not dare say too much, he could only keep nodding. After everyone had eaten their fill, Kampa said he wanted to go back. After all, he had come this time solely to freeload food and drink. The so-called baseball match was nothing more than a pretext. Seeing Kampa about to leave, Beerus looked at him oddly and said, "No more matches. No more strengthening the friendship between the 6th and 7th universes." Kampa said with indifference, "After seeing your martial arts tournament, I need to hurry back and carefully choose fighters to send." Beerus nodded at this reasoning. Ever since Goku met the Omni King last time, everyone knew that this tournament would decide the survival of every universe. Kampa looked at everyone and said, "Goodbye everyone. Vados, let's go." In the next instant, Vados and Kampa turned into a beam of light and departed. Watching them leave, Beerus turned to Tang Shan, Goku and Broly and said, "After this martial arts tournament is over, select some people and bring them to the realm of the gods of destruction for training. The fate of this universe will be in your hands." Tang Shan, Goku and Broly all nodded solemnly. Tang Shan and the others knew perfectly well that this fighting tournament would no longer be as simple as those in the past, no longer a matter of one person's survival. Once they lost, the entire universe would be erased. The Omni King's erasure was impossible to escape. It was an annihilation at the most fundamental and deepest level through the power of rules. Apart from the Angel Clan and the Dragon God Zalama, who existed outside the rules, no one could evade it. In Tang Shan's estimation, the Omni King was an entity manifested from all the rules of this universe. Just like the Heavenly Tao in that mysterious space, the Omni King in the original story had behaved like a child. That was most likely because he had not had much time to develop intelligence. In other words, this Omni King had not yet truly grown or matured, and it would be very easy for certain people to exploit him. The destruction of the 6 universes in the past as well as this great universal war had probably been deliberately engineered by certain individuals. After all, every universe was part of the rules. Every time a universe was destroyed, a portion of the Omni King's power would also vanish. And according to the heavenly Tao, in that mysterious space, Tang Shan's original world had collapsed because the power of rules had crumbled. The heavenly Tao had used its final strength to send the 7 of them to the subordinate worlds and preserved those 7 worlds. According to the heavenly Tao, it could sustain them for at most 100 years. While Tang Shan was lost in wild thoughts, Beerus and Whis also left. The next day the entire arena had been reinforced and rebuilt with an unknown material. After the Galaxy King Tang Shan and the others took their seats at the head table, Beijia directly announced the third match of the quarterfinals: Earth's strongest martial artist Tien Shinhan versus the cosmic wanderer Lei Kudwa. Let us welcome them to the stage. Tien Shinhan and Lei Kudwa came onto the arena at the same time. Tien Shinhan bowed to Tang Shan and Tang Shan nodded. As far as Tang Shan was concerned, he was very pleased with Tien Shinhan, for in his eyes Tien Shinhan was the purest martial artist in the original story. He possessed an unshakable heart devoted to the martial way. In the end, although he too had been reduced to the role of a nameless background character, Tien Shinhan had never once given up on martial arts. After bowing to Tang Shan, Tien Shinhan stood guard and assumed a fighting stance, waiting for the referee to announce the start. His opponent, however, did not underestimate him, because Tien Shinhan was famously one of the elite among elites in the Galaxy Guard. Thus, facing Tien Shinhan, Lei Kudwa was very steady and likewise assumed a fighting stance. Seeing that both fighters were ready, Beijia directly announced begin. The moment the referee's voice fell, both fighters vanished and the air echoed unceasingly with the sounds of their clash. Goku praised, "I never expected Tien Shinhan to become this strong. They really are improving so fast." Hearing Goku's showy humblebrag, Tang Shan could not help complaining inwardly, "No matter how fast he improves, can he ever improve faster than a freak like you?" Broly nodded and said, "I truly never imagined there were this many strong fighters in the universe. Since we came here, I've detected at least 20 people at or above the level of Super Saiyan 1, and who knows if there are any hiding their strength." When the Galaxy King heard Goku's praise, he hurriedly said, "The current Tien Shinhan has already surpassed Selassie and become the top fighter in the Galaxy Guard." Tang Shan suddenly asked, "By the way, why didn't I see Selassie join the tournament?" The Galaxy King smiled awkwardly but still said he did. "He was defeated by that man named Zisadegan." Goku immediately became interested and asked, "Is that person strong?" The Galaxy King thought for a moment and said, "By your Super Saiyan classification, that person is at least as strong as Super Saiyan 2. But don't worry. Tien Shinhan will definitely reach the top 4 and then defeat that Zisadegan." Tang Shan watched the fierce battle on the arena. The current Tien Shinhan was vastly different from the original story. He had at least the strength of a Super Saiyan 2 at its peak, close to Super Saiyan 3. But this Tien Shinhan was just like Goku in that he did not like to go all out and insisted on making the fight a 50-50 match. This Lei Kudwa at most merely had strength a bit above Super Saiyan 1. He wondered what fool had taught Tien Shinhan and made him just like Goku. On a beach on Earth, the Supreme Elder, who had just stepped down from his duties in the Kaoshan sect and was enjoying his leisure, could not help trembling all over, then sneezed heavily. Perplexed, he looked at the beautiful women in the distance and muttered to himself, "Could it be that they are thinking of me?" Then a lecherous expression spread across his face, exactly like Tang Shan's master. Meanwhile, on another beach, a white-haired old man dressed in a floral shirt and floral pants, wearing pink heart-shaped glasses and holding a telescope, watched the beautiful sights of the beach while suffering a nosebleed. Although Beijia's combat power was lacking, his eye for talent was unparalleled. His meticulous commentary on the entire match made everyone feel as if they were witnessing the battle firsthand. Beijia exclaimed in surprise, "Our Tien contestant seems determined to end this match. The energy radiating from him continues to intensify. It has already surpassed our Android 18's power by 5 times, no 6 times. No, it's still growing." An overwhelming aura emanated from Tien in the arena. Seeing him, Tang Shan suddenly thought of Saitama from One Punch Man. These two fighting would surely be entertaining. Android 18 watched Tien with a serious expression. He understood that if he didn't reveal his true strength soon, he would fall to this earthling. As Tien's energy continued to surge, Android 18 also roared incessantly. With each roar, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky onto the arena, endlessly washing over Android 18's body. Tien's energy had reached its peak, yet he chose not to interrupt Android 18's transformation. That is the composure of a true martial artist. Android 18's voice emerged from within the lightning. "You are indeed a martial artist from Earth. I shall defeat you with my most powerful ability." The entire sky darkened. Android 18's body rose continuously into the heavens. All the lightning in the sky disappeared, leaving only the electricity wrapping around Android 18's body. From the outside it appeared as though Android 18 had transformed entirely into lightning. A deafening roar echoed from Android 18. "Let this thunder shatter the darkness, light will surely come." Suddenly thunder roared across the entire sky and a deep ominous voice resounded from above. "The thunder god descends." A massive sphere of lightning in the sky hurtled toward Tien at incredible speed. Tien also shouted fiercely, "Kikuho at 100x power." A tremendous pillar of energy collided with the lightning sphere, exploding instantaneously. The colossal blast shook the entire planet and the world seemed to dissolve into pure light. It took a full 10 minutes for things to return to normal. The arena had completely vanished. Tien stood there panting heavily while a broken figure plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Medical staff immediately rushed forward to carry away the severely injured Android 18. Meanwhile Beijia hastily announced, "Congratulations to the strongest martial artist Tien for winning this quarter-final match and advancing to the semi-finals." Beijia glanced around at the surroundings and the vanished arena, then directly declared, "The next match will be held tomorrow. Please exit the venue in an orderly manner." Tien stared blankly at the sky. That previous attack had nearly made him believe he had lost. The oppressive force had directly shaken his soul. If not for his spirit as a martial artist, Tien would likely have fallen already. Tang Shan flew over and patted Tien on the shoulder, saying, "You performed well." Tien immediately snapped out of it, quickly bowed respectfully and said, "This is all thanks to your blessings." In Tien's heart Tang Shan was a sacred and mighty existence, the most powerful martial artist in the entire universe and the god in all martial artists' hearts. This fact brooked no disrespect from anyone. If anyone in the universe dared to speak ill of Tang Shan, the entire Kaoshan sect would spare no effort to eliminate them. In everyone's hearts Tang Shan was their faith. Tang Shan looked at Tien, who regarded him like a devotee but said nothing more. He then departed with Son Goku and Broly. Watching Goku and Broly beside Tang Shan, Tien felt intense envy. He silently vowed that one day he too would walk shoulder to shoulder with this godlike man. That was his greatest pursuit in life. Inside the palace, King Galaxian had long sent people to prepare abundant delicacies waiting for Tang Shan and the others' arrival. Upon seeing so much food, Goku and Broly immediately began eating. Tang Shan and King Galaxian exchanged smiles and ate together. Meanwhile Dr. Mew, having watched Tien's battle, said to Lidide, "Are you confident?" Lidide shook his head, pondered for a moment and said seriously to Dr. Mew, "Modify me. There is no way I can win first place in my current state. If we don't secure these resources, much of our empire across the universe will likely be devoured by Earth's Capsule Corporation." Dr. Mew nodded. Previously they had attempted to assassinate Capsule Corporation's leadership, but all efforts had failed. This was especially true for Tang Shan, the leader of Capsule Corporation. Though she possessed no personal strength, she was always protected by an extraordinarily powerful monster. Over the years most technological industries in the universe had been swallowed by Capsule Corporation. One could say Capsule Corporation already monopolized the universe. Yet members within Capsule Corporation were not satisfied. They seemed poised to devour all technological companies across the universe, with the hardest nut to crack being the Android technology company led by Dr. Mew. Essentially the remaining technological companies in the universe now all followed Dr. Mew. The resources obtained from winning first place in this competition would further advance their company's technology, allowing them to at least stand toe-to-toe with Capsule Corporation. In truth, the so-called annexation was merely the scheme of Capsule Corporation's mid-level executives. Tang Shan, the corporation's leader, had not said much about it. After all, annexation would make them stronger, but failure to do so was also acceptable. Dr. Mew produced a test tube from somewhere and said to Lidide, "This contains cells from various powerful races across the universe, including scions. I originally intended to cultivate them to grow independently, but since you are willing, I will fuse them with you." Lidide gazed at the test tube, watching the flesh constantly wriggling inside, his expression unwavering. Following Dr. Mew to the laboratory, Lidide lay directly inside the nutrient pod. The pod door closed and Dr. Mew poured the cells from the test tube into the nutrient solution, which Lidide absorbed into his body. At that moment crimson lines continuously emerged across Lidide's body and his hair gradually turned white. Watching the continuously transforming Lidide, Dr. Mew spoke, "Baby, how does this body feel?" Lidide, now within the nutrient pod, responded with a sinister smile, "Quite satisfactory." The pod door instantly opened and Baby emerged. Dr. Miu gazed at Baby with satisfaction and said, remember, after claiming victory in the tournament and challenging the Ultra Instinct user, merely possessing that body will grant us dominion over the entire universe. Laughing heartily, Dr. Miu continued, ha ha ha. Baby regarded Dr. Miu coldly and retorted, silence. With a single strike, Baby killed Dr. Miu then addressed the corpse, you worthless insect, who gave you the audacity to command me? Jaya Star, the venue of the 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament. Beijia stood on the arena looking at the fervent crowd around him and proudly announced, hello everyone. After yesterday's fierce matches, we have finally arrived at the final match of the quarterfinals. As always, I, Beijia, the elite of the Galaxy Guard, will bring you the commentary. Now let us invite the last 2 quarterfinalists to the stage. One is Zisadeging, known as the Skeleton King, and the other is Leerda, the #1 expert from planet M2. Please welcome the 2 masters onto the arena with a round of applause. Zisadeging's enormous skeletal body leaped directly onto the arena, causing the entire stage to tremble. With Zisadeging at the center, cracks spread outward in every direction like a spider's web. On the other side, Leerda floated up lightly, elegant and composed. Noticing that Leerda looked distinctly different from yesterday, Beijia hurried over and asked, Contestant Leerda, given that your current state is clearly different from your previous matches, have you made another breakthrough in martial arts? I've heard that many races possess different fighting capabilities in different states. Could it be that you are one of them? Leerda scoffed coldly, those previous opponents were nothing but trash. Since I've reached the quarterfinals, it is only natural for me to face things in a more powerful state. It looks like today's match is going to be absolutely spectacular, Beijia said excitedly. Just as Beijia was about to announce the start, Tang Shan flew down and interrupted, to keep everyone from wasting any more time, let's get this match finished as soon as possible. With that, Tang Shan waved his hand and an invisible barrier took shape over the arena's surface and around its perimeter. After doing this, he added, this barrier can guarantee to the greatest extent that the arena will not be damaged. At the same time, the contestants can fight with their full power without any hesitation. While Tang Shan was speaking, Leerda suddenly interjected, oh Lord White God, what if the barrier is broken? Tang Shan burst into laughter, then proclaimed loudly to everyone, I promise here and now, if any of you has the strength to break through this barrier, then you may directly enter the realm of the gods of destruction to train. Alright, Beijia, continue the match. Tang Shan cast a glance at Leerda and returned to his seat. Seeing Tang Shan leave, Beijia announced, both contestants please prepare. This is the final match of the quarterfinals. 3, 2, 1. Begin. After Beijia finished speaking, Tang Shan opened a small gap in the barrier, allowing Beijia to retreat outside it. Zisadeging and Leerda remained motionless on the arena. Although Leerda, possessed by Baby, felt immensely powerful, he had not experienced many battles himself, so he did not make the first move. Zisadeging, on the other hand, had seen Leerda's previous battles and knew that Leerda's strength was hardly inferior to his own. Now that Leerda had changed into a different form, even if he was not stronger, he would certainly not be weaker. Just as the two were staring each other down, Zisadeging let out a furious roar and a massive crimson energy wave shot from his mouth, tearing toward Leerda at incredible speed. Leerda evaded close to the ground, vanishing in an instant. Before Zisadeging could react, Leerda appeared behind him and kicked the slow-moving Zisadeging flying. Zisadeging's enormous body slammed into the spatial barrier and then crashed heavily onto the arena. Thanks to the layer of spatial barrier covering the arena's surface, the arena remained undamaged. Zisadeging struggled to his feet, looked at the distant Leerda, wiped the purple blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile, not bad. You're an interesting opponent. His massive body rumbling with heavy steps, Zisadeging charged straight at Leerda. As soon as he was close, he swung both hands directly at Leerda. Leerda dodged calmly, but a huge tail suddenly lashed out beside him and sent him flying. With a furious roar, Leerda exploded with a powerful aura and forcibly halted himself in midair. As Leerda roared, the red stripes on his body grew even more vivid, like flowing blood. Leerda locked his eyes onto Zisadeging, aimed both hands at him and launched countless energy waves from his palms which streaked toward Zisadeging like meteors. Confined by the arena and his own enormous body, Zisadeging had nowhere to dodge. He bellowed and a red energy shield formed around him, blocking the wave of attacks. With Zisadeging's continuing roar, the energy shield grew larger and larger. Leerda stopped his energy bombardment, turned into a beam of light and charged at the shield. No sooner had he approached than the shield erupted in a massive explosion. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, Leerda plummeted from the air and crashed heavily onto the arena. Beijia was about to step onto the arena to check Leerda's condition. Tang Shan directly sent a telepathic message, relax, he was not injured at all. Beijia glanced at Tang Shan, nodded and did not go up. Sun Wukong, standing nearby, had also sensed Tang Shan's telepathic message. He said, Brother Shan, they're both very strong. Neither of them has used their full power yet. Tang Shan nodded and said, they are indeed strong. But that Zisadeging has a fairly low ceiling, at best he is only at the limit of Super Saiyan 3. What truly concerns me is Liurda. Tang Shan thought to himself, I hope I'm wrong, about Dr. Meow and about that baby who can possess anyone. The most terrifying thing is that baby can unleash all the latent potential of the person it possesses. Beside him Sun Wukong continued watching the match with great excitement. After all, Sun Wukong was interested in only two things: eating and fighting. As for how strong the opponent was, it did not matter, every fight was a 50-50 contest. Back on the arena, Zisadeging and Liurda continued to test each other. The two exchanged blows in a brilliant back and forth, yet neither had taken much real damage. Meanwhile Beijia, with insight thousands of times beyond his own, delivered an exciting commentary on the match, stirring the audience so much that they all wished they could join in themselves. Galaxy King watched the battle below with immense pride. After all, this could all be counted as his achievements, accomplishments presented before the gods of destruction by Lucy and Weici. Of course, these achievements were not limited to martial arts, they also included the flourishing of civilization, science and technology across the entire universe. Therefore Weici and Bai Lucy held Galaxy King in high regard. The thriving development of the entire universe had also given Bai Lucy greater tolerance for top experts like Sun Wukong, Bulioli and Tang Shan. Of course, Bai Lucy also occasionally called the Grand Supreme Kai a good-for-nothing, for at least 20 or 30 people in the universe had already surpassed the Grand Supreme Kai. In other words, 20 or 30 people could threaten Bai Lucy's own life. Thus Bai Lucy felt even more strongly that sealing away the old Supreme Kai long ago had been an extremely wise decision. On the arena, as the battle between the two combatants reached a fierce impasse, Zisadeging abruptly ceased his attacks and retreated to one side, sneering. This martial arts tournament has indeed proven worthwhile. At last I've found a worthy adversary. I'll unleash my full power to fight you. Lider by contrast wore a look of intense tension as he fixed his eyes on Zisadeging. A tremor racked Zisadeging's body and a titanic roar tore forth from deep within him as his skeletal frame cracked and shattered relentlessly. A formidable aura erupted from deep within Zisadeging. Then without warning his entire body exploded. As the dust scattered, a body of ordinary human proportions came into view with colossal wings slowly unfurling behind it. Baby, the one who had taken possession of Lider, sensed the explosive aura radiating from the other's body and curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. That is a fine body indeed. Having completed his transformation, Zisadeging appeared behind Lider in the blink of an eye. With a single sweep of his wings, a ferocious gale blasted Lider away, carving countless wounds across his flesh from which blood surged in an unending torrent. Lider gazed at Zisadeging and declared, not bad. Truly not bad. Then he regarded Zisadeging with an eerie stare, the faint smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Lider like this, Zisadeging felt his scalp prickle uncontrollably, goosebumps crept across every inch of his skin. At that instant Lider abruptly soared into the air, his entire body shrouded in immense energy. Countless power streams shot outward across the arena and the stage erupted with a blinding radiance so intense that none present could discern what was transpiring atop it. On the arena floor, Lider surged forward with dizzying speed and wrapped his arms around Zisadeging. A pale purple gel-like substance oozed out from Lider and seeped into the recesses of Zisadeging's mind. Once the purple solution had vacated his body, Lider collapsed into unconsciousness. Zisadeging meanwhile clutched his head in agony as crimson lines of light blazed across his flesh, exactly as they had upon Lider moments before. The blinding radiance over the entire arena faded. Zisadeging stood there completely unscathed, his body crisscrossed by faint crimson lines of light. Beijia glanced at the unconscious Lider, then hurried onto the stage to announce, congratulations to Zisadeging for securing the victory and earning his place among the final four. After the medical staff carried Lider off the arena, Zisadeging retired backstage to rest. Before departing, however, he hurled a sneering glance toward Tang Shan. Though it was but a fleeting look, Tang Shan nevertheless perceived it. His brows knitted together as he marveled inwardly, as expected of a boss approaching the finale of Dragon Ball GT, save for a pure-hearted soul like Sun Wukong, nearly anyone else could easily be possessed. And now, Beijia continued from the arena, the electrifying Final Four tournament is about to commence. Let us welcome to the stage one of the Final Four, the mightiest warrior on earth, the peace-loving Namekian Bike. Thunderous applause and wave after wave of cheers instantly swept across the venue. Observing this fervent reception, Beijia continued, it is plain to see how warmly everyone welcomes a righteous warrior such as Bike. Next we shall invite Baijita, a warrior of the most warlike people in the universe, the Scions, renowned as the mightiest combat race in the cosmos. As the prince of the Scions, his strength and pride were both witnessed by all in the previous match. At that juncture Baby paused. The spectators were far less amicable toward the Scions, for throughout the universe the Scions stood as symbols of savagery, a race aligned with the forces of malevolence. A chorus of abuse erupted from the crowd. Baby harbored no fondness for the Scions either, though Sun Wukong was naturally the sole exception. Only when the spectators had vented their fill of curses did Baby resume, "Both competitors, please make your preparations." "Very well, let the first match of the final four begin." Having announced the start, Baby swiftly exited the arena. Vegeta swept his gaze over those who had reviled him, then glanced at the white god Tang Shan and his fellow Scion Sun Wukong. Sooner or later, he thought with seething resentment, I will defeat every one of you and send you all to meet King Yama. Vegeta fixed his fierce gaze upon Bike across the stage and declared coldly, I'll shatter your hypocritical justice, and I'll start with you. Bike likewise held no affection for Vegeta. Upon joining the Galaxy Patrol, he had examined extensive records concerning the Scions. Within the several hundred years of documented history, they had destroyed countless planets and slaughtered countless innocent lives. Were it not for the recent unification of the entire cosmos, and the Galaxy King's need for interstellar stability which compelled him to forego pursuing past crimes, villains like Vegeta would have been vanquished and executed long ago. Standing opposite Vegeta, Bike unleashed his utmost strength without hesitation. The aura radiating from him swelled without cease, and every spectator and martial artist present at the event was rendered breathless with awe by the formidable pressure. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, I never imagined he had grown so mighty. His power now approaches the realm of gods. If he were but a shade stronger, he would surely be the first Namekian in the 7th universe to step into the realm of gods. On the other side, Vegeta likewise registered the aura emanating from Bike at that moment. His expression instantly hardened, for he knew full well that this foe was not to be trifled with. Vegeta bellowed in fury. Lightning flickered and crackled across his frame, his hair lengthened, and a torrent of formidable golden energy swirled and spiraled around him. Sun Wukong cried out in amazement, that's the Super Saiyan 3 state. I can't believe his cultivation over these years has reached such heights. I'd love to go down there and have a bout with him. Tang Shan stared at Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta in bafflement and murmured to himself, I never thought he could attain Super Saiyan 3. That would mean. A smile crossed Tang Shan's face as he mused inwardly, it seems Vegeta is still keeping some of his power in reserve. Even so, against the Bike of this moment, Super Saiyan 3 still falls a bit short. Bike regarded Vegeta with a mildly amused smile and remarked, truly the Scions are a remarkable race. Yet compared to Mr. Sun Wukong, you still have a long way to go. Still, to have reached this level you may take rightful pride in yourself. Vegeta sneered, to do battle with me shall be the crowning glory of your entire existence. Beholding Vegeta's supreme arrogance, Bike immediately dove downward at breakneck speed, hurling a thunderous punch. Vegeta met him with an equally devastating fist. Their blows landed upon each other at the same instant and both warriors were sent staggering backward. Vegeta licked the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and flashed a sinister grin. It has been ages since I fought a battle this fierce, it truly makes my blood race. The aura around Vegeta surged to even greater heights. Gazing at the malevolent Vegeta, Bike grew deeply solemn. After this clash he understood that Vegeta was scarcely inferior to himself. In fact, owing to the Scion's unique physiology, Vegeta's physical hardness surpassed Bike's by a considerable margin. The exchange of fists had very nearly overwhelmed Bike. Nevertheless, Bike remained confident of victory, for the Namekian physique far outstripped the Scions in the capacity for recovery. As time wore on, Vegeta gradually fell into the disadvantage. Although his Super Saiyan 3 form looked magnificent, it consumed an immense amount of energy. Piccolo, however, possessed the extraordinary physique of a Namekian. His mastery over energy was not only superb, but his recovery was exceptionally rapid. Watching Vegeta begin to pant heavily, Piccolo roared, evil explosion. A colossal wave of energy surged toward Vegeta. Already weary and drained, he had no time to dodge. Vegeta stared at the approaching energy wave, sighed and muttered, I never imagined that reaching the final four would force me to unleash my true ultimate power. Just as the energy wave was about to strike him, Vegeta let out a fierce roar. A crimson energy erupted from the very core of his being. Piccolo's energy wave was instantly obliterated. The overwhelming red aura swept across the entire arena, and in that moment an immense dread seized Piccolo, freezing him in place, unable to move a single muscle. The power radiating from Vegeta continued to escalate without end. Broly remarked with admiration, though it is still the strength of a mortal, it has already reached the level of one who has stepped into the realm of the gods. The title of Scion Prince, he truly deserves it. Tang Shan couldn't help but sigh in awe, indeed. His Super Saiyan 4 form has far surpassed its normal limits, reaching the full power of the Red God realm. Sun Wukong added, that's right. If only he possessed a righteous heart, entering the realm of the gods would be effortless for him. Tang Shan nodded and said to Sun Wukong and Broly, this could be another path of evolution for you scions. Both Broly and Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. They believed Tang Shan's words, for legends spoke of ancient times when the scions were divided into two factions. The divergence between those factions was most likely rooted in a fork in their evolutionary path. At this moment Vegeta had become the purest warrior, devoid of any concept of good or evil, driven solely by a single conviction to fight. The transformation complete, Vegeta's hair had returned to black, but his entire body was now covered in crimson fur, and even his tail had turned a deep red. Vegeta gazed at Piccolo with pride and declared haughtily, this is what it truly means to be a scion. Piccolo suppressed the fear within his heart, steadied his mind and replied in a low voice, so what? A mindless beast like you who knows nothing but brute force and lacks any technique can still be defeated by me. Vegeta sneered coldly, power is everything. Only those without true strength bother with such flashy and unnecessary tricks. Piccolo retorted angrily, stop your arrogance. A reckless brute like you has no right to judge a true martial artist. Vegeta, talk to me after you've defeated me. The weak have no right to boast in my presence. Piccolo, weak. Then let's see you try. Piccolo and Vegeta both assumed their fighting stances. Tang Shan looked at the two and couldn't help but remark, this is a battle for the title of eternal runner-up. Sun Wukong heard this, scratched his head and wore a face full of confusion. On the arena platform Piccolo faced Vegeta, who was more than 10 times stronger than him, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Using a variety of combat techniques and his exquisite control over ki, he continuously evaded Vegeta's attacks. Despite being over 10 times more powerful than Piccolo, Vegeta could not land a single blow. It was as if Piccolo had mastered observation hockey, predicting every one of Vegeta's movements in advance. Vegeta fought with immense frustration. The man before him seemed to know his fighting habits perfectly. Even when Vegeta used his speed to attack from Piccolo's blind spots, he was still dodged every time. Vegeta roared in fury, green-skinned monster. Is running away all you can do? Piccolo remained unfazed, replying calmly, this is what it means to be a martial artist. Martial arts are far more profound than you can imagine. Long ago the martial arts Tang Shan and Sun Wukong had learned were imparted by the previous kami. Since fusing with the nameless Namekian, Piccolo's comprehension of martial arts had reached a divine level, his only shortcoming being the amount of ki he possessed. Piccolo had reached such heights largely thanks to venturing into the universe and attuning himself to its natural environment. Furthermore, after his fusion with the kami, he had also gone to train under the Grand Supreme Kai. Although he could not practice the Kaioken due to his physique, the spirit bomb came to him as naturally as if it had been made for him alone. Yet despite his composed appearance, Piccolo's energy had already been significantly drained. Evading Vegeta's attacks was no simple task. His spirit energy and concentration all had to be pushed to their absolute limits. The slightest lapse in any aspect could lead to a fatal hit and instantaneous defeat. Piccolo looked at Vegeta and said, you call yourself the Prince of the Scions, the strongest among them. Do you dare to withstand my most powerful attack? Vegeta sneered at Piccolo, mocking him, if you stop scurrying around like a rat I'll give you all the time you need. We'll settle this with a single decisive strike. Piccolo, very well, it's a deal. Piccolo raised both hands high into the air, and an enormous amount of natural energy from planet Gi and the surrounding worlds converged upon him. Tang Shan's spatial barrier seemed to offer no obstruction whatsoever to this energy. Vegeta watched the energy gathering from all directions, his expression turning deathly serious. Though each speck of energy was minuscule, the overwhelming quantity made it a threat that could not be underestimated. Vegeta hurriedly gathered all his power into both hands. As time passed, a massive sphere of energy condensed above Piccolo's head, and Piccolo shouted at the top of his lungs, Vegeta, take this. The colossal spirit bomb descended upon Vegeta and he roared in response, Super Kamehameha. The energy from his hands slammed into the spirit bomb, yet it offered no resistance at all. The spirit bomb continued pressing down upon Vegeta at an unrelenting steady pace. Vegeta attempted to dodge but quickly realized the arena offered no escape. As the spirit bomb came ever closer, he instantly transformed into a great ape. The colossal crimson ape braced against the spirit bomb with both hands, trying to repel it. Sensing Vegeta's intent, Piccolo poured even more ki into the spirit bomb, forcing it downward. The spatial floor beneath Vegeta's feet suddenly shattered. All the spectators gasped in astonishment. Throughout the fierce battles that had occurred before, the spatial barrier had never once been broken. Even the Galactic King stared at the scene in shock. Tang Shan said calmly, there's no need for such surprise. Anyone who has attained the realm of the gods can shatter this spatial barrier with a full power attack. After all, this barrier had been casually created by Tang Shan, and its vast range made it comparatively fragile. That was only natural. One need only recall the hyperbolic time chamber at Earth's Lookout. In the original story, a Super Saiyan 3 could already break through its walls. With that comparison, wasn't it all perfectly normal? Pinned down by the relentless spirit bomb, Vegeta was driven deep into the earth. His defiant roars continued to reverberate from beneath the ground. As Vegeta's ki dwindled, the spirit bomb finally made contact with his body. A violent explosion thundered from deep below, shattering the spatial barrier in the sky, and the residual shockwave destroyed the entire arena. Everyone hurriedly retreated from the tournament grounds. On the battlefield where the ring had once stood, only an enormous pit remained several thousand meters deep. Inside the colossal hole, only Piccolo's ki could be sensed. Piccolo's battered body slowly rose into view before the crowd. Everyone stared into the pit, and most believed that Vegeta had been completely annihilated. No one found the outcome surprising. After all, they had all felt the tremendous surge of energy just now. Even mighty warriors like Son Goku and Broly felt the same. Tang Shan frowned at the pit, unable to believe that Vegeta would meet such an end. Piccolo also stared at the pit. It was his first time using the spirit bomb. Although he had practiced it before, it had always been on a small scale. He had never imagined it would cause such devastation. Vegeta snapped out of the shock from the explosion, glanced at the pit, then at the Galactic King and Tang Shan. After all, the rules of the tournament forbade killing. Even though Piccolo had won the match, once Vegeta was confirmed dead, Piccolo would still be declared the loser. The Galactic King was hesitating too. Piccolo was his subordinate and one of the principal representatives of the Galactic Patrol. Moreover, with Piccolo's current strength, taking the championship would definitely be more than easy. The spectators outside the arena were also buzzing with discussion, wondering how Jocko, serving as both host and referee, would rule. After all, Piccolo belonged to the Galactic Patrol. Just as the Galactic King and Piccolo had resigned themselves to fate, and Jocko was about to declare Piccolo's defeat. Tang Shan sensed a faint trace of ki still deep beneath the pit, thousands of meters down. He immediately called out, "Contestant Vegeta is not dead." Vegeta, wait a little longer. Vegeta looked at Tang Shan in bewilderment. The Galactic King also cast a confused look at the White God, as did everyone outside the arena. Yet no one voiced any doubt, for these were the words of Tang Shan, the White God, the strongest being in the universe. In this manner, more than 10 minutes slowly passed. Everyone became increasingly puzzled, wondering whether Tang Shan was shielding Piccolo. After all, Piccolo also came from Earth and was a member of the Kaoshan sect. Even the Galactic King had begun to suspect as much. Piccolo looked at Tang Shan with equal confusion, but he said nothing because his trust in Tang Shan was almost unconditional. This was the shared conviction of everyone from the Kaoshan sect. Tang Shan was their god, their one and only faith. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, an overwhelmingly powerful ki erupted from the underground pit thousands of meters below. A white silhouette gradually materialized. Vegeta, with every strand of hair on his body turned white, appeared before everyone's eyes. Vegeta looked at the wounded Piccolo and said with a faint smile, "I really must thank you for this. Otherwise I would never have known I could break through my limits and reach Super Saiyan 5. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Vegeta laughed wildly, and his arrogant laughter echoed across the entire planet Jaya. Son Goku and Broly stared at Vegeta in shock. Tang Shan also looked at him and said in astonishment, "Super Saiyan 5 actually exists. What kind of insane setting is this? Then wouldn't there be Super Saiyan 6, 7, and 8 too?" Son Goku thought for a moment and said, "Brother Shan, you might be right. But this Super Saiyan 5 should already have power comparable to Super Saiyan Blue. If Super Saiyan 6, 7, and 8 exist, that would be insane." Broly said with a hint of self-doubt, "Could this be the true normal evolutionary path of the Saiyans?" Tang Shan shook his head. "Broly, don't overthink it. Your rose form alone is at least 10 times stronger than Vegeta is right now. Besides, Vegeta hasn't entered the realm of gods, which means that when he fights us he will naturally remain a step below." Son Goku nodded. "That's right. Once we enter the realm of gods he can't sense our ki at all. Even if he had dozens of times our strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat us." Broly smiled and said, "Relax. Powerful opponents only make me more excited. I won't lose my fighting spirit." Tang Shan nodded and said to Son Goku and Broly, "If the realm of gods is divided into 5 stages, Lord Beerus is at the 5th. Right now we are only at the 3rd. We still have a long way to go." Upon hearing Tang Shan's words, Son Goku and Broly smiled in relief. Both said the same thing in their minds. Yes, there was still a long way to go. Tang Shan thought to himself, Whis is a full 10 times stronger than Beerus. That is the true realm of gods, an existence so profound that even the Omni King, the master of all rules, cannot easily erase it. Back at the arena, Piccolo chose to concede upon seeing how overwhelmingly powerful Vegeta had become. There was nothing he could do facing such an overwhelming existence. He couldn't muster the slightest will to fight. Vegeta did not say anything more. It seemed that reaching Super Saiyan 5 had changed his mentality drastically, or perhaps the spirit bomb had altered him. After Vegeta advanced to the finals, he calmly left the arena. Outside, Zizideging, possessed by Baby, stared at Vegeta's retreating figure with a fierce, almost obsessive desire in his eyes. Baby thought to himself, once he defeated that Tien Shinhan from Earth, Vegeta would be his prize. At that moment Piccolo felt a trace of doubt in himself for the first time. How could so many years of arduous training be inferior to a single breakthrough from his opponent? Was this what they meant by genius? Could it be, as that person had said, that power was the only truth? For the first time Piccolo felt lost on his future path of martial arts. In the distance Tang Shan noticed Piccolo's problem. To prevent Piccolo's martial heart from wavering, Tang Shan flew over, patted Piccolo on the shoulder and asked, "Do you know what lies one step beyond the ultimate peak of the martial way?" Piccolo nodded and answered seriously, "The realm of gods. But after all these years I still don't even know how to cross the threshold of the realm of gods." Tang Shan smiled gently and said, "Actually, when you fused with the previous god you had already crossed that threshold. If the Scion's way into the realm of gods is battle, then you Namekians comprehend the laws of life. That is something innate to the Namekian physique. Of course you must understand that among the countless beings of the 7th universe only 3 people have entered the realm of gods, me, Son Goku and Broly. And you are the one I have the highest hopes for next, the one with the best chance of stepping into that realm. The person who just fought you is walking the path of raw power. It will be extremely difficult for him to enter the realm of gods in this lifetime, and his lifespan is the same as an ordinary human's. Such a flower, no matter how vividly it blooms, can only wither in the end." After saying this, Tang Shan turned and left, leaving Piccolo alone in his thoughts. Following the battle between Vegeta and Piccolo, the entire arena was simply impossible to repair within such a short time. Thus the Galaxy King Tang Shan and the others reached a unanimous decision. 10 minutes later Beja spoke to the entire audience and competitors outside the arena. After the unanimous decision of White God, the Galaxy King, and the leaders of every planet, the final match of the semi-finals and the championship final will be held within the spatial barrier created by White God. As Beja finished speaking, Tang Shan waved his hand. High in the sky, 100 meters above, a pale blue cube measuring 10,000 meters in length, width and height appeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd outside the arena was stunned by White God's power. Only Vegeta curled his lip in disdain and turned away in contempt. Vegeta, who could now transform into Super Saiyan 5, was confident that no one on the field was a match for him, not even the man acclaimed as the strongest in the universe, White God. While everyone was still in awe, Beja announced, "White God's power is truly breathtaking. Without further ado, we now proceed to the final match of the semi-finals, Tien Shinhan of Earth versus the Skeleton King Hildescan." Seeing that the referee had announced the continuation of the match, the two flew straight into the spatial barrier. When both had taken their positions, Beja declared, "Begin." Tien Shinhan stared at the Skeleton King in his giant form and did not dare make the slightest move. Through his observations of the previous battles, Tien knew that his attacks would be almost entirely useless against the Skeleton King in this form. The Skeleton King Hildescan, or rather Baby, smiled faintly. "Boy, if you don't want to be pounded into meat paste, surrender now. The current me cannot be defeated by you monkeys who only know how to jump and scurry about." Aware of the enormous gap between them, Tien Shinhan refused to give up. He kept observing the Skeleton King, trying to uncover a weakness. In the end, Tien reluctantly realized that the giant Skeleton King's greatest weakness was his speed. Yet because of the gap in power, even that speed was more than Tien could match. Moreover, within the spatial barrier there was no such thing as knocking someone out of the ring, there was no chance to rely on tricks. Crushed by the Skeleton King's overwhelming aura, Tien eventually conceded after 10 minutes. As for why the Skeleton King had not made a single move until the very end, Tien could only assume it was because the Skeleton King was preserving his full strength for the final to come. Watching Tien concede, the referee Beja felt helpless. He had genuinely hoped Tien would win because Tien was now the only remaining fighter from the entire Galaxy Guard. Still, Beja understood that the difference in strength was far too great. With a sigh, Beja said nothing more. After Tien had left, he announced directly, "Congratulations to the Skeleton King Hildescan for advancing to the finals. Now let us invite the man known as the strongest Saiyan, Vegeta, to take the stage." Both are formidable fighters who have endured grueling battles to reach the final. Who will claim the championship of the first Universal Martial Arts Tournament? Who will ultimately obtain the title of the strongest being in the universe? Everyone stay tuned. Both fighters please be ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The referee's voice had barely faded when a fierce battle cry erupted from within the spatial barrier. Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4 with a crimson aura continually swirling around him. On the other side, Hildescan also activated his second stage transformation, taking on ordinary human size. Huge wings spread out from his back and streaks of blood-red patterns appeared on his face as an aura no weaker than Super Saiyan 4's surged forth in an instant. Vegeta looked in delighted surprise at the Hildescan possessed by Baby. He had never imagined he would encounter such an opponent in the finals. Piccolo had already given him an immense surprise. Vegeta said to Hildescan, "I hope you won't disappoint me." Baby sneered, "Head disappointed. Don't worry, I'll make you taste the utmost agony and ecstasy." Vegeta gave Baby a wicked grin. "Not bad. Quite arrogant, aren't you? I like nothing more than trampling people like you underfoot and crushing you bit by bit." Without wasting another word, Baby lunged toward Vegeta at lightning speed. With his smaller body and wings, Baby's speed now surpassed Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's. Before Vegeta could react, a fist slammed into his stomach and sent him flying more than 1,000 meters before he could stop. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and praised, "Not a bad attack. But compared to me, you're still a far cry from victory." Vegeta turned into a crimson streak and rushed toward Baby at extreme speed. Baby flew at him without the least hesitation. As they crossed blows at blinding speed, no one aside from Tang Shan and a few others could even follow their movements. Of course, the absurdly overpowered Vegeta continued to provide brilliant live commentary, making the real-time situation of the battle clear to everyone outside the arena. Although Vegeta was currently at a slight disadvantage, everyone knew that he had not yet unleashed his true full power. After all, they had all witnessed Vegeta's Super Saiyan 5 state before, an aura so overwhelming that no one dared to harbor any thought of resistance. Having exchanged over 100 blows, Vegeta and Baby separated and locked eyes with each other. Baby said coolly, "If you don't use your real power soon, don't cry when you lose." Meanwhile, Baby was cursing Vegeta inwardly. For Baby, the best possible opportunity was to possess Vegeta at his most powerful state. If he possessed him now and could only bring out Super Saiyan 4 level strength, then it would be completely useless to him. Seeing that Vegeta said nothing, Baby continued his taunt. "Could it be that you haven't truly mastered that form?" Vegeta looked at Baby calmly and said, "Why don't you come and see for yourself whether I have or not?" Helpless against such an impervious Vegeta, Baby could only complain endlessly in his heart. At this point, Baby did not actually harbor any deep hatred towards Saiyans or humans, he simply had an unyielding desire to become stronger. And this drive was born from the final command of Dr. Mu long ago to possess White God. At that moment, Vegeta was in fact constantly fine-tuning his own condition. Baby had spoken at least one truth: Vegeta had not yet fully mastered the power of Super Saiyan 5. The Super Saiyan 5 form looked formidable, but it also consumed chi at an astonishing rate. Vegeta knew clearly that with his current control over chi, he could maintain Super Saiyan 5 for at most half an hour before returning to his normal state. Therefore, Vegeta was keeping his chi at the peak of Super Saiyan 4, steadily growing stronger and gradually adapting, until step by step he would naturally and smoothly step into Super Saiyan 5. Indeed, Vegeta was treating Baby as a whetstone, honing his own blade so that it gleamed brighter and cut sharper than ever before. Baby understood full well what state Vegeta was in, and he knew that Vegeta was treating him as a whetstone. Thus he kept needling Vegeta with sarcasm and mockery. But this Vegeta was no longer the perennial also-ran from the original story, the hot-headed Vegeta who would charge in only to get thrashed. The more arrogantly the Saiyans had once strutted across the universe, the more people there were now hunting them down. And Vegeta, the most arrogant of them all, the prince of the Saiyans, became the primary target of the hunt. Tempered by decades of trials, Vegeta had long since matured beyond such petty tricks. A few hollow taunts could never shake his resolve. Vegeta now had only one goal: to fully master Super Saiyan 5, then with all the power of that form challenge the White God Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, and the man hailed as the greatest prodigy Broly. He would defeat them all, proving that he was the most talented Saiyan and proving worthy of his title, the Prince of Saiyans. The real issue was that Tang Shan and Sun Wukong had once toyed with Vegeta as if he were a child, dealing severe damage to his pride. Vegeta meant to reclaim that lost pride from these people. Against a Vegeta who was steadily growing stronger, Baby could now barely scrape out a draw. Faced with a Vegeta utterly deaf to taunts, Baby's heart was filled with despair. The more power Baby consumed, the worse it became for his later attempt to possess Vegeta. After all, Baby did not dare to possess him under the watchful eyes of everyone. If he were discovered, the White God would likely destroy him on the spot. Of course, Baby did not know that Tang Shan had seen through him long ago. From the moment Tang Shan noticed Dr. Mew, he had deliberately kept an eye on Baby. After all, Tang Shan still remembered Baby as the most powerful boss in Dragon Ball GT besides the Shadow Dragons. The reason Tang Shan had not acted was that he wanted to see what would happen if Baby possessed Vegeta. In Dragon Ball GT, it was because of Baby's possession that Vegeta finally became Super Saiyan 4. Don't forget, back then Vegeta could not even become Super Saiyan 3. Although there were some differences now, Vegeta had already reached Super Saiyan 5, what if Baby developed Super Saiyan 6 for him? None of this was certain, and it was worth the risk for Tang Shan. After all, Tang Shan currently had no confidence at all in defeating a freak like Jiren. Since his arrival, many things had changed, and he did not dare to bet on whether Sun Wukong could unlock Ultra Instinct during the tournament. In the original work, if Sun Wukong had not finally unlocked Ultra Instinct through the Spirit Bomb and worn Jiren down, Android 17 could not have won the final victory. Although the overall strength of Universe 7 had increased considerably with Tang Shan around, Tang Shan still had little confidence in his heart when facing Jiren, that freak who surpassed a god of destruction. Tang Shan watched the match and sighed inwardly. Knowing the future might not necessarily be a good thing, it easily made one sentimental. At that moment, Sun Wukong, watching the match from the sidelines, noticed Tang Shan suddenly looking worried and asked in confusion, "Brother Shan, what's wrong?" Tang Shan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." Tang Shan knew that even if he told Sun Wukong about Jiren, it would only make Sun Wukong more excited. Probably only Krillin, a fellow Earthling living on Earth, could truly empathize with him. After all, the two of them were the strongest Earthlings. Tang Shan thought that if it had not been for his Pango bloodline awakening the talent of the god of space, he would probably be idling away on Earth right now. Then he would be destroyed together with Earth and revived together with Earth. Tang Shan suddenly wondered whether he, an otherworldly transmigrator, could even be revived at all. Meanwhile, Baby was having an indescribably awful time against Vegeta. First came the advantage, then the draw, and now he was being battered into a mess. Baby's hatred for the Saiyans grew deeper and deeper. Being a whetstone was bad enough, but now this Saiyan actually dared to make a monkey out of him. Endure. Baby kept reminding himself to endure. As soon as this Saiyan transformed into Super Saiyan 5, he would possess him directly. Baby believed that even the White God, the strongest existence in the universe, would be helpless against him once he possessed Super Saiyan 5. Then he could rampage freely across the universe, slaying every single Saiyan he encountered, those hateful monkeys. By now Vegeta sensed that his power had reached a limit. He looked at Baby, whom he had beaten beyond recognition, and smiled faintly. "Being my whetstone is your honor. Let me show you my overwhelming power." With a roar from Vegeta, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. The red fur and tail on his body gradually shifted into white. After the transformation was complete, Vegeta, feeling his surging power, did not even bother to look at Baby. Instead, he turned to the White God and said, "I'll make you understand what a true god is. From now on, this universe will be my dominion." Seeing how arrogant Vegeta had become, Tang Shan shook his head, then pointed at what was behind him. Vegeta turned and a clump of purple liquid splattered directly onto his face. Vegeta clawed at his face, trying to remove it, but the purple liquid seeped into his mind through his eyes, ears, nostrils and mouth. As the purple liquid merged, red stripes gradually showed over Vegeta's body and face, just as they had with Hirudegarn and Rildo before. The Galactic King stared in astonishment. He had never imagined such a situation would occur at the first major tournament he was overseeing. He could not help but look to Tang Shan and ask for help. "White God, look at this. What should we do?" Outside the arena, the spectators were also watching. Most had no idea what had happened, only a very few scientists understood. Since the universe was unified, the Galactic King, at Tang Shan's hint, had ordered a ban on scientists creating clones and artificial humans. All such actions were illegal. The scientists in the stands knew that once this matter was settled, the Galactic Patrol would definitely take action, and some people were about to be in trouble. Tang Shan looked at the anxious Galactic King and said comfortingly, "I understand what's going on. Once I've dealt with him, I'll tell you the whole story from beginning to end. Then you can send people to investigate and take care of it." The Galactic King nodded. He had absolute faith in the White God. After all, although his authority was acknowledged by the God of Destruction, most of it had actually been granted by the White God. After Baby possessed Vegeta, Zizadeging fainted outright and crashed heavily against the spatial barrier. Seeing that something was wrong, Tang Shan instantly teleported Vegeta away. Watching Tang Shan and Vegeta leave, the Galaxy King immediately signaled Vega to announce the tournament results. Vega, the first Universe Martial Arts tournament has been won by Vegeta. Vegeta has been taken away by the White God for training. The rest of you may claim your rewards at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Thank you very much for participating. This tournament has come to a successful conclusion. Goku saw Tang Shan leaving, quickly followed Tang Shan's key and brought Broly along. On an unnamed planet, Tang Shan, Goku and Broly watched Vegeta, who was clutching his head with both hands, his face twisted in agony. Tang Shan knew that Baby and Vegeta were currently fighting for control of the body. Goku looked at Vegeta in such agony and asked Tang Shan, "Brother Shan, how should we handle this?" Tang Shan shook his head, indicating that even he could do nothing. In the original story, after Baby possessed Vegeta and caused him to transform into a great ape, Baby's body shrank as its cells compressed, forcing Baby to be squeezed out, and then Super Saiyan 4 Goku eliminated him. Vegeta, now already in the Super Saiyan 5 state, would be completely incapable of turning into a great ape. Tang Shan, it all depends on him now. As long as he can resist that monster's possession with his own willpower. If he cannot, then we will have no choice but to destroy him along with that monster. Goku, is that so? At this moment Vegeta's red stripes flickered, now lighting up, now vanishing. As time passed, the hair on Vegeta's body gradually turned black and his white hair slowly lengthened all the way to his waist, just like in Super Saiyan 3. Slowly a purple liquid was squeezed out from Vegeta's body, then immediately coalesced into a white humanoid figure. Seeing Baby, Tang Shan fired a ki blast from his hand and struck him directly. Baby vaporized and died in an instant. At that moment the ki emanating from Vegeta was extremely dark, like the aura of a messenger from hell. A dreadful power spread from him and the entire planet seemed unable to withstand Vegeta's very gravity. The unnamed planet gradually split apart and magma erupted continuously. Vegeta looked at the people before him and with no further words attacked directly. Tang Shan, Goku and Broly hurriedly fell back. Vegeta slammed his fist into the planet and the entire world exploded in an instant, blooming like the most beautiful firework in the universe. Tang Shan looked at Goku and Broly beside him and asked, "Which of you wants to have a go at him?" Goku immediately replied excitedly, "Let me go." Broly nodded. Although he was also a Saiyan who loved battle, he was not to the same extent as Goku. Compared with destruction, he was more inclined toward peace. Seeing Vegeta so powerful, Goku showed no mercy and directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue before charging forward. He threw a punch at Vegeta, but Goku in Super Saiyan Blue was nowhere near Vegeta's match. Before the punch could even approach, Vegeta kicked him from afar and sent him flying. Goku crashed through 3 planets in a row before coming to a stop. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he roared and his ki surged stronger and stronger as he transformed into the deep blue state. He charged at Vegeta once more. Vegeta looked at Goku with a cold sneer and eyes full of disdain. The aura of his swagger was impossible to miss. At this moment Vegeta was the ultimate embodiment of showing off. Vegeta raised a finger and a black beam of energy shot straight at the charging Goku. Goku hurriedly unleashed a Kamehameha to block it and the two forces collided, exploding instantly. The entire universe trembled from the shock wave of such energy. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus sensed this ki and could not help but remark, the Saiyan race is truly terrifying. On the other hand, although Goku in Deep Blue was still no match for Super Saiyan 6 Vegeta in raw power, he used the advantage of the divine realm and his natural combat instincts to remain firmly in control, trading blows with Vegeta evenly. Of course, because his power was inferior to Vegeta's, the punches that Goku landed often did not deal much damage, which also meant that Vegeta barely bothered to defend. Every move was an attack. The longer the fight went on, the more passive Goku felt. As Goku and Vegeta continued battling, Vegeta became increasingly proficient in wielding the power of Super Saiyan 6 and Goku gradually fell into disadvantage. Realizing that he was about to lose, Goku roared again and unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, instantly overwhelming Vegeta with a relentless barrage. Facing such a powerful Goku, Vegeta's eyes filled with despair. He had been surpassed time and time again. This time he had believed that no one in the world could possibly defeat him. But reality taught him another lesson. Vegeta looked at Goku and felt that this man was the rival of his life. Meanwhile, Broly and Tang Shan watched the two of them, knowing full well that both had far surpassed them in power. Except for Broly, who felt a strong desire to become stronger, Tang Shan did not think much of it. To him, a true master was one who controlled realms and laws, not mere power. Tang Shan could not help but think that this was the Dragon Ball world, and he silently added, Saiyans were the exception. There was no helping it. After all, the Saiyan race was born with cheats. After a day of fighting, Vegeta had been thoroughly beaten into submission by Goku. Still, he said in a thunder tone, "I will surpass you sooner or later. Goku, I'll be waiting." This time Vegeta did not leave. Instead he chose to train together with Goku and the others because he knew that there was no one else in the entire universe who could rival him elsewhere. If there was anyone in this world stronger than him, it could only be the people in front of him, and naturally the gods of destruction. Of course this was only Vegeta's wishful thinking. Tang Shan teleported Vegeta, Broly and Goku to the realm of the gods of destruction. After some exchange, Vegeta and Broly stayed there to train while Goku seemed to have other plans and returned to Earth. Tang Shan naturally returned to Earth as well to stay with his beloved Bulma. After all, it had been a long time since they saw each other. Once back on Earth, aside from his daily training, Tang Shan spent his time comprehending the laws of space. After that he went shopping with Bulma and Android 18. As for Goku, he seemed to be training in something incredible. He trashed the house every day and was constantly chased by Chi-Chi to the point that he dared not go home and could only come out to take refuge. Seeing this, Tang Shan knew from the original plot that Goku was training in Ultra Instinct. Sigh, truly terrifying. As time passed, the martial arts tournament of the 12 universes hosted by Grand Zeno was about to begin. Universe 7 was represented by 11 fighters: Tang Shan, Sun Wukong, Broly, Vegeta, Frieza, Android 17, Android 18, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan and Bu. In the end, through their united struggle, they defeated Jiren. The final great demon king claimed victory outright and wished for all the destroyed universes to be restored. This time all 18 universes were restored. Later, because of Yishin's invasion, Tang Shan transformed into the Void God, while Sun Wukong, Broly and Vegeta became White Gods. Together with Grand Zeno they slew the 4 evil gods. Afterward, due to the betrayal of the great angel, Tang Shan uprooted the angel tree and all angels were annihilated. The only ones left behind were the angels of Universe 6 and Universe 7. With Grand Zeno's help, everyone combined all 18 universes into one. This time the entire Dragon Ball multiverse became one. As time passed, Bulma, Chi-Chi and the others passed away one after another. Having no more attachments in the world, Tang Shan returned to the origin universe and merged with the other 6. With the help of the heavenly Tao, he once again manifested Pangu's divine might, reopened primordial chaos and reversed time. In the year 2222, on Earth, inside a shabby little rented room, a young man slowly opened his eyes. Gradually he raised his hand and looked at his palms. He looked around the dilapidated rented room. Sunlight streamed in through the broken window. The young man stood up. Standing before the window, he watched the busy traffic outside and recalled everything from before. Waves of sorrow rose in his heart. At that moment a golden figure suddenly appeared behind him. The golden figure spoke gently, "Tang Shan." The young man named Tang Shan slowly turned around and said in astonishment, "Android 18. How could it be?" Android 18 gently embraced him and said softly, "Finally I can be with you. Is this your world?" Tang Shan stood there in a daze. A deep voice resounded in his mind, "Thank you for everything you have done for this world." Tang Shan murmured, "The heavenly Tao. But what exactly was going on? Shouldn't the 7 of us have died? After all, the chain of rules that held this world together had collapsed and the world was destroyed. The 7 of them had transformed into rules and through the heavenly Tao filled the void and mended the world. They had also made time flow backward, restoring everything to normal. But they should have been reduced to ashes. Why was he still alive? Forget it, why dwell on all this? Tang Shan sensed his own power and discovered that he had become an ordinary person. He sighed inwardly. Looking at Android 18 in his arms, he asked, "Do you still have power at the super god level?" Android 18 looked at him in confusion and nodded. Then she said, "After you disappeared, a voice sounded in my mind and asked if I wanted to go find you. I nodded in agreement and then I came here and saw you." Tang Shan naturally knew who that voice was. He could not help feeling that this heavenly Tao was pretty good after all. Tang Shan looked at the beauty before him and could not help saying, "I am only a mortal now." Android 18 smiled and said, "What does that matter? You managed to cultivate to such great strength before, so what is there to fear now?" Tang Shan smiled, nodded at Android 18 and said gently, "You have endured much waiting for me all these years.